Reverend Insanity Chapter 1102 to Chapter 1152. An hour later. The desolate beast snow monster was killed by Feng Yuan, only its head was left. Roar, even though it was only a head, the snow monster's ferocity did not diminish, it roared at Feng Yuan and breathed out sharp icy winds. Snow monsters were different from desolate beasts, they were made of ice and snow, similar to cloud beasts, blood beasts, and mud monsters. The strength path immortal zombie controlled by Feng Yuan snorted coldly. It stood in front of the desolate beast snow monster's head and placed its hand on the snow monster's head. Immediately, a thin layer of frost covered the strength path immortal zombie's hand. Feng Yuan ignored it, he activated a large number of self-will goo. Self-will surged like a tidal wave, pouring into the snow monster's head. The snow monster's head was filled with a large amount of providence. Feng Yuan's self-will entered and collided with providence, it was like fire and water colliding, they could not tolerate each other. Providence had little quantity, but self-will had an endless supply. Soon, providence was pushed back, it was washed away by self-will. Boom. At the final moment, the snow monster's head self-detonated. A large amount of ice and snow flew everywhere. Feng Yuan's strength path immortal zombie was instantly buried by this ice and snow. However, this self-detonation before death did not have any destructive power at all. Soon, Feng Yuan's strength path immortal zombie came out of the snow, unharmed. But his expression was unsightly. Even if I use self-will to wash away providence, the snow monster will only self-detonate. Can't it be subdued? But even if it can be subdued, I used up 100 self-will goo just to wash one head, the cost is quite high. Even though self-will goo was immortal goo, it was rank 5. At the same time, these self-will goo were not refined by Feng Yuan himself, he used Xianxia sect contribution points to ask other hairy man goo immortals to refine them. After this step, Feng Yuan's success rate increased by a little. And most importantly, it was time. Feng Yuan first had to heavily injure a desolate beast snow monster, it could not resist. Make it unable to move. Only then could it continue to instill a large amount of my will and wash providence. The amount of time it took to kill a desolate beast snow monster might not be that impressive. However, there were still so many snow monsters in Feng Yuan's Kokitahara. Once the number increased, there would be more time. The second earthly calamity was coming. It was not worth it for Feng Yuan to do this. Actually, even if I enslay the desolate beast snow monsters and sell them, the snow monsters will not be able to survive. It's also dangerous. Back then, one of the first-generation split souls of Shadow Sect, Goo Immortal Green, researched the life and death immortal aperture method in the super goo formation of Northern Plains Trench. A huge explosion occurred during the research, many immortal materials were filled with providence, Lu avoided them like a viper. Just like that, he discarded all these immortal materials. Such a clear attitude has already explained many problems. If I really sell these snow monsters of providence that are targeting me, I'll be able to kill them all. I'm afraid we'll suffer even worse chain effects. After the failure, Feng Yuan could only carry out his previous plan and continue to kill these snow monsters. He had to kill all of these snow monsters before the second earthly calamity arrived, leaving none behind. Even providence had to be washed away, nothing was left. Ordinary snow monsters. They were all cannon fodder, Feng Yuan could easily kill them, there was nothing to worry about. But desolate beast snow monsters were hard to deal with, he needed to spend some effort. As for ancient snow monsters, they were even more troublesome. Feng Yuan could not help but miss Flying Sword Immortal Goo. Using Flying Sword Immortal Goo as the core to activate the Immortal Killer move sword. Marks targeting death, it was extremely effective against ancient snow monsters. As for the triple-layered sword wave, it was a group attack. Against a single ancient snow monster, it was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. And using sword wave triple-layered had a high cost. Thankfully, Feng Yuan obtained Strength Path Immortal Goo again, he could use Myriad Self again. Strength Path relied less on Primeval Essence and Immortal Essence, Myriad Self's first style, Strength Path Giant Hand, had a much lower cost than Sword Wave Triple-Layered. In the following period of time, Feng Yuan used Strength Path Giant Hand to eliminate these ancient snow monsters and desolate beast snow monsters. He first used Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo to enslave a snow monster. After enslavement failed, the snow monster would be provoked and fall into a state of extreme anger. It would chase after Fang Yuan relentlessly. Fang Yuan immediately retreated and lured the snow monster far away, before using Strength Path Giant Hand to kill it. This way, the other snow monsters would be less likely to be alerted. Previously, Fang Yuan could gather the snow monsters after 3 or 4 attacks, but now, it was different, the efficiency was much higher. After enslavement path methods failed, the target would hate the Gu Master greatly. Fang Yuan made full use of this point. Previously, Fang Yuan had tried other methods, but mortal enslavement path methods were too low level, and some wisdom path methods were useless against Providence. Thus, the beast enslavement immortal Gu that Fang Yuan borrowed was not completely useless. Days passed, there were less than 30% of the snow monsters left. There were less than 10 days until the second earthly calamity. Fang Yuan controlled the Strength Path Immortal Zombie and went to mini southern border in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At a certain corner, Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was placed. Even though I have an immortal zombie body, I can only look at it and not use it. Fang Yuan sighed, activating Self-Will Gu and starting to set up a formation. 2 hours later, a Gu formation with hundreds of Self-Will Gu as the core was successfully set up. This Gu formation was mainly used for sealing. Fang Yuan obtained this formation method from Shadow Sect's transaction. He used a large number of Self-Will Gu to seal Providence. Shadow Sect used this method to set up Super Gu formations all over the 5 regions. After inspecting it 3 times and confirming there were no problems, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was lying at the center of the Gu formation, and the Gu formation had completely sealed Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada was originally sealed by Celestial Quartz Gu Immortal Wei Ling Yang using a supreme method. Xianxia was unable to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive. Thus, in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, he could only transact with Fang Yuan. In the transaction, Xianxia returned Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body and Spring-Autumn Cicada to Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan obtained it, he found that Spring-Autumn Cicada was still sealed, it could not even absorb water from the River of Time. It was getting weaker day by day, on the verge of starving to death. Fang Yuan had tried many methods, but found that this seal was too powerful, he could not even find out its origin. Helplessly, Fang Yuan could only give up on this for the time being. But not long ago, Rank 8 Restriction Path Gu Immortal Wei Ling Yang's methods seemed to have been used up. Spring-Autumn Cicada's seal was suddenly undone. Fang Yuan knew that Providence was hidden in Spring-Autumn Cicada and could only be removed using refinement path methods. He did not dare to leave Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body outside. Keeping it in his immortal aperture was the safest. But Fang Yuan was worried that during the second earthly calamity, Spring-Autumn Cicada's providence would be linked to the calamities and tribulations. Thus, this time, he set up this Gu formation to seal Providence, eliminating this threat in advance. 3 days later, the snow monsters in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture were completely eradicated. Next, he used Self-Will to wash away all Providence. For this, Fang Yuan had to pay a hefty price. Although Giant Hand's cost was low, after using it many times, the consumption would accumulate to a high level. Right now, Fang Yuan did not have much immortal essence on hand, the same was true for immortal Yuan stone. Because of the closure of Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan had a lot of cultivation resources but could not sell them. Langyasek's contribution points were also decreasing day by day. Even though Fang Yuan often gave pointers to the hairy man Gu immortals in battle, it was beneficial to him. But Land Spirit of Langya also learned from him, he had some thoughts and reduced the rewards for this mission. At the same time, he raised the reward for the Falling Starhound mission. Jewel Yellow Skies. Jewel Yellow Skies, when can you open it? Fang Yuan was looking forward to the opening of Jewel Yellow Skies while making more preparations for the second earthly calamity. There were still 5 days before the second earthly calamity. Fang Yuan completely washed away the providence in his immortal aperture before arriving in front of Danghun Mountain. Using Myriad self-killer move and other methods, he changed Danghun Mountain beyond recognition. Next, he used Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu to stuff Danghun Mountain into his sovereign immortal aperture. In the past, Fang Yuan did not have landscape as before, he did not dare to do this casually. But now, he had less to worry about. This commotion naturally attracted Langya land spirit to appear. He asked nervously, "Elder Feng Yuan, what are you trying to do?" He was very worried. After all, Dang Hun Mountain belonged to Feng Yuan. It was not like Luopa Valley. If Feng Yuan wanted to take it away, he could not stop him. Feng Yuan had a glib tongue. He used the excuse that he had prepared long ago to leave Langya blessed land for a period of time. Land spirit of Langya believed him. He wanted Feng Yuan to help him get rid of the falling star hound, but in the end, not only did Feng Yuan want to leave, he even took Dang Hun Mountain with him. Land spirit of Langya was very worried. Feng Yuan used this chance to expend all his sect contribution points. He also mortgaged wisdom goo to borrow many immortal goo from land spirit of Langya, as well as a large number of immortal yuan stones. He finally replenished his green grape immortal essence. Regretfully, even when Feng Yuan left Langya blessed land, jewel yellow skies did not open. Feng Yuan sighed. He chose to move out a portion of the resources in his immortal aperture, handing them to land spirit of Langya for safekeeping. So many resources? It seems that Feng Yuan, you are very knowledgeable in managing your immortal aperture. Land spirit of Langya was surprised at the amount of resources. But in fact, this was only a small portion of what Feng Yuan had. He did not even have 30% of it. Feng Yuan naturally would not move all the resources out. Land spirit of Langya was not a fool. He would immediately suspect Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Less than half a day before the earthly calamity arrived, Feng Yuan arrived at the northern icy plain through a teleportation goo formation. Although the northern icy plain was created by reckless savage demon Venerable, it contained countless reckless savage true meaning. But providence still existed. Thus, Feng Yuan did not come here in advance. The icy plain was vast. Feng Yuan randomly chose a direction and placed his immortal aperture at a suitable location. What would the second earthly calamity be? No matter what, the second earthly calamity would definitely be stronger than the first. Feng Yuan was dressed in a white robe. His black hair fluttered as he landed in the sovereign immortal aperture's Kokitahara. This time, he still intended to undergo the tribulation here. There were also some resources distributed in the other places. There was only ice and snow in Kokitahara. The snow monsters in Providence had all been eradicated. The sovereign immortal aperture had a huge space, but the calamities and tribulations' only target was Feng Yuan. Therefore, wherever he was, the calamity would occur. The immortal aperture was already planted in northern plains. The tributary of the river of time in the immortal aperture merged with the river of time. The flow of time was greatly reduced. The first was to check the arrangements. A large number of goo worms had already been arranged in the sovereign immortal aperture. Most of them were related to the killer move immortal tribulation tempering aperture. Apart from that, there was also Dang Hun Mountain beside Feng Yuan. The current Dang Hun Mountain was already beyond recognition. Feng Yuan had done this to prevent others from using fixed immortal travel to suddenly teleport in while he was undergoing his tribulation. Therefore, this hidden danger was eliminated in advance. During the first tribulation, Feng Yuan did not have Pulling Mountain immortal goo or landscape as before, so he could not bring Dang Hun Mountain in. However, things were different now. With Pulling Mountain, Feng Yuan could move Dang Hun Mountain into his immortal aperture alone. Otherwise, if he used other Hairy Man goo immortals, not only would he need to spend a sum of sect contribution points, the Hairy Man goo immortals would also enter the sovereign immortal aperture and expose this huge secret of Feng Yuan's. With landscape as before, there was no need to worry about Dang Hun Mountain being destroyed by the calamity. The more severe the damage to Dang Hun Mountain, the greater the damage. The production of guts goo was lower. After a round of inspection, Feng Yuan was sure that there was nothing wrong with the arrangements. Next, with a thought, the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance opened. Hoo, a large amount of heaven and earth chi passed through the door. They entered the sovereign immortal aperture. For a moment, it was a spectacular sight, like a surging tide pouring in. This time, I brought Dang Hun Mountain and increased the burden on the sovereign immortal aperture. Therefore, the chi of heaven and earth is much more abundant than last time. The chi of heaven and earth swarmed in. At the same time, Feng Yuan. He began to arrange all sorts of goo worms outside the immortal aperture. He had already set it up during the last earthly calamity. This time, Feng Yuan was even more familiar with it. Fang Yuan naturally had to use the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Firstly, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer Move could weaken the power of earthly calamities. Secondly, it could extract Reckless Savage's true intent to help Fang Yuan cultivate the transformation Tao. What was different from the first tribulation was that this time, many of the mortal goo that made up the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture were Fang Yuan's own. Moreover, he made some minor modifications to the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture killer move itself. Modifying the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture was one of the preparations that Fang Yuan had made for his tribulation transcendence. Although his refinement path attainment was not high, his wisdom path was at the Grandmaster level. The current improvements were just icing on the cake, not essential. But as long as he continued to investigate, Fang Yuan believed that one day, he would be able to modify this killer move into a version that was most suitable for him. After all, Fang Yuan could not always rely on the Xianxia sect. Every time he underwent a tribulation, he would need to borrow so many goo worms from the land spirit of Xianxia. This was a huge price to pay. Fang Yuan modified the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture because he wanted to get rid of the land spirit of Xianxia's control over him. A moment later, Fang Yuan made his arrangements and started to mobilize his immortal essence, activating goo worms one by one. Green light burst out, filling the immortal aperture and connecting to the outside world. Gradually, the green light inside and outside the immortal aperture merged into a huge light shadow, covering the surrounding thousand-li. Tens of thousands of green grape immortal essence were expended, allowing Fang Yuan to successfully activate the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture killer move. The second earthly calamity arrived. The world shook, wind surged, and clouds surged. At first, there was only a light breeze, but soon, the wind started to surge. In the blink of an eye, intense winds filled the sky, sweeping the world and blowing away all living beings. What tribulation is this? Fang Yuan stood at the peak of Danghun Mountain, preparing for battle. Even though he did not recognize the origin of this earthly calamity, just from the prelude, this earthly calamity was like the previous one. It was extremely powerful, it was definitely out of the ordinary. Intense winds blew, sweeping up the ice and snow on the ground, causing the world to turn into a blur. The sovereign immortal aperture had few light path down marks to begin with, there was only a faint light. Right now, wind and snow covered the sky. Fang Yuan's vision became restricted. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding, what is that sound? Fang Yuan had already used all kinds of methods to investigate, but at this moment, he suddenly heard a clear chime-like sound coming from within the howling winds. This strange scene made Fang Yuan frown slightly. Don't tell me, this is... He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Right at this time, the sound of wind chimes resounded, a huge green flower flew out of the wind and crashed into Danghun Mountain. The speed of this viridescent flower was extremely fast. It was simply too fast, it crashed into Danghun Mountain, creating a long mark on the mountain. The rocks along the way were crushed into powder, blown away by the wind. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. The sound of wind chimes resounded. At the next moment, 18 green flowers flew out and crashed into Danghun Mountain, shattering themselves and creating 18 deep marks. These are wind flowers. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he confirmed the answer in his mind. Wind flowers were the essence of the wind. They were a special plant that could only be born in extremely intense winds. They had no roots or horns, they danced in the wind. They were as big as chariots, they were light green and extremely sharp. Ding 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 ding, Fang Yuan had just recognized the wind flowers when the next wave of wind flowers attacked again. There were more wind flowers this time, there were 40 to 50 of them. Furthermore, the direction of the attacks came from all directions, crashing into Danghun Mountain one after another. Danghun Mountain's rocks shattered, smoke and dust rose, the shattered rocks were quickly devoured by the surrounding winds. Fang Yuan quickly retreated from the top of the mountain. He gritted his teeth, feeling troubled. In the previous earthly calamity, Providence created a large number of snow monsters, but I can fly, I have the initiative. This time, Providence has learned their lesson, they have changed their tactics and are using wind flower tribulation to deal with me. This was Fang Yuan's weakness. Fang Yuan's speed could not compare to the wind flowers, and his defensive methods were only at mortal level. Thankfully, I moved Danghun Mountain this time, otherwise, I would be in trouble without any defenses. Fang Yuan felt very fortunate. Landscape as before, he activated the time path Immortal Goo, the countless marks on Danghun Mountain disappeared, returning to its original state. However, almost in the next second, the endless wind flowers struck again, shattering layer after layer of the mountain rocks and cutting them into dregs. This will not be good. Using the Immortal Tribulation tempering aperture earlier consumed more than half of my immortal essence. Although I am temporarily safe, I have expended a large amount of green grape immortal essence. Using this immortal essence to heal Danghun Mountain is just prolonging my life. Fang Yuan squinted, thoughts moving rapidly in his mind. He had rich battle experience, he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Strength Path Killer Move, Myriad Self, Transformation Path Killer Move, Familiar Face, Immortal Goo Dark Limit. His body shook as his method burst out. Countless Fang Yuan occupied the whole of Danghun Mountain. One of them roared towards the sky, and all of the Fang Yuan phantoms rushed towards the winds outside the mountain. At the same time, Fang Yuan's main body activated Familiar Face, using the concealment of Myriad Self, he turned into a rock on Danghun Mountain. With change form Immortal Goo, Familiar Face returned to its original form, it became simple and instantaneous. It was not like the modified version, where Fang Yuan used a large number of Mortal Goo to replace the effect of change form Immortal Goo, causing Familiar Face to activate very slowly and could not be used in emergencies. After turning into an inconspicuous rock, Fang Yuan did not stop, he used Dark Limit Immortal Goo to conceal his aura. Ding ding ding, a large number of wind flowers turned around and attacked the countless Fang Yuan phantoms. The calamities and tribulations' firepower decreased, Danghun Mountain's pressure was greatly reduced. In just a moment, Fang Yuan's myriad self-phantoms were all eradicated by the wind flowers. Fang Yuan activated myriad self again, creating countless phantoms that carried his aura as he charged out. The wind flowers scattered and danced in the wind, the phantoms were instantly killed one after another. After 2 to 3 times, Providence saw through Fang Yuan's battle tactic. All of the wind flowers ignored Fang Yuan phantoms, they concentrated their firepower and attacked Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, he felt Providence's sinister intentions. Danghun Mountain is my greatest source of income. Providence wants to destroy it, they are ruining my future. Fang Yuan was fortunate to have landscape as before. But using landscape as before to heal Danghun Mountain could only allow Fang Yuan to maintain the stalemate, it could not change his extremely passive situation. His green grape immortal essence was being expended rapidly. Sword Wave Triple Layered, Strength Path Giant Hand, Fang Yuan tried to retaliate, but the wind flowers were too fast, his 2 killer moves were not very effective. Especially the Strength Path Giant Hand, even though it had a grand aura, it flew slowly, it could not hit any wind flowers in the wind. Unless the wind flowers came to kill it personally. Poison Breath, Fang Yuan opened his mouth and breathed out, purple-black poison gas spread along the wind. Large numbers of wind flowers withered rapidly when they came in contact with the poison gas. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Poison Breath was a killer move that he had modified from the Wisdom Path killer move harboring malicious heart. Using a woman's heart as the core, it had many flaws and was rather useless. Fang Yuan rarely used it. To think that it would be so effective when he used it now, under the effect of the poisonous breath, the wind flower's ferocious attacks instantly fell to the bottom. The wind also slowed down. A cold light shone on the whole of Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw a crescent moon hanging in the sky since an unknown time. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Shuiyu." This crescent moon was white as snow, its white radiance caused the temperature of Danghun Mountain to fall. Soon, layers of frost covered the surface of Danghun Mountain. Wind flower tribulation and snow moon tribulation, each was a type of earthly calamity. Wind flower and snow moon overlapped to form a type of heavenly tribulation. Its power rose greatly, and the difficulty of the tribulation increased. The wind flower was extremely fast, it was hard to dodge, it was extremely sharp and hard to defend against. And the snow moon emitted cold light that froze Goo immortals, the two were a perfect match. Fang Yuan's heart was heavy. Actually, with his current strength, especially after the transaction with Shadow Sect, Strength Path and Sword Path had become his main trump cards. Be it strength path giant hand or sword wave triple layered, they could allow him to erupt with rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. It was also possible to pass a heavenly tribulation. What made Fang Yuan's heart heavy was not the heavenly tribulation, but the future development. Gu immortal's tribulations got harder each time. In theory, Fang Yuan's second earthly calamity should be stronger than the first. But the second earthly calamity was raised to the level of a heavenly tribulation. This increase was simply too huge. If this continued, how much stronger would the third and fourth earthly calamities be? A rank 6 Gu immortal would face an earthly calamity every 10 years and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years and 3 heavenly tribulations, they would advance to rank 7. In total, that would be 18 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, not including the second earthly calamity, he still had 16 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations to pass. If it was the second earthly calamity, his calamities and tribulations would become heavenly tribulations. What future would there be then? At this rate, the earthly calamities would reach grand tribulation level. The snow moon's cold light shone on Fang Yuan's face, making him look pale. Even the thoughts in his mind moved and collided with each other at a slower rate. The snow moon's cold light did not just slow down a Gu immortal's movement, it could also affect their thoughts. Fang Yuan quickly used wisdom path methods to protect his mind. He was a wisdom path grandmaster, he could easily do this. That shouldn't be the case. In the transaction with Shadow Sect, Sixth Hair told me clearly that even though the earthly calamities get stronger each time, there is a limit to the increase. As long as it is an earthly calamity, it will still be limited to the level of an earthly calamity. Could it be? Is he lying to me? Selling me fake information? Fang Yuan's brows furrowed tightly. If it was a lie, then this was naturally a possibility. However, when Fang Yuan thought about it from another perspective, this kind of deception would not benefit the Shadow Sect at all. Because this was something that could be easily proven. Most importantly, Shadow Sect still wanted to capture Fang Yuan to reverse refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Tricking Fang Yuan and letting Fang Yuan die under the calamity, wouldn't that be terrible? Or, there's another possibility. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed for a while before he calmed down again. The wind from the outside. It whistled and rolled. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the distant sky, his eyes as dark as the night. Standing on the mountain rock, his white robe and black hair swayed in the wind. He looked like a lone wolf. Sword wave triple stack, strength path giant palm. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful attack. The dazzling sword wave appeared out of nowhere, surging and pouring down. And the strength path giant palm tore through the air. It was heavy and powerful, pushing away the raging winds in the sky. Both pounced towards the snow moon in the sky. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding, like bees and butterflies that had smelled the fragrance of flowers, countless green wind flowers swarmed toward the sword waves and the giant hand seals. The extremely sharp wind flowers clashed with the sword wave and giant palm. Soon, the two attacks were completely wiped out. A strange phenomenon. Earlier, the wind flowers only cared about Danghun Mountain. They wanted to destroy this famous secluded domain of heaven and earth. They ignored Fang Yuan's sword wave and giant palm. They even took the initiative to dodge. But now, these wind flowers took the initiative to attack. Because Fang Yuan's attack target was Shui Yu, who was in the air. It seemed to be these wind flowers. As if they wanted to protect the snow moon. The snow moon's existence gave Fang Yuan huge pressure indeed. There seemed to be nothing wrong with the wind flowers protecting the snow moon. But Fang Yuan's face flashed with excitement. Myriad self, myriad self, myriad self, the crowd roared, a large group of Fang Yuan phantoms spread out like a flood. Fang Yuan activated it 3 times in a row. In an instant, the empty Danghun Mountain became a sea of people. Countless Fang Yuans covered the sky, flying into the wind and jumping down the cliff. But different from the last time, this time, Fang Yuan's true body turned into one of the phantoms and rushed out of Danghun Mountain. A large number of wind flowers came over. But there were too many phantoms of Fang Yuan, and the number of wind flowers seemed less. But Fang Yuan's phantoms could not fight against the wind flowers, and a large number of phantoms were quickly sacrificed. Relying on the clever cover of the phantoms, as well as the help of familiar face, dark limit and so on, Fang Yuan successfully rushed into the air. It is time. Sword escape. Fang Yuan found an opportunity and suddenly used sword escape immortal goo. He was like a white dragon in the river. He suddenly soared into the sky, breaking through the river surface and riding on the clouds. It was a stunning sight. He was close. Fang Yuan used triple layer sword wave and strength path giant hand again. Providence was caught off guard. The wind flowers were still eliminating the remaining Fang Yuan phantoms. Fang Yuan successfully destroyed the snow moon in the air. At the next moment, a large amount of reckless savages' true meaning poured down. Fang Yuan was like a withered tree that received rain after a long drought. He accepted all of the true meaning. In a daze, he seemed to have turned into a moon, floating in the air and quietly emitting moonlight, looking down on the world. His transformation path attainment level rose rapidly. Transformation path did not just transform animals and plants, it also included mountains, rivers, wind, moon, and all other living beings. This wave of reckless savages' true meaning benefited Fang Yuan greatly. He laughed heartily, and his laughter gave people a feeling of contentment. It turned out that the so-called wind flower snow moon tribulation was only pieced together. It was not a complete heavenly tribulation. The second earthly calamity was still limited to the level of an earthly calamity. No matter how furious Providence was and how much it wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan, it was useless. It was Providence, it had to obey the balance of the heavenly Tao. Intense winds howled. Providence was furious, it was humiliated and angry from being exposed. Countless wind flowers attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used myriad self again. A large number of Fang Yuan phantoms dispersed Providence's firepower. The wind flowers killed Fang Yuan's phantoms. This was a true massacre. But the effect was minimal. Fang Yuan's true body was hidden among the phantoms. He landed on Danghun Mountain again. With Danghun Mountain, it was a place that could be defended. It gave Fang Yuan some breathing room. Deactivating familiar face, Fang Yuan's body shook slightly. There was a deep wound on his back, blood was flowing, it was so deep that his bones could be seen. But because of change form immortal goo, he managed to disguise his wound. It deceived Providence. My defense is still too weak. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh and immediately started healing himself. He did not use man as before. Man as before was an immortal goo, using it would expend immortal essence. Moreover, man as before could only recover to his previous state. Fang Yuan was hit by a wind flower petal in the air, he was injured. At that time, he could not use man as before immortal goo. If he used his immortal goo aura, his identity would be exposed. Thankfully, the Tao marks in my body do not interfere with each other, even mortal healing methods are very effective. Fang Yuan felt his huge advantage in this aspect. Normally speaking, it was hard for goo immortals to heal injuries. Because they had Tao marks in their body, the obstruction of Tao marks would greatly weaken the effect of mortal killer moves. When using immortal healing methods, one had to consider whether the Tao marks would reject each other. Fang Yuan did not have this obstruction, and using mortal methods had another advantage, he could conserve immortal essence. This time, Fang Yuan's immortal essence storage was not as high as the previous tribulation. The biggest reason was the closure of jewel yellow skies. Cold intent assaulted him, frost started to spread from Fang Yuan's forehead. Soon, his whole body was covered in a layer of frost. Not just him, the whole of Danghun Mountain suffered the same fate. Fang Yuan raised his head, his pupils shrunk as he realized the situation was not good. Snow moons had appeared in the sky again, and there were 3 of them. The 3 times the cold light overlapped with each other, the cold intent became even heavier. Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods to protect his mind were no longer effective, he had to use other methods. His body also had to be protected, he used several defensive mortal killer moves, his body flickered with light, finally maintaining his body temperature. The number of snow moons and the speed at which they appeared were far beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. His plan of returning to Danghun Mountain to rest was in vain. Fang Yuan's heart raced. When he saw the 3 snow moons, he realized, this was a moment of life and death. The longer he delayed, the more snow moons there would be, and the slimmer his chances of passing the tribulation would be. He had to retaliate immediately, he could not slack off. Otherwise, the opportunity was fleeting, any delay would be like boiling a frog in warm water. his current predicament would turn into a hopeless situation. There would be no chance of survival. If it were other Gu immortals, they might hesitate. But Feng Yuan had rich battle experience. After realizing his situation, he used Myriad Self again. Using the same method, a large number of Feng Yuan phantoms moved around, attracting a large number of wind flowers. Feng Yuan's true body was mixed among them. He flew into the sky without hesitation. Once he flew into the sky, the cold light's power rose rapidly. It was no longer suppressed by Dang Hun Mountain's soul path Dao marks. This was an intense battle. Feng Yuan wanted to destroy the snow moons. The 3 times cold light gave him more pressure than the wind flowers. And the worst thing was, the 4th snow moon was slowly forming in the sky. Meanwhile, Providence tried all ways to stop Feng Yuan. While he was attacking, a large number of wind flowers danced in the sky, attempting to kill Feng Yuan on the spot. 1, 2, 3 crescent moons were destroyed by Feng Yuan. The process was difficult. But more snow moons were forming at the same time. The cold light made Feng Yuan's heart turn cold. The cruel reality made his limbs shiver. His chances of survival were getting slimmer. Feng Yuan's expression was hard as steel. He could only puff out his chest and face the danger. Ding ding ding, a wind flower hit Feng Yuan's back. The defense on Feng Yuan's body was like a piece of paper, immediately torn to pieces. The robe on his back was torn to shreds, blood splattered and flesh flew. My luck is bad. Feng Yuan's heart sank. He had dozens of strength path phantoms around him, but there was only one wind flower flying towards him, attacking casually. But his true body was hit. As time passed, dogshit luck's protection became weaker. Providence's chances of finding the true body increased. Worse still, there was still Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Dark Limit Immortal Gu was activated once, protecting Feng Yuan and concealing his aura. Its effect was greatly reduced. Once this protection disappeared, it would be worse than losing dogshit luck. Time passed, seconds felt like years for Feng Yuan. He endured it bitterly. He had already lost count of how many snow moons he had destroyed, how many wind flower attacks he had suffered. Dogshit luck and Dark Limit's protection was weakening, but familiar face formed by Attitude Gu and Change Form Gu was like a pillar, supporting Feng Yuan from start to finish. There was also Myriad Self, but at this moment, its offensive ability was no longer useful. It could only be used as cannon fodder. Providence was not a fool, it could think. After Feng Yuan's tactic became clear, every time Myriad Self was used, the time it could find Feng Yuan's true body was getting shorter. Feng Yuan's injuries were also getting heavier. He had no choice but to use Immortal Gu Man as before. But this way, his immortal essence was being expended rapidly. He did not have much to begin with, but now he was running dry. Providence was high above, it controlled the earthly calamity, it was invincible. Feng Yuan was like an ant, struggling between life and death. There were more snow moons. Feng Yuan could not keep up. The situation was getting worse. Feng Yuan could not see any hope. But he did not intend to give up. He gritted his teeth and persevered. The wind was like mocking him for overestimating his abilities. The snow moons hung high in the sky, they were like cold gazes. Looking at a fly like Feng Yuan who was struggling in vain before his death, Li Tianlan felt that it was useless. Feng Yuan's entire body was bathed in blood. His white robe had completely turned into a blood-red robe. His blood and sweat had been frozen by the cold light. He was battered and exhausted. His black hair, which was originally flowing in the wind, was now completely disheveled. It was also broken into countless pieces, and now it was of different lengths. It made Feng Yuan look like a combination of a madman and a beggar. His face was ice cold. He did not laugh wildly, nor did he shout. He was like a block of ice. He was about to be crushed by the heavens and earth, but he didn't utter a single word. In this desperate situation, he could only silently persevere. The sound of the wind died down. The power of the wind flower calamity was slowly fading away. He had reached his limit. There was a limit to the power of the earthly calamity. Even though Providence had enhanced it to its maximum level and was controlling it personally, Feng Yuan was not killed by the wind flowers. Very soon, the number of wind flowers decreased drastically, and there were no more gales in the world. Feng Yuan laughed bitterly and madly urged his immortal essence. His target was still Xueyu, although the windflower tribulation had faded. The snow moons in the sky also stopped forming, but there were still remnants of the wind flowers. There were quite a few snow moons left. It was a tough battle. Fang Yuan no longer had the strength to grit his teeth, his body was extremely weak. Myriad Self. Strength Path Giant Hand. Sword Wave Triple Layered. Familiar Face. His condition was not good, some of his immortal killer moves failed to activate at times. Each failure caused him to suffer backlash and spit out blood. The earthly calamity was already at its limit. Fang Yuan himself was the same. There was no point in escaping now. Not only could the wind flowers obstruct him, the snow moons could also fly slowly, the range of the cold light was too huge. The earthly calamity had not ended yet. Heaven and earth chi were not stable, it was impossible to retrieve the immortal aperture. Undeniably, Providence had planned for a long time and created the most suitable earthly calamity against Fang Yuan. The previous earthly calamity. Reckless Savage's true meaning split a portion of the earthly calamity's strength. This time, even though Providence could not avoid it, it affected Reckless Savage's true meaning, turning the portion that was affected into the snow moon tribulation, increasing the difficulty of the earthly calamity instead. The current situation. It depended on who could last longer. An hour later, Fang Yuan fell to the ground on Danghun Mountain. His immortal essence was almost completely depleted. Familiar Face could not hold on any longer, his mind was exhausted and had dissipated long ago. Fang Yuan expended a lot of effort and strength to destroy a large number of snow moons, but there was still one snow moon left in the sky. Relying on Danghun Mountain's protection, Fang Yuan was able to block the cold light. His body was covered in injuries, many of them were covered in blood-colored ice shards. Fang Yuan had no strength left, the frost on his body was getting thicker and thicker, gradually freezing him inside the ice. The final trace of wind lingered above the ice, carrying Providence, it wanted to watch Fang Yuan walk towards death. He had little immortal essence left, he had used an immortal killer move, but Fang Yuan suddenly showed the smile of a victor. I survived this calamity. At the next moment, the desolate beast Spinefin Star Dragonfish suddenly appeared, it swung its tail and smashed the final snow moon. Beast Enslavement Immortal Gu. A few minutes later, the heaven and earth chi calmed down, Fang Yuan immediately left Northern Plains. Not long after he left, two figures came out of the underground ice layer. This is the place. One of the figures carefully looked around before saying. The other figure cautiously twitched his nose and sniffed around. Then, he said with certainty, what we sensed just now wasn't wrong. Someone had just undergone tribulation here, there are traces of fluctuations in the heaven and earth chi, they have not completely calmed down. The two figures were blurry, they had evidently used methods to conceal themselves. However, since they knew about the calamities and tribulations, and could inspect them so clearly, they were definitely Gu immortals. Sigh. The northern icy plain was created by reckless savage demon Venerable in the past. There are only glaciers here, there is no land. The heaven and earth chi here is much thinner than other places. If Gu immortals undergo tribulation here, they will expend even more heaven and earth chi. At a certain level, the glaciers will shatter and the earth will shake. One of the two mysterious Gu immortals sighed, his tone was filled with worry. The northern icy plain is the final paradise of our snowman tribe. We live underground in the icy plain, we have no conflicts with the world. Who would have thought that the human race wouldn't give up? They even want to encroach on our last piece of land. Another mysterious figure, who seemed to be younger, said indignantly. It turned out that these two Gu immortals were not ordinary, they were variant human snowman Gu immortals. The young snowman Gu immortal continued, First Supreme Elder is too stubborn. In my opinion, we should have gotten rid of that Chudu back then. Look now, not only does Chudu undergo tribulation, others also come here. As time passes, our resting place will be visited by more and more Gu immortals. The older snowman Gu immortal sighed, sigh. I can understand First Supreme Elder's thoughts. He is worried that the battle with Chudu will expose our existence to the world. Right now, the world is ruled by humans, their position is firm and unshakable. If we are exposed, all of Northern Plains human Gu immortals will hunt us down. Are we going to let this continue? Are we going to let more and more goo immortals undergo tribulations above us? Actually, with our strength and fighting in the icy plane, as long as we plan carefully, it is not hard to kill a few human goo immortals. Of course, I admit that Chu-Do is very strong. To be safe, we can give up on him, but the other goo immortals can do it. If we kill a few people, who will know that we did it? Heh. Anyway, humans are in a mess internally. Righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators have never stopped fighting. The young goo immortal said. Sai, you are right. We should report this situation to the people first. Let the other very high elders come over and discuss it. The two snowman goo immortals discussed for a while before vanishing on the spot. Even though Feng Yuan was heavily injured, he did not stop, rushing back to Xianxia blessed land. If Providence wants to get rid of me, it is the best time to do so when I undergo tribulation. Not only can it increase the power of the calamities and tribulations to the limit, it can even control the calamities and tribulations personally. The most terrifying thing is that it can influence other existences and create human tribulations to trap and kill me. Feng Yuan firmly remembered this information in his mind. This knowledge was also a precious gain from his transaction with Sixth Hair. In the Battle of Yition Mountain half a year ago, he was a crucial human tribulation. He was a pawn for Providence to deal with Spectral Soul. Because of his personal experience, Feng Yuan was very vigilant towards the so-called human tribulation. What kind of existence was Spectral Soul? He had the help of Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. He planned for 100,000 years, but was still defeated by Providence. Compared to them, what did he count as now? Thus, Feng Yuan did not care about his heavy injuries and directly moved. He moved very quickly. He did not give Providence any time to plan. There were no accidents on the way back. Feng Yuan successfully returned to Xianxia blessed land. After reaching Xianxia blessed land, he let out a sigh of relief. He knew that he was safe for now. Next, Feng Yuan hid in his cloud city to heal his injuries. He also returned all the immortal goo that he had borrowed. A few days later, Feng Yuan's injuries healed completely. He recovered to his peak condition. He started to modify Danghun Mountain in his immortal aperture. Speaking of which, this mountain was a huge help to him in his tribulation. Danghun Mountain was in a terrible state. It was tall and majestic before, but after the tribulation, it was reduced to a small mound by the wind. Landscape as before, under the effect of this immortal goo, Danghun Mountain returned to its original state. Only in this state could Danghun Mountain produce guts goo with the highest efficiency. Feng Yuan did not dare to be careless. He quickly took out Danghun Mountain and gave it to Xianxia blessed land. However, even though Danghun Mountain produced a large number of guts goo, the sales channel, Jewel Yellow Skies, was closed. Right now, there were a large number of guts goo in Xianxia Sect's treasury. They could not be sold. Feng Yuan was quite anxious. 2 months later, the third earthly calamity will occur. Its power will be even stronger than this one. If I do not make some breakthroughs at this stage, and my strength does not increase, I am afraid I will be in danger. But the growth of strength does not come out of nowhere. It requires all sorts of cultivation resources. Treasure Yellow Heaven, when will it open again? To be continued. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. This was a landscape of rivers and swamps. But it was not as vast and deep as the outside Eastern Sea. The highest water level was only 50 to 60 feet. Most places were like mud pits to desolate beasts. This was because there were not many water path down marks in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At this moment, in a corner of Mini Eastern Sea, 2 desolate beasts were fighting. Hell, the desolate beast shark fin wolf howled as it pounced. It opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. If this bite landed, even the mountain rocks would be crushed. But its opponent, a desolate beast flying bear, had a crafty light flashing in its eyes as it retreated. The shark fin wolf used too much strength. Its attack was easily dodged by the flying bear. Next, the flying bear raised its thick paw and slammed at the shark fin wolf's head. With a loud bang, the huge force caused the shark fin wolf to crash to the ground. It was dizzy and could not get up for some time. But Feng Yuan was not satisfied with this attack. I used Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo earlier. My strength did increase greatly. But Flying Bear transformation almost made a mistake. This immortal zombie that I am temporarily borrowing has a lot of strength path down marks. Even though I have change form immortal goo, I can only forcefully transform. The strength path Dao marks are resisting change form immortal goo's influence. Transformation path goo immortals mainly had transformation path Dao marks on their bodies. These Dao marks could change into other Dao marks under the influence of goo worms. Change form immortal goo was the essence of transformation path. With it, the goo immortal could undergo all sorts of transformations. Flowers, birds, fish, and worms. Grass, trees, mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars. They could all transform. But this goo only had the form, it needed to be paired with other goo worms. Only then could it transform in strength, speed, defense, and other aspects. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture is in my body. I can only use the strength path immortal zombie to train in transformation path methods. But strength path immortal zombies have strength path Dao marks. It is very difficult to use change form immortal goo. But flying bear strength has the amplification of strength path Dao marks, the effect is better. Feng Yuan compared inwardly, feeling the wondrous use of his body. There was no interference or obstruction between Dao marks. This was a huge advantage, the boundaries between each path were clear, they were clearly separated. Even if it was a secondary cultivation. He also had to distinguish his priorities. But when it came to Feng Yuan, the boundaries between the sects became blurred. He could cultivate all of them. Looks like strength path immortal zombies can only familiarize themselves with transformation methods, they can't let me truly understand my improvement and the limits of my abilities. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart as he controlled the flying bear to dodge agilely. It turned out that the shark fin wolf had crawled up again, and its ferocious nature was unleashed as it attacked crazily. But Feng Yuan had the intelligence of the human race. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. His tactics were clear, and his control over the flying bear was as smooth as flowing water. The shark fin wolf could barely touch the flying bear. Even though Feng Yuan had beast enslavement immortal goo and controlled this desolate beast. But after the earthly calamity, Feng Yuan had to return beast enslavement immortal goo. Therefore, before returning it, he released his control over the shark fin wolf and the spinefin star arowana. This had its benefits. Without the influence of beast enslavement immortal goo, the desolate beast shark fin wolf would be able to display its true ferocity and serve as a qualified sparring partner. Bang! Another loud sound echoed. The shark fin wolf had already been slammed into the mud by the flying bear's large paw many times, as muddy water splattered everywhere. This time, the shark fin wolf whimpered as it crawled up, and after looking at the unharmed flying bear, it actually turned around and fled with its tail between its legs. Feng Yuan, who was still anticipating the shark fin wolf's attack, was stunned, and thought, did I flick it too hard when I subdued it? Has it greatly reduced its ferocity? The shark fin wolf fled, and Feng Yuan felt bored for a moment. But these days of sparring are not without gains. At least it proves that my transformation path attainment level is indeed at Grandmaster. Transformation path Grandmaster, after Feng Yuan's blood path Grandmaster, strength path Grandmaster, wisdom path Grandmaster, and star path Grandmaster, his fifth path had advanced to Grandmaster. The 500 years of experience in his previous life did not give Feng Yuan any help. The main reason why transformation path could reach such a level was because of Reckless Savage's true meaning. Providence wanted to get rid of Feng Yuan, so it schemed continuously to raise the power of calamities and tribulations to the limit allowed by the heavenly Tao. Feng Yuan had passed 2 earthly calamities, but the power of these earthly calamities had already surpassed normal, and could match many heavenly tribulations. Thus, even Reckless Savage's true meaning was drawn out by many times. Blessings and disasters were accompanied by blessings and disasters. Calamities and tribulations had a rule, that was, blessings and disasters were equal. The greater the calamities and tribulations, the more dangerous it was for Feng Yuan, but after passing them, he would gain even more benefits. Feng Yuan's transformation path Grandmaster had experienced 3 infusions of Reckless Savage's true meaning. The first was He Lolan's 10 extreme immortal ascension, the last 2 were his own earthly calamities, drawn out by the killer move immortal tribulation tempering aperture. Thus, to reach Grandmaster level, he had accumulated enough. Even though becoming a transformation path Grandmaster is worth celebrating, the current situation is not good. Fang Yuan was deeply worried. The calamities and tribulations were getting stronger each time. After passing the second earthly calamity, Fang Yuan already knew how much stronger the following calamities and tribulations would be. The second earthly calamity was very dangerous, he had only passed it. Along the way, the snow moon appeared. If not for Fang Yuan's decisiveness to attack, the consequences would have been unthinkable. At the final stage, Danghun Mountain was reduced to a mound. He had so little immortal essence that he could not even use an immortal killer move. He had to rely on the desolate beast to pass. It could be said that Fang Yuan had used up almost all of his trump cards. During the first earthly calamity, Reckless Savage's true meaning split a small portion of the calamity and tribulation's power. Providence's snow monsters did not have the initiative. During the second earthly calamity, Providence's plan was very thorough. It even took into account Reckless Savage's true meaning. It even made use of it and influenced it to transform into the snow moon, increasing the power of the wind flower tribulation. Providence can think of the third earthly calamity. It must have considered Danghun Mountain and my current immortal killer moves. There are also the Desolate Beast and Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong's subordinates. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan underwent tribulation after tribulation. He had a deeper understanding of Providence. On the other hand, Providence was the same, it also probed deeper into Fang Yuan's information. Currently, Fang Yuan had 7 methods to undergo tribulation. The first was to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain, using Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer move to draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning and divide Providence's control over the calamity and tribulation. The second was to use Dogshit Luck, using Luck Path to weaken the calamity and tribulation. The third was Attitude Gu, Dark Limit Gu, and Change Form Gu. There was also Familiar Face, which could transform into countless forms and confuse Providence. The fourth was Strength Path, Sword Path, Blood Path, and other Immortal Gu, as well as Immortal Killer moves. They were direct confrontation methods. The fifth was Danghun Mountain, it had a huge geographical advantage. The sixth was the complete otherworldly demon identity. Providence could not influence Fang Yuan's thoughts. The seventh was some external forces. For example, desolate beasts like the Spinefin Star Dragonfish and Sharkfin Wolf, Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong, Langya Sex Hairyman Gu Immortals, and so on. All these methods and trump cards. The will of the heavens was already clear. At most, the seventh external force will have some changes. But these external forces are not reliable. My enslavement path attainment level is not high. I am not proficient in enslavement methods. Spinefin Star Dragonfish, Sharkfin Wolf, and so on. They can be enslaved by me, but they can also be used by Providence to regain freedom through calamities and tribulations. Thus, when I undergo tribulation, I only hid these outside because I was afraid Providence would use them instead. There is also the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. He is a variant human Gu Immortal, he has sufficient intelligence. If he regains freedom, he will be more dangerous than desolate beasts. Unless I have no other choice, I will not expose the sovereign immortal aperture secret to him. Most importantly, he had once used heaven's wish to descend into Tai by blessed land in the form of an earthly calamity. If he is like the snow monsters, easily influenced by Providence and turned against me, that would be terrible. At this rate, my third earthly calamity will be a situation where I have a slim chance of survival, and my fourth earthly calamity will be a hopeless situation where I will die. Fang Yuan was clear about his situation. Even though he passed the second earthly calamity, Jewel Yellow Skies was not opened, his cultivation would not have much progress without the help of resources. Gu Immortals undergoing tribulations were in such a situation. The calamities and tribulations get stronger each time. The Gu Immortal had to work hard to increase their strength beyond the increase of the calamities and tribulations. The weaker the Gu Immortal's aptitude and foundation, the weaker the calamities and tribulations, the longer the interval, it was not difficult to continue cultivating. But Fang Yuan's aptitude and foundation were number one since ancient times. He had the sovereign immortal fetus and could cultivate in all sects. That was why the calamities and tribulations were so terrifying. The increase in strength was unheard of, and the interval between each calamity was only 2 months. If it were any other Gu Immortal, they would have died long ago. Only Fang Yuan's aptitude was strong. and he had painstakingly preserved a considerable amount of cultivation resources, allowing him to last until now. Thinking about how many immortal Gu Fangyuan had, how many immortal killer moves, how many Grandmaster attainment levels he had, as well as Danghun Mountain, Langya sect, and other external factors that he could use. But even so, Fangyuan's future was not looking good. The closure of Jewel Yellow Skies has completely disrupted my plans and rhythm. At this rate, I will not be able to survive. What troubled Fangyuan was Jewel Yellow Skies. If Jewel Yellow Skies opened, everything would be smooth sailing for him, but when would Jewel Yellow Skies open, nobody could say for sure. Maybe at the next moment, maybe in a few months. With Fangyuan's situation, if Jewel Yellow Skies opened in a few months, he would definitely die. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter and his strength rose sharply. Day after day of waiting, Jewel Yellow Skies did not show any signs of activity. Fangyuan's injuries had already healed, but his immortal aperture's development had not improved at all. Langya sect's development had also been obstructed. Land Spirit of Langya had summoned Fangyuan many times, discussing the matter of taking down the Falling Star Hound. Fangyuan naturally did not agree. The relationship between the two continued to deteriorate. Land Spirit of Langya lowered the reward for Fangyuan's mission of guiding the hairy man Gu immortals to the lowest point. Fangyuan had almost no gains. Under Sixth Hair's instigation, the other hairy man Gu immortals also started to feel indifferent towards Fangyuan. They even started to hate him. Even though the second earthly calamity was over, Fangyuan's situation was getting worse. Should he wait for Jewel Yellow Skies to open, or should he change and adapt? Fangyuan was facing such a difficult problem now. To be continued. Fangyuan thought about it for a long time. He chose to wait. After the second earthly calamity, he gained a deeper understanding of Providence. Taichio seems to be safe, but Providence has already made arrangements. They are just waiting for me to go there. Earlier, when Langya sect was developing in Taichio, everything was going smoothly. It was most likely because of Providence's enticement. After that, the Falling Star Hound appeared. It was Providence's probing and pressure. They wanted to use Langya sect to force me out. In that case, it's even more impossible for me to go. Maybe Fangyuan was overthinking things? Maybe Providence was not so resourceful. Maybe Providence did not have the time to make arrangements in Taichio. Fangyuan thought about this, but he got rid of this wishful thinking. He could live until now because he was vigilant. He did not want to get lucky. Everything should be prepared for the worst. He did not want others to love him. He did not want the world to be kind to him. He did not want fate to favor him. He had to rely on himself. He waited. Fangyuan calmed down. He waited for Jewel Yellow Skies to open. He had to consider everything. This was the safest and most advantageous method for him. Time continued to pass. Soon, half a month passed. Jewel Yellow Skies did not show any signs of activity. Sixth Hair was jumping around. The hairy man Gu immortal's attitude towards Fangyuan was getting worse. Someone even pointed at Fangyuan's nose, scolding him for having ill intentions, saying that even though he joined Langya sect, he was not truly contributing to the sect. I have my own difficulties in all of this. Fangyuan explained plainly. From then on, he stayed in Cloud City and rarely moved about. He also rarely took on missions to guide hairy man Gu immortals in battle. Because the rewards of this mission were too low due to the land spirit of Langya. He could not manage his immortal aperture, and was barely proficient in transformation path methods. Fangyuan did not idle. He used wisdom path methods to make many deductions. But there was no light of wisdom. This made Fangyuan feel a huge difference. The progress of the deduction was rather slow. Compared to the instant results of the light of wisdom, it was like the difference between clouds and mud. What does the attitude of others matter? As long as I join the Langya sect. It's not against the sect's rules. Why would Langya land spirit violate his own rules first and remove my status as a guest grand elder? The possibility is very small. Fangyuan continued to wait. Even though the environment around him was putting more and more pressure on him, he remained unmoved. 10 days later. Northern Plains, Myriad Bean Garden. The land here was fertile, and the weather was beautiful. Green fields were irrigated by spring water, and the roads were crisscrossed. When Shudu arrived, he looked around and couldn't help but feel much better. he said loudly, fellow Taoist Xianxia Xian. As expected of the number 1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains. The outside world of Northern Plains is already filled with bloodshed, but you are farming here leisurely, you are truly an unworldly expert. In the hundreds of thousands of acres of green fields, there were many figures who were bent over farming. Most of them were ink men, they had black skin and white hair, they were a type of variant humans. One of them was a human, he was dressed like an old farmer and had a slightly hunched back. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s, he had deep wrinkles on his face and his coarse hands were holding 2 peculiar bean sprouts. His trousers were rolled up, he was stepping on the muddy water. He did not have the demeanor of a Gu immortal, he was like a mortal. But after hearing Chu Du's words, he raised his head and stood up. Facing the famous domination immortal of Northern Plains, he did not show any fear or uneasiness. Instead, he smiled lightly, Chu Du, you think too highly of me. How can I be called the number 1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains? There is always someone better than you, who knows how many capable people are hidden in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. I inherited old immortal Tian Yuan's true inheritance, but I was not skilled enough and my foundation was exposed. In my early days, I fought with Dongfang Naganori and lost to him by more than a little. Forget about the title of number 1, forget about it. This wisdom path Gu immortal Xianxia Xian was originally immortal, he could not even be considered a Gu master. But due to a fortuitous encounter, he obtained a huge immortal opportunity. Eventually, he inherited the true inheritance of the famous wisdom path great expert old immortal Tian Yuan and became a wisdom path Gu immortal. Back then, when Dongfang Naganori revived his tribe and led Dongfang tribe to rise up, he naturally had to infringe on other people's benefits. Even though Xianxia Xian inherited the true inheritance and became a Gu immortal, his aptitude was ordinary, his immortal aperture was ordinary, his calamities and tribulations were not intense, and because of his nature, he did not have any ambitions. He had been cultivating at home, but Dongfang tribe's expansion disturbed his peaceful life. Even though Xianxia Xian was unwilling, Dongfang Naganori was too domineering. After losing to Dongfang Naganori, he was chased out of Myriad Bean Garden and had to roam outside. While roaming, he interacted with other Gu immortals, letting Northern Plains Gu immortal world know about him. Later on, when Dongfang Naganori died, Dongfang tribe's headquarters were destroyed, countless cultivation resources were plundered by others. As a super force, Dongfang tribe was like a red flower of the past, vanishing in a single day. Without Dongfang Naganori, Dongfang tribe completely collapsed. Xianxia Xian took the chance to return to his former home, becoming the owner of Myriad Bean Garden. Even though his aptitude was ordinary, the true inheritance he inherited was very impressive. Northern Plains Gu immortals respected him as the number 1 person after Dongfang Naganori. With Dongfang Naganori's death, he naturally rose and became the publicly recognized number 1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. But he did not have any grand aspirations or ambitions, he was willing to be ordinary, he did not want to give up his mortal life after becoming a Gu immortal, he personally went to the garden to farm every day. Of course, Myriad Bean Garden was huge, most of the labor was done by inkmen. Gu immortal Xianxia Xian's inkman slaves were famous in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Chu Du smiled, he walked in front of Xianxia Xian, Brother Tian is magnanimous. If I had Brother Tian's wisdom path attainment, I would have claimed to be number 1 long ago and looked down on Northern Plains. Let's see who can match me in this world. Xianxia Xian squinted, laughing heartily, Brother Chu, you are an overlord among immortals with great ambitions, I cannot compare to you. What? Brother Chu, do you also want to profit from that He tribe? So you came here today to ask me to deduce something for you? Chu Du nodded, before shaking his head. He tribe is about to be destroyed, just like Dongfang tribe. Right now, almost all of Northern Plains Gu immortal world is attacking and plotting against He tribe. However, I do not want to go over and get involved in this mess. I am here. I have something more important to ask Brother Tian to deduce for me. A look of admiration appeared on Xianxia Xian's face. Good. As expected of domination immortal Chu Du, you do not go with the flow. Such perseverance. What do you want me to deduce? I want you to deduce a person. This is a clue. Chu Du said as he handed an immortal Gu to Xianxia Xian. This immortal goo was like a silver-winged dragonfly, its wings were shining with silver light. Xianxia's gaze turned cold. A rank 7 sword path immortal goo. He was slightly surprised, a profound aura emanated from his body. He gave the answer himself, this is flying sword immortal goo, Bo Qing used it before. As expected of Xianxia, that is indeed the case. Chu Du praised, explaining his purpose. It turned out that he wanted to obtain the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method from Feng Yuan, to draw out reckless savages' true meaning to help him cultivate. Compared to the tempering aperture method, his previous method of nurturing strength path goo masters to become immortals. It was too cumbersome and inefficient. Even though he kept Feng Yuan's flying sword immortal goo, he could not catch up to Feng Yuan, he could only compromise with Feng Yuan. But after that, Feng Yuan left. Even though he gave Chu Du his contact details, Chu Du could not get a reply. Occasionally, Feng Yuan would reply, but they were all perfunctory. Chu Du became increasingly anxious. Especially when Jewel Yellow Skies closed a few months ago. Chu Du completely lost contact with Feng Yuan. Chu Du was also one of the goo immortals who was looking forward to the opening of Jewel Yellow Skies. But thinking about it, he felt that even if Jewel Yellow Skies opened, Feng Yuan would not care about him. It was quite unbelievable. What kind of person was Chu Du? He actually had to beg a goo immortal to pay attention to him. But the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method was very important, it was Chu Du's opportunity to cultivate. Chu Du even ignored He Tribe's storm, he went to find Xianxia. He wanted to use his method to deduce Feng Yuan's location. Since you're ignoring me, then I'll take the initiative to find you. Chu Du thought. This was the domination immortal style. Xianxia continued to deduce. After a while, he said, good. This immortal goo is still the target, Brother Chu, you did the right thing by not forcefully refining it. This way, I have a 50% chance of deducing his location. Chu Du frowned, only 50%? If the other party is hiding in his immortal aperture, I will not be able to deduce him. A 50% chance is already very high. Xianxia said. Chu Du nodded helplessly, then, Brother Tian, please do it. Let's go somewhere else. I need about 3 days. Xianxia blessed land. Feng Yuan returned to his cloud city. Earlier, he was summoned by the land spirit of Xianxia, but this time, it was not to urge him to attack the falling star hound, but to tell him that something big was happening in northern plains. He Tribe. Feng Yuan muttered as his gaze flickered. He Tribe was facing the danger of being destroyed, it was not good. Speaking of which, Feng Yuan was one of the main culprits in this situation. Let's review the development of the situation. Feng Yuan destroyed 88-point Xinyang Tower and destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. Northern Plains' righteous path was incomparably shocked and furious, they tried to find him by all means possible. But at that time, Shadow Sect helped to conceal him. Feng Yuan also worked hard and managed to deceive them for some time. Next, He Qing joined Shadow Sect, and the Celestial Court Gu Immortals led by Feng Zhouge engaged in the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley. He Qing abandoned the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison and escaped, he was dealt with by Feng Yuan. Next, Blazing Heaven Demonis dealt with Old Ancestor Xue Shan, both sides reached a compromise. Blazing Heaven Demonis repelled He Tribe's 4 Supreme Elders' Green City Rampage, while Old Ancestor Xue Shan took the chance to steal immortal materials from He Tribe's headquarters, earning a huge fortune. Finally, during the Battle of Etian Mountain, Shadow Sect was destroyed, nobody covered for Feng Yuan, Celestial Court exposed Feng Yuan's secret to the public, the truth of the Imperial Court case was revealed. Northern Plains Gu Immortals naturally wanted to get rid of Feng Yuan, but they could not deduce Feng Yuan's location. Firstly, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were too rare. Secondly, Feng Yuan was a coward, he always stayed in Xianxia Blessed Land. Thirdly, this damned scoundrel actually had extraordinary Wisdom Path attainment. Northern Plains Gu Immortals could not find He Lulan and Tai Baiyunxing either. Feng Yuan was the main culprit, they were the accomplices. But they were following Yingwu Xianao. Central Continent's Celestial Court made a move but could not catch them. Northern Plains Gu Immortals were furious, especially the Righteous Path Gu Immortals, those dominating super forces and Huangjin tribes. Their lives were originally very beautiful, relying on their ancestor Giant Sun Immortals' blessings, they could bully demonic path and lone immortals, and play the imperial court contest game once every 10 years. It was quite exciting. All in all, the righteous path was prosperous, the Huangjin tribes dominated northern plains, the overall situation could not be shaken. But imperial court blessed land was destroyed, 88-point Xianxia Tower collapsed, all of this beautiful foundation had completely collapsed. The culprit could not be found, the accomplices could not be found, so they could only look for He tribe, who asked He Lulan to be a member of He tribe. If He tribe did not take the blame, who would? He tribe is in such a situation, should I interfere? Fang Yuan considered the feasibility of this. Even though He tribe was a super force, a Huangjin tribe, among the super forces of northern plains, it was still weak. Furthermore, it was surrounded now, it was facing the entire northern plains immortal world, its ending was self-evident. It would definitely end up with a broken family and dead people. Even if He tribe was unwilling, how could they resist the entire immortal world alone, unless they had the protection of a rank 8 immortal? But He tribe did not have such a person. He tribe's 4 supreme elders could form the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, to a certain extent, it could match rank 8 battle strength. But this was the only trump card He tribe could take out. Fang Yuan got more excited as he thought about it. To him, the current situation was chaotic, everyone wanted to take a bite out of He tribe. In such a situation, there were bound to be opportunities. Don't forget, Fang Yuan had a huge advantage, he had the Gu Immortal. Captive He Qing was a Gu Immortal, he was different from ordinary He tribe Gu Immortals. He had authority, he was deeply trusted by the 4 supreme elders. He tribe's 4 supreme elders were cultivating the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. There was a flaw, they could not split up, they could only delegate their authority. He Qing was the representative they were satisfied with, He Qing managed He tribe's daily affairs, he knew everything about He tribe. He Qing was in Fang Yuan's hands, he could search his soul, will, and all sorts of methods. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster, He Qing could not resist him. Right now, Fang Yuan knew a lot about He tribe, he knew more about them than those Huangjin tribes that were fighting He tribe, he knew more about them, he knew more about them. He had so much information to back it up. Fang Yuan had a huge advantage to begin with. There was another crucial point in He tribe that attracted Fang Yuan the most. That was He Fan's true inheritance. He Fan was also a He tribe Gu Immortal, he was a famous historical figure, he had died long ago. But in the past, He Fan cultivated time path to rank 8 level. He controlled He tribe, allowing He tribe to dominate a region at that time. It was also one of the top super forces, it was very powerful and glorious. However, one's lifespan was limited, after He Fan died, He tribe gradually weakened. Some of the other superpowers prospered. He Fan was dying. He left behind his Zhou Ao true inheritance, but none of He tribe's descendants could inherit it. A rank 8 Gu Immortal's true inheritance, if successfully inherited, might be able to nurture a rank 8 Gu Immortal. If He tribe really had a rank 8 Gu Immortal, the current situation would not be like this. In the world of Gu Immortals, rank 6 Gu Immortals were at the bottom, rank 7 Gu Immortals were in the middle, and rank 8 Gu Immortals were at the top. If He tribe had a rank 8 Gu Immortal. If He Lulan became the culprit behind the destruction of 88-point Xianxia Tower, He tribe would be able to bear the consequences. Were there any rank 8 Gu Immortals? The deterrence of a superpower was on a completely different level, even if this He tribe rank 8 Gu Immortal was besieged by other rank 8 Gu Immortals, they would at most have to pay a huge price and pay resources and compensation, the tribe would at least be able to survive. Not like now. Even though He tribe had many Gu Immortals, they could not protect the tribe. He Fan true inheritance. Fang Yuan muttered to himself, bright light flashing in his eyes. In my current situation, the biggest obstacle is providence. And providence's strongest method is calamities and tribulations. Every calamity and tribulation is like the gates of hell. I am too easily targeted by providence, it is too dangerous. And the interval between each calamity and tribulation is only 2 months in the outside world. This is too short. If he had more time, Fang Yuan would be able to face the test of the calamities and tribulations more easily. But Fang Yuan had such aptitude, the sovereign immortal fetus was too monstrous. This was a heaven-defying creation, heaven and earth could not tolerate it. However, man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu immortals had unparalleled intelligence. Regarding the interval between calamities and tribulations, predecessors had thought of countless methods. Among them, the most mainstream method was time path delaying methods. Xianxia blessed land was like this. Long-hair ancestor had once invited a time path great expert to greatly reduce the time flow in Xianxia immortal aperture. This way, the interval between calamities and tribulations was even longer. After long-hair ancestor died, this blessing was also passed down. This allowed the land spirit of Xianxia to have sufficient time to react and prepare, to deal with every calamity and tribulation. I don't know any time path Gu immortals. Even Tai Baiyunxing could not slow the time in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan knew about Tai Bai's inheritance, because he had once soul-searched Tai Baiyunxing in imperial court blessed land. But the truth was, not all time path Gu immortals had methods to slow the time in the immortal aperture. Tai Baiyunxing was an obvious example. Even if I know any time path Gu immortals, or take the initiative to get to know some time path experts, my sovereign immortal aperture is too secretive. It is an important matter. How can I let these time path Gu immortals know about it? They are hard to trust. Instead of relying on others, I should rely on myself. If I can obtain He Fan's true inheritance and slow the time in the immortal aperture, that would be amazing. Ordinary time path true inheritances might not have methods to slow the time in the immortal aperture. But He Fan's true inheritance was not ordinary. It was left behind by the rank 8 He Fan. In He tribe's history, it was clearly recorded. When He Fan was alive, he helped many He tribe Gu immortals to slow the time in their immortal apertures. This way, He tribe's Gu immortals could deal with calamities and tribulations easily. Their chances of passing tribulations were greatly increased. As time passed, He tribe's Gu immortals surpassed the other super forces. Above them was the rank 8 Gu immortal He Fan, who dominated northern plains, and below them were a large number of He tribe rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals. They had the advantage in numbers. This created the dominance of He tribe in history. Fang Yuan knew about He tribe's history through the captive He Qing. Blazing Heaven Demoness also knew about this. She had a time path injury. Time flowed very quickly. She had no choice but to turn into an immortal zombie. To heal her injuries, Blazing Heaven Demoness made a scheme to let her sister Su Xianxia infiltrate He tribe, to obtain He Fan's true inheritance and heal her injuries. But to think that Su Xianxia's act turned into reality, she fell in love with He Qing and gave birth to He Lulan, creating a scene of love and hate. All in all, as long as Fang Yuan obtained He Fan's true inheritance, he would be able to slow the time in his immortal aperture. Once the time in his immortal aperture was prolonged, Fang Yuan's situation would change drastically. Even though the time in his immortal aperture was prolonged, the cultivation resources inside would be produced slower, and his cultivation level would not grow as fast as before. It was safe and stable. Fang Yuan's cultivation pressure and difficulty would decrease by more than a level. The advantages definitely outweighed the disadvantages. He Fan's true inheritance. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more excited he got. To him, this was the key to breaking out of this predicament. If I leave and go to He tribe to participate in this chaotic battle, there are many ways to do that. Knowing valuable information is my first advantage. Secondly, I have dark limit immortal Gu. I can conceal my aura. Providence cannot sense me. Thirdly, I have familiar face and change form immortal Gu to disguise my identity. I can take advantage of the chaos. Should I go or not? Fang Yuan thought about it for a while, but he still chose to watch from the sidelines. He did not move immediately. He tribe's situation was too chaotic. Righteous path, demonic path, and lone immortals all wanted a share of the loot. The situation was chaotic. All sorts of people appeared one after another. Among the rank 6 Gu immortals, there were low-level Gu immortals like Old Lu. There were also ordinary Gu immortals like Qing Xianzi, as well as Zhuozhan, Divine Lord Tiandu, Shiho, and other experts. Among the famous rank 7 experts, there were Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan. According to some vague rumors, Heavenly Lord Baizu was showing signs of appearing, an old ancestor Shui who was also not willing to be left out. Fang Yuan assessed the situation. He felt that the time was not ripe yet. This was only the early and middle stages. All sorts of forces and Gu immortals were devouring He tribe's resource points. These Gu immortals were still a long way from the main camp. All sorts of forces were hindering each other, it was chaotic. Countless people were fighting against each other. If they could not determine who was stronger, how could they seize the resources? If Fang Yuan went in now, he might be implicated, no matter what identity he disguised himself as. Moreover, Dark Limit Immortal Gu's protection could only last for a while, it could not last long. The most crucial thing was Providence. Providence was likely to make arrangements against Fang Yuan. What did Providence know? Spring-Autumn Cicada had Providence. Spring-Autumn Cicada had followed Fang Yuan for so long, Providence probably knew everything. In the transaction with Sixth Hair, Shadow Sect told Fang Yuan, Providence was vast, it was everywhere. Providence itself covered the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This advantage was unparalleled, it knew a lot of information and secrets. All sorts of reasons prevented Fang Yuan from acting or attacking casually. He decided to wait for He tribe's situation to clear up a little. He would be able to see the situation clearly and gain the upper hand. The key to this operation was speed. After accumulating strength and striking with one strike, he would leave. There was no more suitable and correct battle tactic than this. Fang Yuan waited patiently, using Xianxia Sect's channels to understand the outside world situation. Days passed. The battles surrounding He tribe were getting more and more intense. Countless Gu immortals were involved, they had their own victories and defeats, there were endless schemes and plots, it was like a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool continued to expand, drawing in even more people. This way, the whirlpool itself became even more chaotic. Many secluded cultivators could not resist the temptation, they showed themselves. Of course, there were also people like Fang Yuan, they did not act. Several days later, in Myriad Bean Garden. I have tried my best, but the other party seems to be inside his immortal aperture, there is no result. Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xianxia inside, he had a guilty expression. So that's it. Chudu showed an unconcealable look of disappointment. However, I have gained something else on my side. Xianxia suddenly changed the topic. Oh? What do you mean, Brother Tian? Chudu was confused. Shortly after, he saw Xianxia return Flying Sword Immortal Gu to him. He pointed at this Immortal Gu and said, This Flying Sword Immortal Gu is not simple, there is an imprint on it. I have already analyzed this imprint, it is the key to opening an immortal true inheritance. What? There is such a thing. Chudu was greatly surprised, his heart pounded, is this sword Immortal Bo Qing Sword Path true inheritance? No, no. Hearing Chudu's guess, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xianxia shook his head. This insignia is an information path method, according to my deductions, it should be an information path true inheritance, and the location of the true inheritance is not in Northern Plains, but Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea, information path true inheritance? Chudu frowned, his expectations fell by a lot. Originally, he had little hope of cultivating a sword path true inheritance. Because he cultivated strength path, he had a huge foundation of strength path Dao marks. It was very difficult for him to cultivate other paths. But Sword Path had strong offensive capabilities, and it was related to the legendary pseudo-venerable Bo Qing. Chudu was naturally very curious. But now that he heard Information Path, this curiosity decreased by many times. With Chudu's knowledge and experience, he knew the advantages that Information Path could bring to his cultivation. But he had a direct personality, he had great ambitions, he preferred to have more offensive methods. He was called Domination Immortal. There was a saying, there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. Since Chudu could not cultivate Sword Path, he could not cultivate Information Path. In this world, from ancient times until now, only Fang Yuan could cultivate all the sects. Other Gu immortals who cultivated 2 paths would have to spend a lot of time and effort. Unless there was a special situation and they had a good immortal Gu, most situations would have more disadvantages than advantages. It was not a wise move. Seeing Chudu's expression, Xianxia knew what he was thinking. He urged, Brother Chu, don't underestimate this insignia. According to my deduction, I only engraved Flying Sword Immortal Gu later. This information path method is simply unheard of, it has broadened my horizons, it is not ordinary. Chudu's expression became solemn. Once he was reminded, he felt that Xianxia's words were not false, if it was engraved on ordinary rocks, clouds, or water. It was not strange. But engraved on goo worms, this was very rare. Because this flying sword immortal goo was a rank 7 sword path goo, man was the spirit of all living beings, goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Goo immortals underwent tribulations time and time again, adding Dao marks to their bodies. As for the immortal goo themselves, they were fragments of Dao marks of different paths. They would cause internal friction, conflict, and rejection. This insignia was an information path method. It was also a trace of information path Dao mark. It was actually able to imprint on a sword path Dao mark fragment and even survive for a long time. He was like a lone boat in the midst of a tsunami, unwavering. Looking at it this way, this kind of information path method was simply shocking. Brother Chu. How about I negotiate with you? Xianxia suddenly said. Chu Du smiled lightly. Even though he was not a wisdom path goo immortal, he could guess Xianxia's thoughts. Chu Du waved his hand and interrupted Xianxia. Brother Tian, please don't blame me. This flying sword immortal goo is not mine, it belongs to my friend. To tell you the truth, this friend of mine has been missing for a long time. I am worried, so I asked you to calculate his whereabouts. The immortal fate on it naturally belongs to him. The deduction of a wisdom path goo immortal. It couldn't be obtained out of thin air. One needed to have a basic clue. And the more clues there were, the easier it would be to deduce and evolve. Thus, wisdom path goo immortals often yearned for information path methods. Xianxia was originally not interested in most information path methods because his master was old immortal Tian Yuan, and his wisdom path inheritance was extraordinary. As a result, his horizons were raised by many levels. But this information path true inheritance in front of him was too outstanding, even a goo immortal like him who was willing to live a normal life was moved. In that case, I was rude. Hearing Chu Du's direct rejection, Xianxia's tone was very dejected, but he still returned flying sword immortal goo to Chu Du. This rank 7 sword path immortal goo was only a crucial clue for the deduction, it was not Chu Du's payment to Xianxia. Of course, Chu Du asked Xianxia to deduce for him, the payment was very generous. This deduction did not achieve Brother Chu's goal. According to the rules, I will return half of the payment. Xianxia looked at flying sword immortal goo being kept in his immortal aperture by Chu Du, he sighed and said. Chu Du shook his head and laughed, no need, even though I did not achieve my goal, I did not leave empty-handed. Brother Tian is indeed the #1 wisdom path goo immortal in Northern Plains, the payment was worth it. I will take my leave now. Chu Du was known as the domination immortal, but he was not arrogant to the point where he did not know how to behave. Xianxia was one of the few wisdom path great experts in Northern Plains, he might need his help in the future. How could Chu Du let go of this relationship so easily? This? Xianxia hesitated. However, Chu Du had already left. He did things swiftly and decisively, very straightforward and efficient. When he left, he was actually very happy. The rank 7 flying sword itself could attract a goo immortal's attention. Now that there was an information path true inheritance clue, Chu Du felt that Feng Yuan would not give up no matter how he thought about it. This way, he had a higher chance of blackmailing Feng Yuan. The method to draw out reckless savage's true meaning, I must obtain it. The fire in Chu Du's heart burned intensely. Xianxia looked at Chu Du's departing figure as he sighed helplessly. If it were anyone else, he might have tried to snatch it. But the other party was the domination immortal. Chu Du only cultivated strength path, while Xianxia cultivated wisdom path, but Xianxia could not muster the courage to deal with Chu Du's strength path was declining, but wisdom path had always been noble and rare. But since ancient times, there had never been a path to decide who was stronger, there was only the strongest goo immortal, there was no strongest goo worm or path. Man was the spirit of all living beings, goo were the essence of heaven and earth. To humans, goo worms were just tools. Time passed, Northern Plains was in a turbulent situation. The encirclement around He tribe was gradually closing in. Like Feng Yuan had guessed, He tribe was fighting against the entire Northern Plains goo immortal world alone. How could they have any chance of winning? Even though He tribe's goo immortals resisted intensely, they were still losing time and time again. The bloody aura of battle and the huge benefits that He tribe represented attracted more and more hyenas and vicious sharks. He tribe's headquarters, Iron Eagle Blessed Land. At this moment, He tribe's Gu immortals gathered together. They were gloomy and gloomy. He tribe's 4 supreme elders were at the highest positions. He Qing was already captured by Feng Yuan, his good friend He Bai was injured. Besides them, there were 6 other He tribe Gu immortals, they were all rank 6. The atmosphere was very tense. The tribe is facing a great calamity. Everyone here is the backbone of our He tribe. Tell me, how can we survive this calamity? First Supreme Elder spoke first, breaking the silence. But He tribe's Gu immortals looked at each other. No one spoke for a while. This was not the first time they had discussed this. During the previous discussion, they had spoken up enthusiastically. Someone suggested they had to retaliate strongly. Towards those who dared to extend their hands into He tribe's territory, they had to punish and attack them severely. Of course, their main goal was to seek peace. Any kind of peace had to be fought. He tribe's Gu immortals were not fools, they naturally knew this principle. Unfortunately, even though the principle was clear, after He tribe used it, they could not fight 4 hands. Even though they retaliated strongly, they were forced to retreat again and again. Right now, almost everyone in He tribe was injured. There was even a rank 6 Gu immortal who had died. Second Supreme Elder sighed, if not for the 4 of us making a mistake in cultivating Green City Rampage, we would not have been separated from each other. Otherwise, the current situation would be much better. He tribe occupied a lot of resources, but He tribe had few Gu immortals, most of them only had rank 6 cultivation level. As far as the surrounding forces were concerned, He tribe had few troops. Their battle strength was also not high, they could not control the situation. It is all He Chang's fault. This person is the main culprit of our He tribe. What kind of daughter did he raise? She made such a huge mistake. He even lost the tribe's immortal Gu House Dark Prison, he deserves to die. A He tribe Gu immortal cursed in pain. That's right, that's right. He Qing has committed a heinous crime. At once, He tribe's Gu immortals spoke up, everyone was agitated. He Qing lost the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. This was a huge mistake indeed. Otherwise, with Dark Prison, together with the 4 Supreme Elders' Green City Rampage, they would not be in such a passive situation. First Supreme Elder was silent. Dark Prison was originally owned by him, he had lent it to He Qing. But He Qing had lost Dark Prison, First Supreme Elder was also responsible for his negligence. Normally, the 4 Supreme Elders trusted He Qing deeply and let him manage the tribe's affairs on their behalf. He tribe's Gu immortals were cursing and criticizing right now. They were actually vaguely dissatisfied with the 4 Supreme Elders, it was just that they could not vent it out directly. After a while, Third Supreme Elder finally lost his patience and said, alright, at this point in time, the matter has already happened, what use is cursing? If the tribe's crisis of survival was lessened by these curses, I would have already cursed to the heavens. Everyone has the same surname He, we all have the same bloodline, if the tribe perishes, there will be no intact eggs in the nest, you should all understand the logic. Once he said this, the cursing subsided. Fourth Supreme Elder coughed, regarding the current situation, anyone can speak their mind. The immortals were silent. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great, it was hard to have any effective countermeasures. I have some opinions. At this time a rank 6 Gu immortal suddenly spoke. Everyone looked at him, it was He Bai. This immortal cultivated wood path, he had rank 6 cultivation level, he was called He tribe's Rockman when he was young, he was clumsy with words and had a simple and refined personality. He was usually the closest to He Qing, they had a deep friendship. Speak, we are all ears. Let's see what unique opinions you, He Bai, have? The Gu immortals' words were sharp, they hated He Qing to the core, even He Bai was disliked by them. He Bai's expression did not change, he was like a rock, he spoke in a low voice, I do not need to say much about the current situation, everyone is clear about it. Not only Righteous Path and Demonic Path Gu immortals, even Lone Cultivator Gu immortals have appeared, wanting to take a bite out of our He tribe. In the end, it is all about benefits. Everyone gives the wall a push when it is down, the survival of the tribe is the most important thing. As long as we can survive, resources, benefits, reputation, they are all external things, we can give them up. Are you proposing to surrender? Unfortunately, traitors like He Qing and He Lulan appeared in our tribe. Imperial court blessed land is destroyed. Do you think the other Huangjin tribes will let us off easily? A Gu immortal sneered and mocked. He Bai slowly shook his head. The Huangjin tribes naturally won't, but in northern plains, there is one person who can help our He tribe escape this calamity. Who? He Bai slowly said a name. The immortals heard this and were all shocked. P.S. Everyone can guess who this person is. Tonight, Venerable Gu's WeChat public account will be sharing the wind flower snow moon tribulation diagram created by a book friend. Everyone is welcome to appreciate it. To be continued. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was dyed red like fire. It was too beautiful to behold. A gentle breeze blew, causing the golden wheat on the ground to ripple. This is the wheat field that He tribe nurtured. It is quite grand. Gu immortal Lu Qingming floated in the sky, looking down as he said plainly. He tribe planted large amounts of wheat here. This type of wheat was called golden wheat. It matured once every 2 years, but what it produced was not barley for human consumption, but a kind of metal called gold essence. This place was originally a barren wasteland. Because it was rich in minerals, it even formed bare ore, so not a single blade of grass grew. He tribe planted the golden wheat and used this method to mine here. Not only did they use ingenious ideas, they also put in a lot of effort. That was why this vast wheat field was formed. Even Lu Qingming couldn't see the end of the wheat field even from high up in the sky. There was another person standing beside Lu Qingming. This person was called Su Guang. He was a light path Gu immortal. His eyes were filled with fervor as he looked at the wheat field under his feet. He tribe's wheat field is already famous in northern plains. Every time it was produced, at least 500,000 kilograms of gold essence could be harvested. These gold essences had always been a huge source of income for He tribe. Although these golden essences are only rank 5 mortal materials and we don't use them much, if we collect them and sell them, we can get a good price. Lu Qingming smiled and nodded. It's indeed worth it. I advise the two of you not to make a mistake. This place has already belonged to my Guang clan. A figure appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of Lu Qingming and Su Guang. His face was solemn. He was brimming with fighting spirit. The third eye on his forehead was extremely eye-catching. Lu Qingming and Su Guang exchanged glances and immediately reached a consensus. They had already sensed that there were Gu immortal auras here. Earlier, he said he would not move. It was to lure out the other Gu immortals. So it is Guang clan's Gu immortal, Guan Shenjiao. Lu Qingming said politely. I've long heard of the famous 3 elites of Earth. But in the battle of Dongfang Naganori, Han Dong had already died in Taichou. If the two of you insist on making a move today, I'm afraid the name of the Earth-traveling 3 elites will be completely erased. Guan Shenjiao wasn't polite at all. He was a Guan clan Gu immortal. Guan clan was a super force. Gold family. Therefore, he was full of confidence. Su Guang laughed heartily. You are of the righteous path, while us brothers are of the demonic path. The righteous and the demonic Tao are opposing each other. How can we retreat so easily? Naturally, we have to fight to determine the winner. Guan Shenjiao snorted coldly and directly attacked. In that instant, immortal energy swept outwards, radiance erupting. Both sides began to fight in the sky. 2 figures. One big and one small, flying close to the ground. Grandpa, where are we going? The younger one, who was only a young man, asked curiously. Hee, my good grandson, the place we are going to is the Gushing Spring Forest. Do you know? The large figure was an elderly Gu immortal wearing a yellow robe. His wide sleeves fluttered wildly in the wind. The youth rolled his eyes. The Gushing Spring Forest is an underground fountain that forms a forest of water columns. It is said that there are countless water path Gu worms and earth path Gu worms there. It is an important place for He tribe. Not bad. Grandpa did not teach you for nothing. My good grandson, aren't you cultivating the water Tao? This time, we are going to Gushing Spring Forest. What water path mortal Gu do we need? If he was lucky, he might even be able to plunder more springs. They are planted in Grandpa's immortal aperture. When you become an immortal one day, Grandpa will give these resources to you. The old Gu immortal said. The young man was moved, but said worriedly, Grandpa, you are only a bottom-tier rank 6 Gu immortal. If you attack He tribe's important place, what if you lose your life? The young man spoke bluntly, but the elderly Gu immortal did not get angry. He instead smiled and reminded his grandson, more than 10 days ago, He tribe's Gu immortals had already holed up in their headquarters. Right now, there are no Gu immortals guarding He tribe's important places outside. He tribe's Gu immortals are not here. What if there are other Gu immortals? Didn't we hear yesterday that even an old demon like Pai Shuihan appeared? The young man was still worried. You don't understand. The elderly Gu immortal was confident. Gushing Spring Forest might be He tribe's important place, but compared to the others, it is the lowest. An old demon like Pai Shuihan would not be interested in this place. The super forces closest to He tribe are Lu tribe, Guan tribe, and Yao tribe. We cannot snatch the resources from these 3 tribes. We will not attack those places that are too close to He tribe's headquarters. Those important treasure lands are being fought over by experts. We will not be able to get them. Even if we watch from the outside, we might lose our lives. Thus, Gushing Spring Forest is the most suitable choice for us. So that's it. The young man realized at once. Wind blew, the grandfather and grandson got closer to Gushing Spring Forest. Suddenly, the elderly Gu immortal's expression changed. He heard the sounds of intense battle. Oh no. The elderly Gu immortal's expression sank as he flew into the sky. Right now, the sun was shining brightly, the sunlight was scorching hot. Gushing Spring Forest entered the grandfather and grandson's vision, but they found that this place was already in a chaotic battle. The originally paradise-like Gushing Spring Forest was now in a mess. It was extremely chaotic. Spring water splashed everywhere, and explosions could be heard endlessly. At a glance, close to 10 Gu immortals were involved. At once, the grandfather and grandson looked at each other and smiled bitterly. What they could think of, others had already thought of. There were many wise bottom-tier Gu immortals. In the sky, dark clouds were gathering and it was raining. 2 groups of people were facing each other in the sky above this ordinary grassland. Guan tribe and Lu tribe. 3 Guan tribe Gu immortals, 2 Lu tribe Gu immortals. The atmosphere was not heavy. Instead, the leaders of the 2 sides were talking enthusiastically. If it weren't for the unsuitable weather, it would have been a tea party to reminisce about the past. Lord Third Supreme Elder, our side has the advantage. Why don't we take this chance and occupy this place? On Guan tribe's side, Gu immortal Guan Xianxia finally lost his patience and transmitted his voice. Guan tribe's 3rd Supreme Elder was talking enthusiastically with the other side, but he transmitted his voice to reject Guan Xianxia. You are muddle-headed. Have you forgotten the lesson from a few days ago? Recklessly attacking. In the end, it caused an even bigger commotion. We could not protect the golden wheat field and were robbed clean by other demonic path Gu immortals. This place hides a fragment of immemorial red heaven. It is an extremely important place. Who knows how many people are secretly paying attention to this place. But our Guan tribe and Lu tribe are considered to be local tyrants. That's why our 2 clans are competing openly. At this moment, we cannot be anxious, we cannot lose our sense of propriety and attack recklessly. Once we attack, the situation will go out of control. It will be easy for others to snatch victory. Guan Xianxia was reprimanded. He could not help but feel ashamed. He hurriedly transmitted his voice. My lord is right, Xianxia was too rash. Eastern Sea, on an inconspicuous nameless island. Yingwu Shi Nu, He Lulan, and Tai Baiyunqing appeared. This is the island. Yingwu looked around, letting out a breath of turbid air. Feng Yuan, this should be the turbulent flow sea area, right? Tai Baiyunqing guessed. He had once roamed Eastern Sea for a period of time. It was normal for him to have Eastern Sea mortal Gu that could tell directions. Yingwu smiled, that's right. This is the secret camp that Master gave me not long ago. We will rest here. Currently, he was still using Feng Yuan's identity to deceive Tai Baiyunqing. Among the 4 Gu immortals, only Tai Baiyunqing did not know the true details. Yingwu silently mobilized his thoughts. After a while, he waved his hand, follow me. Instantly, a certain arrangement that was hidden here was activated. Hei Lulan's group's vision changed. When they focused their eyes again, they were already under the island. This place had already been excavated, a luxurious palace with 5 floors was in front of him. This looks like an immortal goo house? Hei Lulan exclaimed internally. Shadow Sect was huge, they had arrangements all over the 5 regions. Even though they lost Etian Mountain, their remaining forces were not to be underestimated, but what happened next shocked her even more. The 3 immortals followed Xianxia. Inside the palace. The palace door opened by itself, evidently acknowledging Xia's identity and welcoming him. This is? So many immortal goo. After entering one of the palaces, Xianxia and Tai Baiyunxing could not help but exclaim. Xia smiled as he explained, the turbulent flow sea area has a great advantage, it gathers all kinds of water in the world, including the tributaries of the River of Time. Precisely so, even though this is not a blessed land, it is a rare treasure land in the 5 regions. My Shadow Sect had already found out the location of this tributary of the River of Time many years ago, thus we made arrangements on this island, digging out the island and placing an immortal goo house inside. We could also absorb the power of this tributary of the River of Time to refine goo. Thus, every once in a while, an immortal goo would be refined. Tai Baiyunxing had already guessed it, he could not help asking, don't tell me, this immortal goo house is the legendary Regret Pool? Xia nodded before shaking his head, but for most parts of Regret Pool, even though it recreates the most powerful goo refinement ability of Regret Pool, its offense and defense are very weak. Moreover, once it is placed, it cannot be moved. Tai Baiyunxing heard this and trembled in excitement. There are 3 pools in the world, Heavenly Pool, Regret Pool, and Wine Pool. They are famous in the 5 regions and have left their names in history. To think that I would have the fortune of seeing Regret Pool today. Hei Lulan's knowledge was lacking, her understanding of time path was naturally not as deep as Tai Baiyunxing. Refining immortal goo is extremely difficult. This Regret Pool can actually refine so many immortal goo with just one immortal goo house? Xia smiled as he explained, Regret Pool is a time path immortal goo house, its goo refinement ability can be huge or small. My Shadow Sect's goo immortals can refine immortal goo here, and if they succeed, the success mark will be preserved here. When the immortal goo is destroyed, Regret Pool can be activated, using the power of the tributary of the River of Time and the preserved success mark to refine the immortal goo again. The success rate is usually 50 to 60%. 50 to 60%? Hei Lulan was extremely shocked at such a high number. There are also many drawbacks. For example, after the goo refinement succeeds, the preserved mark will disappear, and the goo immortal will need to replenish it. Also, if not for the tributary of the River of Time hidden here, activating this ability will require a huge expenditure, it cannot be used often. Xia added. Hei Lulan still had some shock on her face, she looked at all the immortal goo in front of her and sighed from the bottom of her heart, even so, it is extremely strong. The remnant forces of Shadow Sect were not to be underestimated, there were more than 10 immortal goo in front of Hei Lulan and Tai Baiyunxing. But looking at these immortal goo, the joy that had just appeared on the 2's faces gradually faded. I have the great strength true martial physique, but there is not a single strength path immortal goo among these immortal goo. Hei Lulan shook her head and sighed, her tone filled with regret. Sigh. Feng Yuan, you know that I cultivate time path, if I use these immortal goo. Tai Baiyunxing's situation was the same, there was no time path among these immortal goo. Most of the immortal goo belonged to soul path. Xianxia was silent, he was an earth path goo immortal, there were 2 earth path immortal goo here, but his immortal goo had not decreased. Xia nodded, the smile on his face did not change. He knew that these immortal goo were destroyed in the Battle of Etian Mountain. These days, Immortal Goo House Regret Pool had been operating on its own, using the previous success mark and the tributary of the River of Time here to refine these immortal goo. Thus, Soul Path was the majority. There was originally a Time Path Immortal Goo, but the refinement failed. As for Strength Path Immortal Goo, there was none. That great strength true martial physique, Immortal Zombie Dili, was a rare dual cultivator of wisdom and strength in history. Unfortunately, when he refined the Strength Path Immortal Goo, Shadow Sect had not rebuilt Regret Pool yet, he could not leave behind any successful goo refinement mark. Don't worry. You're just worried about the internal friction between the Dao marks, but I have a wonderful method here that can allow you to cultivate another path. Moreover, the Tao marks of this path will not conflict with the Tao marks that you're cultivating. There is such a method in this world? Tai Baiyunxing's eyes bulged in shock. Shernu's gloomy expression also changed. This kind of method was simply unheard of. He Lulan narrowed her eyes. She suspected that Ing Wuxia was using this chance to increase his control over them. She felt that this was a scheme. She lightly said, "How can there be such a good thing in this world? There are gains and losses. Such a method has many drawbacks, right?" Ing Wuxia laughed. "I guarantee that there will be no side effects." He took a deep look at He Lulan, but his gaze darkened. Naturally, he thought of Feng Yuan, and could not help but feel depressed. Compared to sovereign immortal fetus Gu, the Tao marks of the two sects did not interfere with each other, so what was there to be surprised about? Shadow sect's sovereign immortal fetus Gu could cultivate all Tao marks at the same time, they did not interfere with each other. Spectral soul was inside the door of life and death. He devoured countless Gu immortal souls and obtained a vast amount of cultivation experience. After 100,000 years of preparation, he had pushed the realms of countless schools to the level of martial grandmasters. A long time ago, the Shadow sect had been practicing the dual cultivation method for a long time. It was the initial version that had been researched. His highest achievement was Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. In order to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow sect had spent 100,000 years. They used up the entire Shadow sect and Zombie Alliance's foundation, and even used Spectral Soul's main body to barely succeed. But heaven's plans supersede man's. Even though Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was refined, at the crucial moment, Feng Yuan took the fruits of his labor. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was a one-time consumable Gu. Feng Yuan had used rebirth. There were no more Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu in the world. In theory, it could be refined again. But to refine a second one, the price and risk was simply too great. Even Ing Wuxia did not have the courage to do so. Thus, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was basically extinct. Unless I capture Feng Yuan and use him as the main immortal material to reverse refine. But now is not the time to deal with him. I need to strengthen myself first, gather the remaining forces of Eastern Sea, and save my main body as soon as possible. Ing Wuxia sighed internally. Shadow sect and Feng Yuan's grudge had to be settled sooner or later, but there were priorities. Now was not the time to be entangled with Feng Yuan. Time passed quickly. Northern Plains, Lanya Blessed Land. It had been over a month since Feng Yuan's second earthly calamity. Jewel yellow skies did not open. There was no movement. Feng Yuan's plan to develop his immortal aperture was severely obstructed. He had no choice but to cultivate and deduce as much as he could, while paying attention to the chaos in Northern Plains. He also placed He Fan's true inheritance in his plan. There were only 2 months between the earthly calamities. Now, over a month had passed. In less than a month, Feng Yuan would face his third earthly calamity. This world was not long, but it was not short either. Feng Yuan could almost smell the aura of the calamities and tribulations. What made Feng Yuan worried was that the third earthly calamity would be stronger than the second. Up until now, his strength was basically no different from the time of the second earthly calamity. If I can obtain He Fan's true inheritance, I can use Immortal Gu to delay the time in my immortal aperture. That way, not just the third earthly calamity, even the future calamities and tribulations would be beneficial. Feng Yuan obtained a lot of information from He Qing. He Fan's true inheritance was very impressive. It came from the rank 8-time path great expert He Fan. If he could inherit this true inheritance, he would be able to enter He Fan Grotto Heaven. Not only would he become the owner of the Grotto Heaven, he would also be able to obtain many time path Immortal Gu there. Many Gu immortal true inheritances only had Immortal Gu recipes or immortal killer moves, they lacked Immortal Gu. This was because the feeding of Immortal Gu was a problem. It was hard to leave Immortal Gu to the inheritor. But He Fan's true inheritance was different, because the Immortal Gu that He Fan left behind were all stored in his immortal aperture. The first requirement for a Gu immortal's immortal aperture to be developed was to satisfy the feeding requirements of their Immortal Gu. Gu immortals like He Fan were equivalent to the current Northern Plains rank 8 Gu immortal Yao Huang. Their immortal aperture development was absolutely perfect. If Feng Yuan obtained He Fan's true inheritance, his strength would rise, even multiply. Once he slowed down the immortal aperture's time flow, the dangerous situation would be alleviated, it would turn for the better. It would not be like now, he was walking on the edge of a cliff. If he was careless, he would die. Over these days, with the help of Xianxia sect, Fang Yuan learned a lot about the chaos in northern plains. This was not to say that Xianxia sect was good at gathering information. On the contrary, because of the hairy man-gu immortal status, it was hard for them to gather information. They could not compare to Fairy Li Shan. The main reason was that the chaos in northern plains was too huge. It involved almost the entire northern plains gu immortal world. Their battle might be hidden from mortals, but to gu immortals, it could not be concealed at all. It could not be concealed either. There was no need to gather information, it was all out in the open. Even though Fang Yuan was in Xianxia blessed land, he had been paying attention to the entire situation. He tribe was the scapegoat this time, it was too huge. They were already at the brink of impending disaster, and their clan was at the brink of extinction. Gu immortals from the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators swarmed over like a pack of hungry wolves. Looking at the map of northern plains, He tribe was located in the southeast area of northern plains. It had a huge territory and controlled a large amount of resources. These resources attracted countless wolves and leopards. Initially, these bandits were still restrained, but soon, with huge profits, the demonic path gu immortals started to fight. The conflict between the righteous and demonic paths continued to intensify. The symbolic event was the battle between Xianxia and the earth-traveling heroes. Xianxia was outnumbered, his golden wheat field was snatched by two demonic path gu immortals. Next, a large number of gu immortals appeared. The demonic path gu immortals were the earth-traveling heroes, Old Lu, Half-Moon Brute Master, and Zhuozhan. They plundered He tribe's resources. The situation was chaotic, the righteous path was caught unprepared. It was under such circumstances that the gushing spring forest suffered a destructive plunder. It was a pity that He tribe's hundreds of years of meticulous planning was lost. The righteous path gu immortals quickly became vigilant, they started to come to a tacit understanding. Even when fighting for the fragment world of immemorial Red Heaven, such an important resource, they restrained themselves and did not attack wantonly. The gu immortal world had always been dominated by the righteous path. Especially Northern Plains' righteous path, they all had the Huangjin bloodline, they had the same origin. The demonic path gu immortals' momentum fell. But soon, as half of the resources were divided, Free Scholar, Pai Shuihan, and other demonic path rank 7 experts appeared one after another, causing another round of chaos. It was unprecedented. The demonic path's momentum actually suppressed the righteous path. Initially, He tribe's gu immortals split their forces to defend, but soon, after suffering, they gathered all their gu immortal battle strength and hid in their headquarters, not appearing again. This undoubtedly encouraged the demonic path gu immortals' arrogance. Of course, other than this, there were other reasons. For example, a long time ago, old ancestor Shui who defeated Jiao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu, becoming the #1 person in Northern Plains gu immortal world as a demonic path expert. And most importantly, the collapse of 88-point Xianxia Tower caused immortal gu to fly everywhere. A large number of demonic path and lone cultivator gu immortals benefited greatly. After that, Qin Baixing held an auction, allowing many gu immortals to obtain suitable immortal gu. Their battle strength rose by a lot. This caused the strength of the entire demonic path and lone cultivators to rise by a lot. They could compete with the righteous path. I destroyed 88-point Xianxia Tower and Imperial Court blessed land. In just a few years, this influence has already spread to the whole of Northern Plains. The current situation in Northern Plains is completely different from 500 years ago. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Because of him, the whole of Northern Plains had changed beyond recognition. The other large regions were still fine. But in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan had already lost a large portion of his rebirth advantage. Of course, ever since he learned of Providence, he had some doubts about his rebirth advantage. Fang Yuan had been waiting patiently. He tribe had many resources that moved him. But he did not move. The most important resource in He tribe was He Fan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan was very clear about this. Several days passed. Finally, Fang Yuan received news that Northern Plains gu immortals were attacking He tribe's headquarters. He Fan's true inheritance is hidden in He tribe's headquarters, it is time to move. Fang Yuan immediately left, he left Xianxia blessed land through the teleportation formation. Land spirit of Xianxia supported his actions. After all, this was a good chance to observe Northern Plains' Gu immortal world closely, it was a good chance to find out the strength of the various forces, at the same time, if he was lucky, he could gain a lot of benefits. Land spirit of Xianxia did not dare to send Xianxia Sec's hairy man Gu immortals there, but Fang Yuan was a pure human, he was extremely crafty, he was the most suitable candidate. Fang Yuan used the same method. Once he appeared in Northern Plains, he used dark limit and familiar face to conceal his identity. At the same time, he used sword escape immortal Gu and blood torrent to travel. He moved very quickly, he did not encounter any trouble. Northern Plains Gu immortals were all gathered at He tribe's headquarters, Fang Yuan had no obstructions along the way. Not long later, He tribe's headquarters were already in sight. He Fan's true inheritance, here I come. Fang Yuan thought to himself, but who could have thought that at this moment, jewel yellow skies would suddenly reopen, it was bustling. The reopening of jewel yellow skies made all the Gu immortals who had been waiting for a long time burst out with enthusiasm. Fang Yuan halted his steps, falling into hesitation on whether to advance or retreat. A message came from jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan opened it, it was from Chu Du, author's note, I am a little tired. I am not in a good condition today, I am late, I am very sorry. To be continued. 2 days later. The sun shone brightly in the blue sky and white clouds. The surroundings were boundless, and a stretch of jade stretched for thousands of miles. 2 Yao clan Gu immortals floated in the sky, they did not conceal their figures, they were openly displayed in front of everyone. The female Gu immortal Yao Ju looked up, a smile appearing on her round face, the weather is really good today, I can't help but feel happy. Beside her, Yao clan's female Gu immortal Yao Zihan sighed, the weather is good, we are in a good mood, but He tribe's Gu immortals are the complete opposite. Purple light surged in her eyes as she looked at the empty grassland beneath her feet with relish. On the other side of the clouds, there were also 2 male Gu immortals. Both of them looked like middle-aged men with thick beards. They wore armor on their backs, their arms exposed, and their muscles bulged. His feet were also without boots, and his trouser legs were also very high, almost revealing his knees. The only difference was that one's skin was charred black, while the other's skin was dark yellow. Only another Huangjin tribe in Northern Plains had such attire. That was the Meng family. Meng Ji's skin was dark yellow, he stared at the 2 Yao clan female immortals and said, that is Yao Zihan, the purple light in her eyes is clearly Yao clan's inherited killer move, purple jade eyes. This purple jade eyes is able to see through the paradise and heavenly caves, the Yao family can be said to be able to see through the situation of Iron Eagle paradise. On the other side, Mengxi looked up and said casually, it's no big deal. When it comes to snatching, we'll have to talk with our fists. At this point, he suddenly raised his head and looked to the east. Multicolored light shot into the sky from the east. Golden splendor flickered as a magnificent palace slowly flew over. The Gong family is here. Amazing, they even brought their clan's immortal Gu house Golden Dawn Hall, this shows how determined Gong clan is. The Gong family has always been like this, paying attention to extravagance. Let's not bother about him. The righteous path Gu immortals conversed secretly. Most of the people's gazes were still focused on Iron Eagle blessed land. Iron Eagle blessed land was He tribe's headquarters, a public blessed land. If the door was not opened, it would be impossible to see it from the outside world. Unless there was an immortal killer move like Yao Zihan's purple jade eyes. The righteous path Gu immortals were waiting patiently. Because according to what they knew, the demonic path Gu immortals had already joined forces. He was the first to attack. As it turned out, the chaos in Northern Plains had drawn out a rank 7 demonic path expert called Huang Di. This person had high cultivation level, he had inherited a legend of Northern Plains in history. Earth path expert Old Earth's true inheritance. He had a way to break into the blessed land. As for Iron Eagle blessed land, it was a public blessed land that was pieced together. Naturally, its defense could not be compared to ordinary blessed lands. Demonic path Gu immortal Huang Di took the lead this time, gathering a large group of demonic path and lone cultivators to act together. If they fought to a certain extent, Iron Eagle blessed land would collapse sooner or later. This way, there were loopholes everywhere. Even if the door was not open, Righteous Path Gu immortals could freely enter and exit. Fellow Taoists. Gong Er invites everyone to come to the palace for a chat, to fight against He tribe together. Outside Gong Clan's immortal Gu house, Golden Dawn Hall, an elderly rank 7 Gu immortal appeared. He wore a golden robe and spoke in a calm tone. It's that old bastard Gong Er. The clan's information is correct. It's really him. Hee, this Gong clan wants to lead the masses? If we enter the palace, he will definitely consider himself as the leader of the alliance. This is an old problem of Gong clan. But Gong clan brought an immortal Gu house this time. They are probably the strongest force in our righteous path. Who would be foolish enough to go up? Let the Gong family lead us? The righteous path Gu immortals sneered internally. None of them moved. Gong clan was a Huangjin tribe, a super force. Gong clan's supreme elders were very ambitious. They wanted Gong clan to become the overlord of the righteous path. But among the Huangjin tribes, no one was willing to submit. But earlier, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu worked together but lost to old ancestor Shuihu. And the only remaining rank 8 Gu immortal in the righteous path, Prince's Impatience, was a member of Gong clan. Gong clan spread the news that only Prince's Impatience could match old ancestor Shuihu in the righteous path. Thus, their arrogance soared. Gong Er stood in front of the immortal Gu house, thinking that the righteous path would respond. But after a long while, no one moved. There was not even a response. Even though he was old and had experienced a lot, his expression turned unsightly at this moment. Baizu tribe's Gu immortals greet Senior Gong Er. Right at this time, 3 Gu immortals flew over, getting close to Gong Er. Among these 3, the leader was a rank 7 Gu immortal, while the other 2 had rank 6 cultivation level. The 3 immortals were very low profile. They had smiles on their faces and were emitting kindness from all over their bodies. Gong Er's expression relaxed. He felt that these 3 Gu immortals from Baizu tribe were quite amiable. Most importantly, he had a way out of this embarrassing situation. He quickly invited these 3 immortals into Golden Dawn Hall. Seeing this, the righteous path Gu immortals had complex expressions. It turned out that this Baizu tribe was not of the Huangjin bloodline. It was a super force that had just entered the righteous path. Its source was the famous rank 8 Gu immortal, Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu was originally a lone cultivator, but after Imperial Court blessed land collapsed, he saw the hope of establishing a super force. But in Northern Plains' current situation, the righteous path super forces were almost all Huangjin tribes. In order to enter, Baizu Heavenly Lord took the initiative to befriend Yao Huang. They even worked together to deal with old ancestor Shuihu. Even though they fought 2 against 1 and lost. But Heavenly Lord Baizu's original goal was achieved. After obtaining Yao Huang's friendship and Yao tribe's recognition, Heavenly Lord Baizu used his own bloodline descendants as the main force and successfully established Baizu tribe. Baizu tribe's Gu immortals were all nurtured in Heavenly Lord Baizu's grotto heaven. Even though they were few in number, with the chaos in Northern Plains, Heavenly Lord Baizu sent 3 to participate in this grand event. Baizu tribe, these Baizu tribe Gu immortals are as crafty as Heavenly Lord Baizu. We were at odds with Gong tribe, but in the end, Baizu tribe gained the upper hand. The righteous path Gu immortals were basically of the Huangjin bloodline. They had occupied Northern Plains for a long time. Even though there were many internal conflicts, they were more against outsiders like Baizu tribe. It is a pity that Baizu tribe is protected by Heavenly Lord Baizu. They cannot make a move. Even so, we have many methods to deal with them. To establish a super force in Northern Plains, it is not so easy. At once, the other righteous path Gu immortals contacted each other, discussing how to deal with Baizu tribe. Boom, the immortals had just discussed. Before they could come up with any ideas, they heard a loud sound. Countless gazes landed on it. Sure enough, on the grassland, space had exploded like a shattered mirror. The shattered light and shadow covered an area of several thousand li. The scene in Iron Eagle blessed land. It was directly displayed in front of the immortals. Right now, there was no need for killer moves like purple jade eyes. The immortals could directly see all kinds of scenes. The righteous path immortals' attention was attracted. Inside Iron Eagle Blessed Land, there was already a chaotic battle. Large numbers of demonic Path Gu immortals were fighting over He tribe's resources and treasures. Some were looting, some were fighting intensely. Crack crack, lightning shot everywhere. Rocks and soil flew everywhere, there were deep pits everywhere, it was a charred scene. Divine Lord Tiandu's body was covered in lightning, he shouted, "The lanterns here are all mine, who dares to snatch them from me?" Old Lu and the rest turned around, they looked at each other, seeing the wariness on each other's faces. Divine Lord Tiandu gained 2 lightning path immortal Gu, his battle strength has risen sharply, let's retreat. Right. There are treasures everywhere, why should we fight to the death with him? These Gu immortals were all bottom tier rank 6 Gu immortals, they quickly transmitted their voices and wisely retreated. At another location. The desolate beast Iron Crown Eagle cried out weakly, it was stepped on by a pig. A demonic Path Gu immortal was sitting on the pig's back, he was fat and muscular, he wore armor and held a pair of bronze hammers in his hands, he had a smug expression, damn it. A feathered beast like you dares to sneak attack me? Just as he said this, his expression suddenly froze as he looked towards the east. A peacock flew over from the east. It had an overflowing immortal aura and spoke in human language, its voice was crisp and clear, Shuozhan. Fairy Shirua, it's you. Shuozhan's expression immediately changed, he smiled as he tried to curry favor with her. Peacock flying immortal Shirua, rank 6 transformation Path Gu immortal. How about exchanging the desolate beast under your feet with me? I just happened to capture a desolate beast shadowless horse. Shirua suggested. Shuozhan's eyes shined with bright light. He quickly nodded, of course, of course. Fairy, Shuozhan is very willing to accept your request, he he he. On the other side. The wind was like green willow trees, it was visible to the naked eye. Lumps of wind were moving endlessly here. A figure descended from the sky, he said excitedly, to think that there is a rank 7 immortal material, green jade wind, here. It was the rank 7 Gu immortal expert Pai Shuihan. Brother Pai, I have already taken over this immortal material, you should go somewhere else. A figure appeared, it was a scholar with an elegant demeanor. Pai Shuihan's pupils shrunk, he said coldly, so it is you, Free Scholar. Free Scholar smiled calmly, he was also a rank 7 expert, his reputation and methods did not lose to Pai Shuihan. Last time in Taichou, we did not have a clear victor, let's spar this time. Pai Shuihan actually challenged him. Free Scholar's smile faded a little, I heard that Brother Pai comprehended a new immortal killer move, I want to see it. All sorts of scenes were reflected in the eyes of the righteous Path Gu immortals. Because of the demonic Path Gu immortal Huang Di, these demonic scoundrels gained the upper hand. No matter. Iron Eagle Blessed Land has a unique structure, it is famous for raising desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles. The land here is sparse, but the sky is vast and tall, it is large at the top and small at the bottom. The truly valuable things are still in the spherical wooden eagle nest in the sky. Humph, a bunch of mobs. He tribe's Gu immortals have not even appeared, they have not even touched the true core resources, but they have already fallen out. The righteous Path Gu immortals were restless. Right at this time, a figure flew down like lightning. He was so fast, in an instant, he entered Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Who is he? He is Sword Path Cultivation. A junior from Nian Air tribe. I think he is called Nian Air Pingji. The righteous Path Gu immortals were shocked, this person had been hiding in the sky, he had not communicated with them earlier. Who is it? In the Blessed Land, Xianxia sensed something, he raised his head and shouted. A sword light flashed, it was too fast to cover one's ears, Xianxia's head fell to the ground. Even though Xianxia only had rank 6 cultivation level, he had passed one heavenly tribulation, he could not resist it at all, Nian Air Pingji killed him on the spot. At once, the expressions of the righteous Path Gu immortals changed. Xianxia's head fell to the ground, separated from his body. Blood spewed out of the headless corpse as it twitched. Xianxia died with a grievance, his eyes were still wide open. Nian Air Pingji's sword light continued to shoot forward with a shocking aura. The next to die is you. Nian Air Pingji said plainly, his voice resounding in the sky. The second unlucky person was also a demonic Path Gu immortal. But Nian Er Pingji was already exposed. This commotion attracted attention. Thus, this demonic path Gu Immortal's situation was better than Xianxia. He quickly retreated. But Nian Er Pingji still caught up to him and killed him. The righteous path Gu Immortal's expressions changed again. Lu tribe's Gu Immortal, Lu Xuanshan suddenly smiled, looking at the sky. Nian Er Fu, this is the new sword son of your Nian Er tribe? Bam. Smoke burst out, a fat voice could be heard from within the smoke. This was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, but from his appearance, he looked very young, like a fat boy of 5 or 6 years old. The fat boy chuckled. He looked around the righteous path as he said in an old tone, I am ashamed. After this lad obtained the Sword Saint true inheritance, he was restrained by my first Supreme Elder for 10 years. Coming out this time has made him crazily excited. Lu Xuanshen and the rest's expressions changed again, they transmitted secretly. Nian Er Sword Saint. We were just discussing earlier, this person is a rank 8 Gu Immortal of Nian Er tribe. His historical status is like He Fan of He tribe. He led Nian Er tribe to become the leader of Northern Plains' righteous path. Nian Er Sword Saint was a legend. He once cultivated light path. Later on, he successfully converted to sword path. After his death, he left behind the Sword Saint true inheritance, but because of the dangerous test, there are very few inheritors. I heard that this Sword Saint true inheritance has 3 rounds, split into 3 parts. After passing the first round, one will obtain the first part of the Sword Saint true inheritance, they will be called Sword Son. I didn't expect that after more than 300 years, the 92 family would have another true Sword Son. The righteous path Gu Immortals felt vigilance rising in their hearts. If this child was allowed to develop, he would become the future leader of Northern Plains' righteous path. There must be his active figure. If he could advance further and reach rank 7 and pass the second round, he would inherit the second part of the true inheritance and become a true inheritance swordmaster. Nobody in the whole of Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world would dare to look down on him. In fact, the rank 6 Sword Son was no longer someone to be underestimated. How long had it been? He had actually killed another demonic path Gu Immortal. Nian Er Pingji let out a long roar. He was in high spirits. His speed was extremely fast. He became one with his sword. Only sword rays could be seen, but his figure could not be seen. The sword light deflected. Then it pounced towards the nearest demonic path Gu Immortal. The sword light pierced this demonic path Gu Immortal's body, but he smiled coldly. Junior, I killed a few weaklings. Have you become so audacious and arrogant to the point of challenging this old man? Old Monster Corpse Poison said. A purple mist rose up from the terrifying injuries on his body. The purple mist dissipated. His healed body was revealed. In contrast, Nian Er Pingji's sword light dissipated, revealing his staggering figure. Everyone saw Nian Er Pingji now. He was a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Ugh, he suddenly covered his mouth with his hand, but he could not conceal the purple poisonous blood that was flowing out of his mouth and nose. Fight again. Nian Er Pingji was heavily injured, but his eyes seemed to be burning with fire. Then I will kill you first before searching for treasures. Old Monster Corpse Poison laughed sinisterly. Hee hee, youngsters nowadays are really like newborn calves that are not afraid of tigers. Nian Er Fu glanced at them from afar and retracted his gaze. Next, with a swoosh, his figure vanished in the air, appearing beside Qing Xianzi's corpse at the next moment. Nian Er Fu stretched out a chubby hand, waving at Qing Xianzi's corpse. Immediately, Qing Xianzi's head and body were lifted up by an invisible force, flying into Nian Er Fu's immortal aperture. Youngsters are really arrogant, they don't even want their battle spoils. This is a Gu immortal corpse. Even though the immortal Gu are gone, the Dao marks are not for nothing. TSK. Nian Er Fu shook his head. Even though he was a rank 7 senior of the clan, he was greedy. Even when Nian Er Pingji fought with rank 7 Old Monster Corpse Poison and fell into a tough battle, he did not help. Instead, he collected the Gu immortal corpses that Nian Er Pingji killed. Kill. This is mine, don't even think about taking it. Meng Ji is here, who dares to fight? The scene became more chaotic, because after Nian Er Pingji took action, the righteous path Gu immortals also moved into Iron Eagle Blessed Land. This way, there was a huge commotion everywhere, all sorts of cultivation resources were being fought continuously. Eagle cries rang out incessantly. A desolate beast peacock raised its head, its eyes showing a human-like desire. It was Peacock flying immortal Hirua. So many Iron Crown Eagles. Hey Tribe's Iron Eagle blessed land truly lives up to its name. Hirua thought, if I can capture all of these desolate beasts. Iron Eagle blessed land had a huge area, the precious resources on the ground and underground were all lower in value than the sky. Hey Tribe's Gu Immortals did not show themselves, but they mobilized all of their Iron Crown Eagles to seal the sky. Large numbers of desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles were flying in the sky, anyone who dared to violate them would be hunted down by them. Precisely so, most of the demonic path Gu Immortals chose to move on the ground. They had to fight for all the resources on the ground first. A bird in hand was worth 1,000 in the bush. To Hirua, the Iron Crown Eagles were extremely attractive. Because in her cultivation plan, the next transformation was the Iron Crown Eagle transformation, the desolate beast peacock flew quickly. In a while, Hirua attracted the attention of several Iron Crown Eagles. Hirua was vigilant, she quickly retreated after attracting the Iron Crown Eagles. She was alone, she could not defeat so many desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles. She planned to lure one away and deal with it alone, before slowly devouring it. This is the affinity wood? Morong Xianxia landed and looked at the rootless wood floating in the pond, her eyes shining brightly. Fairy Morong has good eyes, this is it. A lone cultivator Gu Immortal answered. His name was Yun Liang, people called him Young Master Yun, he had arrived earlier than Morong Xianxia, he was currently concentrating on collecting the affinity wood. Morong Xianxia looked at young Master Yun Liang but did not stop him, she only watched. She waited patiently until Zhu Liang succeeded in handling the wood of fate and successfully collected it. Fairy has waited for so long, I am ashamed. Young Master Yun Liang bowed with a gentle attitude. Morong Xianxia smiled, I won't hide it from young Master Yun, although this affinity wood is only a rank 6 immortal material, it is compatible with my path. I wonder if we can spar. Young Master Yun laughed. Before Morong Xianxia finished, he continued, affinity wood is fragile, there must be no interference during the collection process. If Fairy did not wait for a while, how could I successfully collect it? In this spar, if Fairy Morong wins against me, I will give all the affinity wood to you. Morong Xianxia shook her head, no need for all, just half will do. Fairy, please. Young Master, please. The two of them exchanged blows, but they were evenly matched. Young Master Yun Liang gave half of the affinity wood to Morong Xianxia, the two left in satisfaction. Righteous Path Gu Immortals usually had poise and restraint. Nian Er Pingji and Nian Er Fu of Nian Er tribe were actually anomalies in the Righteous Path. Although Northern Plains Gu Immortal world was prosperous, suppressing demonic path and lone cultivators, the Righteous Path Gu Immortals who came this time could not match the demonic path and lone cultivators in terms of numbers. The reason was, the other Huangjin tribes had their own territories and resources that needed to be guarded. Although Righteous Path Gu Immortals had a lot of numbers, they could only send these people over. In contrast, demonic path and lone cultivators did not have such worries. There was another reason, super forces had huge businesses and had mortal forces outside. Thus, demonic immortals and lone immortals who traveled alone were usually restrained. As long as there were no huge benefits involved, they would not fight to the death. Gu Immortals were not easy to kill, if they became enemies with a Gu Immortal, they could use guerrilla tactics to retaliate, it would be a headache for super forces. As the saying goes, the barefooted do not fear the barefooted. At another place, the victor between Free Scholar and Pai Shui Han had also been decided. Although Pai Shui Han had a new immortal killer move, he could not match Free Scholar's signature method, 1,000 disintegrations. Pai Shui Han snorted coldly and immediately retreated, without any hesitation. It was not worth fighting to the death for a mere cultivation resource. Although demonic path Gu Immortals were free, because they were often alone, they could only rely on themselves to resist calamities and tribulations, unlike Righteous Path forces who had Gu Immortals in their tribes to trust and obtain help from. Thus, demonic path Gu Immortals and lone cultivator Gu Immortals were concerned about calamities and tribulations, they would coldly calculate the costs. They could fight for resources, but if they expended too much immortal essence, it was better not to engage in unprofitable transactions. In the sky outside Iron Eagle Blessed Land, the immortal Gu House Golden Dawn Hall was still floating on the spot, emitting a dazzling radiance. Gong Tribe's Gu Immortals and Baizu Tribe's Gu Immortals did not make a move, they were drinking tea and chatting in the hall. Gong Tribe's Gu Immortal Gong Air was already anxious internally, but he did not show it on the surface. He casually mentioned, "The Immortals are fighting over it, Iron Eagle Blessed Land's surface and underground resources are almost gone. Are you still not going to act?" Baizu Tribe's Gu Immortals looked at each other, shaking their heads as they smiled. Iron Eagle Blessed Land's precious resources are almost all in the sky. If He Tribe's Gu Immortals do not appear, this battle will only be at the middle stage. Gong Air was puzzled. Although the Baizu clan was part of the righteous Tao and had the protection of Heavenly Lord Baizu, their foundation couldn't be compared to the Huanjing clan. At this moment, Baizu Tribe's Gu Immortals were acting like they were at the top of their heads. They were calm and collected, many people could not understand them. To be continued. The fourth Peacock Flying Immortal Hirua captured another Iron Crown Eagle. She was very happy. Desolate beasts were not ordinary. In the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains, desolate beasts were everywhere, but few Gu Immortals would go to these places. Moreover, wild Iron Crown Eagles and those raised by He Tribe had a huge difference in battle strength. Adding on Peacock Flying Immortal's tactics, she had great gains, capturing 4 Iron Crown Eagles alive. He Tribe raises Iron Crown Eagles, they are famous in northern plains, they are indeed amazing. I wonder how they nurture so many Iron Crown Eagles? Hirua sighed to herself, looking at the sky. There were still large numbers of Iron Crown Eagles flying in the sky. The 4 captured by Hirua were nothing compared to the entire flock of eagles. Strange. He Tribe's Gu Immortals have not appeared at all. Even if I captured 4 Iron Crown Eagles, are they not going to do anything? Hirua was still very vigilant, she was not overwhelmed by the joy of victory. Whistling sounds could be heard, a figure charged towards the eagle group with the momentum of wind and lightning. Hirua's pupils shrunk, recognizing the person. This is New Ergu. Heh, looks like he is going to suffer. New Ergu came from New Air Tribe, the latter also had Huangjin bloodline, a super force. New Ergu had a large stomach and head, his body was not symmetrical, his eyes were protruding out, his limbs were thin like twigs, his skin was pale like a sick person, without any color of blood. But one could not judge a book by its cover. He was a famous rank 7 Gu Immortal expert, he was on par with the demonic Paths Free Scholar and Pai Shui Han. New Ergu's attack. This angered the Iron Crown Eagle group in the sky. At once, over 100 Iron Crown Eagles charged towards him. New Ergu was shocked, he did not expect himself to attract so much hatred. The eagle group flew over, casting a heavy shadow that covered New Ergu's vision. In the midst of danger, New Ergu quickly activated his tribe's signature Immortal Killer move. His stomach suddenly expanded, in the blink of an eye, it expanded by 5 to 6 times, making New Ergu look like a pregnant woman. New Ergu stretched out his hands, slapping his stomach. Boom, with a loud sound wave, the eagle group's charge slowed down. Boom boom boom, there were 3 consecutive loud bangs, and the sound waves came one after another. The eagle group's momentum was hindered even further. The dense formation became uneven. New Ergu let out a strange cry, and the surrounding Iron Crown Eagles suddenly felt dizzy. Then, he hurriedly flew through the gaps in the flock of eagles and finally escaped the encirclement of the eagles. After chasing for a while, the flock of eagles returned to the sky. New Ergu had already landed on the ground. He was sweating profusely as he looked up at the sky. His stomach had gone down, but there was still a lingering fear in his heart. A teasing voice came from the side. New Ergu, why are you in such a sorry state? New Ergu followed the voice and saw that the person was over 8 feet tall, with scarlet eyes, dark blue skin, purple hair, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. New Ergu snorted coldly, don't be sarcastic, Guanchou. He had guts. You should do the same thing as me. Guanchou sneered, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. I'm not as stupid as you. You. New Ergu was enraged. He glared at Guanchou, his eyes spewing fire. Guanchou sneered and looked at him fearlessly. Nu Ergu was a famous righteous path rank 7 expert, he cultivated sound path. And Guanzhou was not weaker than him, he cultivated transformation path. These two were Gu immortals from Nu Er clan and Guan clan respectively. Their background and forces were about the same. As expected of a famous expert. Even though he is in a sorry state, he is completely unharmed. Hirua saw this scene and quickly retracted her gaze. Nu Ergu is here, and Guanzhou is also targeting these Iron Crown Eagles. It seems that the cultivation resources on the ground are almost all gone. Hirua quietly retreated. She only had rank 6 cultivation level and was a demonic path Gu immortal. She did not dare to get too close to these two righteous path experts. The battle situation in Iron Eagle blessed land continued to change, the flames of war raged in the sky, battles of all sizes were happening in every corner. Some battles only ended in victory or defeat, while some were life and death battles. Some had huge gains, while others were escaping with heavy injuries. The cultivation resources on the ground and underground of the blessed land were getting lesser and lesser. Some bottom-tier Gu immortals were also eliminated, they were either dead or injured. Some wisely chose to retreat, while some seemed to have methods to preserve their lives, they concealed themselves and observed the situation. More and more Gu immortals were looking at the sky. Countless greedy gazes were unrestrainedly sizing up the Iron Crown Eagle group in the sky. There was also the vague spherical wooden eagle nest that was concealed by the eagle group. The eagle group was huge, this was the accumulation of He tribe for many years, they had spent a lot of effort, energy, and wealth. It could be said to be the #1 resource in Iron Eagle blessed land. Even the likes of Nu Ergu would find it hard to block the Iron Crown Eagle's attacks. There were simply too many of them, of course, it was also because Nu Ergu did not want to expend too much immortal essence. His pair of goldfish eyes looked around, seeing that more and more Gu immortals were gathering, he shouted, "There are too many Iron Crown Eagles, He tribe's Gu immortals have not appeared yet, everyone, let's attack together and divide this eagle group." "I agree with that." Free Scholar was the first to respond. The two were of the righteous path and demonic path respectively, but in the current situation, they had reached a tacit agreement to deal with the eagle group and get the benefits first. The eagle group was huge, there were also many Gu immortals, if they attacked. Together, these Iron Crown Eagles would be meat on the chopping block. It was unknown who made the first move, but the battle between humans and eagles began. The sky was filled with attacks, one after another. Waves of eagle cries were sharp like diamonds, human voices were equally loud. Earth, water, wind, and fire surged, lightning flashed, and golden light flew. Outside the blessed land, Gong'er sat in Golden Dawn Hall, looking down. In his vision, there were all sorts of colors, it was like fireworks that were blooming in the sky. But these fireworks concealed terrifying killing intent. From time to time, Iron Crown Eagles would lose their lives, their flesh and blood would be torn apart, there were also Iron Crown Eagles that were captured alive. Gong'er's eyes shined with bright light. All sorts of battles, scenes of righteous path, demonic path, and lone immortals fighting, were all secretly used by him. He recorded them down in detail. This information was very precious. Ever since the collapse of 88-point Xianxia Tower, a large number of immortal Gu were obtained by Northern Plains Gu immortals. After Qin Baixing's auction, the Gu immortals exchanged for the cultivation resources they wanted. After this period of preparation, many Gu immortals' methods had changed, their battle strength could not be compared to the past. There were Gu immortals who acted the same way as Gong'er. There were many. Everyone had the same thoughts. Information was very important. Be it super forces or lone Gu immortals, they would not be able to resist. Most of the time, knowing what the enemy's immortal Gu was, one could easily deal with them. Even if there was no way to deal with them, it was good to be prepared. The Gu immortals dealt with the Iron Crown Eagles while observing the surroundings, collecting information. Under the intense battle, there were turbulent undercurrents. The Gu immortals evaluated themselves and their opponents. They confirmed their position in the current Gu immortal world. After this period of cultivation, were they strong or weak? Who could they bully, and who could not be provoked? The Iron Crown Eagles were only for the immediate benefits, the information gathering was for the future. Gong'er watched for a while, feeling increasingly impatient. The 3 Baizu tribe Gu immortals beside him had fought with He tribe until now. They were not showing any signs of moving. This time, he brought Gong tribe's Golden Dawn Hall. He wanted to obtain the greatest benefits. It was worth the trip. Gong Air could not bear it anymore. He pointed downwards, saying to the Gu immortals around him, Iron Eagle blessed land is getting worse, there are over 1,000 holes. But right now, none of He tribe's Gu immortals are here, there is something fishy. Go down and help your comrades, guard against He tribe's schemes. Our Gong tribe is the leader of the righteous path after all. We have the responsibility to protect it. Yes. The 2 Gong tribe Gu immortals acknowledged the order. The 3 Baizu clan Gu immortals sitting at the side found it funny. This He tribe battle had a predetermined outcome from the start. Even if there was something fishy, there was no danger. Gong tribe's Gu immortals' style was like this, they were clearly acting for their own benefits, but their excuse was righteous. At the same time, at the highest point of Iron Eagle blessed land, He tribe's Gu immortals were gathered, looking at the battle below them with heavy moods and unsightly expressions. Why is that person not making a move yet? At this point, there is no movement at all. Don't tell me, the previous agreement is no longer valid? Several He tribe Gu immortals questioned, feeling uneasy. That person has agreed, with his status, he should not go back on his words. Let's watch first. This time, we have set up 3 lines of defense, the Iron Crown Eagles are only the first. He tribe's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder spoke, calming the immortals down. Hirua turned into a desolate beast peacock, flapping her wings as she fought against the 3 Iron Crown Eagles. This was a small corner of the huge battlefield, and she was only an inconspicuous member among the countless Gu immortals. Without rank 8s, rank 7 experts were in the limelight, there were also some rank 6 experts who were trying to take advantage of the situation. Suddenly, a strange fragrance drifted over, Hirua's heart jumped, she quickly held her breath. I'm poisoned. Realizing this, Hirua quickly used her Gu worms to heal herself. The 3 Iron Crown Eagles cried out in pain, suddenly, they could not muster up any strength, they fell to the ground powerlessly. A figure flew into the sky, catching these 3 Iron Crown Eagles and stuffing them into his immortal aperture. It was Old Monster Corpse Poison, he laughed strangely, purple chi coiling around his body. After taking care of the 3 Iron Crown Eagles, he looked at Hirua with a gaze filled with evil desires. Hirua's heart shook, she felt a bone-chilling cold. He, little girl, come over here. Old Monster Corpse Poison blew a breath of air at Hirua. Hirua had just suppressed the poison in her body, but when Old Monster Corpse Poison blew at her from afar, she lost control of her body and fell down powerlessly. I was too greedy. I wanted to get more Iron Crown Eagles, most of my attention was on the Iron Crown Eagles, but I was ambushed by Old Monster Corpse Poison. Seeing that she was about to fall into Old Monster Corpse Poison's hands, Hirua felt despair. Right at this time, a sword light flew over. It was as fast as lightning, the sword light was powerful, after piercing Old Monster Corpse Poison's body, it flew out 100 steps and turned into Nian Er Pingji. Old Monster Corpse Poison flew into a rage. You little brat, how dare you keep pestering me? With this interruption, Hirua suppressed the poison and escaped, regaining her life. Nian Er Pingji's body was tattered, one of his arms was rotten to the point only white bones were left, his face was covered in purple chi, he was deeply poisoned. But he raised his head and looked at Old Monster Corpse Poison, saying in a calm and arrogant tone, before the victor is decided, I cannot leave. Old Monster Corpse Poison was furious, there was a trace of regret in his anger. How did he offend such a lunatic? Which sword child in history is not a lunatic? But this one here is even crazier. Far away, Nian Er Fu shook his head, waving his chubby hand. An Iron Crown Eagle cried out in fear, flapping its wings as it tried to escape. But the power of Space Path was activated, the Iron Crown Eagle vanished into thin air, entering Nian Er Fu's immortal aperture. Old Monster Corpse Poison attacked Nian Er Pingji ruthlessly, but he placed most of his attention on Nian Er Fu. Nian Er Pingji only had rank 6 cultivation level, even though he inherited a portion of Sword Saint's true inheritance, he could not match a rank 7 expert like Old Monster Corpse Poison. Nian Er Pingji was able to survive until now because of Nian Er Fu's help from afar. This Nian Erfu was a space path Gu immortal. He had unfathomable cultivation level and countless methods. He plundered resources and made a huge profit, while protecting Nian Er Pingji, preventing Old Monster Corpse Poison from dealing a fatal blow. Old Monster Corpse Poison felt more and more regret as he fought. There was a great opportunity in front of him, but he was fighting with a Gu immortal, allowing countless resources to be taken away by others. Old Monster Corpse Poison had been famous for many years. He had a huge background. He had once joined a Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch as a living person, before betraying them. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had tried to capture him but failed repeatedly. As Nian Er Pingji fought against Old Monster Corpse Poison, his fighting spirit soared. No matter how pathetic he was, he had already become famous. From now on, the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world would know that Nian Er tribe had such a person with incredible potential. Actually, if it were other super forces Gu immortals, they would not offend a demonic path Gu immortal like this. But Nian Er tribe was different. This Huangjin bloodline super tribe was different from other Huangjin tribes. Their clansmen lived in their blessed lands or grotto heavens. They did not occupy any territory in the outside world of Northern Plains. In this way, he had less to worry about. Even if the demonic path Gu immortals wanted to attack, it would also be very difficult for him to succeed. After all, there were very few methods to enter immortal apertures. Even if they managed to enter, they would lose a lot of advantages in the opponent's home ground. Youth is truly beautiful. Nian Erfu sighed. His voice was filled with vicissitudes of life, but his appearance was that of a chubby little boy. The combination of the two was very strange. Only Old Monster Corpse Poison knew how terrifying he was. In just a short period of time, Nian Erfu had already made dozens of moves. Not only did he save Nian Erpingji's life, he also successfully ambushed Old Monster Corpse Poison a few times. After capturing a few more Iron Crown Eagles, the road in front of Nian Erfu's eyes was clear. A huge spherical wooden eagle nest was floating steadily in the air. There was nothing to guard against. I've long heard that He tribe has a unique rearing method. They can use all kinds of metals, ores, and other immortal materials to increase the Iron Crown Eagle's reproduction rate and speed up their growth. What rare ores and immortal materials are inside this eagle nest? Nian Erfu was about to move when his expression froze. A figure flew out of the eagle nest in front of him like a gust of wind, flying far away. Demonic Path Gu Immortal Hui Fengzi. This person was a rank 7 wind path expert. He was publicly recognized as the fastest person in Northern Plains. Even Yao Huang could not do anything to him. He had joined Shadow Sect and Celestial Court. His identity as a traitor had not been exposed yet. In this chaotic battle, Hui Fengzi was like a fish in water. He was not just fast. He was also agile. He displayed the greatest advantage of wind path to the extreme. Soon, Nian Erfu saw Hui Fengzi easily pass through the layers of obstacles and enter another eagle nest. Sigh, this lad. You are simply blocking my path to riches. Nian Erfu looked at Nian Erpingji as he sighed to the sky. The battle between humans and eagles was coming to an end. The number of Iron Crown Eagles decreased. Gu immortals entered the spherical wooden eagle nests one after another. Good. It is actually the rank 7 immortal material domination copper. Gu immortal Shirho shouted in joy. He had great gains. Damned Hui Fengzi, he dared to steal my things. Meng Ji shouted angrily. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Hui Fengzi, who was flying far away. Hui Fengzi did not say anything, but he was feeling very puzzled. I did not touch that eagle nest. It seems that there are many Gu immortals like me. I am the scapegoat for them. In each of the spherical wooden eagle nests, there was a rank 7 immortal material. They were either metal or veins. And most importantly, there was a lot of it. The Gu immortals had great gains. They all had joyful expressions. This was simply a feast. He tribe's painstaking effort was going to be split among them. The stronger the Gu immortal, the greater their gains. The strong preyed on the weak in the Gu immortal world. This was a perfect example. He tribe's Gu immortals were silent. They looked at the spherical wooden eagle nests. Some were emitting thick smoke, some had fallen to the ground, some were damaged and spinning in the air. These eagle nests were once the pride of He tribe. They were the symbol of their tribe's strength. but now, they were being trampled and looted by others. Anger. Unwillingness. Hatred. Fear. All sorts of emotions were weighing down on Hay Tribe's Gu Immortals, they could not even breathe. Enough. A Hay Tribe Gu Immortal suddenly stood up. He had a large body, he looked around fiercely before fixing his gaze on First Supreme Elder. How long are you going to wait? Are you still counting on him? Can't you tell? That person pretended to agree to our terms. We will not take away any resources and will be trapped in the blessed land, we cannot leave. This is clearly a scheme, he is toying with us. Everyone, where is your courage? Are you not angry? Are you not filled with hatred? Are you going to sit here and wait for death, or fight bravely? This is our home. But now, these outsiders are plundering and looting us. Taixing. Second Supreme Elder had a complex expression. He called out to this Hay Tribe Gu Immortal who was scolding the Immortals. First Supreme Elder, say something. Hay Taixing's gaze was imposing, he stared at Hay Tribe's First Supreme Elder. The Immortals' gazes gathered on First Supreme Elder's face again. Hay Tribe's First Supreme Elder was silent for a while before speaking. In this situation, resources are all external objects, so what if we give them up? If not for that person, Hay Tribe would have no place in Northern Plains at all. Let's wait and see. Hay Taixing heard this and his body shook, he breathed in deeply as he stabilized himself. At once, he did not feel anger in his heart, instead, he felt a sense of sorrow. Seniors, this junior is untalented, I think Lord Hay Taixing is right. At this time a rank 6 Gu Immortal from Hay Tribe stood up. This junior thinks so too. If we do not fight now, when will we? At most, we will die. More and more Hay Tribe Gu Immortals walked out. Hay Taixing felt a surge of energy in his heart upon seeing this, and his eyes regained their sharpness. You. The second Supreme Elder's face was filled with astonishment. The first Supreme Elder remained silent. Hay Taixing suddenly raised his head and laughed. 3 lines of defense? Even if we have 30 lines of defense, what can we do in this situation? Let's go. Let us face these enemies. How can Hay Tribe's glory be tarnished? Hay Tribe's things are not so easy to take. They will pay the price in blood. Hay Taixing walked with his head held high, he turned around and left the hall. 7 or 8 Hay Tribe Gu Immortals were silent, they had stern expressions as they followed behind him. First Supreme Elder, are you not going to persuade them? Third Supreme Elder was restless. Forget it, let them go. First Supreme Elder sighed, he seemed to have aged 100 years. Hay Tribe's first line of defense was broken, the Iron Crown Eagles were either dead or injured, none were left. The Gu Immortals flew into the sky, they saw the Dragon Eagles. A large number of Dragon Eagles formed the second line of defense. So many Dragon Eagles. Someone's eyes shined. Even though the number of Dragon Eagles is not as large as the Iron Crown Eagles, it is still a huge fortune. Someone evaluated. Some impatient Gu Immortals had already started to attack. The Gu Immortals gasped, many of them had surprised expressions, they gradually found something strange. There is something wrong with these Dragon Eagles. That's right, I have interacted with ordinary desolate beast Dragon Eagles before, how could they be so troublesome? The life force of these Dragon Hawks is stronger and they are faster. Could it be that the rumor is true? The Immortals were reminded of this, they recalled that 50 to 60 years ago, there was a rumor in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world that Hay Tribe had a huge breakthrough in raising Dragon Eagles. They had created a brand new desolate eagle, it looked like a Dragon Eagle, but it was not. These are not Dragon Eagles, they are Resonance Eagles. These eagles were not created by Hay Tribe, they are the blood and sweat of my Qiao Tribe. A Gu Immortal cried out in pain. Everyone looked, it was Qiao Dong. This Immortal was also a Righteous Path Gu Immortal, he was Qiao Tribe's first Supreme Elder. Qiao Tribe was Hay Tribe's vassal, a long time ago, Qiao Tribe wanted to leave Hay Tribe, but Hay Qing stopped them and taught them a lesson. No wonder Qiao Tribe and Hay Tribe were in conflict, there was an inside story, the Immortals had different expressions, but they did not say anything about this. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps, this was very normal. Moreover, this Qiao Dong could become an Immortal because of Hay Tribe's support. Now that Hay Tribe was in trouble, he came to attack Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Most of the Righteous Path Gu Immortals and Huangjing tribe's supreme elders looked at Xiaodong with cold and hostile gazes. They were very disgusted with such a traitor. But behind Xiaodong was Lu tribe's Gu Immortal, Lu Zhuanshen. It was obvious that Xiaodong had sided with Lu tribe. Lu tribe and He tribe had a bad relationship. Xiao tribe was He tribe's vassal, but now that He tribe was about to fall, it was not strange for Xiaodong to side with Lu tribe. Traitor, die. Right at this moment, a thunderous explosion suddenly sounded out. In the blink of an eye, a shadow the size of a small mountain crashed towards Xiaodong. At that moment, Xiaodong could not move, he could only shout, "Elder Lu, save me." Lu Zhuanshan appeared in front of Xiaodong, his body was shining with white light, dispelling the shadow. "Hey Taixing, with me here, you cannot touch Xiaodong." Lu Zhuanshan looked at the newcomer with intense hostility. The Gu Immortals became restless. Be it the Dragon Eagles or the Resonance Eagles, they were no longer important. The important thing was that He tribe's Gu Immortals had appeared, with the rank 7 Gu Immortal He Taixing at the lead. 7 or 8 rank 6 Gu Immortals stood in front of the Immortals. He Taixing looked around before his gaze landed on Lu Zhuanshan. He smiled coldly and asked, "Is that so?" Lu Zhuanshan was shocked, he turned around to look. Xiaodong, who was behind him, was still standing and floating in the air, but his expression was frozen and filled with fear. He had no life force, he was dead. Immortal Killer Move, Life Absorption Eerie Darkness. Lu Zhuanshan first cried out in surprise, and then anger surged in his heart. But this anger quickly disappeared, and what remained was a faint sorrow and admiration. He and He Taixing were old rivals, they had fought over 100 times. He knew that even though this life absorption eerie darkness was powerful, it could not be used easily, he had to pay a huge price every time he used it. Lu Zhuanshan had never seen He Taixing use such a trump card at the start of the battle. From this, Lu Zhuanshan understood, this old rival that he had fought for most of his life was already prepared to die, he wanted to kill as many as he could. After He Taixing killed Xiaodong, the morale of the He tribe Gu Immortals behind him soared. He Taixing was a veteran, he used this chance to mobilize his methods. At once, the Resonance Eagles formed into groups, they were in an orderly formation. He tribe's Gu Immortals occupied one area, they attacked and defended. With the Gu Immortals mobilized, the second line of defense stabilized. The difficulty rose rapidly. This angered the Gu Immortals who were attacking He tribe. Obstructing someone's path to wealth was akin to killing their parents. This was a huge grudge. Moreover, He tribe was weak, their only immortal Gu House dark prison was gone. They were only wary of Green City Rampage. The situation had already been decided, He tribe's Gu Immortals were merely struggling before death. "I'll fight you." Pai Shuihan was the first to charge forward. He waved his hand, and a boundless wave appeared out of thin air, sweeping towards He Taixing. The waves flew into the air and froze into glaciers. In an instant, the temperature plummeted. "Be careful, this is Pai Shuihan's signature killer move, River Flow." A He tribe rank 6 Gu Immortal shouted. He Taixing chuckled. He had a grudge against Pai Shuihan as well, so he wasn't surprised that Pai Shuihan would attack him. "You've already lost to me, so how can you be so brave?" He Taixing's eyes glowed with a dark light. He didn't move and merely looked over. The White Frost River was quickly dyed with a layer of black water, and after a few breaths, it disintegrated. Pai Shuihan gave a muffled grunt. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. Surrounded by enemies, using killer moves consecutively is not a good idea. A figure suddenly appeared behind Ebenshing's head. It was Huang Di. This rank 7 demonic path Gu Immortal had contacted other demonic path Gu Immortals and entered Iron Eagle Blessed Land first, causing the righteous path to lose their advantage. He had earned a lot, now that he had the chance, he attacked and wanted to cut off He Taixing's head, but He Taixing did not move. He did not even turn around, he waved his sleeves behind him. Immediately, dark light surged like a tidal wave, sweeping up Huang Di. He flew far away. Huang Di struggled to get out of the black tide, he had a shocked expression. His 7 orifices were spewing out black blood, he burrowed into the ground without even turning around, vanishing. "A mere rat wants to fly?" He Taixing scoffed. He looked around and shouted, "Who's next?" Nobody came. He Taixing had shocking battle strength, he was much stronger than Pai Shuihan and the rest. And the immortals could tell that this person was determined to die. He had surging battle intent, he charged forward with an indomitable will. In this state, his battle strength was even more terrifying. Why did the immortals come to Iron Eagle Blessed Land? To get rich. Since they wanted to get rich, why would they fight to the death with this person? The Gu immortals made way for He Taixing, they went to other places. The battle unfolded. On one side, the righteous and demonic factions were working together, they had the advantage in numbers. On the other side, He tribe's Gu immortals had the terrain advantage, they had a large number of desolate beast resonance eagles as helpers. The battle raged on. He tribe's Gu immortals were determined to die, they were defending their homeland, they had high battle intent. The righteous and demonic Gu immortals wanted to get rich, they did not want to fight to the death, they were restricted. The intelligence of Gu immortals was not something the Iron Crown Eagles could match. At once, the second line of defense was impregnable. He Taixing saw that no one was attacking him, he took the initiative to attack. Meng Ji, die! He Taixing shouted angrily, he pounced at the nearest Meng tribe rank 7 Gu immortal. Humph, why would I fear you? Meng Ji was courageous, he retaliated. Boom boom boom, both sides fought, the sky exploded, air currents rumbled. After a few rounds, Meng Ji, who was proud of his bravery, turned around and ran. He was courageous, but He Taixing was no longer courageous, he was a lunatic who did not fear death. In his battle with Meng Ji, he had been trading injury for injury, trading life for life. After a few times, Meng Ji could not take it anymore, he retreated. He Taixing was about to chase when he heard He tribe's Gu immortals calling for help, he went to help them. Guanzhou, take this. He Taixing pounced, dark light flowed around him, engulfing the surroundings. Guanzhou was a transformation path Gu immortal, he turned into a lion. He shouted loudly, colliding with He Taixing. At the next moment, Guanzhou's lion form was sent flying like a broken sack. He Taixing pounced again. Guanzhou let out a strange cry and quickly transformed into a small bird, shooting away like lightning. Coward! He Taixing snorted coldly, he could not catch up. Looking around, He Taixing's gaze landed on the nearest rank 7 Gu immortal, Lu Zhuanshen. Lu Zhuanshen was very alert, he saw He Taixing coming, he immediately retreated. He Taixing chased after him, Lu Zhuanshen led him to Divine Lord Tiandu. Divine Lord Tiandu's body shuddered, he left immediately. Lu Zhuanshen led He Taixing to Free Scholar. Free Scholar snickered, a three-way battle ensued. Boom boom boom, a moment later, with a loud sound, Lu Zhuanshen and Free Scholar were forced to retreat. He Taixing continued to fight everywhere, he was unstoppable. In the sky. He tribe's first supreme elder sighed, Taixing, this child, he knew that He Taixing had a forbidden move, he could expend his lifespan to increase the power of his killer move. Right now, he was fighting with his life on the line, the righteous and demonic Gu immortals did not intend to fight to the death. It was true. But just this alone was not enough to make him invincible. He Taixing made many Gu immortals suffer. These people all had high cultivation level or profound methods. In the previous battles, a large number of weak Gu immortals had already been eliminated. But no matter how strong He Taixing was, he could not reach rank 8. With the power of one person, he could not save the situation. Resonance eagles were captured or killed, He tribe Gu immortals' blood splattered in the sky. Fight, fight to the death, they fought until the very last soldier, until only He Taixing was left. He was bathed in blood, he stood up straight, looking at the Gu immortals around him, he laughed heartily, good, come and take my life. The immortals looked at each other, no one attacked. Lu Zhuanshen had a complex expression, he knew that He Taixing was already at the end of his rope. His immortal essence was expended, there was no need to worry about him. But he could not attack, He Taixing grinned, then let me. Saying so, he charged towards the Gu immortals ahead. Charge. The final charge. He died in the middle of the charge. Sad, He Taixing. Strong, He Taixing, Once He Taixing died, the immortals had no more obstacles, they charged towards He tribe's final line of defense. 12 eagles blocked their path. Enemy eagles with overflowing killing intent, absolute eyebrow eagles with divine might, shadow eagles that were fast as shadows, whale-swallowing eagles with strong bodies. Without exception, these eagles were all ancient desolate beasts. Rank 7 battle strength. He tribe's first supreme elder and the rest of the 7 descended from the sky. At this point, they no longer had any hopes of getting lucky, they imitated He Taixing and fought. Ancient battle formation Green City Rampage, 4 supreme elders worked together. It was strong enough to fight rank 8 Gu immortals. The righteous and demonic Gu immortals dispersed. Resources were more important. At this point, everyone had earned a lot, but they had also invested a lot. Not only did they expend a lot of energy, they also expended a lot of immortal essence. Who would be foolish enough to fight Green City Rampage to the death? Whoever got caught would be unlucky, at the highest point of Iron Eagle blessed land. There were 12 eagle nests of different shapes. These eagle nests were not round ball wood, they were precious rank 8 immortal materials. Immediately, countless Gu immortals fought over them. The scene was simply chaotic. Green City Rampage went on a killing spree, some unlucky people died at the hands of the 4 supreme elders. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. It's too dangerous, let's go, let's go. Nian Er Fu carried the unconscious Nian Er Pingji as he retreated secretly. We cannot stay here for long. Pai Shuihan also retreated. He plundered most of the eagle nests, he obtained a large number of rank 8 immortal materials. Some sensible Gu immortals started to retreat. The 12 eagle nests were already destroyed. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the air, a 13th eagle nest appeared, it attracted a lot of attention. The immortals shouted as they pounced. This is mine. Chudu actually appeared, blocking in front of the immortals. Ah, domination immortal. The immortals were moved, they stopped moving. Chudu was stronger than He Taixing. Lu tribe was a super force, but they could not do anything to him. In the huge northern plains Gu immortal world, only people like Qin Baixing could match him. Up until now, everyone was not in a good state. And Chudu seemed to be fighting for the first time. At once, no one dared to move forward. Chudu successfully intimidated the immortals, he was about to take this mysterious 13th eagle nest. Green City Rampage charged over, his voice was like thunder. Chudu, you dare to move? Chudu smiled coldly, why not? Boom, both sides fought fiercely. Green City Rampage's giant was actually sent flying by Chudu's punch. Even though the ancient battle formation is powerful, it is based on humans. In your current state, you are not my match. Chudu stood proudly, looking at the immortals. The immortals' gazes were ready to move, but they were also hoping that someone else would make a move first, so that they could take advantage of the situation. A disorderly mob. Chudu commented, he attacked again, grabbing at the eagle nest behind him. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. An immortal Gu house appeared, smashing towards Chudu's forehead. Mortal thatched hut. A Gu immortal shouted, recognizing that this was once Dongfeng tribe's immortal Gu house. Scram. Chudu raised his palm, shouting like thunder. Boom. With a muffled sound, mortal thatched hut was actually sent flying by his palm. Gasp, everyone took in a deep breath. Chudu successfully kept the 13th eagle nest into his immortal aperture. Next, he focused his gaze on Green City Rampage. The 4 great supreme elders were in despair. Wait. Just as Chudu was about to deal the killing blow, a grand voice resounded in the surroundings. An unparalleled aura, like an invisible mountain, came crashing down with a boom. Rank 8 Gu Immortal, Heavenly Lord Baizu, the immortals were shaken, the same name appeared in their minds at the same time. At this point in the Battle of He tribe, a rank 8 Gu Immortal had finally appeared. It was not accurate to say that he appeared, they could only hear his voice, but not see him. Didn't they say that the rank 8 great experts had already reached an agreement, they would not take action personally? Some righteous path Gu immortals who knew the inside story were confused. At the next moment, the immortals heard Heavenly Lord Baizu's voice, He tribe's battle has ended, the survivors of He tribe have all joined us. From now on, this place will be our Baizu tribe's territory. We are willing to give up our tribe name and change our surname to Baizu. Hey tribe's elders echoed. The immortals were shaken. This was no small matter. The situation of Northern Plains' Gu immortal world had changed. The smart ones knew. Heavenly Lord Baizu said this because he had already reached an agreement with the other rank 8 great experts. No need to leave, I will hold a banquet here for 3 days and 3 nights to entertain everyone. Heavenly Lord Baizu said. Hey tribe's surviving Gu immortals had twitching expressions. This chaotic land that was still bleeding earlier was actually holding a banquet. This change was too sudden and huge. We are willing to celebrate Baizu tribe, we congratulate Lord Heavenly Lord. The righteous path Gu immortals quickly reached an agreement and spoke. The demonic path and lone immortals were restless. Humph. Chudu snorted coldly, it was extremely ear-piercing. He flicked his sleeves and left. Under everyone's gazes, he slowly flew into the sky. Author's note, today is the last day of February, seeing how many monthly votes there are, I feel moved and ashamed. Thank you everyone for your support, I will work even harder in the following 3 months, I will implement the plan of increasing monthly votes again. The old rules are still the same, 100 votes plus 1 chapter, other than that, Weibo WeChat's official account will be holding a small activity in March to repay everyone. Ever since the official account was opened, book friends helped to click on advertisements and send gifts every day, accumulating some money. To thank everyone's support, I plan to hold an activity on March 3rd, Dragon raises its head, to give out hundreds of small red packets. Book friends who follow the official account can draw a prize to receive the red packets. If the book is good, please check the WeChat advertisements on the official account every day when you have time. Every time you open one, you don't need to buy to follow or download, it is equivalent to helping me increase my subscription. Thank you, book friends, for your love and support. March 3rd, Dragon raises its head, it is a good day. Fang Yuan also wanted to raise his head. Haha, domination immortal, I am going too. Amidst the silence, Feng Zi's laughter could be heard. Then, he was surrounded by a strong gust of wind, and he flew away. Countless gazes were also focused on him. Feng Zi was publicly recognized as the #1 movement expert in Northern Plains. Yao Huang had once tried to capture him but failed. This was Feng Zi's proudest achievement. Chudu and Feng Zi were daring, they did not give Heavenly Lord Baizu any face. The immortals had many thoughts but none of them moved. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not make a sound either, he watched as the two left. Hey tribe's first supreme elder quickly shouted, Lord Heavenly Lord, forget about this Feng Zi. But that Chudu took away the 13th eagle nest. This eagle nest has Hey Fan's true inheritance. The immortals heard this and became restless, they conversed in secret. Hey Fan's name was well known among the immortals. This great expert was the pride of Hey tribe's history, he had led Hey tribe to become the overlord of Northern Plains. If he was still alive, who would dare to attack Hey tribe? No matter, I already know. Heavenly Lord Baizu's voice was heard again, he had a plain tone, first Supreme Elder's heart shook, his lips trembled, he wanted to say something but did not speak. Second Supreme Elder suddenly said, Lord Heavenly Lord, Iron Eagle blessed land is about to collapse. If we hold a banquet here, it might not even last half a day. Hey tribe's Gu immortals, don't worry, we have been preparing for a long time. At this time, 3 Gu immortals arrived. The immortals looked at them with a sense of realization. These 3 immortals were none other than Baizu tribe's 3 Gu immortals. During the entire Hey tribe battle, they had been watching from the sidelines, they were listening to Heavenly Lord Baizu's arrangements to clean up the battle. Next, Baizu tribe's 3 Gu immortals attacked together, using an immortal killer move. The killer move's effect was immediate, in an instant, Iron Eagle blessed land that was on the verge of collapse stabilized. Seeing this, many righteous and demonic immortals' expressions changed. This immortal killer move was extremely powerful. This was the first time they had seen it, it was not recorded in history. They realized, Baizu tribe did not just have Heavenly Lord Baizu, the other Gu immortals could not be underestimated. Gong Air greets Lord Heavenly Monarch. Next, Gong Clan's Gu immortal Gong Air came forward alone. After entering Iron Eagle blessed land, he bowed towards the sky. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8s would dominate. Gong Air was very arrogant, but facing a rank 8 existence, he had to be respectful. However, he was feeling very depressed. At the final moment of He Tribe's battle, Gong Er had wanted to activate Immortal Gu House Golden Dawn Hall to snatch cultivation resources. But Baizu Tribe's Gu Immortal smiled and told him not to act rashly. Naturally, Gong Er would not listen to their suggestions. However, he soon received a message from the prince's impatience. The gist of the message was, tell him not to act rashly, otherwise, he would become Heavenly Lord Baizu's enemy. If you infuriated Heavenly Lord Baizu and made him kill you, you deserved it. The prince's impatience wouldn't stand up for you. Gong Er heard this. Even though he was extremely unwilling, he didn't dare to make a move and suffered a great loss. In this trip, he mobilized Golden Dawn Hall to help, but the benefits were not worth the effort. Originally, Gong Er wanted to act as the leader of the righteous path, but the other Huangjin bloodline Gu Immortals ignored him. Baizu Tribe's 3 Gu Immortals responded to his call and went to Golden Dawn Hall as guests. This gave Gong Er a way out. But these 3 immortals had other intentions. Gong Er was representing Gong Tribe now, he had no choice but to appear. He greeted Heavenly Lord Baizu, but he was extremely unhappy with the prince's impatience. Damn it, damn it. This time I was defeated by the prince's impatience. Humph, his surname is not Gong after all. He is just a son-in-law of Gong Tribe, an external supreme elder of our tribe. Generally speaking, it was rare for super forces with a family system to have a supreme elder who didn't share the same surname. They were not like Central Continent's super sects, which could easily take in external supreme elders. External supreme elders who joined super forces often had to have a close relationship with the tribe's Gu Immortals. For example, husband and wife. Or perhaps they could become sworn brothers. Fairy Jiangyu had once joined He Tribe, but on the surface, she was He Cheng's concubine. Prince's Impatience's true identity was a spy that Spirit Affinity House had placed in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World. He was in charge of overturning Imperial Court Blessed Land and controlling 88-point Xianxia Tower. In his early years, he had married a female immortal from Gong Tribe. Later, with the secret support of Spirit Affinity House, he became a rank 8 Gu Immortal and wandered outside, ignoring Gong Tribe. Prince's Impatience lived in Fengxian Grotto Heaven. He ignored his former Gong Tribe wife. He only lived with 2 female Gu Immortals, Yu Lan and Lu Yao. Gong Tribe was very unhappy, but Prince's Impatience was a rank 8 existence. Gong Tribe's Gu Immortals could only swallow their anger. This time, while old ancestor Shui Hu forced Jiao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu to retreat, Gong Tribe's Gu Immortals thought of a plan. They spread the theory that Prince's Impatience could defeat old ancestor Shui Hu. Firstly, they wanted to use Prince's Impatience's influence to raise Gong Tribe's status in the righteous path. Secondly, they wanted to force Prince's Impatience to oppose old ancestor Shui Hu. If the 2 sides fought, regardless of victory or defeat, it would be beneficial to Gong Tribe. This plan could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but how could a rank 8 Gu Immortal be so easily targeted? This time, Gong Er was taught a lesson. Prince's Impatience secretly made an agreement with Heavenly Lord Baizu. It was obvious that Heavenly Lord Baizu had paid a price for it. Prince's Impatience concealed this matter and did not inform Gong Tribe in advance. He sacrificed Gong Tribe's benefits to fill his own pockets. But at the crucial moment, he sent a message, not leaving behind any evidence. Gong Tribe could only suffer this loss, who asked Heavenly Lord Baizu to only target Prince's Impatience. Gong Tribe did not have a second rank 8. Strength was the basis of an equal conversation. 3 Baizu Gu Immortals stabilized Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Not only did they stabilize it, they even started to repair it. For the next 3 days and 3 nights, Iron Eagle Blessed Land continued to hold a celebration. In He Tribe's former headquarters, they announced the rise of Baizu Tribe. There was a deep meaning behind this. It was thought-provoking. Almost all the Gu Immortals attended this celebration. Other than Domination Immortal and Wind Child, there were exceptions. Other than these 2, there might be others. For example, during the Battle of He Tribe, the mysterious Gu Immortal who appeared for a brief moment, the existence who controlled ordinary thatched hut. It was unknown if he was hiding among the Immortals, or if he had already slipped away. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals mostly attended the first day of the celebration before taking their leave. The Gong Tribe Gu Immortals led by Gong Er were the first to leave. When he left, Gong Er took large strides, but in the eyes of observant people, They could feel the dejection of the Gong tribe Gu immortals. Next was Nian Air tribe. This super force only sent 2 Gu immortals this time. One was rank 7 Space Path Gu immortal Nian Air Fu, the other was the current generation Sword Sun Nian Air Pingji. Even though the latter only had rank 6 cultivation level, he was in the limelight during this battle of He tribe. He could be said to have become famous after this battle. But it was not without a price. Old Monster Corpse Poison, who was at a corner, stared at Nian Air Pingji with hatred, gritting his teeth. The hatred between the two sides was too deep. Meng tribe, Yuan tribe, New Air tribe, Yi Lui tribe, and others left one after another. Lu tribe, Yao tribe, and Guan tribe, these 3 tribes Gu immortals. They were the last ones to attend the entire banquet. 3 days and 3 nights later, they left. This was giving Baizu tribe enough face. Because these 3 tribes were different from the other Huangjin tribes, their territories in northern plains were the closest to Baizu tribe, they needed to build a good relationship. As for the demonic path and lone immortals, they also left in 3 days and 3 nights. The stronger they were, the earlier they left. But there were also some Gu immortal experts. They stayed behind alone, as if they wanted to get close to Baizu tribe. If it were any other Huangjin tribe, they would not have such a grand ceremony. But Heavenly Lord Baizu was a lone cultivator, the lone immortals and some demonic path Gu immortals could accept it. Farewell, farewell. Take care, forgive us for not sending you off. Iron Eagle Blessed Land had been completely repaired in these 3 days. The Blessed Land's entrance opened, He tribe's Gu immortals and Baizu tribe's Gu immortals came out. They stood at the entrance and sent them off, they were very polite. The Gu immortals who left did not belong to any factions. They sighed to themselves. After this battle with He tribe, the situation in Northern Plains Gu immortal world had changed. He tribe's Gu immortals surrendered, sending off these Gu immortals who invaded their blessed land. They definitely did not feel good about it. But Heavenly Lord Baizu made them do this, it was simply a humiliation. Among them, He tribe's first supreme elder felt the deepest emotions. During the battle with He tribe, he was heavily injured. Heavenly Lord Baizu personally healed the other He tribe Gu immortals, he was the only one left. His face was pale, he dragged his injured body to send off the guests, he coughed out blood from time to time, he was in a pathetic state, he had lost all his face. He tribe's first supreme elder knew clearly. Earlier, I purposely exposed He Fan's true inheritance to make Heavenly Lord Baizu attack Chudu. If I kill him, I can take revenge for Chudu's invasion. If I cannot kill him and Chudu escapes, with his personality, he will definitely take revenge on Baizu tribe. But to think that Heavenly Lord Baizu did not attack at all, he knew this was my scheme, so he purposely punished me for the past 3 days. Sadness, pain, hatred, fear, all sorts of emotions mixed together, filling He tribe's first supreme elder's heart. Finally, after sending off the final Gu immortal, He tribe's Gu immortals and Baizu tribe's Gu immortals were summoned by Heavenly Lord Baizu. At the highest level of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, in the discussion hall of He tribe, the immortals met with Heavenly Lord Baizu. We pay respects to Lord Heavenly Lord. The immortals stood on the spot and bowed. Thank you for your hard work. Heavenly Lord Baizu sat on the high seat, smiling. From today onwards, He tribe's Gu immortals will have to change their surname to Baizu. He tribe's resources will be divided by the Northern Plains immortals, it is a foregone conclusion. This is also the agreement that I made with the other rank 8s. In the future, you cannot use this as an excuse to look for trouble. The immortals quickly acknowledged the order. Heavenly Lord Baizu paused for a moment before saying, but He Fan's true inheritance is no small matter, it involves rank 8s. Even if I do not cultivate Time Path, I can use it as a reference. Chudu does not care about it, I already know the location of He Fan Grotto Heaven. After some time I will be able to forcefully enter and take everything. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not look forward to inheriting He Fan's true inheritance. Even He tribe itself could not inherit this true inheritance, let alone an outsider like him. The true treasure was He Fan Grotto Heaven, as well as the resources accumulated in it. This was enough to move the hearts of any rank 8s. He tribe's first supreme elder heard this and was extremely shocked. The location of He Fan Grotto Heaven is the greatest secret of our tribe. Including me, only the 4 supreme elders know about it. How could Heavenly Lord Baizu know? Could it be that someone had secretly sided with him? Did they tell him this secret? Realizing this, He tribe's first supreme elder felt a chill down his spine, his body shuddered. With a plop, he knelt on the ground, prostrating towards Heavenly Lord Baizu. I have failed in my task, I have sinned greatly. Lord Heavenly Lord, please punish me. Oh? What sin did you commit? Heavenly Lord Baizu looked down at He tribe's first supreme elder with a faint smile. He tribe's first supreme elder was covered in cold sweat. He could not say that he schemed against Heavenly Lord Baizu 3 days ago. It would be an offense if he said it, thus, he switched to another topic. In this battle in He tribe, we predicted that Feng Yuan would appear to take advantage of the situation. The entire battle, we have been using immortal methods to investigate. But we did not find any trace of him. It is my fault that we did not capture Feng Yuan. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled. Your investigative methods are truly unique. To think that you can directly identify otherworldly demons. I'm afraid that Feng Yuan did not come. It is a pity. If he appeared, I would definitely capture him. With this bargaining chip, I would not have to pay such a huge price. It turned out that He tribe and Heavenly Lord Baizu had already discussed and set up an ambush against Feng Yuan. The fact that Feng Yuan was the culprit of the imperial court case was already widely known. Northern Plains Gu immortals also knew that Feng Yuan had spring-autumn cicada and fixed immortal travel. The battle in He tribe was a great opportunity that was hard to come by in hundreds of years, but Feng Yuan did not come. This was out of the immortals' expectations. After all, with fixed immortal travel, it was very convenient to travel. But they did not know the subsequent twists and turns of the Battle of Etion Mountain. Right now, fixed immortal travel was already under the control of the Celestial Court. As for this investigative immortal killer move that could find otherworldly demons, it had its origin. An otherworldly demon had once appeared in He tribe. When he was a mortal Gu master, he had many shocking performances, attracting the attention of the higher-ups. His famous 4-direction sparrow battle method was something that even He tribe's 4 supreme elders enjoyed playing with without getting tired of. After soul-searching, He tribe's Gu immortals found out that this person was an otherworldly demon. Thus, He tribe's Gu immortals researched his body from top to bottom. Even though this person's life was expended. But they obtained an immortal killer move that could find otherworldly demons. This secret was only known to He tribe's 4 supreme elders. The other He tribe Gu immortals did not know about it. Heavenly Lord Baizu continued, forget about Feng Yuan's future. Your He tribe knows how to adapt to circumstances. It is a blessing for you to surrender to my Baizu tribe. I will take action 3 days later and remove the obstruction for you 4 supreme elders. You will be able to split up and move freely. Don't worry, as long as you sincerely abandon your past. From now on, you will live as Baizu tribe's Gu immortals. Think for our tribe and contribute to the tribe. I will not mistreat you. Yes. We will obey Heavenly Lord's orders. He tribe's Gu immortals quickly responded. He tribe's first supreme elder even knelt on the ground, crying tears of gratitude. Heavenly Lord is magnanimous, you do not mind our subordinates' incompetence, we are deeply grateful. You are also thinking for us, resolving our many years of illness, you are truly like a second parent. Saying so, he kowtowed fiercely, tears flowing down his face. But in his heart, there was a cold chill. Heavenly Lord Baizu had great methods, he wanted to dismantle Green City Rampage in the first meeting. This weapon would no longer belong to He tribe's 4 great supreme elders. Heavenly Lord Baizu was extremely satisfied, he gave some words of encouragement before waving the immortals away. He sat there without moving, thinking in his mind. He tribe's Gu immortals have just joined us, their status has plummeted, it is like heaven and earth, they must be feeling agitated and unable to calm down, they will not be able to adapt to it. However, this first supreme elder of He tribe has such an attitude, it is already quite good. I did not waste my effort in beating him up, I can spare his life. It is a pity that Feng Yuan did not appear, otherwise, if I captured him, my gains would be even greater. Now, I can only pay the price myself. To prevent the other rank 8s from interfering in this matter, Heavenly Lord Baizu paid a huge price, thinking about it made him feel heartache. However, I cannot trap the wolf without sacrificing the child. Right now, Baizu tribe finally has a foothold in northern plains. There is also Heifan Grotto Heaven. If I can take it, I can make up for my previous losses. Of course, I cannot be rash now. I need to recuperate and stabilize the situation. This time, I have already provoked the sensitive nerves of the righteous path. If I attack Heifan Grotto Heaven again, the other rank 8s will not be able to sit still. Thankfully, this time, He tribe spent all their wealth to feed the righteous and demonic immortals. The various forces are fighting and restraining each other. They will not find trouble with my Baizu tribe in the short term. Heavenly Lord Baizu thought about it. At this moment, he clearly considered the situation of Baizu tribe and himself. He could be said to have a clear understanding of the situation. To be continued. Southern border. Mountains stood tall. There was a continuous stretch of green. Mountain winds continued to howl. More than 10 Gu immortals were thousands of li apart, forming a huge circle. In the sky above this circle, an elderly Gu immortal was using his immortal essence, concentrating on setting up a formation. A huge formation had already taken shape. It covered a huge range of 100,000 li. It was covering a beautiful and dreamy lump of light. This huge lump of light was colorful and dazzling. It was the giant dream realm. After the battle of Etian Mountain, it had turned into ruins. Spectral soul was schemed against by Providence. Feng Yuan obtained the fruits of his labor, while his main body was trapped in the dream realm, being continuously expended by the dream realm. Even though the southern border Gu immortals did not know the details of the battle of Etian Mountain, they knew the huge benefits this giant dream realm represented. The Gu immortals here came from southern border's various righteous path super forces. After a difficult negotiation, they came to an agreement to control this giant dream realm together. This dream realm was too important. None of the super forces could monopolize it. They were also worried that the demonic path and lone immortals would come and take advantage of it, so the righteous path Gu immortals worked together to occupy this place and set up a super Gu formation here, to slowly divide the benefits of the dream realm. Rise! The elderly Gu immortal in the sky suddenly shouted. His body burst out with boundless light. Following him, the southern border righteous path Gu immortals also exerted their strength. A large amount of immortal essence was expended. Countless mortal Gu flew around. Immortal Gu flew out of the Gu immortals' hands, landing in suitable locations. Many Gu immortals were sweating profusely. They had nervous expressions. There were even people whose fingers were trembling slightly. They had been setting up the Gu formation here for 9 days and 9 nights. Evidently, the Gu immortals had reached a critical juncture in setting up this super Gu formation. They are about to succeed. Are we still not going to make a move? If we don't. Sigh. There is no chance. There are Gu immortal experts hiding around them. I suspect there are even immortal Gu houses guarding them. In that case, a silent exchange unfolded. The demonic path and lone immortals also understood the value of this giant dream realm. Even without this dream realm, a mysterious battle had happened here. Maybe some Gu immortal remains or inheritances were left behind. They were all precious treasures. But the righteous path Gu immortals were extremely cautious. They did not give these demonic path and lone immortals any chances. Helpless, these Gu immortals wisely chose to retreat. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge beam of light shot up into the sky. The pillar of light appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. A grand super Gu formation gradually turned invisible, vanishing from the immortal's vision. You've worked hard for many days. I finally succeeded. The old Gu immortal in charge of setting up the formation descended slowly. The righteous path Gu immortals gathered together. In this Gu formation, my Wu clan is using 5 immortal Gu. Therefore, 30% of this dreamland should belong to my Wu clan. Hehe, that makes sense. But, my Luo clan's immortal Gu are no less than your Wu clan's. What are you talking about? Without all of us working together and expending immortal essence, can this super Gu formation be set up? In my opinion. In terms of contribution, my clan's first supreme elder, Lord Chi Chuyu, was the one in charge of setting up the Gu formation. He is the undisputed number 1. Even though the super Gu formation was set up, the righteous path Gu immortals had not decided on how to split the dream realm yet. At once, the discussions became louder and louder. They started to quarrel. There was no result from quarreling. The righteous path Gu immortals left on bad terms. they started to make plans for their own benefits. A few days later. Xiangliang Mountain. Xianxia greets Lady Qingqing. Xianxia bowed. Shang Qingqing looked at Xianxia, nodding in satisfaction. I was not wrong about you. You have been the clan leader these days, you have done well. Shang clan members are showing signs of loyalty. Xianxia's achievements today were all thanks to Lady Qingqing's guidance. It's all thanks to Lord Qingqing's guidance, Xianxia sincerely thanked him. Shang Qingqing went straight to the point. I called you here because I have something to ask you. After you became the clan leader, the first thing you did was to get rid of the black and white demons' arrest warrants. Do you know? Your brother Black Demon is not Fangjing, he is Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan? Xianxia was confused. She had not expected that Lady Shang Qingqing would call her here to talk about her brother Black Demon. Xianxia became the clan leader of Shang clan, she had broadened her horizons. She knew many secrets, she even knew that this beautiful fairy in front of her was a high and mighty Gu immortal who looked down on mortals. This Gu immortal was actually talking to her about a mortal Gu master. How could she not be confused? Shang Qingqing said solemnly, Xianxia, listen to what I am going to say, every word is important. Yes, I will listen to your teachings. This black demon Fangjing that you know, his real name is Guyue Fang Yuan. He has a huge origin, it is not a small matter. He is elusive and extremely dangerous. He is a demonic path Gu immortal, he committed a huge crime. Now, not only southern border, even central continent, northern plains, eastern sea, and western desert Gu immortals are chasing after him. Shang Qingqing said in a low tone. Xianxia's mouth was wide open, she was dumbfounded. At once, she felt like she was hearing things. When did Brother Black Demon become an immortal, and even Lady Shang Qingqing was so wary of him? Don't doubt your ears, why would I joke about this? You had a relationship with the demon Fang Yuan, tell me everything now. Shang Qingqing asked. Yes. Xianxia finally regained her senses, she recalled, I first met Brother Black Demon in the caravan. He was actually a good person, he helped me out of trouble. As Xianxia recalled the past, she could not help but reveal a trace of gentleness on her face. Throughout the process, Shang Qingqing listened quietly, not saying a word. After Xianxia finished speaking, she mustered all her courage and explained for Fang Yuan, Lady Qingqing, I think there is a mistake. Fangjing, Brother Fang Yuan is just a mortal Gu master, how can he be a great demon that harms the world? Hee. Shang Qingqing showed a mocking smile, if he is not a great demon, who is? His craftiness and viciousness is not something you can imagine. He caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains Gu immortal world, Central Continent's celestial court could not catch him. Nobody knows where he is, what evil deeds he is doing, or what schemes he is plotting. Your relationship with him isn't as simple as you think it is. I can tell that he's scheming something. Do you know? Because of your relationship with him, my entire Shang clan is facing pressure from southern borders Gu immortals. From today onwards, you have to cut all ties with him, you have nothing to do with him. Be a good Shang clan leader, you can leave now. Xianxia had no choice but to leave. You are letting her go just like that? After Xianxia left, a figure appeared beside Shang Qingqing. This immortal was thin and had a dark expression, it was Shang clan Gu immortal Shang Tan Mo. Shang Qingqing smiled, what else can I do? Shang Tan Mo said with a serious expression, we cannot believe her words, we need to soul search her and find out what happened. Shang Qingqing smiled even more brightly, look at this. Saying so, she stretched out her hand from her sleeves. Her hand was pale, it was like a tree trunk, there were small flowers growing on her fingernails. Shang Tan Mo saw this and was slightly stunned, I forgot, you have this immortal killer move, it is much more reliable than soul searching. I already know about the relationship between that Fang Yuan and Shang clan. He came to Shang clan city to seek cultivation opportunities, as expected of someone who is spring-autumn cicada. This is not a big deal, he did not set up any traps. Shang Qingqing said. Shang Tan Mo nodded, then I am assured. But, how do we explain to those people outside? Shang Qingqing smiled coldly, them? They just want to obtain more dream realms, so they used Fang Yuan as an excuse to attack Shang clan. The results of my investigation are enough to shut their mouths. Shang Tanmo's eyes shined with bright light. He raised his head and looked far away. His gaze seemed to pierce through Shangliang Mountain, looking at the giant dream realm. Maybe, our Shang clan Gu immortals have been polite for too long. Others think that we are not good at fighting. The situation was constantly changing. In northern plains, He tribe's battle had already ended, but there were still some lingering effects. The righteous and demonic factions, as well as lone immortals, had their own gains. He tribe was destroyed, Baizu tribe replaced it, changing the situation of the Gu immortal world. And in southern border, the giant dream realm revolved around the righteous path Gu immortals. They worked together and were superior. They first excluded the demonic path and lone immortals. But in the righteous path, a battle to divide the giant dream realm was about to begin. No matter when or where, all sorts of scenes of pursuing benefits were happening. More than 10 days passed like this. Northern plains, northern icy plain. Fang Yuan placed his immortal aperture down. He looked up at the sky as he muttered, "The third earthly calamity has finally arrived." Heaven and earth chi rumbled endlessly. There were no clouds or mist. The sovereign immortal aperture had a strange scene of peaceful weather. One by one, birds appeared out of thin air. Their bodies were glowing with a faint green light. They flew extremely quickly. In front of Fang Yuan's eyes, they were like long lines of light. The birds' cries were crisp and clear. They contained endless life force. Spring Oriole. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He recognized this bird. Even though it was small and looked like a sparrow, it was a true desolate beast. This bird is very special among desolate beasts. It has a large number of rule path life Dao marks. But its lifespan is very short. After hatching from an egg, it can fly in the sky. Everywhere it goes, Dao marks will spread out from its body, changing the world and giving it endless life force. After a dozen or so breaths of time, it will die of old age. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He saw that in this Kokitahara, the ground that was originally covered in a thin layer of ice and snow had already started to grow green sprouts. Soon, under the influence of spring oriole, the grass grew taller. There were even some wild flowers in it. The chirping of birds was crisp and sweet. They did not stop. In the sovereign immortal aperture's Kokitahara, the desolate land that was covered in frost was now filled with endless greenery. The power of the earthly calamity was immense. After more than 10 breaths of time, the surrounding 100,000 li around Fang Yuan had turned into a grassland of greenery. The vegetation was lush. There were many flowers and plants. It was like the world had changed. Fang Yuan stood at the peak of Danghun Mountain with a solemn expression. He was on full alert. This was his third earthly calamity. He brought Danghun Mountain with him again. But the current situation was very strange. The spring oriole transformed from the earthly calamity's power was helping Fang Yuan to develop his immortal aperture. Half a month ago, when jewel yellow skies reopened, Fang Yuan did not choose to take the risk of going to He tribe. He returned to develop the sovereign immortal aperture. He managed many places, but Kokitahara was always used by Fang Yuan as a place to undergo tribulation. It was not developed. But now, this earthly calamity was helping Fang Yuan. It was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. This was undoubtedly a good thing for Fang Yuan. But providence is unpredictable. It will not be so kind. There must be an ambush or follow-up. I will observe the situation for now. Fang Yuan stood at the peak of Danghun Mountain, observing carefully. Kokitahara was very big. The grassland formed by the earthly calamity did not cover the whole of Kokitahara. It only covered a patch of white land with Danghun Mountain as the center. Looking around, the greenery became denser. Soon, saplings were uprooted and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, this place was going to form a huge forest with a radius of 50,000 li. Fang Yuan was surprised and overjoyed. The power of the earthly calamity was mostly destructive to the people of the world. This time, it was used to develop the immortal aperture. The effect was shocking. If Fang Yuan were to replant this forest and grassland, he would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Spring oriole's lifespan was extremely short. They died one by one, turning into a dark green radiance that dissipated into the sky. But at the same time, a brand new spring oriole was formed, one after another. For a moment, the sky was filled with the silhouettes of these wild birds. There were many of them. Like a flock of sparrows, it was a magnificent sight. Wait. Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Go. He thought of something and shouted in a low voice, pointing with his finger. Suddenly, a sword ray flew out. As fast as lightning. Rank 7 Immortal Gu flying sword. Although Spring Oriole was fast, she couldn't keep up with this sword ray. However, it was nimble and didn't move in a straight line. It took Fang Yuan some effort to destroy one. A surge of true intent followed, pouring into Fang Yuan's heart. In an instant, Fang Yuan seemed to have become a spring oriole, from birth to flight, and then to death. In a short period of time. After experiencing life and death, one's state of mind would change accordingly. Fang Yuan completely absorbed this true intent, his eyes became clear again. He was now a transformation path grandmaster, absorbing reckless savages' true intent was no longer as difficult as before. In the past, he was like an empty basin filled with buckets of water. Now that he was absorbing reckless savages' true intent, he was like a well that contained buckets of water. It was much easier for him. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. This time, he understood Providence's scheme. Fang Yuan's earthly calamity was very special, because of the immortal tribulation tempering aperture and the northern icy plain. It caused his earthly calamity to split into two parts. One was Providence's control, the other was reckless savages' true intense influence. In the previous two earthly calamities, the portion controlled by Providence formed first, while the portion affected by reckless savages' true intent appeared later. But in the third earthly calamity, the portion affected by reckless savages' true intent appeared first. This was Fang Yuan's expectations. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Fang Yuan suffered a small loss. Reckless savages' true intent was compared to the construction of blessed lands. Of course, the former was more important, the latter was secondary. Because reckless savage's true intent could directly raise his transformation path attainment level, and it could only be used during each tribulation, the risk and cost were very high. As for the construction of blessed lands, it could be done at any time. Providence knows about my vigilance. This is a good scheme. It is wary of my transformation path attainment level rising rapidly, causing me to waste a lot of reckless savage's true intent. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but he was not discouraged. Like a bolt of lightning, he soared into the sky. In the air, his body shook as countless strength path phantoms appeared. Strength path killer move, myriad self, 10,000 of me charged over, forming a majestic tide of people, sweeping up the spring dawn jade orioles along the way. Spring oriole was a desolate bird after all, it moved freely in the crowd of myriad self, chirping continuously. Fang Yuan saw that myriad self was not effective, he quickly used another method. Immortal killer move, sword wave triple layered, swish swish swish, silver white sword wave surged with endless sharpness as it pushed forward. Spring oriole's speed was slightly faster than sword wave. Fang Yuan's triple layered sword wave killed a few, but the effect was not great. He frowned as he realized, the previous two earthly calamities let Providence know a lot about me. Be it myriad self or sword wave triple layered, their weaknesses are known. This earthly calamity formed Spring Oriole, it targets these two killer moves. Providence purposely targeted them, it shows how deep their intentions are. In the previous earthly calamity, there were wind blades as well. But Fang Yuan had Dang Hun Mountain, using it as a camp, it had a great defensive effect. But in the current situation, even though Fang Yuan brought Dang Hun Mountain, Spring Oriole was formed from reckless savages' true intent, Fang Yuan could not ignore it and defend, he had to take the initiative to attack, otherwise, he would lose his greatest gains. Thankfully, I retrieved Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan activated this rank 7 Immortal Gu, Sword Light rampaged with a single thought from him. Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died at Fang Yuan's hands one after another, but even more Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died on their own. If it was not Fang Yuan who ended Spring Oriole, there would be no infusion of reckless savage's true intent. Providence purposely schemed this time, Fang Yuan was schemed against, his losses were not small. This was not just the loss of reckless savage's true intent, there was also the loss of Green Grape Immortal Essence. Even though Flying Sword Immortal Gu was powerful, it was rank 7, every time it was activated, it expended a lot of Green Grape Immortal Essence. But each attack could only kill one Spring Oriole. Fang Yuan was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, it was not effective. It seems that I will need new methods for the next tribulation. Old methods are becoming more and more useless. Fang Yuan could not help but think of wisdom goo. If the light of wisdom could be used, this problem would be easily resolved. With his Grandmaster attainment level and wisdom path methods, he could deduce an immortal killer move. It was as simple as drinking water. Unfortunately, even though Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body, he did not dare to take the risk. The earthly calamity continued. After 15 minutes, there were still endless spring oriole being produced. In Kokitahara, not only was there green grass, a huge forest had already formed. The forest was filled with towering trees that were tens of feet tall, their trunks were like pillars. During this period, Fang Yuan tried other methods, like poison spitting. In the previous earthly calamity, this killer move was extremely effective, but this time, it was completely ineffective against spring oriole. Hell, hell, hell! In the vast forest, the trees raised their heads and let out a cry. Next, they suddenly rose from the ground and turned into giant tree men. Fang Yuan immediately noticed the changes on the ground. He sneered, "It seems that this is the part that Providence controls." Hee, fortunately, I was vigilant and eradicated half of the forest. Now it seems my defense is truly adequate. Countless tree men pulled out their roots from the ground, charging towards Danghun Mountain. They were slow, but their bodies were thick and sturdy. Fang Yuan's thoughts changed. He chose to defend himself. He landed on the peak of Danghun Mountain, looking at the tree men charging towards him from all directions. Patches of green were thick and dense. It was like the entire forest was pushing towards him. He felt suffocated. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger. Probing attack. Flying sword Immortal Gu charged forward, turning into a white rainbow as it pierced a distance of 50 to 60 li. All the treants along the way were pierced. These tree men stopped moving. But soon, their injuries healed, they recovered and continued to crawl towards Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan used 3 layers of sword wave. The dazzling sword wave engulfed a large number of tree men with a loud sound. Not even a single fragment was left. The effect was great. But soon, the tree men at the back filled up the gap. Fang Yuan frowned. These tree men are not desolate beasts, but they are not far from it. Not only are they tough, they can also absorb life force and recover rapidly. As for where the life force came from, it was naturally spring oriole. Ever since the first earthly calamity, even though Providence could not control all of the earthly calamity's power, it could coordinate with the portion affected by reckless savages' true meaning. Last time, it was the cold moon and wind blades. This time, it was the tree men and spring oriole. They were both closely coordinated. The effect was extraordinary. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and breathed out a mouthful of poisonous gas. The poisonous gas spread in all directions among the treants. Dozens of treants moved slowly on the spot, and their lush green leaves were dyed purple. After a few breaths of time, their movements became slower and slower. Eventually, they fell to the ground with a loud thud. Their trunks and leaves started to rot, turning into a pile of rotten leaves. The effect of the killer move poison spit was also quite good. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan could not use this killer move continuously. There were strong repercussions. He had to get rid of the poisonous gas left behind in his body, otherwise, he might even poison himself to death. The tree men started to climb Danghun Mountain. Soon, these tree men got a taste of Danghun Mountain's power. Their souls shook, their bodies trembled, large amounts of leaves fell off. But even so, the densely packed tall tree people advanced wave after wave, pushing each other, squeezing their way up the mountain. Danghun Mountain was indeed a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Just at the foot of the mountain, over 100 tree men died. Fang Yuan did not even waste a bit of immortal essence. Fang Yuan looked down at the scene, his frown became deeper. Even though these tree men were troublesome, they posed little threat. Because they moved slowly, Fang Yuan could use guerrilla tactics to kill these tree men. Fang Yuan felt that something was wrong. This earthly calamity was too easy. Could it be that Providence felt that they could not get rid of me in one go, so their focus this time is to exhaust my foundation? P.S. Tonight, there will be a Lucky Will event on WeChat public account, starting on time to reward the readers. It will depend on everyone's luck. I wish everyone good luck. To exterminate these tree men, a vast amount of immortal essence would be expended. These tree men were more numerous than the snow monsters during the first earthly calamity, and they had strong recovery abilities. Feng Yuan could already see many broken branches that were inserted into the soil. New sprouts would sprout in the blink of an eye. Unless he used a killer move like triple-layered sword wave to exterminate these tree men, he would not be able to get rid of any future problems. Otherwise, these trees would expend a lot of earth chi in his immortal aperture to grow. But using triple-layered sword wave or flying sword immortal goo to exterminate these tree men was too much of a waste. If I were a fire path goo immortal, this situation would not be a problem. Feng Yuan was thinking of this when he suddenly heard a loud sound. From the fallen tree man corpses, flames rose up. The flames burned rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they spread and engulfed countless tree men. The flames attached themselves to these tree men. The intense fire continued to burn, turning these tree men into charcoal. Their leaves melted and soon, a large number of them died. The flames were nourished by the tree men. They became even more vigorous. The flames were now 50 to 60 feet above the ground. Intense heat waves assaulted Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was stunned. What was going on? Evidently, this was also a transformation of the earthly calamity. But why was the earthly calamity burning itself like this? What was Providence trying to do? Was it helping Feng Yuan solve his problem? Feng Yuan quickly denied this thought. What a joke! Why would Providence help him? Roar! From the soaring flames, a huge figure suddenly stood up. From the orange-red flames, a giant that was 180 feet tall appeared. This is? Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He subconsciously gritted his teeth. Giant calamity blazing tree. This was an ancient desolate plant. According to historical records, immemorial red heaven often had such giant calamity blazing trees. But this ancient desolate plant was very rare in the 5 regions, but it was not extinct. The predecessor of the giant calamity blazing tree could be any kind of tree in the world. After the forest fire, countless lives were burned to death. There was a certain probability that it would form the great calamity blazing tree. The giant disaster incinerating tree's entire body was surrounded by scorching flames. It burned all year round, making it difficult for anything to approach it. What was even more impressive was, this kind of giant disaster blazing tree would also bring countless misfortunes and disasters to the living beings that came close to it. Providence is really treacherous. Evidently, I have luck immortal goo protecting me. Providence saw through this and created giant disaster blazing tree. You're ruining my fortune. Feng Yuan felt that this was a huge challenge. Under normal circumstances, if he encountered a giant disaster blazing tree in the wild, he would have wisely stayed away. But it was different now. This giant calamity blazing tree had appeared in his sovereign immortal aperture. Not only was it absorbing the immortal aperture's earth chi, it was also bringing calamities and bad luck to offset his luck. If he sat back and did nothing, Feng Yuan would be plagued by bad luck after a period of time, and everything would go wrong. In fact, a catastrophe might befall them. As for refining immortal goo, don't even think about it. The flame soared into the sky, causing the wood to crackle. The location of the blazing tree was very special. It was near Danghun Mountain. Even though Feng Yuan used his defensive methods, his eyebrows and hair were still curling from the high temperature. This is only the outermost area, but it already has such a high temperature, not to mention the surface of the blazing tree. Feng Yuan sighed as he left. He directly left Danghun Mountain. Anyway, he had landscape as before. As long as Danghun Mountain was destroyed, it could be restored. The problem now was how to destroy this tree. The giant calamity blazing tree was almost at the waist of Danghun Mountain. Sword marks targeting death, sword wave triple layered, poison spit. Feng Yuan tried several moves, but the effect was not ideal. Before the poison could even get close, it was burned clean by the flames. Flying sword immortal goo penetrated the entire blazing tree trunk and flew back to Feng Yuan's hand. This attack. The entire giant calamity blazing tree shook intensely, but it soon returned to normal. As for sword wave triple layered, it extinguished the flames and charged towards the blazing tree, cutting off many leaves. But soon, the flames in the sky returned to normal. The blazing tree rapidly recovered, its injuries were gone in a few breaths of time. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, immortal chi surged out of his body as he shouted, "Strength path giant hand." There was a deafening rumble. A giant hand appeared out of nowhere, pushing the air aside, it grabbed at the blazing tree with an overwhelming aura. But the blazing tree was huge, it was almost half of Danghun Mountain. The strength path giant hand grabbed the giant calamity blazing tree, trying to lift it up. But Fang Yuan tried for a long time, but there was no effect. The giant calamity blazing tree's countless roots were like dragons and pythons, they dug deep into the ground and absorbed earth chi. It also relied on the spring oriole that was flying in the sky to replenish its life force. It was as stable as Mount Tai, unmoving. As time dragged on, the entire strength path giant hand started to melt in the flames. Soon, half of it was gone. Fang Yuan dispelled this giant hand, his thoughts changed as he thought of another plan. Rumble, a second strength path giant hand flew out, but this time, it did not grab the giant calamity blazing tree, but Danghun Mountain. Fang Yuan could not lift the giant calamity blazing tree, but the strength path giant hand had the power of pulling mountain immortal goo, it could lift Danghun Mountain. Whoosh, wind blew intensely, Danghun Mountain was pulled into the sky by Fang Yuan, he threw it towards the giant calamity blazing tree. A huge sound was heard, the entire ground shook intensely. The giant calamity blazing tree was pressed under the mountain, its blazing flames were no longer arrogant, they only stretched out from the foot of the mountain, forming a huge ring of fire around the foot of the mountain. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the battlefield expressionlessly. The giant calamity blazing tree could not turn back, it was being tortured by the soul path Dao marks on Danghun Mountain, but its life force was extremely strong, it was still resisting and struggling. The blazing flames started to roast Danghun Mountain, some of the mountain rocks were turned into mud. It was not so easy to get rid of the giant calamity blazing tree. Fang Yuan had a heavy heart, he looked around, his vision was red. Sea of fire, the flames had already spread to the entire forest and grassland. As expected, Providence's construction was just a foundation for the giant calamity blazing tree. How could it be so easy? Fang Yuan's breathing became rough. He saw that giant calamity blazing trees were forming one after another in the sea of fire, their roots were deeply inserted into the ground, absorbing earth chi to strengthen themselves. The previous one had not been eliminated yet. Now, there were so many, not just that, these giant calamity blazing trees were roaring, they stood up and turned into giant blazing tree men, they only had one target. That was Fang Yuan, who was in the sky. Boom boom boom, at the bottom of Danghun Mountain, the first giant calamity blazing tree had also turned into a tree man, it was very restless, it was trying to topple the mountain. Its strength was shocking, every struggle caused Danghun Mountain to shake intensely. Every time it struggled, Danghun Mountain shook intensely, emitting a terrifying sound. In an instant, the situation had worsened to the point of no return. Fang Yuan could ignore the snow monsters earlier, he could deal with them slowly. But these giant calamity blazing tree men could not be ignored. Even though they moved slowly, they had a huge impact on the immortal aperture. Not only did they absorb earth chi, the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation would be damaged, it would also ruin Fang Yuan's luck. What should he do? The light of the fire shone on Fang Yuan's face, he was originally calm. Suddenly, he smiled, fortunately, I still have a backup plan. At the same time, far away in southern border, Xianxia looked at the fire in front of her in a daze. Within the fire, Fang Yuan's face seemed to appear. Brother Black Demon. Xianxia muttered in her mind. Tribe leader, Lord Tribe leader? A soft voice could be heard. Ah. Xianxia regained her senses, she saw Xiaolan, Xiao Dai, Lady Wei, Zhou Quan, and the other subordinates. Sorry, I was distracted again. Xianxia quickly apologized. Missy, this is the third time you have been distracted. Xiaolan muttered. I was rude, I am really sorry. I'm really sorry. Xianxia quickly apologized. Zhou Quan looked at Lady Wei without changing his expression, he coughed, then, let's continue our previous topic, how to take back those former young tribe leaders of Shang clan. The Gu master groups that they control. After the discussion ended, everyone left the hall. Xiao Dai, what happened to tribe leader recently? Why does she seem to be distracted? Zhou Quan asked. Xiao Dai had a worried expression, I am not sure. It seems that tribe leader was summoned by the higher-ups, after she returned, she became like this. The higher-ups? Zhou Quan's expression changed. He knew about the existence of Shang clan's Gu immortals now. This matter concerned Gu immortals, he could not handle it. Yi Fan could not bear it anymore. I will go talk to Lady Xianxia. Maybe as an outsider, I can gain something. Young Master Yi is not an outsider. Xiaolan smiled. Then I will have to trouble young Master Yi. Lady Wei nodded, agreeing to this suggestion. A moment later, Yi Fan arrived at Shang Xianxi's study room. The door of the study room was ajar. Yi Fan peeked through the gap and saw that Shang Xianxi was holding a thin piece of paper, inspecting it. She was so engrossed in it that Yi Fan purposely made heavy footsteps, but she did not notice it. Yi Fan was about to cough to alert Shang Xianxi of his arrival. But soon, he heard Shang Xianxi's soft voice, "Brother Black Demon, what kind of person are you?" Yi Fan's mind shook. He instantly realized that the thin piece of paper in Shang Xianxi's hands was none other than Black Demon's arrest warrant. On it was Black Demon's portrait. Yi Fan felt extremely empty in his heart. His originally strong limbs felt weak and powerless. He stood outside the door, hesitating for a long time before gritting his teeth, turning around and leaving quietly. From start to finish, Shang Xianxi did not notice him. Yi Fan left the city lord's manor, arriving at a street. This was Shangliang Mountain, an important place for Shang clan. It was brightly lit and bustling. But Yi Fan had a gloomy expression. He was asking himself a question. Black Demon, what kind of person are you? Northern Icy Plain. Chu Du's hands were behind his back. He looked at the vast icy plain. Suddenly, his body shook. It's here. He received Feng Yuan's transmission. He quickly activated his Immortal Gu. Rank 7 Immortal Gu Calamity Beckoning. At the next moment, the entrance of Sovereign Blessed Land opened. First, Spring Oriole was pulled out of the blessed land by a formless force through the entrance. Next, giant calamity blazing trees were pulled out by a mysterious force that could not resist. They were indignant, they were furious. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Providence was also furious. But it was useless. About 2 hours later, the third earthly calamity ended. Feng Yuan stored his immortal aperture, appearing on the northern icy plain. Chu Du obtained a lot of reckless savage's true meaning. He shouted excitedly, "The road is long and arduous. After a few autumns, I have finally obtained Azure Cloud's blessing. Azure Cloud has entrusted me to observe the world. I can see everything in this world." His voice reverberated in heaven and earth, echoing in the clouds. He had the heroic aura of a domination immortal. "Sir, may I ask for your name?" Chu Du bowed to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled, reciting, "The winding road is narrow to heaven and earth. Calamities and tribulations are insignificant. Life and death are insignificant. My body is like a willow fluttering in the wind, be it clouds or mud, my will is one." Time passed quickly. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Langya Blessed Land, inside the Cloud City. Feng Yuan was meditating in a secret room. Using connecting heaven Gu, his divine sense was communicating with a certain female Gu immortals while in jewel yellow skies. "The quality of your pale azure incense is clearly lower than the one sold by Gu immortal Shizi. Lower the price." Feng Yuan bargained. But that female Gu immortal was not like Feng Yuan. She did not spread out her divine sense to manage the business. What she placed in jewel yellow skies, other than the goods that she wanted to sell, was her will. Unfortunately, this will was the unyielding will. It was the most stubborn kind. As expected, the female immortal shook her head and refused without any hesitation. "This is the selling price. If you want to buy it, then buy it. If not, then forget it." Feng Yuan was not resigned. He continued to try. "Reconsider? I want a lot of goods." The unyielding will was stubborn. She did not give in. Feng Yuan was a little sullen. These last days, he had been operating the sovereign immortal aperture. He had to transact with jewel yellow skies. Not only did he sell his own resources, he also had to purchase other resources. But after the third earthly calamity, he was clearly not doing things smoothly. The female immortal's unyielding will was one of them. This situation was still good. Recently, Feng Yuan often encountered Gu immortals joining in and raising the price maliciously, or when there was a shortage of goods, they were cleared out by rank 8 grade experts. "Even though I have the protection of luck, during the third earthly calamity, I encountered the giant disaster blazing tree. It ruined a lot of my luck. Thinking of the third earthly calamity that he had just passed, Fang Yuan sighed. If not for the third earthly calamity, I would have thought about it for a long time and decided to cooperate with Chu Du, otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Even if I passed it, I would have suffered heavy injuries and bad luck. In this current situation, it is just a slight hindrance, it is not a big problem for my cultivation. Fang Yuan quickly collected his thoughts and continued to negotiate with the female deity in the jewel yellow skies. Since the female immortal did not agree to lower the price, Fang Yuan could only pinch his nose and accept it. Your pill azure incense. I bought them all. This female Gu immortal was stunned for a moment. Fang Yuan was indeed spending a lot of money. For this transaction, he would have to pay close to 10,000 immortal yuan stones. However, Fang Yuan remained calm and collected. After a period of accumulation, he was very rich. Even though he had survived the third earthly calamity, he had expended a great deal of green grape immortal essence. As for the immortal yuan stone, he was still able to take out close to 10,000 pieces. After buying the Danqing incense, Fang Yuan withdrew his divine sense and stopped paying attention to jewel yellow skies. After inspecting it carefully, he confirmed that there were no problems with the pill azure incense before moving it into the sovereign immortal aperture. His mind entered his immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was divided into 5 regions and 9 heavens. Fang Yuan had arranged strength path immortal zombies in every place. Soon, a strength path immortal zombie flew over under his control and used goo worms to receive the Danqing incense. There was no other way. His sovereign immortal aperture space was too big, he could only use these strength path immortal zombies. Whenever this happened, Fang Yuan could not help but think of Hu immortal land spirit and star form land spirit. If there was a land spirit, he could let the land spirit do the work for him, he would not need to worry about it. A land spirit was like the manager of a blessed land. It was very convenient to have a land spirit. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan had never heard of a land spirit appearing in a Gu immortal's immortal aperture before they died. This Danqing incense. It was like a jade-colored smoke, it shrouded the entire area. Fang Yuan placed all of the Danqing incense into mini azure sky. It caused a large part of the sky to turn dark. Even though strength path immortal zombies could not smell it, the Danqing incense's fragrance was very beautiful. It was like the fragrance of ink or grass, it was elegant and distant. Fang Yuan arranged the Danqing incense. He set up some goo formations. These goo formations were made of mortal goo, they had no other use but to confine the Danqing incense to a certain area, preventing it from spreading. I stored so much at once, it is enough to feed change soul immortal goo 3 times. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied. However, the pill azure incense could not be replenished by itself with every bit used. If he had to produce Danqing incense himself, it would be troublesome. The environment for Danqing incense to be produced required primeval essence, red crown crane groups, green pine forests, ink bamboo forests, as well as fragrance goo. These 4 types included beasts, plants, and goo. Not only that, there was a strict requirement for the quantity of each type. If there was more of them, they could produce Danqing incense. And this requirement was an industry secret. The Gu immortals who sold this Danqing incense strictly controlled it, it was hard for it to be leaked. Currently, Fang Yuan could only store these pill azure incense and use it for now. Danqing incense was the food for change soul immortal Gu, but thankfully, there were many people selling this resource in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan had stockpiled such a large amount this time, it was enough to last for some time. After inspecting it again, Fang Yuan made some slight adjustments to the Gu formation here. He took a final look and saw that in mini azure sky, there was a small patch of dense green spots, it was different from before. Even though Fang Yuan developed and constructed his immortal aperture, overall, the sovereign immortal aperture was still barren and barren. Most importantly, the sovereign immortal aperture space was simply too huge. The resources that Fang Yuan had invested in would have filled up the immortal aperture of other Gu immortals. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture contained a lot of Dao marks, but to affect such a large area, the effect of the Dao marks was much weaker. Fang Yuan's divine sense that was left in mini azure sky. Danqing incense was arranged properly, it meant that Fang Yuan's immortal aperture development had reached a certain stage. Before this, Fang Yuan had already purchased several batches of resources, solving the problem of the food for Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Flying Sword, and other rank 7 immortal goo. The feeding of rank 8 and 7 immortal goo has been arranged properly. This way, it is time to deal with those rank 6 immortal goo when I construct my immortal aperture. Fang Yuan planned. When goo immortals construct their immortal aperture, the first basic requirement was to be able to feed their immortal goo and be self-sufficient. Fang Yuan was a strength path immortal zombie before, his immortal aperture was dead, so he did not follow the rules. Now that he was reborn, he worked steadily and had already solved the problem of feeding rank 8 and 7 immortal goo. Next were those rank 6 immortal goo. It had to be said. Fang Yuan had too many immortal goo. It would scare people to death if they said it out loud, but there was no helping it. Fang Yuan needed to raise so many immortal goo. Not only did he have to resist calamities and tribulations and providence, he also had to deal with other goo immortals. Fang Yuan's situation was very difficult. In the past, there was the Shadow Sect. They helped to conceal him and guard against deductions. But after the Battle of Etian Mountain, this protection was gone. Celestial Quartz goo immortals put his name on the Demon Judgment Board. They were determined to kill him. There were also Northern Plains goo immortals who hated him to the core. Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Xianxia Tower. This was even more hateful than destroying the ancestral graves of these Huangjin bloodline goo immortals. The other Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and Western Desert goo immortals coveted his luck path true inheritance. Even though Fang Yuan did not obtain the all-living beings' luck true inheritance, no one would believe him if he tried to explain it. All in all, Fang Yuan's identity could not be exposed. A large number of goo immortals were eyeing him. Some time ago, during the Battle of He Tribe's goo immortals conspired with Heavenly Lord Baizu. They wanted to ambush Fang Yuan, but because Fang Yuan was cautious, he did not go to Iron Eagle Blessed Land and escaped. Of course, Fang Yuan did not know about this yet. Thus, when Fang Yuan traveled outside, he used a fake name, Lu Guanji. If he revealed his true identity, Chu Du's attitude would change. Currently, Fang Yuan had already teamed up with Chu Du half a month ago. When Jewel Yellow Skies opened, Fang Yuan received Chu Du's letter. In the letter, Chu Du explained the situation to Fang Yuan. It turned out that Flying Sword Immortal Goo had a clue to an information path inheritance. At that moment, Fang Yuan was moved. Before this, he often talked about the benefits of information path. With powerful information path methods, he could make agreements with others without fear of the other party going back on their words. He could also secretly remove the alliance agreement on himself. He could kill the hostage and go back on his word. He was unrestrained. He could also gather a lot of information to help him make better decisions. Information path and wisdom path were good partners. Information path gathered information, while wisdom path used this information to make deductions. The two complemented each other. The information path inheritance insignia on Flying Sword Immortal Goo was very impressive. Even the wisdom path Goo Immortal Xianxia Xian was moved. He wanted to ask Chu Du for it. Chu Du also explained this to Fang Yuan. He wanted Fang Yuan to know the value of this information path true inheritance, so that he would be more wary. Fang Yuan thought about it. He decided to make a deal with Chu Du. He promised Chu Du to let him obtain Reckless Savage's true meaning, but Chu Du had to pay a price. After the Battle of He Tribe, Chu Du obtained the 13th Eagle Nest under Fang Yuan's guidance. On a certain day, he met up with Fang Yuan secretly in Northern Plains and the two made an exchange. Fang Yuan obtained Flying Sword Immortal Goo and Eagle Nest, while lending Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. The Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture method, Fang Yuan could not give it to Chu Du even though this was an Immortal Killer move and Immortal Goo were unique. Chu Du could use other Immortal Goo to replace it. The Goo Worms were different, but they could form Immortal Killer moves with similar power. Chu Du was indeed a rank 7 expert. He was a legend in Northern Plains. With his help, Fang Yuan successfully passed the third earthly calamity. The first 2 times, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. It was a close call. But the third earthly calamity only had some setbacks. Chu Du dealt with most of it. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was truly powerful. No wonder back then, Moya wanted to use this Immortal Goo to help her beloved Bo Qing undergo tribulation. But in the end, she failed. Calamity beckoning immortal Gu was only rank 7, but Bo Qing's tribulation was the myriad tribulation to break through to rank 9 realm. Fang Yuan did not want to take the information path true inheritance of flying sword immortal Gu for now. The turbulent flow sea area was a troublesome place, it was easy to get lost, and Gu immortals often appeared there. Fang Yuan focused on researching eagle nests. The 13th eagle nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land was usually hidden, only when Iron Eagle Blessed Land was on the verge of collapse would it appear. Inside, there were clues to He Fan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan had already explored it for some time, he had some insights, compared to information path true inheritances. He Fan's true inheritance that could slow the time in the immortal aperture was more practical and important. Fang Yuan had already decided, using this period of free time after the tribulation, he was going to obtain He Fan's true inheritance. To be continued. Sovereign immortal aperture, inside mini purple heaven. Whoosh. There was a faint purple light, it was hazy. In the huge sky, there was an eagle nest floating in the air. This eagle nest was like a 3-story building, it had no doors or windows, it was like a huge crystal cluster. It was a type of translucent crystal, every strand was as thick and long as an adult's arm, they were of the same color, forming this dense and seamless eagle nest. This crystal had an extraordinary origin. Fang Yuan recognized it, it was a heavenly crystal, a rank 8 immemorial immortal material. Heavenly crystals came from the sky, they were very light and could float in the air, they would not fall without external force. Not to mention what was inside the eagle nest, just this eagle nest itself contained more than 500 kilograms of heavenly crystals. Just this amount of heavenly crystals had an enormous value. Evidently, this eagle nest was the 13th eagle nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Its value far surpassed the other eagle nests in Iron Eagle Blessed Land, it was at the top of the list. After Fang Yuan and Chu Du worked together, Chu Du went to Iron Eagle Blessed Land, and at the final moment of the battle with He tribe, he displayed great battle strength and snatched this eagle nest. However, before Chu Du left the battlefield, He tribe's first supreme elder shouted loudly, letting everyone know that this 13th eagle nest was extraordinary, it contained clues to He Fan's true inheritance. This brought a lot of trouble to Fang Yuan. After Chu Du learned of this, he started to negotiate with Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan knew that he had to give in. Flying Sword Immortal Gu, Eastern Seas Information Path True Inheritance, this 13th eagle nest, as well as He Fan's true inheritance, their value combined. It was extremely huge, even though Chu Du cultivated strength path, he would not give up until his death. But that did not mean he would not sell these things for a good price. Thankfully, Chu Du wanted Fang Yuan's method of passing tribulation. Fang Yuan used his greatest weakness. He deepened his cooperation with Chu Du. After spending a lot of effort and persuasion, the two barely came to an agreement. Chu Du used calamity beckoning to obtain a portion of Reckless Savage's true meaning from Fang Yuan. In the future, Fang Yuan would receive 30% of the profits from these two true inheritances. Chu Du is an ordinary Gu immortal, he does not want to cultivate information path and time path at the same time, so he is not very interested in these two true inheritances. You're not like me, who can cultivate the entire sect and can use any of the true teachings for your own cultivation. Even so, I also admired his decisiveness and his willingness to give up. Northern Plains Tyrannical Immortal is truly extraordinary, you live up to your reputation. Fang Yuan's thoughts ran wild as he inspected the eagle's nest. The relationship between him and Chu Du could be considered the most standard alliance of interests. Their friendship was shallow, and they were just using each other. Fang Yuan was still rather fearful of Chu Du in his heart. He knew that Chu Du was unwilling to give up and still wanted the immortal tribulation aperture tempering technique. Chu Du was brave and astute. He was definitely not a brainless tyrant immortal. With his bravery, he could single-handedly defeat the Gold family, the Lu family. The Battle of He tribe made everyone feel helpless. His mastermind. They were not to be underestimated. After the Battle of Lu tribe, he rarely appeared and had been silently nurturing his disciples. He helped them become immortals and absorbed Reckless Savage's true meaning. He negotiated with Fang Yuan. His eloquence made Fang Yuan realize this person's shrewdness and wisdom. Tyrant Immortal had great ambitions. How could he satisfy the calamity beckoning in his hands, what made Fang Yuan even more worried was that Chu Du seemed to have guessed his true identity. During the third earthly calamity, which was also the first time they cooperated, he recited a poem. The last two lines were, "Blue clouds hold me up to look at the world, I can see everything around me." Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. He had the intention of revealing Fang Yuan's true identity. Of course, Fang Yuan might be overthinking this. But for many things, Fang Yuan would rather think a little more than worry a little less. Chu Du's appearance was also very strange. During the first earthly calamity, he almost took Fang Yuan's life. Fang Yuan was very suspicious. He was influenced by Providence and set up this human tribulation to deal with him. To cooperate with such a person, there was a saying that was appropriate: it was asking a tiger for its skin. Thus, after their first cooperation and the third earthly calamity, Fang Yuan and Chu Du did not talk much. They soon parted. Chu Du let Fang Yuan leave. Firstly, he had calamity beckoning immortal Gu. Secondly, he had an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan. The information path immortal Gu he used were borrowed from other Gu immortals. Thirdly, he could not catch up to Fang Yuan. With Chu Du's strength and methods, it was not surprising that he had a wide circle of friends. There was one point Fang Yuan had considered. To guard against Providence, Fang Yuan gave Chu Du a lot of self-will Gu. At least, Fang Yuan did not have to worry that Providence would have any negative influence on Chu Du. I need to be careful when cooperating with Chu Du. If there is any mistake, I might be doomed. Fang Yuan warned himself inwardly. He placed his attention on the strength path immortal zombie. He controlled a strength path immortal zombie to get close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest. These last days, he had been investigating, deducing, and collecting all sorts of clues. He dug into He Cheng's memories and made deductions. If I am not wrong, this time, Fang Yuan had a sense of confidence as he activated his immortal Gu. The strength path immortal zombie that got close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest underwent a complete transformation. It was originally lifeless, but in an instant, it turned into a living person. It turned into He Cheng. It was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. He Cheng gradually got close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest. He placed his hand on the surface of the nest. Fang Yuan's divine sense continued to pour into the heavenly crystal eagle nest. At the same time, Gu worms flew out, circling around He Cheng, dancing around him. Refinement path killer moves were activated one after another, landing on the heavenly crystal eagle nest. These refinement path killer moves were mortal. They were modified by He Fan in the past and were passed down. Before He Fan died, he instructed his descendants that any He tribe member who became an immortal in the future had to learn his refinement path methods. After several generations of He tribe Gu immortals researched them, they gradually understood. These refinement path killer moves were the keys to opening the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Many He tribe Gu immortals had tried to use these refinement path killer moves on the heavenly crystal eagle nest in order to obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Of course, these attempts had all failed. Because they lacked the most crucial factor, attitude Gu, among these refinement path killer moves. There was a crucial method to extract a trace of attitude Gu's aura. Only then could it be used. This crucial factor had obstructed the generations of He tribe Gu immortals. Nobody could inherit He Fan's true inheritance. He tribe's Gu immortals were not fools. After understanding this, they immediately started to search for attitude Gu. He tribe's Gu immortals worked hard. They gradually found some clues and gained progress. In the most recent generation, Su Xian's night elopement. She became He Cheng's beloved wife and joined He tribe as an external supreme elder. Her surname was not He. She could not know a huge secret like He Fan's true inheritance. But Su Xian's motive was not pure. With her elder sister blazing heaven demoness help, she stole a portion of He tribe's accumulated research results on He Fan's true inheritance. Using these results, she found some suspicious locations. Just as she was close to success, something happened. He Cheng killed Su Xian. Third sister's death caused second sister Fairy Li Shan to fall out with her elder sister blazing heaven demoness. Su Xian left behind a crucial clue and a large amount of immortal essence for her beloved daughter He Lulan. After He Lulan's immortal ascension, using these clues, she retrieved attitude Gu that He tribe had lost for many years from the northern icy plain, but after a series of twists and turns, this immortal Gu ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. It was used by him. These last few days, Fang Yuan had been familiarizing himself with refinement path killer moves. There were also disguises and transformations to ensure that nothing went wrong. Refinement path killer moves after refinement path killer moves. At times, they turned into fire, at times, they turned into lightning, striking the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Every strike caused the heavenly crystal eagle nest to tremble slightly, emitting a clear and loud sound. Gradually, the heavenly crystal eagle nest's tremors became greater, the sound it emitted became louder and louder, starting to resound in the sky. The final strike. Fang Yuan's heart could not help but jump. Under his extremely practiced method, a trace of Attitude Gu's aura was extracted, fusing into a transparent water flower that slowly flew towards the heavenly crystal eagle nest. The water flower smoothly fused into the heavenly crystal eagle nest, vanishing shortly after. The heavenly crystal eagle nest started to tremble, a bright light was emitted from deep within. Gradually, the entire heavenly crystal eagle nest was dyed into 9 different colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, black. The 9-colored light soared to the sky and earth. It was so dazzling that Heiqing had no choice but to retreat a distance. Ring ring ring, the light gradually faded, as the sound of wind chimes resounded in the air. In front of Heiqing, this heavenly crystal eagle nest that had been closed for countless years was finally opening up. Each heavenly crystal was moving step by step, continuously being disassembled. It made Fang Yuan think of building blocks or Rubik's cubes. The 9-colored heavenly crystals mixed together, embedded into each other. The heavenly crystal eagle nest slowly opened up an entrance. The entire process was beautiful. It was so dazzling that people subconsciously held their breaths. I understand. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He suddenly understood He Fan's method. Heavenly crystals were originally translucent. It looked like they came from one place, but that was not the case. These heavenly crystals have 9 colors, they should have come from the immemorial 9 heavens. But He Fan fused these heavenly crystals together, using refinement path methods to process these rank 8 immortal materials. This caused them to lose their colors, making them look like they were one. Before He Fan died, he left behind some refinement path methods. Using these refinement path methods, I can reverse process these heavenly crystals and restore them to their original appearance, activating the arrangements inside and opening up the entire eagle nest. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's evaluation of these heavenly crystals rose to another level. Heavenly crystals were immortal materials. Other than being produced in the immemorial 9 heavens, they could also be produced in grotto heavens with deep foundations. Originally, Fang Yuan thought that these were heavenly crystals produced in He Fan Grotto Heaven. But the truth was, these heavenly crystals came from the immemorial 9 heavens. Then their value would be even higher. Because there were only 2 heavens left in the immemorial 9 heavens, the other 7 heavens were already destroyed. Back then, He Fan must have spent a lot of effort to gather these heavenly crystals. After all, it was getting harder and harder for Gu immortals to obtain these heavenly crystals. The only source was the fragment worlds of the immemorial 7 heavens that were scattered all over the 5 regions. Fang Yuan controlled Heiqing, walking into the eagle nest step by step. 9 colored lights flickered, shining on Heiqing's face. His vision was filled with heavenly crystals, creating a grand and beautiful scene. It was a luxurious and dreamy scene. The eagle nest was not big, it was like a small room. At the center of the room, there was a huge egg. Other than that, there was nothing else. Heiqing could be seen clearly. His gaze first focused on the big egg. This egg was the size of a teenager. It was oval in shape, the eggshell was like glass, reflecting the 9 colored lights of the heavenly crystals. It was a beautiful sight. But Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this egg was lifeless, it had no life force left. After realizing this, he stopped paying attention to it, he placed his attention elsewhere. He searched inch by inch, and after spending around 6 hours, aside from heaven crystals, he found nothing. How can this be? He Fan was a time path grade expert. How could the true inheritance he left behind be an empty heavenly crystal eagle nest? Where are his time path immortal Gu? And his immortal killer moves? Fang Yuan thought about it. Soon, he placed his attention back on that dead egg. I'm afraid to find He Fan's true inheritance. This dead egg is the key. Fang Yuan guessed. At this point, the memories that he obtained from Heiqing were no longer useful. Fang Yuan had already surpassed all of He tribe's Gu immortals. He had reached a level that they had never reached before. To obtain He Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan had to rely on his own hard work. Heiqing moved around the dead egg, using Gu worms. He observed and researched deeply. A moment later, Fang Yuan confirmed again that this was a dead egg. It was truly a dead egg. It was not a disguise. As such, Fang Yuan's earlier guess that He Fan's true inheritance was inside the egg was overturned. Don't tell me, He Fan's true inheritance was secretly taken away by someone else? There was an immortal Gu stored here, but someone got here first? Maybe I am not the first to enter this place. Fang Yuan could not help but think. This was not impossible. The waters of this world were too deep. Fang Yuan no longer dared to underestimate anyone after his secret deal with Sixth Hair. Although he was a transmigrator, he was not the only one in this world. Those who did well. They had already become rank 9 venerables. Righteous Dao, demonic Dao, itinerant cultivators, countless elites, geniuses, heroes, and overlords had crossed the past, present, and future, shining like stars. As for Fang Yuan, he was only one star among them. Fang Yuan's conjecture wasn't just a wild guess. He also had a basis. According to the information obtained from Black City, He tribe's Gu immortals also realized that attitude Gu was crucial. They searched for attitude Gu while thinking of methods to imitate attitude Gu's aura. To see the activation of Heaven Crystal Eagle Nest. In Heiqing's memories, He tribe's Gu immortals did not succeed. But this did not mean that no Gu immortal had succeeded before, perhaps. Some Gu immortals secretly opened the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest and took He Fan's true inheritance. No one else knew. In fact, they might not even be He tribe Gu immortals. This was an example. There were many examples in the historical records. The most well-known one was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. This person had the ability to steal. In his life, he had stolen many Gu immortal true inheritances. Countless forces hated him. Fang Yuan inspected it a few more times. He did not find anything. With his current methods and knowledge, if he did not find anything, there might not be any He Fan true inheritance. Fang Yuan was very disappointed. He was still hoping for He Fan's true inheritance to slow down the time in his immortal aperture. Of course, he had Chu Du's help now. He did not need it for now. But what about the future? If one did not plan for the future, they would face immediate problems. Cooperating with Chu Du was very dangerous. It was like asking a tiger for its skin. Providence would also stir things up. Even if Fang Yuan did not need it now, with this as insurance, he would be able to move freely in the future. Even without He Fan's true inheritance, this Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest is a rank 8 immortal material. It has huge value. One could say, other than the immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, the other resources added together were not even half of the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest. Of course, this did not include Danghun Mountain. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were in Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan did not interfere in the Guts Gu business. He let Langya sect sell them. He only took the monthly profits. But, what is this dead egg? With my knowledge, I cannot recognize it. If He Fan's true inheritance is still around, maybe this dead egg is a clue left behind by He Fan. Even though the chances were slim, Fang Yuan still wanted to investigate along this clue. He first went to Jewel Yellow Skies. This place sold some cultivation knowledge and experiences. Among them were things like Desolate Beast records, Southern Border maps, Ancient Desolate Plants records, and so on. Fang Yuan's divine sense moved around. After choosing carefully, he bought some and looked at them. Last time, he spent close to 10,000 immortal yuan stones to buy a large batch of Pil Azure incense. But this month's profits had not arrived yet. He was a little short on funds. But after looking at these, even though Fang Yuan gained some knowledge, he still could not find out the origin of this mysterious dead egg. Fang Yuan was not disappointed. He felt joy in his heart. The more mysterious this dead egg was, the greater its origin. He felt that he had a higher chance of obtaining He Fan's true inheritance. This dead egg is likely to be the egg of an immemorial desolate beast. Fang Yuan read a lot of cultivation knowledge. He did not gain nothing. This way, the cultivation knowledge in jewel yellow skies was useless. Because these knowledge were mostly limited to rank 6 and 7. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength, but rank 8 goo immortals would not sell their knowledge to jewel yellow skies. They were not greedy for such a small amount of money. Most goo immortals did not want to buy it either, because at their level, they would not encounter any immemorial desolate beasts. Right now, most immemorial desolate beasts lived in immemorial black heaven and white heaven. Other than that, there were calamity lands and forbidden areas in the 5 regions. For example, the 10 great calamity lands of northern plains. Or Earth Abyss, Earth Trenches, and so on. Should I advertise in jewel yellow skies and ask for the origin of this egg at a high price? Fang Yuan thought about it before rejecting this idea. It was too flashy. Hey, Tribe's goo immortals were not completely dead yet. Wisdom Path goo immortals could deduce many things with their deductions. This was very disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. If those rank 8 goo immortals were attracted, it would be terrible. Fang Yuan could not afford to offend them now. Fang Yuan was not dejected even though he suffered a setback in jewel yellow skies. Because he was clearly aware that there was an existence by his side, and it was very likely that she could help him resolve his doubts. This was the land spirit of Xianxia. The land spirit of Xianxia was formed from long-hair ancestors' obsession. The latter was a rank 8 goo immortal, a refinement path supreme grandmaster. He was famous in history and had a great reputation. Which paths goo immortals had the widest knowledge? Wisdom path, information path, and refinement path. Wisdom path goo immortals could deduce all sorts of secrets. Information path goo immortals were good at gathering information, while refinement path goo immortals needed to know about goo materials to refine goo worms. As one of the few refinement path great experts in history, long-hair ancestors' knowledge was undeniable. Fang Yuan took the initiative to ask the land spirit of Xianxia for help. The process was not smooth. Fang Yuan was troubled by the land spirit of Xianxia for a long time. Recently, Xianxia sect was very unhappy with Fang Yuan. They felt that he only cared about his own cultivation and did not contribute to the sect. Up until now, Xianxia sect's plan to develop Taichio was obstructed by the falling star hound. There was little progress. Fang Yuan, if you get rid of the falling star hound, you can read all the books in the sect. If you want to exchange, take out 100 contribution points. The land spirit of Xianxia's expression was cold. He said in a low tone. Fang Yuan smiled. I am willing to exchange. 100 contribution points was almost all he had. But even so, Fang Yuan wanted to exchange. He did not intend to go to Taichio. The land spirit of Xianxia snorted coldly. He was about to flare up when Fang Yuan said, everything will be done according to the sect rules. First Supreme Elder is fair and just. Xianxia sect's prosperity is just around the corner. The land spirit of Xianxia's chest was shaking in anger. His hair was standing on end. He breathed roughly and calmed himself down. I heard you have a deep relationship with 12th hair. I remember this child praising you everywhere. He recently challenged the falling star hound and was heavily injured. All his desolate beasts died in battle. He is in low spirits. Aren't you going to visit him? Thank you for First Supreme Elder's concern. Fang Yuan had a heavy and sorrowful expression. It was as if he was the one who was injured, not 12th hair. After exchanging the books, I will immediately visit 12th hair. Fang Yuan guaranteed. The land spirit of Xianxia was helpless. He could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan got what he wanted. He went to 12th hair's Cloud City on the way. He did not see 12th hair, but a mortal goo master. My city lord is not willing to meet guests, please leave. Fang Yuan was rejected, but he did not leave immediately. He asked in concern. In the end, this mortal goo master was very cold. Fang Yuan was not interested. He had to leave helplessly. If not for the land spirit knowing everything in the blessed land, Fang Yuan would not have put on such a show. He knew clearly, how could a mere hairy man mortal goo master treat him, a goo immortal, like this? Evidently, the mortal goo master had the support of a hairy man goo immortal. This person was none other than 12th hair, who had a lot of opinions towards Fang Yuan. My relationship with Xianxia sect has reached such a stage. 6th hair's contribution should be part of this. Xianxia sect still has great value. I need to repair my relationship with them in the future, but that is not the urgent matter now. After returning to his Cloud City, he checked the information. He was not disappointed. So this egg is the egg of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan's heart shook. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was an immemorial desolate beast with rank 8 battle strength. After the shock, Fang Yuan was filled with joy. Upper heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan had long heard of such primordial desolate beasts, but he did not know what the sky eagle's egg looked like. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was a spacepath immemorial desolate beast. A mature upper extreme heavenly eagle could freely travel between the immemorial 9 heavens or grotto heavens. This instinct was extremely powerful. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was an extremely thick heavenly dipper energy wall blocking it. The heavenly abode was located in the sky. If it did not show itself, it would be extremely difficult to detect it from the outside world. However, as long as the upper extreme heavenly eagle had been to a certain place, it would follow its instincts and traverse through the void to return. It was an immemorial desolate beast with rank 8 battle strength. It could fly extremely fast. He Fan had to have paid a huge price to be able to find this upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg, unless he had a fortuitous encounter. The only flaw of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was its lifespan. Its lifespan was only 80 years. The lifespan of a normal mortal was about 100 years. As a primordial desolate beast, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's lifespan could not be compared to a mortal's. It was truly degrading. The other primordial desolate beasts had lifespans of hundreds of thousands of years. The upper extreme heavenly eagle could not compare. However, it also had a way to extend its life. Before it died of old age, it would lay an egg. This bird egg contained all of its past memories, even its accumulated spacepath Tao marks. When the chick hatched, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would return to its previous life and grow up again. However, it would have the memories of its previous life and the accumulation of Tao marks. If nothing unexpected happened, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would only become stronger and stronger. Of course, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was undoubtedly at its weakest when it was still in the egg stage. After understanding this, Fang Yuan made a bold guess. This egg of the upper extreme heavenly eagle must have been intentionally left behind by He Fan. Why did he leave the egg? Clearly, the upper extreme heavenly eagle had been to He Fan paradise. It was the bridge to He Fan grotto heaven. He Fan's grotto heaven was left behind by He tribe's Gu immortals. In He Chang's memories, this investigation had no results. He Fan's true inheritance is most likely left in his own grotto heaven. This was not strange because he did not have any food path methods. Thus, leaving the immortal Gu in the immortal aperture and feeding them on their own is the safest way. And the problem of He Fan Paradise's calamity does not exist. According to He Chang's memories, He Fan had once obtained a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. If I am not wrong, He Fan must have fused this immemorial 9 heavens fragment into his immortal aperture before he died. It is a pity, even though he has no tribulations, he does not have lifespan Gu. The lifespan extension technique he used had also reached its limit. Therefore, it can only be that he died. But why are the heavenly eagle eggs in the nest dead? Fang Yuan was faced with another difficult problem. There are 2 possible answers. The first was that the heavenly eagle's egg had died of natural causes. He Fan had left behind the egg. In order to prevent the egg from hatching, he had used the heavenly crystal eagle nest to carry out some sort of arrangement. However, even after a long time had passed, no one came to inherit and open the heaven crystal eagle nest. In this way, the bird egg would truly die after a long time. There was a second possibility. The reason why this upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg was completely lifeless was because of He Fan. This egg was not truly dead, it needed a special method to be unsealed. If it was the first possibility, then Fang Yuan would not be able to gain much. He would only get a heavenly crystal eagle nest and a dead immemorial desolate bird egg. However, the value of these 2 items was still very high. From Fang Yuan's perspective, he hoped for the second possibility. But if it was the second possibility, then where was the special method to unseal the egg? Let's say it is the second possibility. Then how can I unseal this dead egg and let it regain life, or even hatch? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. He thought for a long time but had no idea. It was no wonder. Looking at it from a simple perspective, the egg was indeed completely dead. If not for that, Fang Yuan would not have been able to confirm this fact from the start. If I were He Fan and wanted to leave behind a dead egg for my descendants to inherit my inheritance, I would definitely leave behind a method to resolve this matter. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He found that he had subconsciously neglected a method. That was the refinement path methods that He Fan had modified and passed down. I used these methods to open the heavenly crystal eagle nest. What if I use these methods on this heavenly eagle's dead egg? Fang Yuan had a bold idea. But he did not act immediately. Because this was a pure guess, there was no evidence to back it up. Fang Yuan was very vigilant. He started to use wisdom path methods to analyze these refinement path methods and make deductions. He soon found something strange. What was strange about it? Some refinement path killer moves were modified by He Fan out of the blue. The original refinement path killer moves were even better and superior than his modified ones. He Fan modified them like this. He was purposely trying to curry favor. What was he trying to do? Fang Yuan thought of a segment in He Cheng's memories regarding He Fan's life. As a rank 8 Gu immortal, He Fan liked to guide his juniors in his later years. He often taught them, when learning, they had to think for themselves. They could not blindly worship others or copy the experiences and results of their predecessors. Only by thinking for themselves and applying what they had learned would they be able to walk further on their own Gu immortal path. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked at these refinement path killer moves again. He had a new feeling. He tried to pick out the killer moves that He Fan failed in modifying them. He made another shocking discovery. So these refinement path killer moves were not failed modifications, they were combined to form a brand new killer move. He Fan intentionally added parts to these refinement path killer moves. If looked at individually, they are all failures. But when all of these are combined, these added parts can be combined to form a unified whole. What made Fang Yuan even more surprised was that this new killer move was a blood path method. It was a blood path method. The great rank 8-time path He Fan was actually researching blood path as well. This was not strange. Ever since Blood Sea Ancestor appeared, the power of blood path was known by everyone. While the various superpowers were doing their best to prevent the development of the blood path, they were also secretly researching it. This phenomenon existed even in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, not to mention Northern Plains, which was a land of war. What about the Northern Plains Gu immortals who worshipped battle strength towards blood path? Fang Yuan was much more competent than refinement path. He was a blood path grandmaster. Blood path was his old profession. After some research, Fang Yuan found out, this He Fan intentionally hid the killer move blood refinement that he left behind to deal with the upper extreme heavenly eagle's dead egg, but this blood refinement killer move. It was not comprehensive. With Fang Yuan's knowledge and blood path attainment, he could see that this blood path killer move was incomplete in many areas. It was only an incomplete lower half. He could see this. Fang Yuan was not disappointed, his eyes were shining brightly. He Fan should have grasped the complete blood refinement killer move. He first used the first half to deal with the upper extreme heavenly eagle's dead egg. Then he left the second half for his descendants. But he did not leave it for his descendants. Instead, he used an ingenious method to hide this blood path killer move. He did this to test his descendants. He hoped that an outstanding Gu immortal who could think for himself would inherit his inheritance. Secondly, it was because blood path could not be exposed. The true inheritance left behind by the great He Fan. It was actually a blood path method. It would cause a lot of commotion if it got out. This was something He Fan did not want to see. Fang Yuan was astute. He was able to deduce He Fan's thoughts from back then. At once, he understood most of it. After understanding this, Fang Yuan was even more certain that this upper extreme heavenly eagle's dead egg was not dead. He Fan had used a special method to deal with it. Next, it would be easy. Fang Yuan was no longer an immortal zombie, he could use his own blood. It was a piece of cake. However, when he was about to use blood refinement, he suddenly stopped. So close. I almost did not expect He Fan to have this intention. Fang Yuan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Why did He Fan use blood path methods? For his descendants? Speaking of which, wasn't it strange, everyone knew that He Fan was a time path grade expert. At his level, he could comprehend things by analogy. Time path methods could definitely be left. behind as well. But he chose blood path alone and gave up on time path, which he was most proficient in. What was the reason? There was probably only one answer to this question: blood path methods could provide something that time path methods could not. What else could it be? As a blood path grandmaster, Fang Yuan's first thought was bloodline verification. He Fan's inheritance was left behind for He tribe's descendants. The inheritances left behind by Gu immortals of super tribes were usually kept to themselves. The most important condition was the descendants of the tribe. Very few clan Gu immortals left behind inheritances that could be inherited by others. Attitude Gu and the refinement path methods passed down for generations were only one or two preventive methods. Blood refinement methods and bloodline verification were the third preventive method. If it is not a He tribe descendant, if the blood flowing in his body is not a He tribe member, then refining this bird egg with blood might result in a backlash. Furthermore, if he hatched the upper extreme heavenly eagle, he would be viewed as an enemy by this immemorial desolate beast. As Fang Yuan thought of this, more cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Especially in the latter situation, if he really provoked an immemorial desolate beast, an enemy with rank 8 battle strength was not a joke. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was extremely fast. Fang Yuan could not shake it off. His defenses were weak, he would die for sure. It seems that I can only start with the bloodline before refining the bird egg. Fang Yuan wisely stopped. Several days later. At a certain corner of the sovereign immortal aperture. He Cheng's hair was disheveled, his expression was haggard. Fang Yuan controlled a strength path immortal zombie to fly over. He Cheng's body shook intensely like he was electrocuted, his face was filled with fear as he shouted, "You, what do you want to do to me?" In the past, Fang Yuan's soul searched him, that was fine. But recently, Fang Yuan used all sorts of methods to torture him, he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He Cheng was captured by Fang Yuan and ended up in this state. He had already accepted his fate. Whatever Gu immortal's integrity was gone. But even if he bit his tongue to commit suicide, he could not do it. Fang Yuan felt that He Cheng still had value, even if He tribe was destroyed, He Lulan was still around. Thus, He Cheng was in a situation where he could not die. Don't worry, this might be the last time, I am confident. Fang Yuan controlled the strength path immortal zombie as he smiled. He Cheng's face twisted as he screamed miserably. Fortunately, his cultivation level was high now. His blood path and transformation path were both grandmasters. Thus, something that ordinary Gu immortals could not do, he did it in less than half a month. Counting the time, almost a month had passed. The fourth earthly calamity. There was still a little more than a month left. Now that everything was ready, Fang Yuan seized the time and immediately began to work on the bird egg. As he expected, under the effect of the blood path killer move, the lifeless bird egg immediately regained some vitality. As more and more blood flowed in, the life force became more exuberant, and it became more intimate with Fang Yuan. After a full 8 days and 8 nights, the eggshell broke open from the inside and a little bird came out. This little bird was just born. However, his body was not small. When he stood on the ground, he was at the height of a normal teenager. Little Eagle looked at the strength path immortal zombie that looked like Fang Yuan with a passionate expression. His sharp eagle eyes were filled with childish admiration. It was like a baby meeting its biological parents. Come to me. Fang Yuan controlled the immortal zombie and tried to speak. Little Eagle immediately jumped in front of the immortal zombie obediently and raised its head to look at him. Its eagle eyes were extremely black and pure, and it did not have any sense of defense. The immortal zombie stretched out his hand. He patted the little eagle's head. On the head of the little eagle, there was only a thin layer of yellow feathers, very sparse. Fang Yuan could touch its skin and flesh. It was warm and felt very good. As Fang Yuan stroked it, the little hawk obediently lowered its head and did not resist at all. Not only that, but the eagle's eyes also closed slightly, and its beak opened and closed, making cute chirping sounds, as if it was acting coquettishly to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already seen through many things, he praised in his heart, He Fan's methods are truly impressive. He actually erased this upper extreme heavenly eagle's memories and only kept its space path down marks. However, if I had my previous life's memories, this upper extreme heavenly eagle, a primordial desolate beast, would indeed not be easy to control. And this blood path killer move can actually enslave immemorial desolate beasts. No, it was not accurate to call it enslavement. The true effect is to make the primordial desolate beast extremely close to you. It is equivalent to the most reliable blood relative. If that's the case, it shouldn't be difficult for it to carry me to Heifan paradise. As this thought lingered in his mind, the eaglet let out a few more cries. The cries were slightly urgent, and its body was also shaking. Are you hungry? Fang Yuan controlled the immortal zombie and retracted his palm. He then pointed at the heavenly crystal eagle nest, then let's go and eat. The food of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was heaven crystal. Once the young eagle obtained permission, it let out a long and happy cry before it hopped over. With a light peck, it managed to peck off a small piece of heaven crystal. The little eagle held a small piece of heavenly crystal in its beak, but did not swallow it. Instead, it turned to look at the strength path immortal zombie that looked like Fang Yuan. The strength path immortal zombie smiled at the eagle and said warmly, "Quickly eat." The young eagle understood. It suddenly raised its head and swallowed the small piece of heaven crystal in its mouth. Then, it continued to peck. The indestructible heavenly crystal, under its tender beak, was as fragile as tofu. Fang Yuan, who was observing from the side, could not help but feel some shock. Don't look down on this little bird, this was a true immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. That means, from now on, I will have immemorial level battle power? No, it is still too young, its battle power cannot be so high. It seems to understand my words, it seems like this was left behind by Heifan. Since I can erase the memories of the upper extreme heavenly eagle, adding in some human language is not impossible. However, there is a huge flaw. I have to disguise my bloodline to make the upper extreme heavenly eagle feel close to me. If it is my true self, then I will not be able to do it. I might even attract the attack of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. After all, this immemorial desolate beast is arrogant and very aggressive. Fang Yuan considered all aspects. In the next few days, the strength path immortal zombie that Fang Yuan controlled accompanied the young eagle and watched it eat. The young eagle did not just eat, after eating for a while, it would jump to the strength path immortal zombie's side. It snuggled up to him and slept. It had complete trust in the strength path immortal zombie, it did not guard against it. After a few days, the heaven crystal eagle nest was mostly eaten by the young eagle. This terrifying speed of eating caused Fang Yuan to feel a headache. In order to obtain immemorial level battle power, it was unavoidable to pay some immemorial immortal materials. However, the price of feeding them was a little too high. The young eagle grew very quickly. It was originally the height of a youngster, but after a few days, it was already as tall as Fang Yuan. It stood on the ground and raised its head. Its body was muscular, its feathers were plump, its eyes were sharp and its claws were pitch black. With one swipe, the heaven crystal eagle nest was torn apart like a thin piece of paper. The time was ripe, Fang Yuan did not want to wait any longer. He recalled the strength path immortal zombie and all the immortal goo and mortal goo on the immortal zombie. He used familiar face on his true body. Right now, familiar face. It had already surpassed the original version, adding in blood acid immortal goo and all sorts of mortal goo. This way, Fang Yuan could even disguise his bloodline. Fang Yuan left Langya blessed land. He chose an uninhabited area and opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The young eagle saw Fang Yuan's true body and did not suspect anything. It immediately went over and pecked Fang Yuan's palm. It even lowered its head and used its feather to rub against Fang Yuan's shoulder. It was very intimate. Fang Yuan laughed, instructing the young eagle, "Quickly bring me to Heifan Grotto Heaven, help me inherit Heifan's true inheritance." The young eagle was slightly stunned, a certain part of its memories came alive, it screeched loudly and flew into the sky. Fang Yuan saw the opportunity and jumped onto the young eagle's back. The young eagle screeched again, it carried Fang Yuan and flew towards the southeast direction. The surrounding air currents were rumbling, the wind was howling. Fang Yuan activated his goo worms, he sat on the eagle's back without moving. He was very satisfied with the upper extreme heavenly eagle's speed, it was not inferior to sword escape immortal goo. Most importantly, this upper extreme heavenly eagle was still a young eagle. It was far from adulthood, its body had not matured yet. A true adult upper extreme heavenly eagle was huge, it was several times the size of a giant whale. Fang Yuan also estimated, its current battle strength had not reached rank 8. Right now, it was at most rank 6. Even though it had a lot of space path down marks, it did not have any wild goo. The most important factor that influenced desolate beasts and desolate plants was their bodies. This was different from humans, the human body was not worth looking forward to. Desolate beasts had strong offense, defense, and recovery abilities. Not to mention immemorial desolate beasts. This was the first time Fang Yuan had encountered the upper extreme heavenly eagle. He had thought that it would have rank 8 battle strength at birth, that was wrong. Even though he was slightly disappointed, it would definitely have rank 8 battle strength in the future. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was in charge of traveling. Fang Yuan sat on its back, feeding it heavenly crystals every once in a while. At other times, Fang Yuan was not idle, he was analyzing He Fan. From He Cheng's memories, he already held He Fan in high esteem. In history, this time path great expert who brought He tribe to its peak was not simple. Fang Yuan recalled the process of him deciphering He Fan's true inheritance. It was like a battle between him and He Fan. This battle was not ordinary, it was a completely new experience. He Fan left behind refinement path killer moves, heavenly crystal eagle nest, upper extreme heavenly eagle's dead egg, hidden blood path killer moves, and so on. These made Fang Yuan deeply understand this time path great expert's vigilance, deep scheming, and proud nature. Gu immortals who could cultivate to rank 8 were not simple characters. He Fan was a top expert among rank 8s. He Fan's true inheritance was not easy to inherit. He tribe's Gu immortals had tried for so many generations, but they had not succeeded. Of course, the loss of attitude Gu was part of the reason. But it was undeniable that if it were anyone else, they would have failed. Only someone like Fang Yuan, who had deep foresight, combined with suitable fortuitous encounters, could explore step by step and advance step by step. Finally, he walked on the path to He Fan Grotto Heaven. Will I be able to inherit the true inheritance in He Fan Grotto Heaven? I have a feeling that He Fan's test is not over yet. But the more tests there are, the more it proves that the true inheritance is extraordinary. It is not a bad thing. A day and a half later, the upper extreme heavenly eagle carried Fang Yuan and flew to the sky above a nameless place. The upper extreme heavenly eagle slowed down and started to circle in the sky. After flying for a while, it seemed to have confirmed its location. It pecked at a certain place in the sky. Immediately, Fang Yuan heard a clear ringing sound. Space was torn apart as his vision changed. In the blink of an eye, the upper extreme heavenly eagle carried him and disappeared from northern plains, entering He Fan Grotto Heaven. The power of the upper extreme heavenly eagle can indeed penetrate the void and enter the Grotto Heaven. It is already so powerful at a young age. When it matures, it will be a great help. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly in admiration as he looked around. This Grotto Heaven was vast and boundless. Below Fang Yuan was a dense primitive forest. Greenery spread everywhere, birds and beasts flew, it was full of life. Musical trees. The leaves of the trees were like rainbow-colored feathers. Countless birds of all kinds perched on the branches, chirping and singing loudly. Anger birds. One of the birds was fat, it caused the thick branches to tremble, air currents lingered around it, its cries were especially bright. Tea stream. Between the trees, a stream flowed quietly. The stream water was clear and light green, it gave off steam, the water plants inside were all tea leaves. Fang Yuan casually looked around and found many cultivation resources in the forest. He looked at the sky, this Grotto Heaven's sky was azure in color. It seems that He Fan obtained an immemorial azure heaven fragment back then. After fusing it into his immortal aperture, it formed an everlasting azure heaven. Fang Yuan confirmed that this should be He Fan Grotto Heaven. Because from He Cheng's memories, he knew that He Fan had once cultivated and sold musical trees. He was famous in jewel yellow skies. The forest in front of them was almost entirely made up of musical trees. The scale was so large that it was shocking. Just as Fang Yuan was observing his surroundings, the entire world suddenly resounded with the sound of a bell. The bell sounds were melodious. 10 times in a row. Next, a brass bell appeared out of nowhere in front of Fang Yuan. Tianling. There really is a heavenly spirit. Feng Yuan's heart trembled slightly, and he became nervous. He was not really of He tribe bloodline. Although he had successfully deceived the upper extreme heavenly eagle, he still had to deceive the heavenly spirit in order to successfully obtain the true inheritance. In the northeast direction of He Fan Grotto Heaven stood a tall mountain. The locals called it Wangu Mountain and revered it. There was a cave of 3 immortals on the mountain. In the cave, the 3 Gu immortals were in a secret discussion. "Gentlemen, how can you catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Since we want to escape this cage, we need to deal with the risks involved." Gu immortal Feng Jun had an excited expression. The other 2 Gu immortals looked at each other with hesitation. One of them, Gu immortal Xianxia, looked at Feng Jun. "This is a huge matter. If we are not careful, we will die. How can we not be careful?" The other Gu immortal, Zhou Min, was a female. "Brother Feng Jun, please don't be impatient." It was extremely difficult to deal with the heavenly spirit, but he could take his time to think about it. There was no rush. "Don't worry, since the 3 of us are sworn brothers, we will advance and retreat together." Feng Jun raised his head and sighed. "The heavenly spirit is not scary, we have already gained its trust. Furthermore, I created this blood-light spirit suppression killer move. I have confidence in it. It has a high chance of success." Xianxia looked at Feng Jun. "Brother, I am not scolding you, but why are you so anxious? You said earlier that blood-light spirit suppression was created by you just now. This immortal killer move is just a newly created one. It is not perfect yet. Even if it is perfect, we need to practice it continuously. Why are you so anxious?" "That's right, brother." Zhou Min also said, "To deal with the heavenly spirit, we are not enough. We might as well convince that old immortal Xianxia in the west. He has 3 Gu immortals under him." Feng Jun snorted coldly. He said with disdain, "Old man Xianxia is useless. He is already on his deathbed, but he is still so conservative. He is not worthy of our cooperation." Feng Jun shook his head. Zhou Min frowned. "Even if brother looks down on old immortal Xianxia, he has the highest cultivation level. Even if we cannot work together with him to deal with the heavenly spirit, we need to make him watch from the sidelines and not oppose us." Third sister's words are reasonable. Xianxia also chimed in. Feng Jun's expression was grim. He hesitated for a while before saying, "To speak the truth, you know that I cultivate luck path. These last few days, I have been having a bad feeling, like something bad is about to happen. I have an indescribable feeling that if we do not resist now, we might not have a chance anymore." Feng Jun was the only one saying this. There was no evidence at all, it was like nonsense. But the other 2 immortals had solemn expressions. Zhou Min said, "Brother, you have passed Immortal Succession Mountain, you cultivate the luck path true inheritance of Immortal Succession Mountain, even though your cultivation level is not rank 7, because you are the first inheritor, your Dao marks are not inferior to rank 7 luck path Gu immortals. I heard that once the number of luck path Dao marks reaches a certain level, the Gu immortal will undergo a mystical transformation." At the side, Xianxia added, "That's right. If you are a refinement path Gu immortal, your Gu refinement ability will increase greatly, you will be able to sense minute details when refining Gu. If you are a fire path Gu immortal, you will have an indescribable sense towards fire path immortal Gu and desolate beasts. If you are a wisdom path Gu immortal, you will not need to use any Gu worms, but your deduction ability will become stronger. And luck path Gu immortals will have an instinctive sense towards their own luck or the luck around them." "That's right." Feng Jun sighed, his expression softening slightly. Since Zhou Min and Xianxia could understand him, that was good. After all, the blood-light spirit suppression immortal killer move that he created could not be activated by himself, the 3 of them had to work together to succeed. Right at this time, clear bell sounds could be heard from outside. Why did someone pass Immortal Succession Mountain and obtain the true inheritance? Xianxia's eyes brightened. No matter who this person is, we need to recruit him or her to our side. Zhou Min immediately said. "Listen, this bell has rung 5 times already." Feng Jun's attention was also diverted. Amazing. This person had actually made it this far. Back then, he was almost as good as second brother, Xianxia praised. But very quickly, the three immortals' expressions changed. "It's already the 7th time," Zhou Min whispered. "How is this possible? Not only did he surpass me, he even surpassed that old fart Xianxia?" Feng Jun found this hard to believe. He had personally experienced it, so he understood how difficult it was to ascend Immortal Succession Mountain. Then, the bell rang for the 10th time, and the sound lingered in the world for a long time. The three immortals were like statues. He stood motionless on the spot. After a while, Zhou Min came back to her senses. Her delicate and beautiful face was full of shock. "Did I hear that right? The bell rang 10 times in a row." Feng Jun had a dark expression. "According to the stone tablet on Immortal Succession Mountain, the bell rang 10 times. It means that our clan has a Gu immortal who obtained old ancestor He Fan's true inheritance. They are already here. Could it be that I've been having a bad feeling lately? Is it because of this person? After so many years, I thought that no one would be able to inherit the number 1 true inheritance of the Immortal Succession Mountain. To think that." Zheng Tuo shook his head. He had a complex expression. He looked at the two immortals beside him, their expressions were also changing. Zheng Tuo let out a breath of air. He barely calmed himself down. "Let's go. According to the rules, since the true inheritor has appeared, the heavenly spirit will welcome him immediately. We need to follow him. We need to pay our respects." "Pay our respects? For what?" Feng Jun's body shook. He raised his voice. "Who cares who he is? Why should we pay our respects to him? We have He tribe's bloodline, we are descendants of He tribe. Do we have to bow down to the main tribe just because our ancestor committed a crime?" Zhou Min immediately consoled him. "Second brother, you are right, I agree. Even though this happened suddenly, it is not to the point of no return yet. According to the stone tablet's rules, even though the main tribe's inheritor has appeared, he has already exceeded the time limit. To inherit He Fan's true inheritance, we need to pass the test. Whether we want to make things difficult for him or suppress the heavenly spirit, we need to calm down now, we need to calm down." Feng Jun was reminded by this. He immediately became clear-headed. "Third sister is right. We still have a chance. Let's go, we need to go now, we cannot expose any flaws. I really want to see just what kind of divine being this inheritor is. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Humph." The brass bell floated in front of Fang Yuan. After 10 rings, there was no sound. Fang Yuan probed, "Are you this heavenly spirit?" "My surname is He Qing. I was the one who opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest and hatched the upper extreme heavenly eagle. I am here to inherit ancestor He Fan's true inheritance." But the brass bell was silent. It floated in front of Fang Yuan, not moving. As expected, after devouring the immemorial azure heaven fragment, even if there is a heavenly spirit, it has become ignorant. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He understood in his heart. He had obtained this information from the transactions with Shadow Sect. Devouring the immemorial 9 heavens fragment would make the grotto heaven free from calamities and tribulations. But if the Gu immortal died and formed a heavenly spirit, the heavenly spirit would lose its authority and become ignorant. In the end, it was because of providence. The creation of providence originated from the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Ordinary grotto heavens were small worlds that were different from the outside world. But if they devoured the immemorial 9 heavens fragment, providence would come in. Their personal authority would be greatly weakened by providence. Shadow Sect had done a lot of research on this. Back then, a member of Shadow Sect, one of the main split souls, 7-star child, had tried to devour a fragment of immemorial blue heaven to research a method to deal with providence. Unfortunately, he was schemed against by providence. The immortal zombie 7-star child fell into star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, unable to extricate himself. This dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable was later split into many parts because of the destruction of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. They fell into various places in Central Continent along with countless small worlds of Grotto Heaven fragments. In a nameless valley, Fang Yuan was invited by Crane Gate to investigate. Coincidentally, in this small world of the Grotto Heaven fragment, Fang Yuan explored the dream realm contained within and obtained crucial guidance. This allowed Fang Yuan to snatch away the greatest achievement of Shadow Sect's 100,000 years of planning on Etion Mountain. From this, it could be seen that any grotto heaven that devoured a fragment of the immemorial nine heavens would be investigated by Providence. It was not safe for Feng Yuan. The truly safe place was a blessed land like Xianxia blessed land. It was completely private and not subject to Providence's investigation. Long-hair ancestor was famous in the past, it was not difficult for him to obtain a fragment of the immemorial nine heavens. But from start to finish, he did not let his grotto heaven devour a single fragment of the immemorial nine heavens. Thus, this grotto heaven is not as valuable as He Fan's true inheritance to me. After I inherit He Fan's true inheritance, I will give this grotto heaven to Chu Du. I will fulfill that agreement and give him 30% of the profits. Feng Yuan was planning when suddenly, several figures appeared in the sky, their immortal auras were not concealed as they flew towards him. What's going on? There are Gu immortals in this He Fan grotto heaven? Feng Yuan was surprised. To be continued. P.S. Far away, 4 Gu immortals arrived together. Feng Yuan had a solemn expression, he looked at them without blinking. The truth was, this scene was out of his expectations. Why are there Gu immortals? Feng Yuan looked at the heavenly spirit and asked. But this He Fan grotto heaven's heavenly spirit was ignorant, it did not react. Feng Yuan's heart was shrouded in darkness. In just a while, the 4 Gu immortals got close, but they did not show any hostility. Feng Yuan did not move, he was on full alert. Sinner immortal Xianxia greets my tribe's superior immortal. The leader was an old Gu immortal. He wore an ancient crown, he wore a green-gray robe, his hair was white. After seeing Feng Yuan, he bowed with a solemn expression. Sinner immortal? Feng Yuan had a thought, he quickly returned the greeting. I am not worthy of the title superior immortal, my name is He Qing City. I was fortunate enough to obtain He Fan's true inheritance and enter the grotto heaven, to think that I would be able to meet all of you here. Feng Yuan had turned into He Qing this time. This was something he had carefully considered. After all, with jewel yellow skies, even if He Fan grotto heaven was isolated from the world, it could know about He tribe's movements. Even though He Qing went missing and lost He tribe's immortal Gu house, this did not stop him from inheriting He Fan's true inheritance. And most importantly, Feng Yuan had all of He Qing's memories, his disguise was perfect, there were no loopholes. Xianxia raised his head, looking at Feng Yuan with a look of praise. He Qing was publicly recognized as a handsome man in Northern Plains, he had an elegant demeanor, many women fell in love with him. Right now, even though Feng Yuan was in disguise, his aura was even more extraordinary than He Qing's. Together with his appearance, he looked even more otherworldly and elegant, anyone who saw him would fall in love with him. Among the 4 Gu immortals, 2 were women, seeing Feng Yuan's appearance, their heartbeats quickened. The other was a young man. He had an ordinary appearance. Xianxia bowed again, superior immortal He Qing has a dazzling demeanor, we He tribe sinners have waited for so many years, you have finally arrived. The heavens have opened their eyes. You flatter me, fellow immortal. May I ask what does fellow immortal mean by calling yourself a sinner? Feng Yuan frowned and asked directly. Xianxia was about to answer when a voice came from afar, it's natural that you don't know. Our ancestors are the sinners of He tribe. The granddaughter of Patriarch He Fan, He Fengyue. Carrying attitude Gu, he roamed the northern icy plains. In the end, she was schemed against by a mysterious Gu immortal, and several of my He tribe's Gu immortals were her guards at that time, but they failed to look after her, causing He Fengyu to go missing and even losing attitude Gu. Old ancestor He Fan doted on his granddaughter the most, He Fengyue. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find her. My ancestors could not make up for their mistakes and could only plead guilty and be imprisoned in this He Fan grotto heaven by old ancestor He Fan. I am of the bloodline. Thus, they settled down here and multiplied. So that's how it is. Feng Yuan finally understood and carefully looked over. Another 3 Gu immortals had arrived. 2 men and 1 woman. They were Jingtua, Feng Jun, and Zhou Min. Feng Jun and Zhou Min had rank 6 aura. Feng Yuan's gaze swept past them. Jingtua was flying at the front, he was the leader of the 3 immortals. He was also the one who answered Feng Yuan earlier. He did not conceal his rank 7 cultivation level. He had an ordinary appearance and a hunched back, when he flew over, he left behind a faint trail of blood. He actually cultivated blood path. This made Fang Yuan feel very surprised. A blood path Gu immortal actually appeared here openly, but the other Gu immortals were indifferent? They seemed to be used to it. Don't tell me this person doesn't primarily cultivate blood path, but a secondary path? Even if it is a secondary path, it cannot be seen. Fang Yuan was a little puzzled. If it was in the 5 regions, such a blood path demonic immortal would be hated by everyone. But now, it seemed that this person was doing quite well. Not only was he not suppressed, he even had 2 subordinates. These 2 subordinates were really daring. They were not afraid of this leader attacking them to increase their battle strength. The 3 immortals flew closer. They greeted Fang Yuan one by one. They were very respectful. But Fang Yuan could see that one of the Gu immortals, Feng Jun, did not mean what he said. He seemed to have a bad impression of him. He sneaked a few glances at him. He had an unfriendly gaze. Actually, the others were the same. Be it Xianxia or the other Gu immortals, they had a solemn and cautious attitude towards Fang Yuan. They showed good intentions while concealing ill intentions. Their attitude was quite strange. After the 3 immortals got to know Fang Yuan, they greeted Xianxia and the other 3 Gu immortals. They spoke plainly. They did not gather together. They floated in the sky, separating into 2 groups. Fang Yuan saw all of this. He was chatting happily on the surface, but he remembered it in his heart. How many friends are there in this Heifan grotto heaven? Fang Yuan thought about it. He asked directly. Not many. Other than the 7 of us here, there are 2 others. Xianxia immediately replied, I believe they will arrive soon. Superior immortals descend, the heavenly spirit welcomes them. 10 chimes resounded in the world. They have all been to Immortal Succession Mountain before, they know what it means. Immortal Succession Mountain, Fang Yuan remembered this name. He did not ask about it. As expected, like he said, 2 more Gu immortals appeared. They were both men. They came to greet Fang Yuan. Like the other Gu immortals, they had strange expressions. The Gu immortals gathered. At this time, the heavenly spirit moved. Its body shook. It let out a loud chime as it floated forward. The heavenly spirit wants to lead us to Immortal Succession Mountain. Please follow us. Xianxia saw this and quickly said. Fang Yuan nodded. He was vigilant as he followed the brass bell heavenly spirit. In this situation, he was alone. The other party had 9 Gu immortals, 2 rank 7s and 7 rank 6s. If they suddenly attacked Fang Yuan from all directions, the result would be unpredictable. However, even though the heavenly spirit was ignorant, since it could welcome Fang Yuan, it meant that it was carrying out Heifan's will. It was not completely unreliable. Earlier, Fang Yuan had already seen through it. These people were not on the same side. They had their own factions. The next 2 were even more uncoordinated. They seemed to be lone cultivators. Precisely so, Fang Yuan chose to travel with these Gu immortals. He observed them and did not make a move. The heavenly spirit did not fly quickly. Fang Yuan did not use the upper extreme heavenly eagle. It flew beside him. In this situation, he did not dare to keep the upper extreme heavenly eagle in his immortal aperture. If something happened, even if the upper extreme heavenly eagle could not kill the enemy, it could attract their attention. Along the way, Fang Yuan conversed with the other Gu immortals. Initially, these people were very wary of Fang Yuan. They were fearful of him and naturally kept a distance from him. But what was Fang Yuan's experience? In his previous life, he had been through many hardships. He had incredible interpersonal skills. Soon, Fang Yuan became familiar with them. Gradually, the sound of laughter could be heard from the group. Sister, look at this Hei Qing, as expected of a superior immortal from the main tribe. Such elegance, no wonder it is him. I'm afraid only someone like him is worthy of old ancestor Heifan's true inheritance. In the group, a female Gu immortal with 2 buns of hair. She was pretty and lively. She secretly transmitted as she stared at Fang Yuan's back. It was one of the female immortals of Xianxia's 4 immortals. The female Gu immortal who was called sister was rather elegant and dignified. After hearing her companion's words, she transmitted and teased, Hee, sister, I think you are in love. That's right, such a person is a dragon among men. He seems to be young, he has high cultivation level, he is also elegant and refined, he quotes classics when he speaks, he is very persuasive, he even knows how to joke around, it is very interesting to talk to him. Sigh, I wonder if there are many people like him in the outside world. What is the outside world like in Northern Plains? Fang Yuan's ears trembled slightly. He heard the contents of these transmissions without missing a single word. This pair of Gu immortals who looked like sisters were using an ancient method to communicate. It was already obsolete in Northern Plains. Because of this, Fang Yuan could easily eavesdrop on their conversation. Even though this was a grotto heaven and mortal Gu were prohibited, Fang Yuan was not mistreated. This made Fang Yuan feel slightly assured. Actually, not just these two female Gu immortals, the other Gu immortals were also communicating. It was just that they were not as frequent as these two. The other Gu immortals were basically discussing and guessing Fang Yuan's background and battle strength. The latter was the main point. To think that this person has rank 7 cultivation level. On our side, only old immortal Xianxia and brother Xianxia have the same cultivation level as him. Even though he does not have any immortal Gu aura on him, the eagle flying around him is not ordinary. This eagle is somewhat strange. It seems to be a desolate beast, but its aura is not ordinary. Our grotto heavens have desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts, but their auras cannot compare to this eagle. After some discussion, someone could not restrain himself and asked, Upper Immortal, I see that this eagle is extraordinary. It is a divine steed, but none of us know about it. May I ask what its origin is? Fang Yuan took a look and saw that the person who asked was the Gu immortal called Feng Jun. Fang Yuan's mind moved as he smiled calmly. He, good eyesight, you can see that my beloved eagle is extraordinary. This is the upper extreme heavenly eagle. I wonder if you have heard of it? If it is raised, it will become an immemorial desolate beast. But right now, it can barely be used as a means of transportation. It cannot compare to the other ancient desolate beasts. Immemorial desolate beast. At once, the immortals gasped in shock. Countless heated, surprised, and shocked gazes gathered on the upper extreme heavenly eagle, continuously assessing it. Fang Yuan's casual words were like a bomb exploding in the immortals' hearts. These Gu immortals' expressions changed. They could not conceal the shock in their hearts. Next, when they conversed with Fang Yuan, their tone was unavoidably more respectful and restrained. Fang Yuan was not overbearing. He had a smile on his face like before. But this smile, in the eyes of the other Gu immortals, felt very different from before. Upper extreme heavenly eagle, immemorial desolate beast. This upper extreme heavenly eagle is actually an immemorial desolate beast. No wonder it gave me such a strong feeling. If we want to deal with this person, we need to deal with this eagle first. Did you forget what he said earlier? Other than this eagle, he has a few other ancient desolate beasts. Is he an enslavement path Gu immortal? If he is an enslavement path Gu immortal, he will be much easier to deal with. After all, this path is most afraid of beheading the leader. Even if he has become an immortal, we are still Gu immortals. Not necessarily. Don't be anxious, we will see the results on Immortal Succession Mountain. Even when the immortals flew to Immortal Succession Mountain, there were still Gu immortals talking about the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This was not strange. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength when they reached adulthood. This was a huge shock to the immortals. Fang Yuan listened to their words, but on the surface he was still talking cheerfully. No one could see any flaws in his act. Unknowingly, the immortals' guesses towards him had already been distorted. Fang Yuan was happy to see this. The more wrong their guesses were, the greater his advantage. If they really treated him as an enslavement path Gu immortal, they would have to experience the power of strength path Gu immortals and transformation path Gu immortals. On the contrary, during the conversation, Fang Yuan kept probing them. He gathered a lot of valuable information. These Gu immortals seem to have been isolated from the world for too long. They are not skilled in fighting. Not only are they verbally, they are not as crafty as the outside world. I can easily find out a lot of information. And they are not shrewd enough. Their methods are also limited to the past. They are very old. All in all, there are 2 groups of Gu immortals here. One is led by old immortal Xianxia. The 4 Gu immortals are related by blood. The other is the 3 golden orchid immortals, Xianxia, Feng Jun, and Zhou Min. They are actually led by a blood path immortal. As for the remaining 2, they are as I expected. They have been acting alone, living in seclusion. Fang Yuan snickered coldly in his mind. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Heifan Grotto Heaven naturally had many conflicts. But it was clear that this world was very shallow, the level of disputes was very low, Gu immortals were not skilled in fighting. Compared to northern plains, they paled in comparison. And most importantly, these Gu immortals had limited knowledge. Feng Yuan had already figured it out. These Gu immortals could not communicate with jewel yellow skies, they did not even know of the existence of jewel yellow skies. However, considering that they were descendants of criminals, it was understandable why old ancestor He Fan forbade them from coming into contact with jewel yellow skies. After all, if he could communicate with jewel yellow skies, it would be completely different. Not to mention the ever-changing methods, they could exchange information. Even if there was no trade, they could gain experience. It was also an excellent opportunity for growth. The Immortal Succession Mountain stood alone and was not a famous mountain or great river. It was divided into 10 levels, small at the top and large at the bottom. There were obvious traces of artificial carvings. The foot of the mountain was surrounded by dense forests. The vast amount of resources it contained made Feng Yuan have a whole new level of respect for it. Although He Fan Grotto Heaven was isolated from the rest of the world, there were no calamities or tribulations. Without communicating with jewel yellow skies, the resources accumulated inside were simply too rich. The immortals followed the brass heavenly spirit. They landed in the only stone pavilion at the peak of the mountain. The stone pavilion was ancient and had a simple structure. Even though it was only a pavilion, it had a grand aura. The 8 pillars that supported the stone pavilion were extremely thick. There was only one stone tablet in the pavilion, it was the most eye-catching. The stone tablet was huge like an elephant, it almost occupied the entire pavilion, there were words carved on it. The brass bell heavenly spirit entered the stone pavilion and hung on the beam of the pavilion, there was a hook there, it stopped moving. Old Immortal Xianxia said, "Lord Immortal, you must have many questions in your heart. Take a look at this stone tablet, it should be able to answer your questions." Feng Yuan had already stopped and inspected it. After a long while, he understood everything. Back then, He Fan's beloved granddaughter, He Fengyu, disappeared mysteriously, Attitude Gu was missing. He Fan lost his beloved granddaughter, but he was powerless, his lifespan was near its end, he could only place his immortal aperture and absorb the immemorial azure heaven fragment, losing his freedom. Several He tribe Gu immortals were not careful enough, they were imprisoned in He Fan Grotto Heaven by old ancestor He Fan. Not only did he restrict their freedom, he even forced them to hand over their immortal apertures and fuse them into He Fan Grotto Heaven. This way, He Fan Grotto Heaven became even larger. Before He Fan annexed the immemorial azure heaven fragment, he had already left behind the heavenly crystal eagle nest, he made arrangements and left behind his true inheritance. He was still concerned about his beloved granddaughter, he wanted descendants to investigate her whereabouts, thus, he added a crucial point to his final method, that was the aura of Attitude Gu. He thought, even if he did not show up, with He tribe's strength back then, they would be able to find He Fengyu and retrieve Attitude Gu. But the truth was, he was too optimistic. Or rather, his kinship made him unwilling to accept the cruel truth, he felt that He Fengyu was more likely to be alive. Because of this mistake, He Fan's true inheritance was not inherited. Until now, an outsider, Feng Yuan, took over and opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest. This was old ancestor He Fan's mistake. But He Fan was still a rank 8 grade expert, before he died, he realized his mistake. He thought, if no one in his tribe could inherit his true inheritance, what would he do? If that happened, He tribe would either be destroyed or fall, with no descendants to nurture. He Fan had thought, if that was the case, he might as well start anew and let these people in the Grotto Heaven inherit his true inheritance and make it flourish. Because they had pure He tribe bloodline, thus, after He Fan created the heavenly crystal eagle nest, before he died, he set a new rule for his true inheritance. He set a time limit. Hundreds of years later, if no one in his tribe succeeded in inheriting his true inheritance, he could guide the descendants in the Grotto Heaven to explore Immortal Succession Mountain and obtain their own immortal opportunities. The inscriptions on the stone tablet stated, "Old Ancestor, He Fan, left behind his own true inheritance at the peak of Immortal Succession Mountain." He also set up all sorts of small inheritances before his lifespan ran out and he died. The rest of He tribe's sinful immortals cried out in pain. They felt that they had let him down, they were willing to die together with him. But before they died, they imitated He Fan, leaving behind stone pavilions and stone tablets on Immortal Succession Mountain. They contained their own true inheritances. He tribe, which was left in northern plains, had been searching for Attitude Gu, but there was no progress. Time passed, old ancestor He Fan's time limit had already passed. Thus, He Fan Grotto Heaven opened up Immortal Succession Mountain, allowing mortals to explore it. Thus, Gu immortals started to appear in He Fan Grotto Heaven. However, even though these mortals could compete for He Fan's true inheritance, it was too difficult to explore Immortal Succession Mountain. Even though there were many mortals. After obtaining the true inheritance, a portion of them became Gu immortals. But there had never been a mortal who climbed to the peak and obtained the first true inheritance. According to the stone tablet, as long as the mortal who obtained the first true inheritance became a Gu immortal, they would become the owner of He Fan Grotto Heaven, they would have the authority to pardon the sins of the sinners in He Fan Grotto Heaven, they would regain their freedom and return to He tribe. Before that, no matter how many generations passed, they could not use He as their surname, they could only use other surnames to remind themselves of their sinner status. After reading all of the inscriptions, Fang Yuan finally came to a realization, the lump in his heart disappearing. No wonder these Gu immortals have complex expressions towards me, they have strange emotions. They have good intentions. And evil intentions. Fang Yuan put himself in their shoes. If he was in their shoes, he would probably have complex emotions as well. According to He Fan's rules, it was already past the time limit. Thus, be it He tribe or the sinner descendant, they had the qualifications to compete for the first true inheritance. These Gu immortals had been working hard, they wanted to nurture descendants to inherit He Fan's true inheritance, to open the Grotto Heaven and regain their freedom. As for these Gu immortals, they had already inherited other inheritances, they did not have the qualifications to compete for He Fan's true inheritance. Thus, the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven did not have many conflicts, they were rather peaceful. Originally, they did not have any hopes for the main tribe's inheritor, after all, so many years had passed, they did not even see him. But now, Fang Yuan's sudden appearance broke their old thinking. According to the stone tablet's rules, they had to welcome Fang Yuan, but they felt conflicted and rejected it internally. From their point of view, He Fan's true inheritance was already in the bag for them. As long as they continued to nurture descendants, one of them would be able to reach the peak and inherit He Fan's true inheritance. Thus, they did not want to see Fang Yuan appear, but they had to follow the rules. Even though the heavenly spirit was ignorant, He Fan had considered this before he died. Even though the heavenly spirit was not reliable, it firmly carried out He Fan's dying wish. And He Fan had a method to restrict it. Becoming a Gu immortal was bound to face calamities and tribulations. Whenever they could not survive the calamities and tribulations, these Gu immortals would come to Immortal Succession Mountain and ask for help from the heavenly spirit. The heavenly spirit would then use the true inheritance immortal Gu on the first stone tablet to delay their calamities and tribulations. Even though they obtained temporary stability, they were restricted by the heavenly spirit. The heavenly spirit only needed to use a method from the true inheritance to activate the delayed calamities and tribulations on the Gu immortals, killing them. Many Gu immortals barely survived the calamities and tribulations, but they did not know about jewel yellow skies. Even though He Fan Grotto Heaven had abundant resources, there was a limit to the variety, it could not satisfy a Gu immortal's cultivation needs. Thus, the calamities and tribulations became stronger, the Gu immortals could not resist them. Eventually, they had no choice but to ask for help from the heavenly spirit, they fell into He Fan's trap and were restricted by the heavenly spirit. Old ancestor He Fan, a great expert who had died many years ago, still had huge control over this He Fan Grotto Heaven. Old ancestor He Fan was indeed the person who led He tribe to become an overlord. Even after death, he made this He Fan Grotto Heaven impregnable, these Gu immortals are in awe of him. But the writing on this stone tablet is very similar to the spring and autumn period. Heh. I don't believe that these Gu immortals who were punished back then were willing to die with old ancestor He Fan. Evidently, they had no choice but to do so. Old ancestor He Fan is truly ruthless and decisive, he deserves praise. If we let them live, He Fan Grotto Heaven would have been destroyed from the inside already. All sorts of thoughts flashed past in his mind. Fang Yuan stopped looking at the stone tablet. He raised his head and looked at the brass bell heavenly spirit. He asked, "Then how can I inherit this true inheritance?" The stone pavilion's tablet said, "Be it the main tribe member who is brought here by the heavenly spirit, or the sinner mortals who came to the peak of Immortal Succession Mountain, if they want to inherit He Fan's true inheritance, they need to pass the final test." But the contents of the final test were not mentioned on the stone tablet. It only asked the successor to seek guidance from the heavenly spirit. Even though the heavenly spirit was ignorant, it remembered He Fan's instructions. Thus, Fang Yuan took the initiative to ask. Soon, the immortals heard the brass bell heavenly spirit shake as it let out a melodious bell ring. As the bell rang, the inscription on the stone tablet changed again. At the end of the original content, a new line of words appeared. The immortals looked at it and gasped. This says that He Fan Grotto Heaven is one of the contents of the true inheritance. Whoever inherits the true inheritance will be the owner of He Fan Grotto Heaven. However, to inherit He Fan's true inheritance, the final test is actually this? No wonder old ancestor He Fan set the rule that if an inheritor of the true inheritance appears, we have to greet him together. Old ancestor is magnanimous and considerate. Even though we are sinners, old ancestor has not forgotten about us, he is still thinking about us descendants. The immortals discussed, they were filled with admiration towards old ancestor He Fan, some of them even had red eyes, they almost cried. Fang Yuan looked at this new line of words as he frowned deeply, his expression turned grim. This line of words clearly told him what the final test was. As long as I pass the final test, I will obtain He Fan's true inheritance. But what is this? The final test is to gain the recognition of more than half of the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven? And it has to be done within 3 years of the Grotto Heaven's time. Fang Yuan shook his head internally. Old ancestor He Fan's final test was out of his expectations. Evidently, he was biased towards the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven. As an outsider, it was very difficult for Fang Yuan to gain the support of these people. But Fang Yuan soon reacted, he understood old ancestor He Fan's intention. Old ancestor He Fan set this rule. It was to encourage the latecomers to recruit these Gu immortals of He Fan Grotto Heaven. After all, Gu immortals were hard to nurture, taking them in would greatly benefit He tribe. Therefore, this was not only a test of the successor's personal ability, but also a test of the successor's communication skills and leadership ability to unite others. He Fan relied on his true inheritance to choose He tribe's leader, he was not just a Gu immortal expert. You old bastard. He's clearly dead, yet he's still considering so much. How meddlesome. Fang Yuan cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he raised his head and sighed, saying emotionally, Ancestor He Fan, you wholeheartedly thought for He tribe, I, as a descendant, am filled with admiration for you. Yes, yes, the immortal said to Fang Yuan. It was very resonant. Originally, these Gu immortals were very unsettled. After all, Fang Yuan inherited He Fan's true inheritance, they did not know what would happen to the descendants of the sinners. But now, old ancestor He Fan's arrangement was for their sake. Fang Yuan slowly retracted his emotional expression, he turned around and stood in front of the stone tablet, facing the Grotto Heaven's immortals, he asked, then I wonder how I can obtain everyone's support. As Fang Yuan expected, his question was met with silence. That was then, and this was now. In the past, the immortals were wary of Fang Yuan, but now, Fang Yuan needed to obtain the recognition of more than half of the Gu immortals in the Grotto Heaven, the situation was reversed. It was completely different now. The immortals looked at each other, they did not speak for a while. But their gazes towards Fang Yuan had changed. In the past, they were careful, trying to hide their kindness and malice. But now, their gazes were distant, they put on airs and were considering things. Fang Yuan was not anxious, he stood on the spot, waiting for their reply. After a while of silence, as the oldest Gu immortal, Xianxia, he could not take it anymore, he coughed, today's matter happened too quickly, we were caught unprepared. Sigh, maybe it is because of my old age, thinking about these problems makes me feel dizzy, I cannot accept it immediately. Lord Immortal, you must be tired after such a long journey, right? Why don't you rest first and recuperate before coming up with a plan? This old fox. Fang Yuan snickered in his mind. But old immortal Xianxia's words received strong support from the other Gu immortals. They voiced out their agreement continuously. The two groups that were originally very different now seemed to have merged into one. They were going to deal with the outsider, Feng Yuan. But, so what if I agree to it first? Feng Yuan had expected such a reaction. He did not have a worried expression as he nodded reluctantly. Xianxia's words make sense. Xianxia showed the smile of a victor, but he quickly retracted it. Even though I am staying in a simple room, I have prepared some tea. Lord Immortal, why don't you come with me? It will be my honor to have you here. Xianxia invited passionately, but he did not reply to Feng Yuan's earlier words. Feng Yuan smiled forcefully. He nodded, thank you. Saying it was a simple room was old immortal Xi's humble words. Not only was his residence not crude, but it was also very luxurious. A group of palaces was situated at the peak of a mountain. This mountain seemed to be man-made. The top was flat. There were many palaces with golden bricks and green tiles. They were richly decorated. Xianxia and his Gu immortals were living here. Not just that, there were a large number of Gu masters and even mortals. These are my descendants, Lord Immortal, please don't laugh at me. Now that I am old, I like to play with my grandchildren and enjoy the joy of family. Xianxia introduced to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan nodded. This means that Xianxia is a sentimental person. Xianxia looked at Feng Yuan with deep meaning. Who would not welcome a sentimental person? Ha ha ha. Feng Yuan laughed. Seeing that Xianxia and Feng Yuan were chatting happily, the other three Gu immortals also relaxed. Like this, Feng Yuan settled down here temporarily. The strange thing was, after the first day, Xianxia did not show up again. He did not meet with Feng Yuan either. Feng Yuan, however, was not anxious. He remained calm. 4 days later. In the group of palaces, Feng Yuan and Qianlu were walking in a long corridor. Qianlu was one of the female immortals. She had 2 buns of hair. She was lively and pretty. In terms of blood relations, she was old immortal Xianxia's great-granddaughter. Young Master He Qing, look at that lotus flower, its color is Lu Er's favorite. Qianlu pointed at the lotus pond as she smiled. This corridor was unique. It passed through the entire lotus pond, stretching from east to west. The lotus pond was filled with lotus flowers of all colors. They were fragrant. It was a beautiful sight. These last few days, even though old immortal Xianxia did not see Feng Yuan, Qianlu accompanied Feng Yuan to admire the beautiful scenery of this palace. This lotus flower is yellow and cute. It is not seductive or flashy. It suits Lu Er. Feng Yuan smiled. Qianlu lowered her head. She had a shy expression as she said softly, young master, what are you saying? Lu Er. Lu Er is just looking at this lotus flower and feels happy. I also feel happy when I look at Lu Er. Feng Yuan smiled as he stretched out his hands, grabbing Lu Er's hands. Qianli's body shook. She wanted to struggle subconsciously, but Feng Yuan's hands were gripping tightly. Qianli's face was red. Even with her Gu immortal cultivation level, her mind was in chaos. She struggled for a while before calling out, young master, you. Feng Yuan took a huge step forward. His body was almost touching Qianlu. Qianlu hurriedly retreated, but due to his haste, he lost his balance and fell backwards. Feng Yuan took the chance and pulled her into his arms. Be careful, don't fall. Gentle words entered Qianli's ears. By the time Qianlu reacted, she was already in Feng Yuan's arms. Qianlu raised her head. She saw that Feng Yuan had a smile on his face. There was a trace of ridicule in his gaze. Qianlu was extremely angry. She punched Feng Yuan's chest. Young master, you are so bad, you bullied Lu Er. Saying so, she struggled out of Feng Yuan's embrace. Feng Yuan gasped as he took a step back. There was a look of pain on his face. Qianlu quickly stopped. She walked over with a concerned expression. Young master, what's wrong? Feng Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. To speak the truth, before coming here, I had gone through a tough battle. It is not easy to inherit He Fan's true inheritance. At least, many of the Gu immortals in the clan are not willing to see that happen. So you are injured? Why didn't you say so earlier? Qianlu stomped her feet. All of her anger and embarrassment were thrown to the back of her mind. She looked at Feng Yuan's chest. Does it still hurt? It is a small injury. It is not a big deal. It is just that my cultivation level is higher and my Dao marks are deeper, injuries are more troublesome. Fang Yuan smiled, he suddenly changed the topic. However, your ancestors' Gu refinement injuries should be similar to mine, right? Otherwise, why have I not seen him for the last few days? Chen Li's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. She responded to Fang Yuan with a few random noises. Old immortal Chen Qi could not meet Fang Yuan for no reason. His excuse was that he failed the Gu refinement and suffered a backlash. His injuries were severe, he could not meet anyone. Of course, at this crucial moment, why would he suddenly refine Gu and get injured? Both sides knew the reason, they just did not say it out loud. On that night, Chen Clan's 4 Gu immortals held a secret discussion. Chen Lu reported, Ancestor, young Master He Qing suddenly asked about your condition today. Oh? He can't wait anymore? Chen Qi smiled. Thankfully, I concealed it back then, he did not suspect anything. But as time goes on, Chen Lu said worriedly. The other 3 Gu immortals looked at each other, they smiled. Chen Lu was loved and cared for by the elders, she was still very innocent, she did not know that Fang Yuan already knew about it. And he suddenly asked about old immortal Chen Qi's condition, it was a subtle reminder. The male Gu immortal Chen Liji thought about it, he said, we need to have a good talk with this He Qing. There are 2 updates today, there will be a second update later, friends. Old immortal Chen Qi shook his head slowly and remained as still as a mountain. What's the harm in giving him a cold shoulder? There's no time for that. N is an element of, Chen Lizzie said worriedly, he's a sensible person. I'm afraid that if we delay for too long, we'll anger him. If we force him away and force him to Jingtuo's side, it will be terrible. Little Ji, don't worry. Chen Qi smiled as he analyzed, the final test of the true inheritance requires at least half of the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven to support He Qing for him to succeed. Now in He Fan Grotto Heaven, not including He Qing, there were 9 of them. On our side, there were 4 people, almost half of them. This is a huge capital. As long as he obtains our support, he will have won half the battle. As long as he won the recognition of 1 more person, he would be able to succeed. It's impossible for him not to consider that. Even if he gives up on us and goes to another Gu immortal, he will run into a wall. Now, the situation was different. After all, he was a newcomer. If he wanted to gain support, he had to give up some benefits. He had to give something in order to get it. Moreover, as for the 3 immortal cave, He, Jingtua and the others are very ambitious. Chen Lizzie didn't say anything. Chen Wanyun said, Ancestor, to tell you the truth, Wanyun has always had an idea. If He Qing didn't get more than half of the support, wouldn't it be a failure? He Fan's true inheritance will remain on the immortal succession mountain. One day, our descendants will ascend to the peak and seize it, right? We have protected He Fan's true inheritance for generations. Even old ancestor He Fan admitted that we have the right to compete. Are we really going to give it to outsiders? He Qing isn't an outsider, he's one of us. Chen Lu retorted. Lu don't forget that we're from the same family. To enjoy prosperity and freedom in the outside world. Our bloodline has been imprisoned here for generations. Chen Wanyun said sternly. Chen Li's face turned bitter and he did not say anything else. Chen Qi slowly shook his head, Yun'er's words. Actually, I've already considered it. This method won't work. Firstly, it is extremely difficult for mortals to enter the immortal succession mountain. Even if we nurture him wholeheartedly, how long will it take for the lucky one to appear and inherit the true inheritance? A few decades? Or hundreds of years? No one can say for sure. Secondly, although He Qing is only 1 person, don't forget. Behind him was He tribe's main branch and a large number of He tribe Gu immortals. If he failed, it would only be his personal failure. He tribe's Gu immortals were bound to charge forward. At that time, how are we supposed to stop the others? Are we going to keep our own family outside? Could he block it? Other than the 4 of us, are Jingtua and the others reliable? These Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven did not know about Jewel Yellow Skies. After so many years and generations, they could not communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. So regarding He tribe's current situation, he knew nothing at all. Fang Yuan lied without any preparation, he easily deceived the 4 Qin clan Gu immortals. Qin Chi's question caused the expressions of the other 3 immortals to change. Chen Lu agreed, that's right. Today, young Master He Qing even told me that he could compete with He tribe's Gu immortals and emerge victorious. It was not easy. Even now, he is still injured. Chen Qi nodded. He analyzed, He Qing was able to emerge victorious, he is not an ordinary person. He is rank 7 cultivation level to begin with. He also has the upper extreme heavenly eagle, he has great prospects. If we help him succeed, we will be able to help him in times of need. When we return to our tribe, with his help, we will be able to gain a foothold, how good would that be? However, if he wants us to help him succeed, we can't do it for no reason. He needs to pay a price, if he does not pay a price, he will not cherish it. He will not be grateful to us. Ancestor is truly considerate. Chen Liji said. It is never wrong to listen to Ancestor. Chen Le smiled. Chen Qi sighed faintly, looking at the 3 Gu immortals, he said emotionally, I am old, I do not have much lifespan left. I only hope that you juniors will have better days in the future. When my soul returns to the door of life and death, I will be at ease. Ancestor, don't say that, you will definitely live for a very long time. Chen Li's eyes were red. Chen Liji was more pragmatic, Ancestor, don't forget that lifespan Gu exists in this world. To obtain our support, that He Qing needs to give us something, lifespan Gu is definitely a must. A bright light flashed in Chen Qi's eyes, he looked at Chen Lu, regardless of lifespan Gu, we need to let our Lu heir get what she wants, to be together with her lover. Chen Li's face was red from embarrassment, she stood up and stomped her feet, Ancestor, you are making fun of me. Ha ha ha, in the secret room, laughter could be heard. At the same time, Fang Yuan was standing in his courtyard, looking at the night sky. This Heifan grotto heaven had clear day and night. Day was long, night was short. This was a phenomenon that only grotto heavens had, blessed lands did not have it. Heifan grotto heaven's night sky did not have a single star. And it was not completely black, if one looked closely, it should be a deep jade color. Cool winds blew, Fang Yuan looked at the sky with his arms behind his back, he was summarizing all sorts of information in his mind. These last days, he and Chen Lu had been playing around, they obtained a lot of precious information from this young girl, they had a clearer and more comprehensive understanding of Heifan grotto heaven and the other Gu immortals. Not just that, he even had a deeper understanding of Heifan's true inheritance test. It is about time, in 2 more days, the time will be ripe. Fang Yuan thought, a cold light flashed in his eyes. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the afternoon, the bright sunlight made the palace look even brighter and more majestic. Warm winds blew, birds chirped and flowers bloomed, it was a pleasant scene. In front of Chen Qi's door, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard, I came to visit, I hope you do not mind. He could not wait any longer. But his patience is not bad. Chen Qi was not surprised. The entire palace was a huge mortal Gu house, Fang Yuan's every move was under his control. The door opened on its own. Chen Qi was lying on the bed, he sat up as he said weakly, esteemed guest, forgive me for not being able to welcome you. Fang Yuan walked in, standing in front of the bed with a worried expression, it seems that you are heavily injured. You are a rule path Gu immortal. I thought about it for a long time and thought of a method. It can lessen your injuries. Chen Qi was not injured at all, thank you for your concern, but my injuries cannot be healed by ordinary methods. Fang Yuan smiled, Friend Chen, you might not know. This is an immortal killer move, my tribe's signature method. Even though the core immortal Gu are still in the tribe, I know the contents of the killer move. I will teach you this killer move, you can change the core, it might help your injuries. How can I do that? Chen Qi quickly refused. Fang Yuan said warmly, I feel like old friends with you, I have been chatting with you all these days. I will teach you the killer move, it is a form of return. What are you saying, this is too much? Chen Qi continued to refuse. Fang Yuan's expression changed, he said in a worried tone, it is just an immortal killer move. How can I express my feelings with it? Sigh. To speak the truth, this final test of Heifan's true inheritance is truly difficult for me. Please enlighten me, fellow immortal Chen. Xianxia heard this and his eyes shined. He understood Feng Yuan's hidden meaning. He was here to exchange benefits and ask for his support. Xianxia sat up subconsciously, saying, in my humble opinion, this is the same as gu refinement. When refining gu, the heat is needed. Sometimes, the heat needs to be fierce. Sometimes, the heat needs to be slow. It is in accordance with the urgency of the matter. I am ashamed. I am very interested in refinement path, I spoke nonsense. Please do not blame me. It wasn't nonsense, but a bunch of bullshit. You are a rule path gu immortal, why are you interested in refinement path? But Feng Yuan knew the meaning behind these words. He smiled, my clan has countless refinement path books, they are as vast as the sea. As long as I obtain the true inheritance and free everyone. When you return to the clan, you can read all of these books. Furthermore, I have many personal refinement path methods and gu recipes. After I succeed, I can give them to you, what's wrong with that? Xianxia nodded, showing a satisfied expression. But he continued, I am interested in refinement path, I am not interested in it. But my grandnephew Chen Liji is an enslavement path gu immortal. He is extremely envious of the upper extreme heavenly eagle beside exalted immortal. Feng Yuan's expression sank, there is only one upper extreme heavenly eagle, we cannot give it to you. But our clan raises a large number of iron crown eagles, they are famous in northern plains. I can guarantee that as long as we return, we will give each of you one. Joy flashed past Xianxia's face as he sighed. Back then, old ancestor He Fan suppressed Xiao clan because of their eagle-rearing method. To think that after so many years, they have developed to such a scale. But now that our ancestor has been punished, I am very worried about what kind of state we will be in when we return to the clan. No need to worry, I can guarantee that when you return to the clan and strengthen He tribe, you will be welcomed with open arms. Feng Yuan paused before saying, and the matter of you being punished is a matter that happened many generations ago. When I obtain the true inheritance, I will pardon all of you. You have been guarding He Fan Grotto Heaven for generations, you have already committed more crimes than crimes. Adding on the merit of helping me obtain the true inheritance, after I return to the clan, I will definitely uphold justice for all of you. Xianxia smiled, Lord Immortal is a dragon among men, you are a true genius, your words carry enormous weight. With your words, I am relieved of half of my worries. Thank you for your trust. Actually, we are all of He tribe's bloodline, we are one family. But, as for the others outside, it will depend on their performance. Feng Yuan had a hidden meaning. The hidden meaning was, first come first serve, whoever supported him first would get more benefits when they returned to the clan. Xianxia nodded, he was a sly old fox, of course he understood the meaning behind Feng Yuan's words. He smiled, Lord Immortal's words are like pearls of wisdom, they are extremely exquisite. Especially this family, they are described very well. Saying so, he sized up Feng Yuan, seeing that Feng Yuan had a smile on his face, he felt more confident, he asked, what does Lord Immortal think of little Lu? Feng Yuan's smile faded, he answered, bright eyes and white teeth, innocent and lively, I like her. To be honest, Lu Er is secretly in love with Lord Immortal. Sigh, what a pity. Lord Immortal is such a talented person, she is not someone she can match up to. Sigh, as an elder, I do not dare to have such an extravagant hope. I only hope that Lu Er, this poor child, can forget Lord Immortal and find her own happiness in the future. Xianxia sighed. Feng Yuan's smile disappeared, he frowned and thought for a while before saying seriously, to be honest, I also like Chen Lu, I am willing to marry her. If he really liked her, he would be overjoyed and say it out loud. He would not think about it for a while and show a serious expression. But Xianxia pretended not to see it, he did not think of it either. Feng Yuan sneered internally, he understood this person even more clearly. This Xianxia said that he was thinking for his juniors, but if he really wanted to, why would he do this? He was directly sacrificing Chen Lu for his own benefits. Xianxia laughed heartily, Feng Yuan's reply was forced but he was very satisfied with it. He took an inch and took a mile, he stopped laughing as he sighed deeply, sigh, it is a pity that I do not have much lifespan left, I am afraid I will not be able to see Lord Immortal and Lu Er's wedding. Feng Yuan immediately understood, this old thing wanted lifespan gu. His expression turned grim, there was no smile on his face. He said dryly, "What are you talking about? In my opinion, you are old but strong, your appetite is huge." Old Immortal Xianxia smiled as he looked at Feng Yuan. He said with an unyielding tone, "Lord Immortal, I have embarrassed myself. I am actually very greedy. Not only do I want to see Lord Immortal and Lu Er's wedding, I also want to see their children. Speaking of which, they are my juniors." Feng Yuan started to pace around. He frowned deeply as he said directly, "Lifespan gu are hard to find, they are extremely precious, I cannot take them out. This is a gift from heaven, it is not easy to obtain." Old Immortal Xianxia nodded, he seemed to have expected Feng Yuan's reply. He continued, "But Lord Immortal, don't worry. I will let you know that this He Fan Grotto Heaven also produced Lifespan gu, they have all been taken away. The heavenly spirit is confused, but old ancestor He Fan has arrangements. If I am not wrong, He Fan's true inheritance definitely has many Lifespan gu. I only need 300 Lifespan gu." 300 lifespan? Feng Yuan stared at Xianxia angrily. Xianxia was still smiling. Feng Yuan flew into a rage, 300 is too much, I do not even have Lifespan gu. I will only give you 100. 150. Xianxia bargained, he finally stopped pretending. Feng Yuan paced around a few more times, he gritted his teeth, "Forget it, I will give you 150. Deal." Xianxia clapped, he laughed loudly, he did not even care about his face. But speaking of which, if he could gain 100 years of lifespan, so what if he lost some face? Xianxia looked at Feng Yuan, his smile becoming wider. "I heard from Lu Er that Lord Immortal has countless immortal gu, I wonder if you can show them to me." Feng Yuan was stunned, he became furious, he gritted his teeth at Xianxia, this old thing had such a huge appetite. He said he wanted to take a look, but he wanted Feng Yuan to give up an immortal gu in exchange for his support. Xianxia saw that Feng Yuan was furious, his heart jumped, but he thought about how rare this opportunity was, there would not be another one like this. Would he still have a chance after returning to the main tribe? Thus, he quickly said, "This is my final request, as long as it is fulfilled, the four of us will definitely support Lord Immortal." Feng Yuan started pacing around again. He paced around fiercely, as if he had an irreconcilable grudge with the floor tiles under his feet. Xianxia observed his expression, seeing that Feng Yuan's anger was fading and he was in deep thought, he gradually relaxed. He was secretly happy, this matter is done. As expected, after a while, Feng Yuan stopped walking, he stood in front of his bed and took out an immortal gu. Rank 7 immortal gu. Xianxia gasped, he was surprised and joyful. "This is a sword path immortal gu, it is not suitable for me, otherwise, I would not have given it to you." Feng Yuan said hatefully. "What is the name of this gu?" Xianxia's eyes shined, he looked at Feng Yuan handing this gu to him. "Wait, let's change it to this immortal gu." Feng Yuan changed his mind, he retracted his hand and took out a gu from his immortal aperture with his other hand. Xianxia's gaze subconsciously moved to Feng Yuan's other hand. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The Sword Path Immortal gu activated, Sword Path Killer Move, Dark Assassination. Xianxia was stunned. The wound between his brows gradually widened. Soon after, blood spurted out from the front of his forehead and the back of his head. Die. To be continued. P.S. The moment Xianxia died, the entire palace shook. These palaces were all mortal gu houses, they were controlled by old immortal Xianxia. However, Feng Yuan was already prepared. With a thought, he activated the well-prepared arrangements. In an instant, the palace calmed down. There was not a single tremor. This was one of the preparations that Feng Yuan had made in the past few days. Mortal gu houses were nothing to gu immortals. Unless it was an immortal gu house, but how could these He Fan Grotto Heaven gu immortals have the latter? He Fan was so ruthless, he killed the He tribe gu immortals who were guilty before he died. The inheritances that were left behind were naturally deleted, there was no information about the immortal gu house left behind. And with just these gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven, the possibility of creating an immortal gu house was too small. Moreover, although this palace complex was large in scale, its layout was too old. It was not difficult for Feng Yuan to crack it. Old immortal Xianxia making him stay for many days was his biggest mistake. These gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven have been at peace for too long, without fighting, they are pushing for progress, they have no vigilance at all. Fang Yuan looked at old immortal Xianxia's corpse as he snickered in disdain. Xianxia died with a remaining grievance. He still had a dazed expression on his face. Clearly, Fang Yuan had killed him too quickly. He had not even had the time to panic. After confirming that Xianxia was dead, Fang Yuan kept him in the sovereign immortal aperture. Then, he activated familiar face and transformed into old immortal Xianxia. He swaggered open the door and walked out. Greetings, old ancestor. Greetings, old ancestor. Along the way, Fang Yuan met many Gu masters and mortals, men and women, young and old. When he saw Fang Yuan, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed, giving his most respectful greetings. Every time, Fang Yuan would activate his Gu worms and use a formless force to help these people up, while also greeting them. This made Xianxia's descendants even more grateful. They did not know that the real Xianxia had already been killed by Fang Yuan. The person they were worshipping was the murderer. They didn't doubt it at all because this was how old immortal Xianxia usually did things. These days, Fang Yuan, by playing along with Chen Lu, he managed to obtain a lot of information. Xianxia's actions were naturally one of them. Otherwise, he could only disguise himself by relying on familiar face. However, he could not disguise old immortal Xianxia's actions. Fang Yuan swaggered along the way. Soon, they arrived in front of a palace. Old ancestor, why are you here? Qianlizhi heard the commotion and immediately walked out of the palace to welcome him. He looked at Fang Yuan suspiciously. Of course, he wasn't doubting the true identity of the person in front of him, but the old ancestor had clearly used the excuse of being bedridden to postpone the meeting with He Qing. Why was he acting so brazenly today? Going against the previous decision? Little Ji, that He Qing just came here secretly to negotiate with me. Come, let's go in. I have something to discuss with you. Fang Yuan patted Qianlizhi's shoulder like an elder. Then, with his hands behind his back, he walked towards the palace behind him. The entire palace complex was a mortal Gu house. But the residences of the other 3 Gu immortals. But it belonged to each of them. Old immortal Qianxia could not interfere in this. After all, he could not openly monitor the lives of juniors, right? Qianlizhi heard Fang Yuan's words and was moved, his suspicions vanished. He quickly took a few steps forward and led the way. Old ancestor, please have a seat. He bowed slightly and led Fang Yuan to a seat. Old ancestor, please have some tea. Soon, he brewed high-quality tea. He served it with both hands and was extremely respectful. After the tea was served, Qianlizhi sat down. Fang Yuan drank some tea. Seeing that Qianlizhi was sitting far away from him, he said, Little Ji, bring the chair over and sit beside me. Qianlizhi was overwhelmed by this favor. He replied happily, Yes, old ancestor. I will stand beside you and respectfully listen to your instructions. How could he do that? There was a difference between a person standing and a person sitting. When standing, their muscles were tense, they could advance or retreat. When sitting, their entire body was relaxed, even their mental state would be affected, they would lower their guard. Fang Yuan wanted to kill Qianlizhi, he had to make ample preparations. Thus, Fang Yuan pretended to be unhappy, bring the chair over and sit. What are you talking about? I have already discussed with that He Qing, we will deal with Xing Tuo's group next. There are many things I need to tell you. Yun Er and Lu Er are women. At the crucial moment, little Ji, you need to take on more responsibilities. Qianlizhi's heart surged with emotions, he felt a sense of appreciation. Yes. He quickly brought the chair over and sat in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that the door of the hall was open. He said, Close this door and disperse the outsiders, it is better to keep this a secret. Qianlizhi did not doubt him, he did as he was told. He Qing could not endure it in the end, he came to visit me. This time, I talked with He Qing, he gave me a lot of benefits, he is very sincere. Fang Yuan spoke slowly. Qianlizhi listened attentively. He had long wanted to ask what price He Qing paid, but since old ancestor did not mention it, he did not dare to ask. Now that Fang Yuan satisfied his curiosity, he told him more about the price. Qianlizhi listened attentively, his eyes shined brightly. He Qing actually gave old ancestor a rank 7 immortal Gu? Chen Lizzie gasped, he was overjoyed. Would old ancestor lie to you? Watch. Fang Yuan chuckled, taking out flying sword immortal goo. Good goo, good goo. Chen Lizzie praised. Little Ji. Fang Yuan dragged his voice. Chen Lizzie quickly raised his head. How could he ignore an elder's question? Right at this moment, a sword light flashed. Chen Lizzie was slightly stunned. There was a light just now. Next, he subconsciously looked at Fang Yuan's hand. The flying sword immortal goo in his hand had vanished. Where did this goo go? A huge question mark popped up in Chen Lizzie's mind. Then, he felt as if all the strength in his body was suddenly sucked away. A warm liquid flowed down from his forehead in large streams. Suddenly, the world spun. He fell to the ground, kneeling on the ground with one hand. He tried to grab onto Fang Yuan's robe with the other, but he did not succeed. Plop. He fell to the ground, without any signs of life on Fang Yuan's face. His benevolent smile slowly vanished, his expression turned cold and eerie. Using the same method, Fang Yuan suppressed this palace as well. If it did not tremble, no one would be able to see through it. Next, he kept Chen Lizzie's corpse in his immortal aperture. He pushed open the palace door and left. Only 2 female Gu immortals were left. Chen Wanyan's threat was higher. Fang Yuan's next target was her. Sister, I've finally mastered the middle concealment technique, Chen Lu said to Chen Wanyun with a smile. Is that so? Chen Wanyan heard this and was overjoyed. She looked at Chen Lu and said happily, my Lu heir, you finally know how to work hard. Let me guess, who is it that made Lu start to cultivate so diligently? Chen Wanyan pretended to think for a while before continuing, I think that person's surname should be He. His name only has one word. Before she finished, Chen Lu interrupted, Sister, don't mess around, don't mess around. He is working hard to begin with, alright. Is that so? Chen Wanyan smiled as she looked at Chen Li's shy expression, thinking, Lu heir is young and inexperienced, we cared for her as she grew up. But she knows Heiqing is outstanding, so she wants to improve. I wanted to remind her, but it seems I was overthinking. Chen Lu could not resist this gaze. She took a step back, vanishing from Chen Wanyan's sight. Sister, if I use middle concealment, can you feel it? Hee hee. Do you know where I am now? Chen Li's voice resounded in Chen Wanyan's ears. You lass, watch how I deal with you after I find you. Chen Wanyan pretended to be fierce. She was about to use an investigative killer move. At this moment, she sensed movement outside the hall. She asked curiously, why is old ancestor here? Lu heir, stop playing around, come with me to greet him. Chen Lu was about to stop her immortal killer move when she suddenly had a change of heart. She thought of the previous time when they were plotting. Old immortal Chen Qi had teased her. She pouted, forget it. I will eavesdrop from the side, let's see if old ancestor can find me. If he can't find me, I'll suddenly appear and give him a fright. Hee hee hee. You, be careful of being too mischievous, you won't be able to get married. Chen Wanyan shook her head helplessly. She got up and walked out of the hall to greet old immortal Chen Qi. Fang Yuan had familiar face. Chen Wanyan and Chen Lu could not see through his disguise. But Fang Yuan did not have an outstanding investigative killer move. He could not see through Chen Li's concealment. In fact, even if he had this killer move, he could not use it openly. Once he used it, the immortal aura would leak out. It could not be concealed, it would attract suspicion. Only an immortal method like dark assassination could conceal the immortal Gu's aura completely. It could be used to launch a sneak attack and catch the enemy off guard. Chen Wanyan led Fang Yuan to the main seat. She wanted to call Chen Lu out. How could she peep at an elder like this? But her thoughts changed. She thought, old ancestor has always doted on Lu heir. Now that he has negotiated with young master Heiqing and obtained a lot of benefits, he is in a good mood. Lu heir is in hiding. Even if old ancestor finds out, he will not blame Lu heir. Thinking of this, Chen Wanyan pretended not to know. She served tea. Fang Yuan drank a mouthful. He did the same thing again. He got Chen Wanyan to sit near him. Chen Lu watched from the side. She smiled secretly. She felt that it was quite exciting. Next, she eavesdropped on Fang Yuan and Chen Wanyan's conversation, gradually getting engrossed. Hearing that her clan had obtained a lot, she was happy, but she could not help but worry for Fang Yuan. Young master Heiqing invested so much. Will there be a negative impact on him? Next, Fang Yuan took out flying sword immortal Gu. this rank 7 sword path immortal goo was given to me by He Qing. Together with the price I offered earlier, Yun Heir, I intend to send you to 3 immortal cave. I will use this as a bargaining chip to convince the 3 immortals to support He Qing. Are you willing? Qin Wanyan quickly stood up. Whatever old ancestor says, Yun Heir will do. Fang Yuan chuckled. Qin Li's gaze was also focused on flying sword immortal goo. This was the first time she had seen a rank 7 immortal goo. She could not suppress her curiosity. She wanted to jump out and give the old ancestor a surprise. But at the next moment, a change occurred. Dark assassination moved again. How could Qin Wanyan expect that the old ancestor she respected would try to kill her? Without any defense, this gentle female immortal followed in the footsteps of Qin Qi and Qin Liji. She immediately killed Qin Wanyan. Fang Yuan put away the flying sword and stuffed the corpse into his immortal aperture, sweeping away all the blood before leaving. Qin Lu was still concealed. She covered her mouth with both hands. Her eyes were wide open, her pupils shrunk to pin size. Her nose was wide open, she was gasping for breath. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, and silent tears rolled down her fair and smooth cheeks in large streams. Unbelievable, extreme terror. How can this be? How can this be? What did I just see? What just happened? Was this an illusion? It must be an illusion. How can this be? He, ha ha ha, old ancestor killed Sister Yun Heir? How can this be? But the truth was right in front of her. Seeing was believing, cold and cruel, she was not allowed to have any doubts. Plop. She knelt on the ground and sat down weakly. Her shoulders moved as she sobbed softly. Her beautiful face was filled with shock, fear, bewilderment, and helplessness. She was still covering her mouth with her hand, as if it could protect her. To be continued. Why did old ancestor suddenly kill Qin Wanyan? Qin Li did not understand. She could not understand at all. She sobbed softly as her body shook, her heart jumped. She thought of Qin Lizzie. Would the old ancestor look for Qin Lizzie and also want to kill him? This was a simple deduction. No matter what, she had to find Qin Lizzie and tell him about this. At the crucial moment, Qin Li did not think of He Qing, she thought of her closest clan Gu immortals. Qin Li woke up, she stopped sobbing and stood up, activating her immortal killer move to conceal herself as she ran towards Qin Lizzie's palace. Fang Yuan did not go to Qin Lizzie's residence like Qin Lu expected. He did not find Qin Lu, he had already killed Qin Lizzie, thus, his final action was to go to Qin Li's residence. He would find her and kill her. A moment later, Qin Lu arrived at Qin Lizzie's residence. Why is there no one here? Qin Lu searched the entire palace but did not find Qin Lizzie. Of course, she saw many mortals and Gu masters. But Qin Lu did not alert them. Even if she told them this shocking news, they would not believe it. Looking at the empty palace, Qin Li's heart was filled with endless confusion and panic. Old ancestor Qin Qi killed Qin Wanyan. Qin Lizzie was nowhere to be seen, he was likely dead. Qin Lu could not help but cry again. What should I do? Oh no, oh no. Young Master He Qing. Qin Lu finally thought of Fang Yuan, her body shuddered. She felt. At this moment, she could only rely on He Qing. She immediately turned around. She ran towards He Qing's residence. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan arrived at Qin Li's palace. There was no one here? Strange. Where would she go at this time? Fang Yuan's heart sank. There was a new change in the situation. Fang Yuan subconsciously looked at the sky. This He Fan Grotto heaven sky was clear and clear, there were no clouds. Fang Yuan smiled at the sky, he quickly returned to his residence. Where else could Qin Lu go? It had to be those few places. Gu immortals and mortals did not have many common topics. Returning to his residence, Fang Yuan turned into Black Qing and waited for Qin Lu. At this moment, a brilliant light suddenly soared into the sky. It shot out explosively, rushing into the sky and burning in all directions. It was dazzling and dazzling. Could this be what Qin Lu mentioned before, the brilliant light warning and the immortals defending together? Fang Yuan frowned. Over the past few days, he had been asking Qin Lu for all sorts of information. One of them said that when the Gu immortal first appeared in He Fan Grotto Heaven, he was bullied by desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The Gu immortals of the previous generations. Let's join hands to fight against the enemy. Usually, they lived in different parts of the heavenly abode. If either side was attacked and the situation was critical, they could send out a warning, inviting Gu immortals from all over to help, paying the corresponding compensation afterwards. As the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven get stronger and stronger, this light hadn't appeared for almost 100 years. This time, it was likely that Qianlu would make a move. Hee. I've underestimated this woman. This move is a good one. Feng Yuan smiled. He was cunning. Immediately, he deduced many things. He killed 3 people in a row, only Qianlu was left. And the method of the brilliant light warning could only be known by Gu immortals. Qianlu was definitely the one who used it. Why did Qianlu avoid them and activate it? Evidently, she found out that a few others had met with misfortune. It did not matter where she was hiding or what method she used. Since she did not find him, it meant that she was already suspicious of him. Next, the group of immortals would come. How would Feng Yuan deal with them? It turned out that at the previous moment, Qianlu was about to find He Qing when a thought flashed in his mind. Even if he found young master He Qing, what if he could not defeat old ancestor? Qianlu did not know He Qing's strength, but deep in his heart, he felt that old immortal Qin Qi was more profound and unfathomable. This was because of old immortal Qin Qi's reputation. I need to find a way to satisfy both sides. Qianlu thus thought of the brilliant light warning. The warning light shot into the sky. Qianli's heart calmed down a little. I wonder if old ancestor will come to find me after seeing this light. Thinking of this, Qianlu started to feel afraid again. She gritted her teeth, deciding to find Feng Yuan first. From start to finish, she did not suspect that Feng Yuan was the culprit. The moment the brilliant light warning shot into the sky, the other Gu immortals reacted. What is going on? At this crucial moment, old man Qin Qi actually sent a warning and invited us to join him? In front of 3 immortal cave, Feng Jun looked at the soaring light and frowned. Zhou Men also had a suspicious expression. This is a little strange. Old immortal Qin Qi has 4 Gu immortals. He is the strongest. In He Fan Grotto Heaven, what other ancient desolate beasts are there that are worth Qin Qi inviting us to help? You feel that this is related to that He Qing? Zheng Tua asked. Most likely. Feng Jun nodded. This brilliant light warning has not appeared for close to 100 years. It happened at this time. It is very strange. Furthermore, that He Qing has already stayed at old man Qin Qi's place for 5 to 6 days. They might have already reached some kind of agreement and colluded together. With old immortal Qin Qi's mood, as long as He Qing is willing to give us benefits, it is not surprising that he would support us. Zheng Tua thought about it. Regardless of whether it is an ancient desolate beast attack or if Qin Qi and the rest are trying to harm us, we should go and investigate. That's right. Our blood light soul suppression has already reached a critical juncture. If we stall for a few more days, we can suppress the heavenly spirit and obtain the true inheritance. The urgent matter now is to stall for time. But we need to be careful and see what the other party is planning. If we continue to feign civility, in a few days, this He Fan Grotto Heaven will be ours. Feng Jun laughed coldly. Immediately, the 3 immortals moved out, flying towards old immortal Qin Qi's palace. At the same time, the other 2 Gu immortals also moved out. He Fan Grotto Heaven was not small. But the Gu immortals' residences were not far from each other. Furthermore, the 3 immortals did not care about immortal essence. They activated their immortal killer moves to travel. A moment later, they were already halfway there. At this time, a rapidly flying figure appeared in the 3 immortals' vision. It's that Qianlu. Zhou Men recognized the person first. Qianlu was bathed in blood, he had a panicked expression, he was fleeing for his life. The 3 immortals looked at each other. Was there really an ancient desolate beast attack? Qianlu, wait, we are here. What happened over there? Zheng Tua called out. Qianlu saw these 3 Gu immortals and was overjoyed. So it is seniors. It is great to see you. That He Qing is extremely vicious. After failing to negotiate with my ancestor, he schemed and killed my sister Wan Yun. I activated the warning light and escaped. He Qing chased after me. Thankfully, I had the immortal killer move Little Concealment. I managed to escape with my life. What? The three immortals heard this and were shaken. This Heiqing is so daring? He actually attacked old immortal Xianxia directly, he is so vicious. I am afraid he is going to harm us. Strange, he wants to obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Without our support, how can he obtain it? A life for a life, it is only right. We need to take down this Heiqing. For safety's sake. Let's gather with the other Gu immortals first. Qianlu, don't worry, we are a family. We will definitely seek justice for your family. Justice? Qianlu suddenly smiled as he attacked. Under the three immortals' shocked gazes, the sword light was like a flash as it landed on Jingtuo's body. Jingtuo was caught off guard. Even though he had a mortal killer move to protect himself, Dark Assassination was an immortal killer move that used a rank 7 flying sword immortal Gu as the core. It was extremely sharp, it directly cut him in half. In an instant, Jingtuo died. Brother! Zhou Min screamed. Feng Jun shouted as he clapped with both palms. Intense winds blew as Feng Yuan was pushed far away. Brother! Zhou Min cried out as she watched Jingtuo's corpse fall to the ground, blood and organs splattered in the air. Feng Jun hugged Zhou Min and dragged her away as they quickly retreated. Qianlu, are you crazy? You dared to kill my brother Jingtuo, I will fight you to the death. Zhou Min screamed, her face was bloodshot, I will kill you. Kill me? Qianlu stopped in his tracks and sneered. He looked at Zhou Min with disdain and said, You? Zhou Min was furious, she struggled intensely as she tried to break free from Feng Jun's grasp. Second brother, what are you doing? Let me go, this bitch killed brother. She killed brother. I will cut off her head and offer it to my brother. Calm down, third sister. Don't fall for the enemy's provocation. How can she be Qianlu? Don't you understand Qianlu? That was a sword path immortal killer move earlier. She is not Qianlu. Feng Jun also screamed, his gaze towards Qianlu was filled with hatred, it was like fire was spewing out of his eyes. It seems that there are still people who understand. Qianlu smiled lightly, her original appearance suddenly changed to Heiqing's. You are indeed Heiqing. Feng Jun's body shook. Scoundrel. Zhou Min scolded. Look at them, they do not seem to know that I am the culprit. Strange, did Qianlu not use an information path Gu worm to inform them? Feng Yuan had some doubts. He did not know that from start to finish, Qianlu had never suspected him. After lighting up the warning light, Qianlu hurried over to his residence. But Feng Yuan had already returned, he waited for Qianlu for a while. After seeing the warning light, he felt that he had been exposed. In that case, he might as well beat them at their own game, he would take the initiative to split up and weaken the immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven. Since 3 of Qianxi's people were dead, the biggest group was 3 Immortal Grotto Heaven's 3 immortals. Thus, Feng Yuan turned into Qianli's appearance and flew towards 3 Immortal Grotto Heaven. After encountering the 3 immortals, he used Dark Assassination to kill the most threatening Blood Path Gu immortal, Jingtuo. And when Qianlu went to Feng Yuan's residence, she did not see Feng Yuan, she felt dejected and even more worried. But she did not know that she was a fool, she managed to escape a calamity. I didn't have much hope for this assassination, but I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. The Gu immortals in this He Fan Grotto Heaven cannot compare to those in Northern Plains. It seems that they have been living in peace for too long, their alertness is too low. Forget it, let's kill these 2 first. Thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. Feng Yuan thought of many things, but it only lasted for a moment in the outside world. The corners of his mouth curled up a little as he charged straight at Feng Jun and Zhou Ming. Kill. To be continued. He actually charged over. Feng Jun's pupils shrunk, he was intimidated by Feng Yuan's aura. Feng Yuan charged forward with an indomitable will, even though he was alone, his aura was shocking. It was as if he was surrounded by wind and lightning, killing intent surged, it was like a terrifying claw that tore apart the battle of life and death. The Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven would spar with each other, but how could they have the experience of fighting against Gu immortals? Retreat. At once, Feng Jun could only think of this one word. Instead, Zhou Min, who he was hugging, was spewing fire from her eyes, she shouted excitedly, Good. Scoundrel, come and die. She was already beyond furious, and her mind was filled with the desire to take revenge for her brother. She wanted to tear this vile murderer, Feng Yuan, into 1,000 pieces, pull out his tendons, and break his bones. Feng Jun pulled Zhou Min as they retreated, but Zhou Min had already activated her immortal killer move. Her eyes widened, and a dazzling platinum radiance shot out from her eyes. The light gave off an extremely sharp feeling, as if it was formed from a sword. Zhou Min was a light path Gu immortal. She was nurtured by a previous generation of Gu immortals. She had sight immortal Gu. She was currently using her strongest offensive killer move. Farsighted weapon light. So it's this move. Feng Yuan saw Zhou Min's stance and understood in his heart. His charging speed did not decrease but instead increased. In his mind, the scene from a few days ago appeared. Young Master He Qing, why are you sighing? Chenlu asked, is the scenery not to your liking? Thank you for your concern, Lady Lu'er. The scenery is beautiful, it is so pleasant that one would not want to leave. But I have the heavy responsibility of inheriting He Fan's true inheritance. I am a little worried, let me recall. It seems that Jing Tua and the rest are not easy to talk to. Feng Yuan purposely frowned. Chenlu also frowned slightly. Indeed, Ancestor had also said that those 3 Gu immortals had great ambitions and aspirations. They are different from us. Birds of a feather flock together, those 3 are likely ambitious people. Even if I have your support, I am still lacking. But to inherit the true inheritance, I am still lacking. Do you think these 3 immortals will use the excuse of sparring to cause trouble for me? Deliberately obstructing our plan? Feng Yuan asked. Chenlu smiled. It's fine. Actually, after understanding more, the 3 immortals were not particularly scary. For example, Gu immortal Zhou Min, she had the move Farsight weapon light, it was very powerful. As soon as he made his move, his eyes shot out boundless platinum radiance that could cut through anything. But in fact, there was a mystery in this move. The longer the distance, the more powerful it was. If the distance was very close to Zhou Min, the power of this move would be greatly reduced. If I am close to Zhou Min, even mortal killer moves can block farsighted weapon light. A warm and sunny smile appeared on Feng Yuan's face. Oh? There's actually such an interesting move. It's truly an eye-opener for me. Good Lu'er, tell me, what other interesting things are there? Chenlu glanced at Feng Yuan, only to see that on Feng Yuan's extremely handsome face, a pair of eyes were staring at her. The affection it emitted was so strong that it was like a warm summer breeze, intoxicating. Chenli's face was flushed red. She quickly turned around, not daring to look at Feng Yuan. Her face was completely red, she looked far away. She stammered, young master, since you want to hear, I will tell you. Inside He Fan Grotto Heaven. Some of these Gu immortal inheritances came from old ancestor He Fan's arrangements. For example, Blood Path was the result of He Fan's research. Some were the inheritances of sinful Gu immortals. For example, Zhou Min's Light Path inheritance, Old Immortal Chen Qi's Rule Path inheritance. These orthodox Gu immortal inheritances were very comprehensive. The contents of the inheritances were large numbers of mortal Gu, a few immortal Gu, all sorts of immortal Gu recipes, mortal Gu recipes, cultivation experiences, knowledge of the outside world, and so on. Among these contents, some sensitive contents like jewel yellow skies were deleted by He Fan. However, the contents of the other legacies were basically preserved. He tribes Gu immortals were familiar with each other. For example, the mystery of farsighted weapon light, outsiders might not know about it, but how could He tribes Gu immortals not know about it? Thus, these records were kept in the various inheritances. In the following days, mortals would ascend Immortal Succession Mountain and inherit them. Gu immortals would appear and die. During this process, because of various reasons, be it benefits or conflicts, they would spar with each other. The methods of Gu immortals were passed down from generation to generation, everyone knew about it, it was no longer a secret. Feng Yuan's preparations over these last days were not just the assassination plan, he had also collected a lot of information. Farsighted weapon light, speaking of which, this immortal killer move was quite troublesome. After all, under normal circumstances, when Gu immortals see an unknown attack method, they would retreat and observe it cautiously. Basically, no one would recklessly charge forward without knowing the situation and put themselves in danger. With Fang Yuan's vigilant nature, he would make the same choice. Unless the difference between the two sides was too huge. But that was exactly what Zhou Min wanted. By the time Fang Yuan probed this far-sighted weapon light, who knew how much time, effort, and immortal essence he would have to spend, he might even get injured. In a battle between Gu immortals, information could give them an advantage. Thus, under normal circumstances in the Gu immortal world, Gu immortals would keep their immortal Gu a secret. Immortal killer moves were rarely used in public, they were practiced in secret. Gu immortals' immortal apertures were rarely entered by outsiders. Because the environment of the immortal aperture could show a Gu immortal's Dao marks and many other secrets. The resources in the immortal aperture were often the food of immortal Gu. One could deduce what kind of immortal Gu were controlled by the Gu immortal. Fang Yuan resisted far-sighted weapon light as he charged forward with great bravery. Of course, he was not a reckless person. His robe was stained with blood at some point in time. These blood stains were not eye-catching, they were formed from an immortal killer move, blood path immortal killer move, blood-stained conqueror's robe. Before the opening of jewel yellow skies, Fang Yuan could not manage his immortal aperture, he was targeted by Langya sect, his days were tough. But he did not waste any time, he used this chance to deduce this immortal killer move to make up for his shortcomings. Fang Yuan actually had a lot of shortcomings. But after thinking about it, he felt that his greatest shortcoming was. It was in terms of defense. During the second earthly calamity, he could already see the weakness. If not for Danghun Mountain's defense, Fang Yuan was likely to die. Compared to investigative, information path, and other aspects, Fang Yuan was more conservative. He decided to resolve his weakness in defense first. Be it wisdom path or blood path, they were both grandmaster attainment level. With his deep blood path foundation in his previous life, it was not hard for Fang Yuan to create blood-stained conqueror's robe. At this moment, with blood asset immortal Gu as the core, blood-stained conqueror's robe made its debut in the intense battle. The effect was superb. Fang Yuan charged against far-sighted weapon light, his body did not move, he was not injured at all. His immortal essence expenditure was also decreasing. Just like Qianli said, the closer I am, the weaker far-sighted weapon light, thus, blood-stained conqueror's robe's immortal essence expenditure is decreasing. Fang Yuan's choice was so decisive and wise, in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between him and Zhou Min. They were less than 100 steps away. Die, 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 die. Zhou Min shouted non-stop. The platinum light shooting out of her eyes became brighter and sharper. She was already controlled by her anger, she had nothing to worry about. Feng Jun, who was calm, had goosebumps all over his body. Fang Yuan's advance. It made him feel an incomparably intense crisis of death. The fear made him subconsciously use his most familiar defensive method. Immortal killer move, luck flow movement, strong winds blew, and Fang Yuan was immediately pushed far away by a mysterious force. Chen Li's words. Fang Yuan could still hear them, speaking of which, Gu immortal Feng Jun is also very powerful. He was the only mortal among the 3 immortals who had roamed Immortal Succession Mountain. After becoming a Gu immortal, such immortals are often more powerful than people like me who are supported by seniors. They are much more powerful. Furthermore, Feng Jun cultivates. This is the famous luck path. Luck path. A path with very few Gu immortals. Luck path was created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, even though it was famous and widely known, but there were not many true luck path Gu immortals. As the source of luck path, Giant Sun Immortal left behind 3 true inheritances: self-luck, all living being luck, and heaven and earth luck. The self-luck true inheritance was left in Langya Blessed Land, it was the reward for long-hair ancestor. Among them, luck immortal Gu ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. All living being luck true inheritance was placed in 88-point Xianxia Tower by Giant Sun Immortal. A portion of it was inherited by the winner of the Imperial Court contest. Fang Yuan had once obtained Connect Luck Immortal Gu, it was part of all living being luck true inheritance. Feng Jun's true inheritance also came from 88-point Xianxia Tower. In the past, He tribe's Gu masters entered 88-point Xianxia Tower, they were fortunate enough to inherit a portion of the true inheritance, they obtained Qi Luck Immortal Gu. After that, they became Gu immortals and inherited it for many generations. The final generation of Gu immortals was punished for losing attitude immortal Gu after He Fengyu went missing. This true inheritance was left in Immortal Succession Mountain. Feng Jun inherited this true inheritance and obtained Qi Luck Immortal Gu. The move that he was most familiar with was Luck move. This move was very special. When the target attacks, it can be used to push the target away. When the enemy retreats, it can be used to pull the enemy back. Once this move is used, it can create a huge gust of wind, but this was only the appearance. The key was that formless force. Feng Yuan could not sense this formless force. He was hit again and pushed far away. At once, the distance was pulled apart again. It was as if everything he did earlier was useless. But Feng Yuan's lips curled up. He thought, luck move, this is the second time. According to Chen Lu, this move could not be used frequently. In a day, it could only be used about 100 times. Even if it was 100 times, it might seem like a lot, but it was not. Activating luck was not as simple as it looked on the surface. First was Immortal Essence. Feng Jun was a rank 6 Gu immortal. He did not have a deep foundation. Activating this killer move would expend Immortal Essence. How long could Feng Jun last? Secondly, immortal killer moves could not be activated every time. As long as Feng Jun failed once, not only would he be injured by the backlash, he would not be able to resist Feng Yuan's charge. Feng Yuan would get close and kill him. Thus, it looked like Feng Yuan could not do anything to Zhou Min and Feng Jun, but he had the absolute advantage. Feng Jun and Zhou Min were walking on the edge of a cliff. If they were careless, they would lose everything and die. Die. Zhou Min was still shouting. She stared at Feng Yuan with white light shining in her eyes. Both sides did not fight for long, but Feng Jun already wanted to retreat. Feng Yuan first assassinated the strongest rank 7 Blood Path Gu immortal, Xianxia, and then charged forward twice. Using the most accurate battle tactic, he immediately gained the absolute advantage. Feng Jun was not a fool. Even if he lacked battle experience, he knew he was in danger. It was a wise decision for him to retreat. In a battle between Gu immortals, it was a battle of wits and strength. Third sister has lost control of her emotions. He Qing is a rank 7 Gu immortal. The two of us rank 6s are not his match. We should gather with the other Gu immortals and surround and kill him with old immortal Chen Qi as the leader. Feng Jun thought of this and immediately retreated. He activated an immortal killer move. An auspicious cloud appeared around him, carrying him and Zhou Min as they escaped towards the left. What are you doing? Second brother, let me kill him, let me kill him. Zhou Min screamed as she struggled in Feng Jun's arms. Feng Jun smiled bitterly. He tightened his grip on Zhou Min as he said, don't move, I am pulling away to create an opportunity for your farsight weapon light. Zhou Min heard this and her body shook. She exclaimed excitedly, good idea. She concentrated as she stared at Feng Yuan. As the distance increased, farsight weapon light became stronger. Feng Yuan's defensive pressure rose rapidly. Feng Yuan looked at the auspicious cloud below the two immortals as he smiled nonchalantly. He did not chase them. He suddenly flew down and landed on the ground, picking up Xing Tuo's corpse that was split into two and placing it into the sovereign immortal aperture. Evil thief! Put down my brother's corpse. Zhou Min screamed. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Feng Yuan's actions were truly despicable. Not only did he kill Xing Tuo, he did not even spare his corpse. How could he let it go? The Dao marks of this rank 7 Blood Path Gu immortal would be a huge boost to Feng Yuan's foundation. Let's see. Together with Xing Tuo's words, Feng Yuan had already killed 4 Gu immortals. Annexing immortal apertures was troublesome. The conditions were harsh, but the Dao mark gains were huge. Ordinary Gu immortals have their own Dao marks restricting each other. Only by killing someone of the same sect could one absorb the Dao marks. Otherwise, the losses would often outweigh the gains. However, my sovereign immortal physique is different. Dao marks do not affect each other. How wonderful! After killing any Gu immortal, they could absorb their Dao marks and increase their foundation. From the looks of it, this is undoubtedly a good way to increase my strength. At this moment, Feng Yuan had a new understanding. This sovereign immortal body was formed from sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Spectral Soul wanted to use this to revive. If he really succeeded and his main body was reborn, the consequences would be unimaginable. Firstly, Spectral Soul had devoured countless souls in the door of life and death. he had immeasurable cultivation experience. Secondly, the realms of his various sects were basically at the great grandmaster level. Finally, he had the help of the remaining forces of the shadow sect. Once he had this new starting point, he would probably have to imitate his previous life. Killing in all directions. When he killed Gu immortals, he could annex their immortal apertures. It could also absorb Dao marks. The speed of his growth was simply unimaginable. It would definitely surpass anyone's imagination. Unlike Feng Yuan, who only had Grandmaster attainment level in 4 paths, it was difficult to annex immortal apertures, he could only absorb Dao marks most often. Feng Yuan stuffed Xing Tuo's corpse into his immortal aperture. This scene caused Zhou Min's eyes to almost split open, and she was enraged. Feng Jun did not speak, he felt grief and indignation in his heart, but he was more relieved. It seems that He Qing does not have a powerful movement method. Maybe he is using the upper extreme heavenly eagle as his mode of transportation. But this immemorial desolate beast has not matured yet. It only has rank 6 battle strength. He did not release it because he was worried that the upper extreme heavenly eagle would be killed by farsight weapon light. Feng Jun's heart relaxed a little. But at the next moment, his mouth opened wide, a shocked expression appeared on his face. Feng Yuan had activated sword escape, his body was like a sword as he flew into the sky. His speed was so fast that Feng Jun and Zhou Min were speechless. How can he be so fast? Zhou Min was shocked and furious. So this is his true speed. Feng Jun's heart was about to jump out of his throat, his movement method was simply useless. In a few breaths of time, Feng Yuan got closer again, the cold killing intent almost froze Feng Jun's soul. Immortal killer move, past movement, at the crucial moment, he had to use his life-saving method again. With a huge force, the previous scene happened again, Feng Yuan was pushed back again. Third time, hee. Feng Yuan noted in his heart, he did not feel defeated even though he had failed 3 times. Zhou Min woke up. She was shocked by Feng Yuan's speed earlier, her forehead was covered in cold sweat, her anger was replaced by fear. Let's go. This person is too strong, let's regroup with the others first. Zhou Min called out. Feng Jun heard this and felt relieved. With Zhou Min's help, the two's speed increased again as they escaped rapidly. Feng Yuan chased after them, attacking again and again. But each time, Feng Jun's past movement killer move destroyed him. After chasing for a while, 2 Gu immortals appeared ahead. They were those 2 lone Gu immortals who usually lived alone, one was called Jiangji, the other was called Gaomi. Persevere, we are coming. The 2 immortals were also flying, quickly meeting up with Zhou Min and Feng Jun. Feng Yuan observed their expressions, seeing that they were not surprised, he knew that Feng Jun and Zhou Min had used some information path method to inform these 2 Gu immortals while escaping. He Qing, you are so daring, you dare to harm us in He Fan Grotto Heaven. You will die today. Feng Jun and Zhou Min stopped escaping, they turned around to face Feng Yuan. Young Master He Qing, you killed Sister Wanyun? Did Ancestor also get poisoned by you? A shrill voice suddenly resounded. It was Chen Lu. After activating the bright light warning method, Chen Lu went to find Feng Yuan, but by then, Feng Yuan had already left to receive Xing Tua and the other 2 immortals. Chen Lu could not find Feng Yuan, she was at a loss, not knowing what to do. She did not dare to deactivate the immortal killer move, she hid in the palace for a while until she received Feng Jun's report. The letter stated that Feng Yuan disguised as Chen Lu and used a sword path killer move. After killing Gu immortal Xing Tua, no matter how stupid Chen Lu was, she understood what was going on. She quickly ran to Chen Qi's residence, but how could she find her ancestor, even though Feng Jun had been escaping, he had already contacted the other Gu immortals, Chen Lu also decided to respond. Thus, at this moment, she appeared on the battlefield. Oh, it's you. Feng Yuan looked at Chen Lu and smiled cruelly, you finally became smarter. That's right, be it Chen Qi, Chen Liji, Chen Wanyun, or Xing Tua, they all died at my hands. You only have 2 rank 7s here, even they died. All of you. Why don't you surrender? As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Chen Li's expression turned pale, her body shook intensely. Feng Yuan admitted it himself, it was a huge psychological blow to her. Why? why did you do this? Qianlu screamed as tears flowed down her face. How did we mistreat you? Why did you do this? Don't be affected by him, Qianlu, let's get into formation. Zhou Min, who had already woken up, reminded loudly. With Fang Yuan as the center. Within a radius of 100 miles, a huge green jade ball of light suddenly appeared. This was a huge battle formation. With Feng Jun, Zhou Min, Qianlu, and the other immortals as the formation cores, it was an ancient battle formation. Hey City! Even if you are a rank 7 Gu immortal, you will die today. That's right. Ever since we finished practicing this battle formation, we have already killed more than 10 desolate beasts and 8 ancient desolate beasts. You cannot escape. I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive, as a sacrifice to the souls of our friends that you killed. Hey Fan Grotto Heavens Gu immortals cheered, their morale soared. Fang Yuan had a light smile on his face. His calm expression did not change. He said slowly, the battle formation of the Green City? He, it is just a portion of the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. Do you think I do not know? The immortals' expressions changed, they had a bad feeling. Chen Li's expression turned even paler. At once, she felt deep regret and hatred. It was simply unbearable, because she was the one who told Fang Yuan about this Green City battle formation. The generations of Gu immortals in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven had to practice this formation. This was the Green City battle formation. It was used to kill desolate beasts or immemorial desolate beasts. It was extremely powerful. I have rank 7 cultivation level after all, while you are only rank 6. Thus, I expected you to use this move. After forming the formation, you will not be able to escape, right? Once this formation is broken, you will suffer backlash. Even if you do not die, you will be heavily injured, right? Fang Yuan said plainly. His tone was calm, his voice was not loud, but it resounded clearly in the immortals' ears. The morale of the immortals that had just been raised was reduced by these words. Before the battle started, these Gu immortals' hearts were already wavering. Now, I will show you my true strength. Fang Yuan growled, his whole body, with a loud bang, burst out with surging Gu worm aura, immortal killer move, myriad self. In an instant, countless Fang Yuans appeared out of nowhere in the entire battle formation space. They were all strength path phantoms, and Fang Yuan's true body also turned into one of them, concealing itself well. The decisive battle began at this moment. The moment it started, the battle reached its climax. Feng Jun, Zhou Min, and the other Gu immortals used their methods. All sorts of immortal killer moves were used, attacking the myriad self-army. Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms naturally did not have strong defense. But the more they destroyed, the more strength path phantoms would be created. Before the battle, Fang Yuan had already made ample preparations. Even if he did not use myriad self-immortal killer move, he had hundreds of thousands of self-phantoms stored in his immortal aperture. He did not lack money. Fang Yuan had a lot of green grape immortal essence. Feng Jun and the rest soon found that they were in a dilemma. Without immortal killer moves, the myriad self-phantoms were hard to defend against when they attacked the battle formation. But if they used immortal killer moves, even though they destroyed countless phantoms, because Fang Yuan replenished them in time, the effect was not good. They also expended a lot of immortal essence. This was a battle of immortal essence expenditure. Fang Yuan had the upper hand. Don't forget the advantage of strength path. Immortal essence expenditure was low. Enslavement path's advantage was war of attrition. Myriad self was the combination of these two paths. It combined the specialties of the two paths. Fang Yuan waited patiently in the myriad self army, observing carefully. All sorts of information was collected by him. He memorized them. The battle lasted for several hours. Hei Fan Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals were showing signs of fatigue. Not just mental fatigue, but also the intense expenditure of immortal essence. They could not hold on for much longer. Seeing a flaw, Fang Yuan's true body suddenly appeared. Chen Lu, I have to thank you. Without your information, how could I have killed Chen Wanyan and the rest? Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Chen Lu felt like she was struck by lightning. The regret in her heart was indescribable. Taking advantage of this chance, Fang Yuan attacked ruthlessly. Flying Sword Immortal Gu, a ray of light easily pierced Chen Li's defenses, killing her. Of course, one had to pick on the weak ones. Fang Yuan did not attack, but he killed another immortal. Qianlu died on the spot. Green City's battle formation became unstable, it started to shake. The other Gu immortals quickly exerted their strength, stabilizing it with much difficulty. Next, it is your turn. It is your turn now. Fang Yuan snickered sinisterly but did not attack, he returned to the myriad self-army. The remaining 4 Gu immortals had pale expressions, they felt a chill in their hearts. They were the ones who surrounded Fang Yuan, but at this moment, these 4 did not feel any joy. The outcome was set. From the start, Fang Yuan used the most appropriate battle tactic. He had a huge advantage. He was already familiar with these Gu immortals' methods. But his methods were unfamiliar to the other party. Originally, the other party had an advantage. For example, Chen Li's concealment method, Fang Yuan could not do anything about it. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan schemed against him. Chen Li joined the battle and created Green City's battle formation. He gave up on his greatest advantage. In the end, Heifan Grotto Heaven had been peaceful for too long. Even though these Gu immortals did not lack immortal Gu or resources, they lacked battle experience. Even though they sparred with each other normally. But the experience of life and death battles could not be replaced by sparring. Half a day later, Fang Yuan killed 2 Gu immortals. He broke Green City's battle formation. Feng Jun and Zhou Min escaped in defeat again. The 2 immortals were scared out of their wits by Fang Yuan, they did not dare to fight anymore, they escaped towards Immortal Succession Mountain. Along the way, Fang Yuan killed Zhou Min. Feng Jun dragged his heavily injured body to the peak of Immortal Succession Mountain. "Heavenly Spirit, save me!" he screamed. This situation was quite ironic. Not long ago, he was still planning to suppress the Heavenly Spirit, but now, he had to rely on it to ask for help. "It will not save you." In the stone pavilion, Fang Yuan's figure appeared. His tone was still calm, there were no injuries on his body, he was still elegant and suave. It was as if the battle earlier had not happened. Feng Jun saw Fang Yuan and shuddered, he quickly looked at the brass bell Heavenly Spirit. The brass bell Heavenly Spirit was unmoved. Feng Jun had an ashen expression. "Why?" he muttered. "Why?" At the next moment, he shouted, as if he was questioning the Heavenly Spirit. The brass bell Heavenly Spirit was still unmoved. "Because you are all descendants of the sinful immortals. Before old ancestor Heifan died, when he left behind his true inheritance, he considered this. Thus, he set up this final test. Only by obtaining the support of more than half of the Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven can one inherit the true inheritance. He. What if you descendants of the sinful immortals hate He tribe and do not want He tribe to inherit the true inheritance, you try to destroy it?" Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, touching the surface of the stone tablet. "Then I will have to kill you first. After I kill all of you and am the only one left, I will be satisfied with the best test of Heifan's true inheritance." Fang Yuan said calmly, he even had a slight smile on his face. Feng Jun plopped down and sat on the ground, his face was filled with despair. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The jade-green color that he hated in the past, at the final moments of his life, he was not tired of looking at it. But at the next moment, he heard Fang Yuan say, "Now, I will give you a chance. As long as you submit to me and serve me wholeheartedly, I will spare your life." What? Feng Jun's body shook, he showed an expression of disbelief. Fang Yuan repeated himself, saying, "You are a smart person, you are not emotional, unlike Zhou Min or Chen Lu. I admire this. Hand over the immortal Gu and the contents of the luck path true inheritance, and I will spare your life, I will give you a chance to live." Feng Jun blinked, he was moved. "You are not lying to me?" He raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan, deep anticipation could be seen in his eyes. "Why would I lie to you? To me, killing you is a trivial matter. But don't think of bargaining with me." Fang Yuan's expression sank, "You only have 3 breaths of time to consider. Either you die, or you hand over everything, surrender, and form an alliance agreement with me." "I surrender." At the first breath of time, Feng Jun said directly. "These are all the Gu worms I have." At the second breath of time, Feng Jun handed over everything. Fang Yuan nodded, he stretched out his hand and kept them. With Feng Jun's cooperation, they were all suppressed. Please form an alliance agreement. Feng Jun breathed in deeply, he was already mentally prepared for the harsh alliance agreement. Whoosh, a bloody hole appeared on his forehead. His face was filled with shock as he stared at Feng Yuan, before falling to the ground. Feng Yuan stored Feng Jun's corpse. Together with the Gu immortal corpses from before, Feng Yuan had collected a total of 9. There were also Gu immortal souls, 9 of them. Such a harvest is truly rare. If it were outside Gu immortals, even if they died, they would self-detonate. Among the Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven, only Feng Jun could barely make it. This person is a smart person who knows when to yield, but after I gained the upper hand, the situation became under my control, he could not make a comeback. He begged for mercy because he had no other choice. It is a pity that he ran into me. Feng Yuan stopped sighing internally. The outcome was decided. It was time to reap the rewards. He turned around and walked into the stone pavilion, looking at the brass bell heavenly spirit that was hanging on the beam. Right now, I am the only Gu immortal in Heifan Grotto Heaven. I support myself to inherit this Heifan true inheritance. The brass bell heavenly spirit was silent for a while before it shook and let out a loud chime. Next, the stone tablet in the stone pavilion started to shine with pure white light. The white light was not glaring, it was very gentle. As the light shone, the stone tablet became more transparent, turning into a wall of light. Inside the wall of light, there were several blurry figures. On the surface of the wall of light, there were several lines of words. Feng Yuan looked at it, these words were, "The blurry figures inside the stone tablet are the contents of the true inheritance. The inheritor only needs to reach in and take it." The final line was Heifan's instruction to the descendant of He tribe, "Inherit the inheritance. I hope that you can expand your clan and not tarnish the name of He tribe." Feng Yuan could not help but sigh after reading it. Old ancestor He Fan had put in a lot of effort to create this true inheritance, he had considered many aspects. It was a pity that death was like an extinguished lamp, even such a legendary person could not predict what would happen after his death. The once powerful He tribe was already destroyed, and He Fan's true inheritance. But now, it was taken away by an outsider like Feng Yuan. The world changed, the world changed. Rise and fall, glory and disgrace, the past and the future changed. Feng Yuan sorted out his emotions, he started to follow the description on the wall of light. He started to move. He slowly extended his left hand towards the wall of light. The white light grew brighter and shone on his left arm, turning Feng Yuan's left arm transparent. From the outside, Feng Yuan could clearly see his own flesh and bones. There was also the bright red blood flowing in his veins. A small resistance came from the front. When Feng Yuan's left hand touched the light wall, it felt like he had touched a thin layer of ice. At the same time, he noticed that when the white light shone on his blood reacted. The rate of blood flow increased slightly, and its color suddenly changed from bright red to crimson, but it quickly returned to normal. Then, the wall of light in front of his left hand suddenly became soft, as if it had turned into liquid on Feng Yuan's left hand. He was able to smoothly reach into the stone tablet, as if he was dipping into water. Feng Yuan felt a chill in his heart and thought, that was close. This wall of light was also a test. It had just tested my blood. Thankfully, I had made ample preparations. I put in blood asset immortal goo and others into familiar face and modified this killer move, making my blood change into a disguise. Otherwise, all my efforts would have been in vain. This He Fan is really hard to deal with. Feng Yuan calmed himself down and started to look at the wall of light in front of him. He could see it clearly from the outside. There were 4 shadows in the wall of light, randomly distributed. The largest shadow was round like a ball, the size of a basin. It occupied the center of the wall of light. At the top right corner, there was a shadow with sharp edges, like a rock. On the left side of the wall of light, there was also a shadow, like tangled threads. There was another dot at the very bottom. The shadow was the smallest, about the size of a finger. Feng Yuan had worked hard for so long, he finally obtained the famous He Fan true inheritance, but it did not seem to contain much information. Because of his position, Feng Yuan's left hand was on the left side of the wall of light. Thus, he directly grabbed the shadow closest to him. He grabbed this shadow that seemed to be tangled threads. The shadow had a rough texture, it gave Fang Yuan the feeling that it was the branches of an old tree. Next, Fang Yuan pulled out his hand and pulled this mysterious shadow out. Once it was out of the wall of light, aura leaked out. Evidently, these were goo worms. These goo worms were tangled together, they looked very similar, like ginseng roots or old tree roots. They were not immortal goo. They were just mortal goo. But even so, Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly, his breathing became rough, since ancient times, mortals and immortals were different. Immortal goo were unique, they were unique. Mortal goo could not compare to immortal goo, but there was one exception. That was lifespan goo, that's right, Fang Yuan pulled out lifespan goo. This was within his expectations, but it was also unexpected. Earlier, when old immortal Xianxia asked Fang Yuan for benefits, he mentioned lifespan goo. Thus, Fang Yuan had a mental estimate. But he did not expect there to be so many lifespan goo here. There seems to be a lot of lifespan goo. Fang Yuan started to refine the lifespan goo. Mortal goo could be refined with primeval essence. Even though these lifespan goo were not his, Fang Yuan had passed the test, he was recognized as the true inheritance inheritor. Under the illumination of the white light, Fang Yuan quickly refined these lifespan goo. He concluded, these lifespan goo add up to 720 years of lifespan. Huge gains. Old immortal Xianxia had estimated that there would be 300 years of lifespan goo, but now that Fang Yuan saw it, he realized that old immortal Xianxia had underestimated it. The number of lifespan goo in He Fan Grotto Heaven was more than twice as much. These lifespan goo are very valuable. I can keep them for myself, who would complain about having a long lifespan? But I have more than 80 years of lifespan left, I have more than enough lifespan. Even if I do not use these lifespan goo, I can trade them. Transactions between goo immortals used immortal yuan stone as the basic currency, lifespan goo's value far exceeded immortal yuan stone. No goo immortal did not need lifespan goo. In many high-end transactions, immortal yuan stone was no longer useful, goo immortals only recognized lifespan goo. Lifespan goo was an absolute hard currency. While he was thinking, the lifespan goo had already been completely refined and belonged to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stored the lifespan goo in his hands into the sovereign immortal aperture, storing them properly. He did not intend to use these lifespan goo for now. Actually, the establishment of He Fan Grotto Heaven was a huge success. It had been a long time. He accumulated so many lifespan goo, thinking about it, it is not strange at all. My sovereign immortal aperture, when? Can it produce lifespan goo? Fang Yuan was a little fascinated. However, he also knew that he was still far from reaching this goal. Although he was making a lot of money every day and making a lot of profit every month, that was all from his previous accumulation. Managing the immortal aperture. It was still in the basic construction stage. Only when he had enough resources to feed all of his immortal goo for a long period of time would the basic construction be complete. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Xianxia Blessed Land. Compared to Xianxia Blessed Land, He Fan Grotto Heaven's existence is not worth mentioning. Long Hair Ancestor was a legendary character of the medieval antiquity era 300,000 years ago. The lifespan goo in He Fan Grotto Heaven are over 700 years old. How many lifespan goo can Xianxia Blessed Land have? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Xianxia Blessed Land definitely has a lot of lifespan goo. No wonder the land spirit of Xianxia could take out some of them. They are used to feed wisdom goo. Fang Yuan suddenly understood Celestial Court. In the 500 years of his previous life, Celestial Court attacked Xianxia Blessed Land, even if they had to sacrifice Fengjiuge, they did not hesitate. Lifespan goo was probably the main reason. Think about it, the old immortals in the heavenly court were all people with short lifespans. They could only linger on with their last breaths through hibernation. One could imagine how attractive these lifespan goo were to them, Fang Yuan's gaze. He turned towards the wall of light, stopping at the center. The shadow here was the largest. It is at the center. Does this mean that this is the most precious treasure in He Fan's true inheritance? Fang Yuan's heart pounded. He stretched his left hand towards the center of the wall of light. Soon, he touched that shadow. It felt cold, but the surface of the shadow was not smooth, it was uneven, like a sesame seed. Fang Yuan tried to take it. It was very heavy, according to a normal person's strength. He could not lift it. Fang Yuan activated his strength path mortal goo. After increasing his strength, he took it out with one hand. After seeing this shadow's true appearance, Fang Yuan's face showed a slightly surprised expression. This was not a single entity, more accurately speaking, this was the combination of countless individuals. This was an ant ball. The black ant ball was the size of a basin, it was very heavy. Countless black ants were huddled together, they were dense and compact. These ants were not ordinary ants, they were all mortal goo. The first one was a mortal goo, so be it. Because it was a lifespan goo, in the eyes of many goo immortals, it was more valuable than immortal goo. But this was a mortal goo. Fang Yuan was perplexed, he also found it strange. Because even with his eyesight, he could not recognize what goo worm this was. Regardless of that, Fang Yuan felt that this was the content of He Fan's true inheritance, even if it was a mortal goo, it would not be too bad. Thus, he started to refine it. Mortal goo could be refined with primeval essence. Fang Yuan was a goo immortal, he had unlimited primeval essence. Layers of black ants were refined by him, turning into his own. Under Fang Yuan's will, the ants scattered, the center of the ant ball was revealed. Fang Yuan's expression changed, his gaze became sharp. Because he sensed the aura of an immortal goo. There was something good hidden in the center of the ant ball. There was an immortal goo. The ordinary ant mortal goo were finally refined by Fang Yuan, they were all scattered on the ground. There was only one goo worm left. In Fang Yuan's left hand. Immortal goo, this goo was several times larger than the other black ant mortal goo. It was also in the shape of an ant, but its antennae were short, its chest was small, and its abdomen was huge, giving off a chubby feeling. Is this the ant queen of the ant group? Fang Yuan guessed. This immortal goo had a strong aura, it was a rank 7 immortal goo. It was just that Fang Yuan did not know what it was. He could not recognize it either. When refining immortal goo, primeval essence was not enough, immortal essence was needed. At this time, Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the brass bell heavenly spirit, he thought about it and directly used his green grape immortal essence to refine this goo on the spot. The brass bell heavenly spirit had no reaction, Fang Yuan could not tell what it was thinking from the surface. After all, it was a bell, it was not a human, it was a beast. The refinement process was very smooth, this rank 7 immortal goo that looked like an ant queen did not resist, it cooperated instead. But it was still rank 7, Fang Yuan expended a lot of green grape immortal essence. Right now, my green grape immortal essence reserves are low again. Fang Yuan reminded himself. This time, he had used up a lot of green grape immortal essence to inherit He Fan's true inheritance. It was mainly due to the expenditure in battle. Even though he had the immortal killer move Myriad Self, the other immortal goo like Sword Escape and Flying Sword were all rank 7. Sword Path immortal killer moves also used rank 7 immortal goo as the cores. Even though the battle was not intense, his green grape immortal essence expenditure was not small. It seems that I need to quickly increase my immortal essence reserves when I return. Otherwise, I will have no confidence. After a while, Fang Yuan successfully refined this rank 7 immortal goo, keeping it in his immortal aperture. There were only 2 shadows left in the light wall. The shadow at the bottom was too small, so Fang Yuan left it at the end. He stretched his hand into the light wall, taking out the shadow at the top right corner. This shadow was like a rock, but when Fang Yuan touched it for the first time, he was stimulated. This shadow was very cold. Fang Yuan took it out, it was indeed a block of ice. On the upper half of the ice layer, a goo worm was sealed. Naturally, Fang Yuan's attention was attracted to it. Even though it was sealed in ice, there was no aura. But Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, he recognized this immortal goo, Year goo, it looked like a ladybug, it was thumb-sized and was black in color. But there were golden markings on its back. The golden markings were very dazzling, shining with light, the markings depicted a wild beast opening its mouth and roaring, its sharp teeth left a deep impression. As for what wild beast it was. But it wasn't clear. Year goo. Fang Yuan sighed. This was a very famous time path immortal goo. Fang Yuan had a deep impression of him. Because it was unique. By expending immortal materials, Gu immortals could continuously parallel refine a year Gu. Tempering and reverse tempering were the mainstream of the refinement path. Parallel tempering was relatively rare. A Gu worm that could be refined horizontally. It was also relatively rare. Year Gu was one of them. Mortal year Gu were all below 10 years. There were 1-year Gu, 2-year Gu, 5-year Gu and so on. When year Gu reached rank 6, it would become an immortal Gu, unique in the world. Rank 6 year Gu had at least 10 years. 10-year immortal level year Gu could be refined with other immortal materials. The refined year Gu could become 20-year Gu, 38-year Gu, and so on. The highest was a 99-year Gu. A 100-year Gu was rank 7. To refine a 10-year Gu into a 100-year Gu, it was not parallel refinement, but an upgrade refinement. The difficulty and failure rate of leveling up was tens of times, maybe even hundreds of times more than leveling up. 1000-year Gu was rank 8, according to this theory, 10,000-year Gu was rank 9. However, there had never been a 10,000-year Gu in history. But rank 8,000-year Gu had existed before. The usage of year Gu. It was very special. It would reduce the number of years according to the Gu immortal's usage and quantity. For example, 50-year Gu, after being used once. It would become 20-year Gu. The usage of year Gu needed to be controlled, it could not be overdone. For example, after a 1000-year Gu was used, it would become 900-year Gu, that would be a rank 7 immortal Gu that fell to rank 6. It would be very troublesome to raise it again. It was also very risky. Strictly speaking, year Gu was a consumable immortal Gu. But it was not a one-time consumable Gu like sovereign immortal fetus Gu. It could be expended, but it could also be replenished. This was very special among Gu worms. So Heifan has immortal Gu year. Year Gu has a benefit, it does not need to worry about food. Because its food is the same as spring-autumn cicada, it is the water of the river of time. But how do I refine it? Fang Yuan was troubled. The year Gu in front of him was sealed by an almost transparent piece of ice. Fang Yuan looked at this piece of ice, he found that it was very special. Its effect was like a fossil or amber, it sealed the immortal Gu in ice, causing it to fall into a deep slumber. Why did Heifan seal year Gu? Wait, this is? While observing, Fang Yuan had a new discovery. He found that at the bottom of the ice, there seemed to be a stream of water sealed. This is water? Fang Yuan shook it, he could see the stream of water clearly, he could even hear slight movements. Water was sealed in ice, it was quite strange. Fang Yuan's attention was attracted by the year Gu above the stream of water. In comparison, the stream of water was not eye-catching. But now, when Fang Yuan observed again, he found, this ice was huge, year Gu was only at the top, while the stream of water was at the bottom. It gave a feeling that this ice was not sealing year Gu, but the stream of water. It is so serious, is this stream of water a rank 9 immortal material that surpasses rank 8? Fang Yuan had a guess. Rank 9 immortal materials could be used to refine rank 9 immortal Gu. It was rare in the world, it was very valuable. It was reasonable for a rank 9 immortal material to be sealed like this. Fang Yuan could not find a way to remove the ice, he placed it aside and held it with his right hand. His left hand went into the wall of light again. This time, he reached into the last shadow. He took it out, it was a rank 5 information path mortal Gu. The contents inside were Heifan's true inheritance, it was extremely valuable. First, there was an introduction to the other Gu worms. Fang Yuan looked at it and saw the description of the ant ball. So the rank 7 immortal Gu at the center of the ant ball is the time path immortal Gu after. Rank 7, after immortal Gu. The following content explained the feeding of after immortal Gu. After immortal Gu's feeding was also special. This immortal Gu ate everything. The way it ate was also very special. It produced black ant mortal Gu and sent them out to eat all kinds of immortal materials, before gathering these nutrients on itself. Any immortal material can be used to feed after immortal Gu. So the main point is not the immortal material, but the preservation of these black ant mortal Gu. These black ant mortal Gu were tough and could eat immortal materials. They could digest and preserve the nutrients. But they were only mortal Gu after all. Once they were destroyed, the immortal goo after immortal goo would starve. Immortal goo after immortal goo could produce black ant mortal goo, but it could only produce one per month. If there were too few black ant mortal goo, after immortal goo after immortal goo after immortal goo would starve to death, that would be terrible. After all, this after immortal goo could not eat itself. Fang Yuan felt like his horizons had been broadened. He continued reading. He saw the description of the ice block. The ice block was a brand new rank 8 immortal material, created by immortal Bingren. The latter was invited by He Fan and sealed 2 of He Fan's immortal goo. One immortal goo was Year goo, it was only rank 6. Fang Yuan recognized it. The other immortal goo was that stream of water. This was the most important part of He Fan's true inheritance. It was called Years Flow Like Water. It was rank 8 time path immortal goo. Years flow like water. Rank 8 goo immortals were rare, rank 8 immortal goo were even rarer, they had huge value. Many rank 8 goo immortals. They did not have a single rank 8 immortal goo, they could not find one even after much searching. He Fan was a legend in history, he was the person who led He tribe to become an overlord, he only had one rank 8 immortal goo. Years flow like water. Fang Yuan's situation was very special. Currently, he was only a rank 6 goo immortal. But he already had 3 rank 8 immortal goo. One was attitude goo, one was wisdom sword goo, and the third was years flow like water. Ordinary goo immortals disliked having too few immortal goo. Fang Yuan's problem was that he had too many immortal goo. He did not have much development. Some immortal goo, like wisdom sword, he could not understand them. This rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water's effect was to produce year goo. The more immortal essence the goo immortal expends, the more year goo they produce. The more year goo they produce, they could even produce immortal level year goo. Of course, immortal goo were unique. Right now, this rank 6 year goo was still around, unless Fang Yuan used it and completely exhausted it. Only then could years flow like water produce an immortal level year goo. If the immortal goo year goo existed, the year goo that Fang Yuan consumed would only be a large number of mortal level year goo. Fang Yuan continued to read. Years flow like water immortal goo had 2 benefits. First, it did not have a high requirement to use it. Even rank 6 goo immortals could use it. It was just that when green grape immortal essence was expended, the year goo obtained would not be as much as rank 7 or 8 immortal essence. Second, years flow like water immortal goo was easy to feed. Its food was the water of the river of time, it was the same as year goo and spring-autumn cicada. This solved one of Fang Yuan's problems. The feeding of rank 8 immortal goo was a huge burden, however, years flow like water immortal goo had a flaw. The information path goo worm's description was very clear. Once years flow like water immortal goo was unsealed, it would reveal its aura and attract year beasts to attack. Year beasts were rare beasts in the 5 regions and 9 heavens, but there were many of them in the river of time, they were very common. According to their battle strength, they were divided into desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and immemorial desolate beasts. The food of year beasts was year goo. The river of time was a paradise for time path goo worms, there were a vast number of wild time path goo worms inside. Year beasts were inside, they captured year goo and ate them. The higher the rank of the year goo, the more year beasts would be attracted to them. In fact, immortal level year goo could also attract year beasts. Even if they were placed in the immortal aperture, it would not be useful. Because ordinary immortal apertures had tributaries of the river of time. When year beasts smell the year goo, they would enter the tributary from the river and appear in the goo immortal's immortal aperture. Immortal level year goo were already very attractive to year beasts, years flow like water, which could produce year goo limitlessly, was hundreds or even thousands of times more attractive to year beasts than immortal level year goo. Precisely because of this, when He Fan set up the true inheritance, he sealed year goo and years flow like water immortal goo, not exposing any aura. At this point, Fang Yuan understood all the goo worms. The main point was the following content. A dazzling array of immortal killer moves were displayed in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan restrained the excitement in his heart, carefully inspecting it. The immortal killer moves were comprehensive, involving offense, defense, movement, healing, and so on. These were all time path immortal killer moves, their cores were mostly year goo and after immortal goo. A small portion of the Immortal Killer moves used Immortal Goo years flow like water as the core. Immortal Killer moves that used rank 8 Immortal Goo as the core were naturally very effective. Fang Yuan had experienced this long ago. His familiar face was a legendary method that used rank 8 Attitude Goo as the core. Of course, the current Fang Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level. His green grape immortal essence could not activate years flow like water. It was not like Attitude Goo, which could be controlled with mental strength. Attitude Goo is a legendary immortal goo recorded in the legends of Renzu. In terms of usage, years flow like water is inferior to it. But speaking of which, wasn't Attitude Goo given to He Fengyu by He Fan? These Immortal Killer moves broadened Fang Yuan's horizons. The principles involved, the combination of goo worms, gave him a feeling of great gains with just a glance. There were more than 30 Immortal Killer moves. Some Immortal Killer moves were split into rank 6, rank 7, and rank 8 levels. Some Immortal Killer moves even had He Fan's attainments and experiences when he created them in the past. Year of Harvest? Fang Yuan's gaze paused slightly. He found an interesting Immortal Killer move among them. Year of Harvest. This was the name of the Immortal Killer move. The core Immortal Goo used was Immortal Level Year Goo. There were tens of thousands of supplementary Mortal Goo. They were split into different categories. The activation process was very complicated. He Fan had left behind his experience in using it. Even a legendary person like him would need 2 to 3 days to activate this Immortal Killer move. The Immortal Essence expenditure was huge, but Year of Harvest's effect was calculated from the time the killer move was activated. It would greatly increase the Immortal Aperture's resource production. This was an Immortal Killer move used to manage the Immortal Aperture. It was a rare killer move, but it was very practical. He Fan also praised this Immortal Killer move. According to the introduction, this Immortal Killer move was not created by him, but had been exchanged with someone called Dan Immortal. Fang Yuan took a closer look. The bountiful year required many Mortal Goo. If he wanted to prepare them, he would have to start with Jewel Yellow Skies. He definitely had to use this killer move. But not only did he need to expend a lot of Immortal Essence, he also expended a lot of Year Goo. The Year Goo I obtained is only 100 years old. He had to refine it evenly. Only then could he use the Year of Harvest. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss if it was reduced to Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan continued reading. Of these killer moves, some were shockingly powerful, some were incredibly exquisite and unimaginable. But to Fang Yuan, none of this was particularly important. Fang Yuan did not forget his main objective from start to finish. That was to find a way to delay his Immortal Aperture calamities and tribulations. A day feels like a year. His eyes lit up as he saw his goal. This Immortal Killer move still used Immortal Level Year Goo as the core. Large numbers of Day Goo were used as support. Once activated, it could slow down the Immortal Aperture's time. Just from the name alone, 1 day in the Immortal Aperture would slow down to a year's time. However, He Fan mentioned in his notes, slowing 1 day in the Immortal Aperture to a year's time, that was purely in theory. The actual effect would have to be determined by the specific situation. For example, if a Strength Path Goo Immortal mainly had Strength Path Dao marks, this Time Path Killer move's effect would be greatly reduced. If a Time Path Goo Immortal used it themselves, it would be like He Fan using it on himself. The effect would be amplified by the Goo Immortal's Time Path Dao marks. The effect would be much better. Or for example, a low-grade Blessed Land and a high-grade Blessed Land had the same killer move. The effects were different. A month feels like a year. Fang Yuan continued to read. There was another Immortal Killer move. It was very similar to a year. It also slowed the Immortal Aperture's time, turning a month into a year. The core Goo was still Immortal Level Year Goo, but the supplementary Mortal Goo was Month Goo. Day Goo, Month Goo, Year Goo. These were all Time Path Goo worms. They could be compared. Other than Day feels like a year and Month feels like a year, there were 2 other Immortal Killer moves. They were called Year Feels Like a Month and Year Feels Like a Day. The first 2 slowed the Immortal Aperture's time, while the second 2 sped up the time. To extend the Immortal Aperture's time, the interval between calamities and tribulations would naturally be lengthened. For example, Fang Yuan would undergo tribulation in 2 months in the outside world. After using Day Feels Like a Year, he would need decades or even centuries to undergo the next calamity and tribulation. Seeing this, Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He felt joy in his heart. The previous 3 earthly calamities had forced him into a corner, he could only brace himself and charge through them. Now that he had this immortal killer move, it was different. From now on, Feng Yuan could advance or retreat, he had room to maneuver, it was very important. But for now, there is no need to slow the immortal aperture's time. After a few more earthly calamities, I can gain down marks and raise my cultivation level. With Chudu's help, I have a high chance of passing the tribulation. Feng Yuan thought. Once he slowed the immortal aperture's time, there were drawbacks. This would cause the growth of resources to fall sharply, and Feng Yuan's cultivation level to rise would also fall by a large margin. Next, I need to prepare these goo worms. There is no need to prepare immortal goo, but I need day goo and month goo in large quantities. Even if I buy them from Jewel Yellow Skies, I will need to buy them for a long time. Hei Fan's true inheritance did not leave any mortal goo like day goo, month goo, or year goo. Feng Yuan had to buy them himself. Even though this was difficult, as long as Feng Yuan made up his mind, he could make it happen. These 4 immortal killer moves can be considered a set of killer moves, they are specially used to change the immortal aperture's time. Hei Fan, who created this killer move, is truly a genius. Finally, Hei Fan mentioned, if the inheritor could obtain immortal level day goo or month goo, these 4 killer moves would not need to use so many mortal level day goo and month goo. Moreover, the killer move's effect would be much stronger. I am already very fortunate to be able to obtain immortal level year goo. As for immortal level day goo and month goo, let's forget about them. Feng Yuan did not want too much. He had already achieved the main objective of this trip, so he was already satisfied. He continued to read. Immortal killer move, years in the prime of life. Soon, Feng Yuan saw an interesting killer move. This killer move also used year goo as the core. But it could give the goo immortal immense strength. The more year goo was consumed, the more strength the goo immortal would gain. This was Hei Fan's unique creation, he used time path goo worms to display the effective strength path. Immortal killer move, 100 years of harmony, it also used year goo as the core, with a large number of information path mortal goo as supplementary. The alliance agreement's effect was effective for 100 years. This was using time path goo worms to display the power of information path. I can use it with Chudu after all, my alliance agreement with him was set up by him, it is not too stable. Feng Yuan quickly had this thought. Immortal killer move, unlucky year. This was an immortal killer move that used years flow like water as the core. Feng Yuan could not use it yet. He could only look at it and drool. Using time path to display the profundity of luck path. This was an offensive killer move, once the enemy was hit, their luck would fall greatly within a year, they would be in trouble. As expected of Hei Fan, an elite among rank 8 goo immortals. If he came from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, he would definitely be recruited into Celestial Court, he would definitely be an elite among Celestial Court goo immortals. They could use their main path to connect to other paths and display the profundities of other paths. This was the mark of a rank 8 expert. Ordinary rank 8 goo immortals could not reach this level. Hei Fan was very powerful. Similar to Celestial Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was also a rank 8 goo immortal, he cultivated wisdom path. But when Bo Qing awakened immortal zombie and his sword lights rampaged in Central Continent, he could use repair method to repair Heaven Overseeing Tower. The restoration effect was much better than ordinary refinement path methods. This was using wisdom path to display the profundity of refinement path. Endless future trouble? What move is this? Finally, Feng Yuan saw an immortal killer move. Its core was after immortal goo, once the goo immortal activated it. The calamity and tribulation would be moved to the next, exploding together with the next calamity and tribulation. Feng Yuan's heart jumped. In this killer move's introduction, Hei Fan had also left behind a warning. This killer move could not be used too often, even though it could move calamities and tribulations to the next time. But if it angered Providence, the calamity and tribulation's power would multiply. Even though this immortal killer move was created by Hei Fan, he had only used it once and never used it again. To warn the future generations, He Fan specially named it Endless Future Trouble. It can only be used in emergencies, it cannot be used often. But it's definitely an excellent method. Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Angering Providence, it did not matter to him. In any case, Providence was thinking of ways to get rid of him. Fang Yuan's existence itself was the greatest offense and anger towards Providence. After some time, Fang Yuan finally finished reading the Immortal Killer Move's content. It was very comprehensive, even the management of the immortal aperture was included. Not to mention, it even imitated the effects of other paths. Even though there were only a few immortal goo in He Fan's true inheritance. But with all sorts of mortal goo, countless immortal killer moves could be formed, allowing the goo immortal to deal with any situation. This was the normal state of orthodox cultivation. Even though He Fan was strong, he was not even one of the 10 extreme existences. Thus, he raised few goo worms, they were all time path goo worms, he could afford it. The number of goo worms was not important, the goo immortal using them was. He Fan was the best example. He only had 2 or 3 goo, but he could use them in all sorts of ways. There was no strongest immortal goo, only the strongest goo immortal. This was also the reason behind this sentence. Compared to He Qing, even though I have many immortal goo, they are not developed enough. Fang Yuan reflected on himself and reflected on himself. He Fan's true inheritance moved him a lot, but he did not waver. It is not wrong of me to feed so many immortal goo. Goo immortals placed great importance on calamities and tribulations. The higher one's cultivation went, the harder it would be to transcend the tribulation. Black Fan had few immortal goo, the burden of feeding it was small, but it had many methods to deal with all sorts of situations. Most of the resources had been accumulated. Even if they were sold for immortal yuan stones, they could be converted into rich immortal essence reserves. Moreover, He Fan had a family, a superpower with a gold bloodline. He Fan also liked to guide juniors, he had many immortal goo that were not too important. Before setting up the true inheritance, he had given them to He tribe's main goo immortals, or used them as He tribe's treasury to be passed down. He Fan did not have one of the 10 extreme aptitudes, his immortal aperture's potential was limited, there was a limit to the resources he could manage. All in all, feeding a few immortal goo and developing a large number of killer moves was a wise move. But Fang Yuan was different. The specific situation had to be analyzed in detail. The first biggest difference was the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture had huge potential, raising goo was a burden, feeding immortal goo was even more of a burden. However, Fang Yuan could afford it and even had more than enough to spare. The second difference was that Fang Yuan was a loner. He was alone, so he didn't have to worry about his family. He didn't have to worry about his family, nor did he have to worry about his descendants. This was the advantage of being alone. The advantage of clans was in sharing resources and helping each other. But at He Fan's level, it was just that the more effort he put in, the more the family would benefit. But He Fan had never thought of leaving the family. He had grown up in such an atmosphere in his family. Throughout the entire process, he received a lot of care from his family, which resulted in kinship, friendship, love, and other restraints. He cared about his family. There were also his descendants. The environment in which a person grew up had a huge impact on a person. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was free and unrestrained, so he had almost no burden in this aspect. Although he had joined the Xianxia sect, he was just using them. The third difference was that Fang Yuan was under immense pressure to survive. He needed a large number of immortal goo. Immortal goo were unique, there were many of them, they were categorized and could be used to deal with all sorts of situations. For example, to fight enemies, he could use Flying Sword immortal goo. Retreat. He used Sword Escape immortal goo. Even without killer moves, Fang Yuan could deal with them with just immortal goo. In fact, the more immortal goo there were, the greater the benefits of constructing immortal killer moves. Immortal killer moves used immortal goo as the core and mortal goo as supplementary. For example, Fang Yuan's immortal killer move Sword Marks targeting death used Flying Sword immortal goo as the core. A small number of other sword path and other paths mortal goo were supplementary. But if Fang Yuan did not have Flying Sword immortal goo and only had Sword Escape immortal goo, he would use Sword Escape to replace flying swords and use sword marks targeting death. What should he do? Replacing flying swords with Sword Escape was also feasible. Because they were both Sword Path Immortal Goo, they had such a foundation. They could totally be replaced. But the killer move Sword Marks targeting death would have to change greatly. Flying Sword was an offensive Immortal Goo. It was easy to use it to construct defensive killer moves. Sword Escape was a teleportation Immortal Goo. If it was used to replace flying swords, the Mortal Goo needed for Sword Marks targeting death would not only need to be changed, the number would also increase greatly. This way, the activation of sword marks would be more complicated and difficult, the time needed would be longer, the chances of failure would be higher, the practicality would be lower. All in all, He Fan's Goo nurturing strategy was very common, but it was not suitable for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's Goo nurturing strategy was very accurate to him. But if other Goo immortals tried to learn it, they would be courting death. Feng Yuan continued to read. In He Fan's True Inheritance, after the immortal killer moves, there were mortal killer moves. There were many of these killer moves, most of them were time path, but Feng Yuan could not use them anymore. Mortal and immortal levels were different. Maybe in the future, when Feng Yuan fought against other Goo immortals, he could use these as probing methods. But there was little use, because Feng Yuan already had many outstanding mortal killer moves. He had already grasped countless blood path and strength path killer moves. The only use of these mortal killer moves was to be used as a foundation for deductions. After mortal killer moves, there were some killer moves that were not created. There were immortal killer moves and mortal killer moves. The degree of completion was different, some were just pure inspiration or conjecture. This was the part that He Fan did not complete before his death. Deducing killer moves was an unavoidable and indispensable part of a Goo immortal's cultivation. Feng Yuan took a look, but did not feel much sympathy. His time path attainment level was too low, wisdom Goo could not be used. Moreover, Feng Yuan had many methods already, they were enough. Thus, the killer moves section came to an end. After I return, I need to spend a lot of time to practice these killer moves. Feng Yuan planned. Killer moves had a chance of failure. If they failed in an intense battle, the Goo immortal would suffer backlash. If it happened at a crucial moment in the battle, it would be even worse. It was even possible that the success or failure of a killer move could affect the outcome of the battle, it could even be the difference between life and death. Thus, killer moves had to be practiced thoroughly, he needed funds for this. He needed to buy the supplementary mortal Goo used to construct the killer moves. When he practiced, he would need to expend immortal essence to activate the immortal killer moves. He would need to practice them more than once. All of these needed money. Money, thus, Goo immortal's immortal aperture management was the most important aspect of cultivation. Economy was the foundation of military strength. Furthermore, wars were dangerous, there were calamities and tribulations, unless there was a huge conflict of interest, Goo immortals usually lived peacefully. To practice so many killer moves, it is a huge expenditure. Feng Yuan frowned, he was happy but also worried. It was a pure happy annoyance. A large number of immortal killer moves, even more mortal killer moves, and many incomplete killer moves. Feng Yuan looked at these killer moves. Next, he saw Goo recipes. Immortal Goo recipes, the first was the parallel refinement recipe of immortal level year Goo. Parallel refinement Goo recipes. There were quite a few. There were 5 Goo recipes, all of them could be used for parallel refinement. Raising the effective year Goo. Later on, He Fan recorded his experiences, describing the pros and cons of these 5 methods, as well as the small tricks in parallel refinement. Just these Goo refinement methods were enough for Feng Yuan to gain a lot. Among the 5 parallel refinement immortal Goo recipes, He Fan used the last one the most. This immortal Goo recipe was created by He Fan in his later years. It used the least materials. It had the highest success rate, and consumed the least amount of time and effort. Specifically speaking, it used a large number of mortal level year Goo, adding them to immortal level year Goo, the effect was very good. After creating it, He Fan almost gave up on the previous 4 Goo recipes, he used this parallel refinement Goo recipe. But to ensure that He Fan's true inheritance was comprehensive, he recorded all 4 of them. Rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water can produce countless mortal level year goo. Using these mortal level year goo. Parallel refinement of immortal level year goo is really convenient. Fang Yuan sighed, continuing to read. Next was the immortal goo recipe for refining after immortal goo. Fang Yuan already had this immortal goo. Thus, he only took a quick glance. All in all, the scale of these immortal goo recipes was shocking. There were close to 100 of them. Moreover, they were all complete immortal goo recipes. Most were rank 6 immortal goo recipes. A small number of rank 7s, and 2 to 3 rank 8s. The paths involved. The main one was time path, it was the majority. But there were other paths. For example, fire path, luck path, and others. Compared to immortal killer moves, these immortal goo recipes were more messy. There were modern immortal goo recipes. There were also ancient immortal goo recipes. Some of the ancient recipes' immortal materials were already extinct, they could not be used. In the entire immortal goo recipe, He Fan emphasized on years flow like water. Years flow like water. This rank 8 immortal goo was actually created by He Fan. His inspiration came from the parallel refinement of year goo. He Fan also described the entire process of refining years flow like water in detail. To gather enough immortal materials, he used up almost all of He tribe's treasury, and even paid a huge price and favor to invite 2 refinement path grade experts. In the end, he still owed a huge debt. To refine years flow like water, He Fan put in a lot of effort. During the refinement process, he suffered many failures, he thought of giving up several times. He Fan recorded all of this. He was not afraid that people would laugh at him for being weak. It could be seen that He Fan had set up this true inheritance with a conscience. Thankfully, his luck was good. After failing 9 times, he succeeded. From his words, He Fan's difficulties and risks in refining rank 8 immortal goo were all expressed. Even after succeeding, He Fan's lingering fear did not disappear for many years. He solemnly told his successors to cherish their predecessors' hard-earned results. If they cultivate to rank 8 in the future, they had to be extremely careful when refining other rank 8 immortal goo. Fang Yuan saw this and thought of old ancestor Shui Hu. Right now, this old man was refining a rank 8 immortal goo. And this immortal goo was very precious, it was fortune rivaling heaven goo. According to the land spirit of Xianxia, the essence of giant sun immortal's luck path was this immortal goo. Refining a rank 8 immortal goo was a huge risk. Old ancestor Shui Hu had Ma Hong Yun as the main material. It saved him a lot of expenses. But in order to gather immortal materials, he did not care about his reputation. He personally stole the immortal zombie bodies of Zombie Alliance, and stole from He tribe's treasury. Snowy Mountain blessed land was in chaos because of him, everyone was panicking. Yao Huang was also refining resurrection from the dead immortal goo. According to the rumors in Northern Plains Goo immortal world, this immortal goo was also rank 8. Actually, everyone knew the risks of refining rank 8 immortal goo. Why would they keep on trying? In fact, having a rank 8 immortal goo and not having one were 2 completely different concepts. Rank 8 goo immortals had to undergo tribulations too, they often had limited lifespan, they had no choice but to take risks. Old ancestor Shui Hu did it to pass the tribulation, while Yao Huang did it to extend his lifespan. The tribulations did not trap He Fan, but his lifespan was limited, he still died in the end. After the immortal goo recipes, there were mortal goo recipes. There were even more mortal goo recipes, they were densely packed together. Fang Yuan was a little shocked. What he paid attention to were the mortal goo recipes of day, moon, and year goo. According to these mortal goo recipes, Fang Yuan could gather mortal materials and refine mortal day, moon, and year goo himself. This way, not only can I buy these mortal goo from Jewel Yellow Skies, I can also refine them myself. This will greatly reduce the time I need to prepare them. But it is not worth it to refine them myself, I might as well ask Xianxia sect's hairy men to do it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan frowned unnoticeably. His relationship with Xianxia sect had become cold. If he wanted to borrow Xianxia sect's strength, he would need to improve their relationship first. Ignoring this for now, Fang Yuan continued to look at He Fan's true inheritance. After the immortal goo recipes and mortal goo recipes, there were some incomplete goo recipes. They were not complete, some were as high as 90%, but they were stuck at the bottleneck. Some only had 10 to 20%, they had just been created. Immortal goo before? Fang Yuan's gaze froze. The incomplete immortal goo recipes recorded the immortal goo recipes of before goo, they were only 57% complete. Before immortal goo and after immortal goo were immortal goo corresponding to each other. Evidently, when He Fan was alive, he not only had after immortal goo, he also coveted before immortal goo. Unfortunately, even after his death, he did not succeed. There were also He Fan's records, they were his experiences in deducing goo recipes. He described the difficulty of deducing, he advised the inheritor to persevere without fear of difficulties. At the same time, he emphasized the importance of inspiration. Thus, at the end, He Fan wrote down some small recipes. For example, using wisdom path inspiration goo, light path of flash of inspiration goo, and others to help him deduce. Seeing this, Fang Yuan smiled. He was a wisdom path grandmaster, he had obtained Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path true inheritance, he was superior to He Fan in this aspect. He Fan's experiences. In Fang Yuan's opinion, they were still superficial. Everyone had their own specialties, even though He Fan was strong, he had his weaknesses. Just like back then. Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable needed long hair ancestors help to refine immortal goo. After killer moves and goo recipes, it was He Fan's own cultivation experiences. There was a map that not only included the 5 regions, but also White Sky and Black Sky. It was very valuable. Of course, the map of Northern Plains was the most detailed, while the other 4 regions were much more crude. The day and night maps were the ones that Fang Yuan paid the most attention to. It was an eye-opener for him. Some powerful rank 7 goo immortals and all rank 8 goo immortals would go to Black Heaven and White Heaven to explore and plunder resources. As an expert among rank 8s, He Fan was no exception. After the map, there were many secrets of the goo immortal world. For example, Imperial Court Blessed Land. 88-point Xianxia Tower. There was a lot of content in this area, but it was useless now. There were also some guesses from He Fan. One of them caught Fang Yuan's attention. He Fan suspected that a time path goo immortal at that time had inherited Red Lotus true inheritance. From this record, Fang Yuan could sense He Fan's yearning for Red Lotus true inheritance. This was normal. As a time path great expert, he could not help but envy and desire the number 1 time path true inheritance in the world. Finally, the important part was He Fan's theories and experience in managing immortal apertures. He used his own situation as an example to explain the relationship between calamities and tribulations, down marks, immortal apertures, and others. How to modify the environment of the immortal aperture, like changing the time flow of the immortal aperture. There was also managing the immortal aperture and selling resources. The main point here was year goo. Back then. After He Fan refined rank 8 immortal goo, years flow like water, selling mortal level year goo became his main source of income. In a few months, he became the biggest year goo seller in the world, he was making a lot of money every day. With this rank 8 immortal goo, he was an endless gold mine, however. He Fan also described the year beast invasion in detail. How to deal with year beast attacks, how to kill year beasts, how to dissect year beasts, how to sell year beasts. There was also the relationship between year beasts and immortal apertures. Fang Yuan frowned as he read. In He Fan's immortal aperture, because of years flow like water, immemorial level year beasts had appeared. This was rank 8 battle strength, He Fan spent a lot of effort to kill them. And because of the battle in his immortal aperture, he suffered huge losses. Many times, He Fan felt heartache over his losses. After the painful lesson, He Fan started to research on how to seal years flow like water, and isolate its aura without using it. He discovered and invented many methods, they were all recorded in the True Inheritance. There were great results. However, He Fan warned his inheritor to pay attention to one thing. That was, in an intense battle, he had to be careful when using years flow like water immortal goo. If he attracted immemorial year beasts during the battle and attacked his immortal aperture, the result would be terrible. It seems that I need to be more careful when using years flow like water. In the worst case, Providence might use this to attract immemorial year beasts. Then I will die for sure. The mere rank 6 Fang Yuan could not resist rank 8 existences. With such a huge difference in strength, there were no accidents or flukes. Retracting his consciousness from the mortal letter Gu, Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He Fan's true inheritance, as expected of a time path great expert's inheritance, it lives up to its name. Fang Yuan praised internally, it is just that the difficulty of inheriting it is too high. Precisely because of this difficulty, He tribe's descendants could not obtain any results despite their hard work. In the end, Fang Yuan found a loophole and obtained the fruits of his labor. Fang Yuan might look relaxed, but it was built on many factors. For example, attitude Gu, familiar face, and Chu Du's help in snatching the heavenly crystal eagle nest. However, according to the common sense of the Gu immortal world, inheritances left behind by people like He Fan are usually difficult to inherit. For example, Northern Plains Nyen Air Tribe's Nyen Air Sword Saints' true inheritance. Only one inheritor would appear every few hundred years. The current inheritor was Nyen Air Pingji. People like He Fan and the 22 Sword Saint were famous warriors in history, so they were a bit proud. Naturally, they didn't want their inheritance to be ruined by incompetent people. So, it was normal for them to set a difficult standard to choose an excellent successor. Next, I will take over this He Fan Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan looked at the brass bell heavenly spirit. He waved his hand. At the next moment, the brass bell heavenly spirit floated towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. After he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, he became the owner of He Fan Grotto Heaven, he could command this brass bell heavenly spirit. But it was a pity. He Fan Grotto Heaven devoured the immemorial azure heaven fragment, causing the brass bell heavenly spirit to be muddle-headed. Fang Yuan could not command it well, communication was hard, it was even worse than a land spirit like Little Hu Immortal. Fang Yuan first looked at Immortal Succession Mountain. On this mountain, there were many stone pavilions. Each of the stone pavilions contained a legacy. Some were mortal-level inheritances, some were Gu immortal inheritances. He Fan Grotto Heaven's original Gu immortals were mortals, they went to Immortal Succession Mountain and obtained inheritances, slowly cultivating. Unfortunately, after developing for so many generations, they were all slaughtered by Fang Yuan today. Fang Yuan looked around and found the inheritances on Immortal Succession Mountain. There were still some left. Most of the stone pavilions were empty. He kept all of these inheritances. He was the owner of the Grotto Heaven now, everything in the Grotto Heaven belonged to him. These inheritances were no exception. But these inheritances were mostly mortal inheritances, there were only 3 Gu immortal inheritances left. 2 of them did not have any immortal Gu, but they had many immortal Gu recipes. The only Gu immortal inheritance still had an immortal Gu, it was called Bone Spike, it was an offensive bone path Gu worm. After looting Immortal Succession Mountain, Fang Yuan looked at the vast world outside the mountain. He Fan Grotto Heaven had countless resources. The true inheritance also had a map of He Fan Grotto Heaven's resources, but after so many years, He Fan Grotto Heaven had nurtured so many Gu immortals, the resource map was no longer suitable. And the brass bell heavenly spirit. There was no way to communicate. Thankfully, Fang Yuan still had captives. Even though he killed all of the Gu immortals, he kept their souls, they were all imprisoned in his immortal aperture. Soul search. A moment later, Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of the entire He Fan Grotto Heaven. Other than a few places with ancient desolate beasts and ancient desolate plants, there were also several forbidden areas. The Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven. They were all local tyrants, after more than 10 generations, how could they not know about He Fan Grotto Heaven? In the process of soul-searching, Fang Yuan gained some understanding of these Gu immortals' inheritances and cultivation experiences. Blood-light spirit suppression? Providence. Fang Yuan inspected Jingtua, Zhou Min, and Feng Jun's souls, he found out about their plan. Fang Yuan was glad that he had acted quickly, otherwise, if he had delayed for a period of time, the 3 immortals might have succeeded. Chu Du took away the heavenly crystal eagle nest, Fang Yuan had attitude Gu and familiar face, Providence knew about this. And most importantly, He Fan Grotto Heaven annexed the immemorial azure heaven fragment, Providence could monitor this place. Feng Jun suddenly thought of the immortal killer move blood light spirit suppression, it was quite strange. Fang Yuan guessed that this was most likely due to Providence's influence. Thankfully, after Fang Yuan obtained the heavenly crystal eagle nest, he immediately took action and obtained He Fan's true inheritance as quickly as possible. I need to move all of the resources in He Fan Grotto Heaven into my immortal aperture. This place is not safe. As for He Fan Grotto Heaven, I will leave it to Chu Du. Just the value of the Grotto Heaven is equivalent to 30% of He Fan's true inheritance. As for how Chu Du would be affected by Providence, Fang Yuan did not care. Anyway, he had already taught Chu Du the method of self-will gu. He did not need to worry about Providence affecting Chu Du's thoughts. In the next few days, Fang Yuan conducted a detailed investigation. The entire ecological layout, the coordination of the resources, some coexisted while others restrained each other. They were all excellent materials for managing an immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could learn from them. He was lacking in this aspect. In the 500 years of his previous life, his aptitude was lacking. Blood Path Gu immortals were skilled at fighting, they were not good at managing immortal apertures. Especially large immortal apertures, Fang Yuan had no experience in managing them. Not to mention the sovereign immortal aperture. In the next few days, Fang Yuan's footprints were all over He Fan Grotto Heaven. His divine sense was constantly enveloping the surroundings as he observed and studied them carefully. Sometimes, Fang Yuan felt like He Fan was guiding him across the river of time. He Fan's true inheritance had detailed explanations. This He Fan Grotto Heaven was a real example. It could be touched, excavated, and observed. If there were any changes, Fang Yuan would soul search those Gu immortal captives. This allowed him to understand, in the long history of time, the rise and fall of countless species, and the secrets behind it. He Fan's talent made Fang Yuan feel admiration. He also benefited greatly from it. Regarding the sovereign immortal aperture's construction, Fang Yuan had many new ideas now. When Fang Yuan was sure that he had a complete understanding of He Fan Grotto Heaven, he started to relocate it. First was the heavenly crystal. He Fan Grotto Heaven's #1 forbidden area was the heavenly crystal storage pool. This pool was built in the sky, it covered an area of 100 li, it was surrounded by layers of Gu formations. But the heavenly crystal only occupied a small area at the center. The heavenly crystals produced in He Fan Grotto Heaven were light green in color. Heavenly crystals were immortal materials. According to their origins, they would have different colors. Fang Yuan moved this storage pool into his mini azure heaven. It is a pity that this storage pool can only produce heavenly crystals in the Grotto Heaven. My sovereign immortal aperture is only a blessed land, it has no use here. But with the light green heavenly crystals in the storage pool, along with the heavenly crystal eagle nest, I should be able to last for 5 to 6 years. Fang Yuan estimated, with this income, it would not be a problem to feed the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Heavenly crystals were not easy to buy in jewel yellow skies. The second forbidden area was underground. This was a very large cavern. There were large amounts of stalactites growing in the cave. The hibiscus stalactite was the most valuable. It was rare in the outside world, but there was a lot of it here. Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort to dig out the entire cave. He moved it into the sovereign immortal aperture and buried it in mini southern border. Thankfully, he had pulling mountain immortal Gu, otherwise, this second forbidden area would not be easy to deal with. It's just that this way. For the stalactites to grow, they needed to absorb the earth chi in the sovereign immortal aperture. This would undoubtedly increase the expenditure of the sovereign immortal aperture's earth chi. Every once in a while, I have to place my immortal aperture to replenish earth chi. Apart from these natural resources, there were also ancient desolate plants and ancient desolate beasts. Among the ancient desolate plants, there was a walking meat tree. This kind of tree was a rare strength path plant that grew in black sky. In order to nurture it, He Fan had purposely sealed off a portion of He Fan's Grotto Heaven, creating a state of complete darkness. Around the walking meat tree, He Fan had meticulously laid out a set of ecology to allow the walking meat tree to survive. The branches of the walking meat tree were like flexible and thick octopus tentacles. With a light whip, he could send a desolate beast flying. Fang Yuan had seen it before in the starry sky Grotto Heaven. Now that he saw the second one, he couldn't help but sigh. He had once hoped to obtain a walking meat tree, because he could use Eat Strength Immortal Gu to increase his strength path down marks. But now, he had the walking meat tree, but the eat strength immortal goo was destroyed. It was truly a mistake. Fang Yuan placed the walking meat tree in mini black heaven in the sovereign immortal aperture. The power of the sovereign immortal aperture was starting to show itself. He Fan needed to make meticulous arrangements to nurture the walking meat tree. Fang Yuan did not need to do that. Mini black heaven's environment was similar to the real immemorial black heaven. After the walking meat tree was moved here, they were excited, stretching their branches in satisfaction. Because of He Fan's special methods, Fang Yuan did not spend much effort moving these ancient desolate plants. It was smooth sailing. The desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts living in He Fan Grotto Heaven were the same. Fang Yuan used the methods in He Fan's true inheritance to draw these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts into his immortal aperture. What was worth mentioning was that among the ancient desolate beasts in He Fan Grotto Heaven, there were 3 remnant heavenly hounds. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan needed dog desolate beasts, not ancient desolate beasts. He needed dog desolate beast feces to feed the rank 6 luck immortal goo. But these 3 remnant heavenly hounds were not useless. In the future, if Fang Yuan raises luck immortal goo from rank 6 to rank 7, the food would change. By then, the remnant heavenly hound's feces would be useful. Fang Yuan's relocation was very efficient. Throughout the process, the brass bell heavenly spirit accompanied him silently. Fang Yuan was the owner of the grotto heaven. The heavenly spirit could only support and cooperate with him, it would not resist him. After spending half a month, Fang Yuan finally emptied the entire He Fan Grotto Heaven. Even the empty immortal succession mountain was not let off by Fang Yuan, he moved it to mini southern border. Originally, He Fan Grotto Heaven had a large number of goo masters and mortals. These were the bloodline descendants of He tribe's sinful immortals. Fang Yuan killed all of them and collected their souls, preparing to use them on Danghun Mountain. What made Fang Yuan feel regretful was that there were no variant humans living in He Fan Grotto Heaven. When a grotto heaven or blessed land reaches a certain stage, goo immortals would raise variant humans inside. Even though He Fan had the ability to do so, he did not do so. Even though there were no variant humans, and most of the cultivation resources were consumed by He Fan Grotto Heaven's goo immortals, Fang Yuan's gains were still huge. He Fan Grotto Heaven's resources enriched the sovereign immortal aperture, it was no longer barren and started to show signs of life. This is a huge leap. If I work hard myself, I would need at least 600 years to develop the sovereign immortal aperture to this stage. And this is the best case scenario. But now, after annexing He Fan Grotto Heaven's resources, I have reached this stage. He Fan Grotto Heaven had existed for too long, it had accumulated a huge amount of resources. After all, this was the wealth of a rank 8 goo immortal. Even though a lot of it had been used up and was far from its peak, Fang Yuan still benefited a lot from it. For example, in the past, the sovereign immortal aperture was like a poor household, it did not even have enough immortal goo to eat. But now, it had inherited a wealth of billions, it was a true tycoon. Right now, the total value of the cultivation resources in my sovereign immortal aperture surpasses most rank 7 goo immortals. As for rank 8 level, it is barely enough. Of course, a lot of the resources here have just been moved into the sovereign immortal aperture. The environment has changed, especially the lack of time path down marks, it will cause a huge decrease in production, there will even be decay and death. All sorts of animals and plants need to adapt to the new environment. I need to adapt to the new environment, my sovereign immortal aperture also needs to digest these. Some of the resources that I do not need will be sold to exchange for what I need. All the resources were moved. This was just the beginning. Next, Fang Yuan had to manage the place, there were many things to do. A few days later, Fang Yuan brought Chu Du into He Fan Grotto Heaven. After receiving your letter, I rushed here without stopping. This is He Fan Grotto Heaven? Why is it so barren and barren? Chu Du came to He Fan Grotto Heaven and looked around, he was surprised and disappointed. He Fan Grotto Heaven was empty. Even the grass on the surface was stripped clean by Fang Yuan, not a single blade of grass was left. Not to mention the trees on the ground. There were also the tea streams and rivers. They were all moved into the sovereign immortal aperture by Fang Yuan's pulling water immortal goo. The originally picturesque He Fan Heavenly Grotto was now incomparably desolate. Occasionally, strong winds would blow, sweeping up waves of yellow sand. It was extremely miserable. Chudu looked at Fang Yuan with a bright gaze. The expression on his face seemed to say, "Dude, your table manners are a bit too much. I came here eagerly, and this is what you show me." Fang Yuan smiled as he pointed at the sky. "Brother Chu, I am not sure. According to the alliance agreement, I will give you 30% of the profits. Now, this Heifan Grotto heaven is yours." Chudu heard this and his expression changed. He looked at Fang Yuan in shock. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Fang Yuan nodded. Chudu was moved. Even if the Grotto heaven's resources were all taken by Fang Yuan, this was still a Grotto heaven. The relationship between resources and Grotto heaven was like an egg and a chicken. Fang Yuan took away the eggs, leaving the chicken that laid the eggs to Chudu. Chudu squinted as bright light flashed in his eyes. He found that he could not reject it. The reason, because if he controlled this Grotto heaven, it would be a huge help to Chudu's cultivation. Chudu had an immortal aperture. But it was just a blessed land, be it time path or space path resources, they could not compete with Grotto heavens. Not to mention this Grotto heaven left behind by Heifan, Chudu's blessed land had a lot of cultivation resources. But these resources were not safe with him. The reason was calamities and tribulations. When heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities deal with Gu immortals, they would also destroy the resources in the immortal aperture. Chudu had rank 7 cultivation level, he had gone through many calamities and tribulations, he knew the pain and trouble of resources being destroyed by calamities and tribulations. He did not have the great strength true martial physique, the blessed land had limited space. It was unlike Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, it was too big. Even after storing all of Heifan Grotto heaven's resources, there was still a lot of space left. Fang Yuan could choose an empty land to face the calamities and tribulations. But Chudu could not. There are no calamities and tribulations in Heifan Grotto heaven. Because this immortal aperture had once devoured an immemorial Azure heaven fragment. I can move a large number of resources here. Of course, there are few strength path down marks here, I need to think about the specifics. Chudu thought to himself. Lu Guanyi gave this Heifan Grotto heaven to me, other than to fulfill the agreement, he probably felt that this Grotto heaven was a problem. Chudu was not stupid, he soon realized, after taking the heavenly crystal eagle nest, everyone knew that Heifan's true inheritance was in his hands. The truth was, the one who obtained Heifan's true inheritance was Fang Yuan. By doing this, he hid behind the scenes while Chudu took over Heifan Grotto heaven. In the future, if something went wrong, Chudu would not find trouble with Fang Yuan. But even if Heavenly Lord Baizu attacks, I will take this Heifan Grotto heaven. I am the great domination immortal, why would I be afraid of some risks? When he thought up to here, Chudu spoke boldly and agreed. Good, as expected of domination immortal. Fang Yuan clapped, praising. But next, when handing over Heifan Grotto heaven, there was a small problem. The brass bell heavenly spirit was unwilling. Perhaps because Chudu did not have He tribe bloodline. Ignorant fool. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, shattering the defenseless brass bell heavenly spirit with a palm strike. The problem was solved. After the exchange, Heifan Grotto heaven officially changed owners. Even though Chudu urged him to stay, Fang Yuan insisted on leaving. He had stayed in Heifan Grotto heaven for too long. It was time for Fang Yuan to prepare for the fourth earthly calamity. Of course, before leaving, he used the immortal killer move 100 Years Harmony to set an agreement with Chudu. Fang Yuan left quickly, leaving Chudu behind. He looked at the desolate Heifan Grotto heaven, feeling a headache. He returned to Xianxia blessed land. Oh, look, Fang Yuan is back. A hairy man Gu immortal was in Xianxia blessed land, he saw Fang Yuan flying in the sky. Does it matter if he returns or not? That's right, our Xianxia sect has no difference with or without him. This person is a human Gu immortal after all, he is not one of us hairy men. Forget about him. We need to plan on how to encircle that falling star hound. Soon, these hairy man Gu immortals lowered their heads, continuing to discuss tactics. Fang Yuan looked down, his gaze sweeping past these hairy man Gu immortals. Even though they were far away, Fang Yuan's investigative methods allowed him to hear every word of these hairy man Gu immortals' conversation. At once, Fang Yuan's gaze turned deep and eerie. He had spent a lot of time searching for He Fan's true inheritance. The fourth earthly calamity was approaching. This earthly calamity, Feng Yuan planned to undergo it alone. Even though it would be safer with Chu Du's help, reckless savage's true meaning would be taken away by him. If there were benefits, Feng Yuan wanted to take it all for himself. When he could not take it, he would think of other methods. And this time, he obtained He Fan's true inheritance. His strength rose greatly. He was confident in dealing with the fourth earthly calamity alone. But to undergo the tribulation, I need Xianxia's immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move. I need to borrow immortal goo and mortal goo from the land spirit of Xianxia. With my current cold relationship with the land spirit of Xianxia, I am afraid I cannot borrow them. Unless I can sell huge benefits like Danghun Mountain. From the looks of it. While he still had some time, he would first complete the sect mission to exterminate the falling star hound. Firstly, it could ease the tension between them. Secondly, he could obtain a considerable amount of sect contribution points. I can pay for borrowing the goo. Feng Yuan didn't return to his own cloud city. Instead, he flew all the way to the first cloud city. There, he saw the land spirit of Xianxia. You're still willing to come back? The land spirit of Xianxia was not polite to Feng Yuan, his attitude was very cold. Feng Yuan sighed. He said with a bitter expression, Supreme First Elder, please forgive me. I have my own difficulties. It wasn't that I was indifferent before, it was just that I didn't have the energy and time. This trip had temporarily alleviated the crisis that he was in. As soon as I returned, I heard the grand elders of the sect discussing how to encircle and annihilate the falling star hound. I rushed over immediately because I wanted to take this mission from the hands of the first Supreme Elder. Oh? The land spirit of Xianxia heard this and relaxed his brows. That means you are going to take action? Feng Yuan smiled bitterly again. Actually, I had always wanted to take action. After all, I am a member of Xianxia's sect. But the situation forced me, I had no choice. Now that I have the energy, I want to do something for the sect. His acting skills combined with attitude goo had an immediate effect. Immediately, the land spirit of Xianxia felt that Feng Yuan was speaking the truth, and he was very sincere and apologetic. The land spirit of Xianxia's expression eased up. He was about to agree, but he swallowed his words and said, you want to take this mission now? It might be troublesome. Earlier, 12th Hare and the rest had already agreed to take action together. Last time, although they failed, their gains were huge. Both sides suffered heavy losses. This time, they might succeed. Feng Yuan, if you want to take this mission now, not to mention whether you can succeed or not, you will have a conflict with them. Feng Yuan was only an outsider, while 12th Hare and the rest were true Hairy Mangu immortals, they were on the same side. The land spirit of Xianxia's words showed that he was biased towards 12th Hare and the rest. Feng Yuan nodded, so that's it. How about this? Let them take this mission first, if they cannot complete it, I will take action, how about that? The land spirit of Xianxia thought about it and nodded, okay. Feng Yuan added, First Supreme Elder, please publicize this matter. The land spirit of Xianxia had no objections. Once this matter was publicized, a storm blew in Xianxia's sect. That Feng Yuan wants to take action? Humph, he must have seen that we are about to succeed, that's why he wants to take action. Despicable scoundrel. Let's not talk about despicable or not. I only know that the reward for killing the falling star hound is already over 1,000. Whoever can complete it will benefit greatly. Oh 12th Hare, you must succeed this time, don't give Feng Yuan any chance. The Hairy Mangu immortals had a common enemy. 12th Hare nodded, he subconsciously clenched his fists as he thought, we must succeed this time, we will make ample preparations and not let everyone down. The previous battle results gave these hairy men huge confidence. 12th Hare was prepared to take action again in 2 days. But after this matter, he decided to be more cautious and make ample preparations. 7 days later, Feng Yuan received information that 12th Hare and the rest were going to take action. He came uninvited and met up with 12th Hare and the rest. Elder Feng Yuan. 6th Hare was the first to greet him, he spoke in a strange tone. His true identity was a spy of the Shadow Sect, but even if Feng Yuan exposed him on the spot, no one would believe him. Moreover, he had made a transaction with Fang Yuan, he had this information on him, he was fearless. Last time, he was ordered to transact with Fang Yuan on behalf of Xianxia. Fang Yuan had the upper hand, he suffered a lot. Fang Yuan did not make a move in time to kill the falling star hound. Sixth Hair ran around and manipulated public opinion, causing the relationship between Fang Yuan and Xianxia sect to plummet. Elder Fang Yuan, I know why you are here, but I'm afraid you will be disappointed this time. 12th Hair took a step forward, he puffed out his chest and said confidently. His tone was normal, it was righteous, unlike 6th Hair who was hiding his true intentions. Fang Yuan looked at 12th Hair, he immediately found that this hairy man Gu Immortal had changed. He was more confident and composed than before. Fang Yuan evaluated inwardly, 12th Hair cultivates refinement path primarily, enslavement path secondarily. This time, he was the main force in dealing with the falling star hound. He was heavily injured before. He rested in bed for some time. All of this caused him to improve greatly, his mental state and aura have risen greatly. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled on the surface, replying, then I will wait by the side. I will personally witness Brother 12th's success. Humph, hypocrite. You look like you have given up on the surface, but you must be very anxious inside, right? Hee hee. The other hairy man Gu Immortals did not like Fang Yuan's amiable attitude, they muttered. Fang Yuan heard it, but it was as if he did not hear it. A group of people stood at the center of the main formation. The hairy men huddled together. Fang Yuan stood alone at the periphery. Pay attention, I am going to activate the Gu formation. 12th Hair reminded plainly. He glanced at Fang Yuan, thinking, with one more person, the immortal essence expenditure will be higher during the teleportation. The hairy man Gu Immortals had calm expressions, they had used this teleportation Gu formation many times, they were familiar with it. The Gu formation activated, light shined brightly, it was a dazzling sight. Fang Yuan watched quietly from the side. The teleportation subformation in Taichio was personally set up by him. When he returned to Xianxia Blessed Land, he used the teleportation Gu formation. It was easy for him to use it alone. But now, these hairy man Gu Immortals had a much harder time activating it. 12th Hair continued to expend immortal essence, after a while, the Gu formation finally activated. The dazzling aurora almost blinded everyone's eyes. A huge mystical force burst out, after a moment of daze, when the immortals looked again, they were already at Taichio. Fang Yuan turned around, and sure enough, there was that enormous elephant corpse behind him. Immortal essence expenditure. It does not seem to be much. It seems that this Fang Yuan does not have a deep Daomark foundation. He probably just has more battle experience than us. 12th Hair glanced at Fang Yuan again, feeling disdain in his heart. We can only win this time, we cannot lose. Set off. 12th Hair waved his hand. He shouted loudly. The hairy man Gu Immortals responded softly, their morale was high. They set off, Fang Yuan followed behind. To avoid conflict, Fang Yuan purposely stayed at the back, not getting close to these hairy man Gu Immortals. They did not advance far. Fang Yuan found his target. A falling star hound, it seems to be underage? Fang Yuan was slightly surprised, but then he saw the hairy man Gu Immortals charging towards it. Big dog, we will definitely beat you up this time. 12th Hair shouted loudly, battle intent surging in his heart. The falling star hound growled as it crouched down, its mountain-like body suddenly burst out with shocking speed as it charged forward. The hairy man Gu Immortals were scattered all over the place. 12th Hair was in a pathetic state, he shouted in anger, bastard, you dare to sneak attack. Come, let me fight you for 300 rounds. Saying so, 12th Hair clapped his hands, a blue light blossomed from his hands, drawing a blue lake in the air. The blue lake floated in the air, water gushed out as 3 desolate beasts emerged from the bottom of the lake. A bull beast, a tiger beast, and a bear beast. The bull was the chestnut yak, the tiger was the golden white tiger, and the bear was the diamond bear. The 3 desolate beasts charged at the falling star hound, engaging in an intense battle in the giant grass. This was a deep part of Taichio, the giant grass was extremely tall, even the falling star hound and diamond bear could not match the height of the giant grass. 12th Hair controlled the three desolate beasts to restrain the falling star hound. The other hairy man Gu immortals hid in the giant grass, attacking the falling star hound from afar. Fang Yuan watched from afar. He could clearly see that there were many traces of intense battles in this battlefield. The hairy man Gu immortals' performance made him look at them in a different light. They fought well, they were much better than before. Even though it was still not enough, the improvement could not be ignored. The falling star hound was indeed underage, even though it was evenly matched with these hairy man Gu immortals. Fang Yuan smiled as he looked at the sky. He thought, I am here, Providence, how are you going to deal with me this time? Boom, with a muffled sound, the falling star hound crashed into the diamond bear. Even though the diamond bear was only a rank 6 desolate beast, its body was extremely tough. It blocked the falling star hound like a wall. It was knocked back by the falling star hound, but it was still able to stand firmly. The falling star hound took a step back, feeling dizzy. It shook its head, regaining its senses. Using this chance, 5 to 6 killer moves attacked from the giant grass, landing on the falling star hound one after another. The falling star hound growled in pain, its flesh was torn. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. It seems that not only 12th Hair improved, the other hairy man Gu immortals also have immortal killer moves. But these immortal killer moves only have one core immortal Gu, they have rank 6 strength. The falling star hound suffered many attacks, even though its flesh was torn, it was only lightly injured. It was an ancient desolate beast, even though it was still young, its defense and recovery were very strong. I cannot fail this time, Fang Yuan will laugh at me. 12th Hair concentrated, he was filled with unprecedented fighting spirit. The three desolate beasts seemed to have sensed their master's mood, they were filled with fighting spirit. Under 12th Hair's command, the diamond bear with the toughest body became the main resistance force, the golden white tiger assisted it, it was the second main force. As for the chestnut yak, even though it was weak, it could barely interfere with the battle. 12th Hair is commanding the desolate beasts well, he seems to still have some strength left. But the situation is in a stalemate, the falling star hound is charging fiercely, but he did not summon a fourth desolate beast. I'm afraid these three desolate beasts are all he has. Fang Yuan analyzed calmly. He even used a desolate beast like the chestnut yak, Fang Yuan's guess was likely correct. Jewel yellow skies opened, 12th Hair bought a diamond bear and a golden white tiger. However, there was a big problem with his choice. In fact, a diamond bear was barely enough. The golden white tiger is a metal path desolate beast, it has strong defense, it would be better to get a flying desolate beast, its attacks are more threatening. Like this. It would make the falling star hound hesitate, its attacks would weaken and it would have to focus on defending. As Fang Yuan was thinking this, 12th Hair made a mistake. The diamond bear walked past the spot, creating a gap. Damn it! 12th Hair's eyes widened in anger. He immediately mobilized the chestnut yak closest to him to replace him. You must hold on. 12th Hair roared in his heart. The falling star hound roared and sent the chestnut yak flying. After that, the falling star hound broke through the encirclement. He threw himself into the bushes around him. Thus, the hairy man Gu immortals in the grass gasped in shock. Quick, use that move. Seeing that he was about to be hit by the falling star hound, the hairy man Gu immortal shouted in panic. Whoosh. At the next moment, he disappeared and appeared next to another hairy man 1,000 steps away from him. Thank you, thankfully you were quick, otherwise, I would have died. The hairy man Gu immortal who was saved was still in shock. The person who saved him was 6th Hair. He patted the hairy man Gu immortal's shoulder. Calm down. Calm down, don't forget that there are outsiders here. Don't embarrass our Xianxia sect. Even at this moment, he did not forget to sow discord. The hairy man Gu immortal who was saved quickly retracted his expression, but his body was still trembling. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, his gaze towards 6th Hair was filled with cold killing intent. This guy, I will kill him sooner or later. But he and I are both members of Xianxia sect, we have an information path alliance agreement, we cannot kill each other. So to kill him, I need to secretly get rid of the Xianxia sect alliance agreement. Fang Yuan wanted to borrow Xianxia sect's strength. And 6th Hair was a serious obstacle to him. The relationship between Fang Yuan and Langya sect had become so bad, Sixth Hair played a huge role. In Langya sect, Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair were both people with evil intentions. Between the two of them, their relationship was not simple. Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair had made a deal before, so they had information on each other. Fang Yuan had an agreement with Langya sect. He could not purposely do anything harmful to Langya sect. Of course, he could say yes. Sixth Hair was a member of Langya sect. And this time, if Sixth Hair's life was in danger, Fang Yuan could not just watch him die. Of course, in this aspect, there was a rule of acting within one's capabilities. Thus, Sixth Hair's plan of provoking an ancient desolate beast to harm Fang Yuan was not feasible. Since Fang Yuan could join Langya sect and sign an agreement, he would not be controlled by others. And Sixth Hair also wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan and obtain his body. But firstly, he did not have enough strength, secondly, Fang Yuan had information on him, and thirdly, this concerned Shadow Sect's situation. He was the only remaining traitor. He still had to deal with Langya blessed land. Both sides were wary of each other, afraid of each other. As if sensing Fang Yuan's gaze, Sixth Hair looked at Fang Yuan and grinned sinisterly. He was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. He had rich battle experience. This was also the reason why he could save Fang Yuan before the other Hairy Mangu immortals. To unite the other Hairy Mangu immortals, to ostracize Fang Yuan and suppress his development, this was Sixth Hair's current plan. The battle continued. The falling star hound did not kill the Hairy Mangu immortals. It was soon restrained by the diamond bear and golden white tiger. Soon, the chestnut yak arrived from afar, forming an encirclement again. The Hairy Mangu immortals continued to attack from afar. But even though 12th Hair used all his strength, he could not help but make a mistake due to the sudden change in the situation. After the falling star hound got out of the encirclement, it tried to attack the other Hairy Mangu immortals. But these Hairy Mangu immortals seemed to have the same immortal killer move. When each Hairy Mangu immortal was about to be attacked, they would be pulled away by their comrades and teleported to their comrades' side. This immortal killer move is very interesting. Fang Yuan watched quietly. He subconsciously thought of how to break this killer move from the falling star hound's point of view. Soon, Fang Yuan obtained the result. It was very difficult for him to decipher the killer move, because just the little bit of information he had gathered was not enough to analyze anything. He did not even know the name of the killer move. In the short term, this killer move did not seem to have any flaws. But even if I cannot unravel it, it is easy for me to kill these Hairy Mangu immortals. My movement speed is far above them. Sword marks targeting death and dark assassination can cause them to suffer huge casualties. Even flying sword immortal goo can kill them all. Of course, Sixth Hair was hiding his strength. He had to make a different estimate. As for the specifics, we'll have to wait until we actually fight. We're almost there. This time, I'm really going to defeat Falling Star Hound. 12th Hair was getting more and more excited as he fought. He could see the light of victory. This time, he had performed exceptionally well. 7 to 8 Hairy Mangu immortals and 3 desolate beasts were attacking a young Falling Star Hound. Adding on the correct tactics, the scales of victory slowly tilted towards the hairy men. Fang Yuan, did you see that? Even without you, we can also chase away the falling star hound and obtain true victory. 12th Hair shouted in his heart. He loved his homeland deeply. He was extremely loyal to Langya sect. Thus, when Langya sect's plan to develop Taichio was obstructed, Fang Yuan watched from the side. 12th Hair was very unhappy with Fang Yuan. He was injured and bedridden. When Fang Yuan visited him, he did not even want to see Fang Yuan. He sent mortal Gu masters to stop Fang Yuan from entering the Cloud City. This victory was very important to him. It was very significant. Being able to win against Fang Yuan made 12th Hair feel even more proud. As time passed, the battle situation became more obvious. The falling star hound could not hold on any longer. The hairy Mangu immortals felt the pressure on them decreasing. They could not help but feel excited. Some even saw victory. Their eyes turned red and their bodies trembled. It was not easy. With their trashy battle prowess, it could be said that they were defeated again and again when they fought against the falling star hound. They had put in so much effort and sweat. In order to devise a tactic to deal with the falling star hound, they had spent countless nights in torment. Now, they were finally going to taste the sweetness of victory, even though they were exhausted and had expended a lot of immortal essence. But the hairy Mangu immortals were in high spirits, they were in a state of excitement. Kill this damn dog. That's right, peel off its skin and hang it on the Cloud City wall, let outsiders see our battle achievements. Ha ha ha. We are finally going to defeat it. Feng Yuan, do you see this? I know you are not resigned, but what can you do? Today, I will teach you a lesson. I will let you understand that us hairy Mangu immortals are not powerless. Xianxia sect belongs to us hairy men, not a mere human like you. The hairy Mangu immortals shouted in excitement. Feng Yuan smiled lightly, as if he did not hear them. His attitude made the hairy Mangu immortals very disappointed, they even felt hatred and disgust towards him. He is just pretending, what else can he do? A hairy Mangu immortal sneered. Right at this time, a change occurred, an eagle hound suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield. With a swipe of its claw, it knocked down the diamond bear. With a peck of its beak, it blinded the chestnut yak. With a flap of its wings, winds blew, and the golden white tiger was forced to retreat dozens of steps. The falling star hound shrunk into a ball, shivering. What? Where did this ancient desolate beast come from? The hairy Mangu immortals were pale with fright. No, not just one. Next, 5 eagle hounds appeared from the grass, and 3 were flying in the sky. Unknowingly, the eagle hounds had already surrounded the hairy Mangu immortals. How can this be? 12th hair's pupils shrunk to pin size, he was stunned, this was the psychological process of falling from heaven to hell. A moment ago, he was still the high and mighty victor, but the next moment, he was in a desperate situation where his life was hanging by a thread. Oh? Providence, this is your ambush, it is truly exquisite. Feng Yuan laughed in his mind. The eagle hounds did not speak, while the hairy Mangu immortals were completely shocked, there was dead silence. Oh 12th hair, looking at the current situation, you have failed. According to our previous agreement, it is my turn to make a move. In the silence, Feng Yuan's indifferent voice suddenly resounded. For some reason, 12th hair's heart pounded, he roared furiously as he shouted at Feng Yuan, are you kidding me? What nonsense are you spouting? Open your eyes wide and take a good look at our current situation, okay? Feng Yuan's lips curled up slightly. Boom. A strength path giant hand appeared out of nowhere, slamming the eagle hound closest to Feng Yuan to the ground. Dust flew everywhere. The eagle hound's attention was immediately diverted, they looked at Feng Yuan like they were facing a great enemy. Eagle hound, wolf-bodied eagle with a pair of eagle wings on its back. Its head, neck and wings were covered in black feathers, its body and limbs were covered in gray fur, and it had the most dark path-down marks on its body. This was a rather special type of fierce beast. Ordinary desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts reproduced through the interaction between males and females. But eagle hounds were not like this. Eagle hounds reproduced through infection. The eagle hound's poison would affect any dog type or eagle type beast. When this influence reached a certain degree, the dog or eagle type beast that was poisoned by the eagle hound's poison would gradually turn into an eagle hound. Thus, the eagle hound race had different individual strengths. Some eagle hounds were transformed from desolate beasts, so they were desolate beast level. Some eagle hounds were transformed from ancient desolate beasts, so they were ancient eagle hounds. Immemorial eagle hounds were rarely seen, even in black heaven and white heaven. Everything was clear now. When the first eagle hound appeared, Feng Yuan had already understood the relationship between the falling star hound and these eagle hounds. This falling star hound was targeted by the eagle hound group, they shot it down from the sky and confined it in Taichio to grow. When the falling star hound matured, it would leave its infant form and become a true ancient desolate beast. At that time, the eagle hound group would use poison to transform the falling star hound into an ancient eagle hound. As for why the falling star hound ended up near the teleportation goo formation, the answer was clear, it was the influence of providence. 2 ancient desolate beasts, the rest are desolate beast eagle hounds. Feng Yuan's gaze was filled with coldness as he paid close attention to the 2 ancient desolate beasts. He did not sense the aura of any immortal goo on these eagle hounds. This gave him greater confidence in the following battle, With or without wild immortal goo, Fang Yuan would have to use two completely different battle tactics. Eagle hound, he killed it in one move. Not dead, but fainted. What was that move just now? It looked like a giant palm. The hairy Mangu immortals reacted at this moment, they were extremely shocked. The one that fainted from Fang Yuan's giant hand was naturally a desolate beast eagle hound. Strength path giant hand. With rank 7 battle strength, it was not strange to have such a result. If he was dealing with the ancient eagle hound, it would be different. 12th Hair had never seen Fang Yuan fight. He had always thought. When Fang Yuan taught him how to fight, he displayed Fang Yuan's strength. 12th Hair forced himself to calm down and thought to himself, although Fang Yuan knocked out an eagle hound, there are still so many of them. No matter how brave he was, how could he do it alone? This battle was fraught with grim possibilities. It was better to retreat first. In the end, 12th Hair couldn't help but cry out in alarm. After Fang Yuan made his move, the confrontation with the eagle hound beasts was very short. The moment he knocked out the eagle hound beside him, he launched his attack. Sword escape immortal goo. Whoosh, only an afterimage of Fang Yuan was left in his original position. His speed was simply shocking. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan had moved from the edge of the battlefield to the very center. What kind of speed is this? The hairy Mangu immortals were shocked. Even 6th Hair's pupil shrunk. He gritted his teeth. He had guessed that Fang Yuan was using immortal goo sword escape. This was Bo Qing's immortal goo. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the giant beast below him. This was an ancient eagle hound. The moment it appeared, it had knocked down the diamond bear, sent the golden white tiger flying, and pecked the chestnut yak blind. The ancient eagle hound was stepping on the diamond bear, preventing it from getting up. Behind it was the young falling star hound, curled up on the ground, shivering. They were very close, between Fang Yuan and the ancient eagle hound. Less than 100 steps away. Their eyes clearly reflected each other's silhouettes. The ancient eagle hound jumped in fright. Fang Yuan suddenly appearing in front of it made it subconsciously take a step back. But soon, its bestial nature was stimulated. The ancient eagle hound opened its mouth and howled in anger, flapping its wings and using its hind legs to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered. He shouted, "Beast, get down." Boom, the strength path giant palm imprint was unleashed once more. From top to bottom, it was like a huge pot lid, fiercely slamming down. The giant hand collided with the ancient eagle hound. Despite the ancient eagle hound's ferocious momentum, it was still not a match for the giant hand's power and was suppressed. The giant hand was also sent flying up a distance from the rebound. But soon, under Fang Yuan's control and replenishment, the strength path giant hand once again slammed down like thunder and wind. The giant hand hit the ancient eagle hound's head, immediately causing its head to droop and its 4 limbs to bend in an exaggerated manner. Its wolf claws supported its body as it stomped on the ground, creating 4 pits. The strength path giant hand was sent flying up a distance from the rebound, the thick and dense giant hand becoming thinner. But at the next moment, the giant hand condensed back to its original state and heavily slammed down. The ancient eagle hound was very indignant. It wanted to raise its head, but at the next moment, it saw the strength path giant hand covering the sky and earth, filling its entire vision. Boom, with a loud sound, the ancient eagle hound's head was ruthlessly slammed into the ground by an enormous force. The sharp and hard eagle beak was deeply inserted into the ground. The eagle feathers fluttered in the air, and its 4 wolf claws were also embedded into the ground. The ancient eagle hound fell into extreme anger. It had never suffered such humiliation before. It wanted to slap up, so its 4 limbs exerted strength and its muscles bulged. It was about to raise its head at the next moment. Boom, the strength path giant hand was faster than it, hitting its head and back. Its bones creaked from the impact. It could not bear the heavy burden. Its brain shook intensely, it felt dizzy, and all the strength it had gathered just now dissipated. But Fang Yuan did not let it go. He slammed 3 times in a row, almost smashing this ancient eagle hound into the ground. It did not move, and fresh blood seeped out of the surrounding soil. The hairy Mangu immortals were stunned. After Fang Yuan knocked out a desolate beast eagle hound, he charged into the center of the eagle hounds without any fear of the enemy's strength. Facing the ancient eagle hound, he slammed down more than 10 times with his hands, like slapping flatbread, directly smashing the grand ancient eagle hound to death. Such ferocity was something the hairy Mangu immortals had never seen before. It was extremely terrifying. In fact, not only the hairy Mangu immortals, even the other eagle hounds were stunned by the time they reacted. If one of them claimed it, it would be directly reimbursed. There was no sound, there was not even any wind. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan slowly raised his head. He looked up at the sky. Several eagle hounds were circling in the sky, among them was the second ancient desolate beast. Next, it is your turn, Fang Yuan said plainly. At the next moment, he soared into the sky, the eagle hounds in the sky. Immediately, ear-piercing eagle cries resounded as they scattered in all directions. 12th Hare and the rest could not close their mouths as they watched Fang Yuan fly even higher into the sky, chasing away the eagle hounds like they were sparrows and crows. Was this still an eagle hound, a grand ancient desolate beast? Where was your spirit? 12th Hare felt like he was dreaming. In fact, seeking luck and avoiding calamity, preserving oneself and seeking longevity were the instincts of all living beings. Wild beasts bullied the weak and feared the strong. This was also normal. Once the eagle hounds dispersed, Fang Yuan would be in a difficult situation. Eagle hounds were very fast, they were outstanding among desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Fang Yuan's gaze continued to stare at that ancient eagle hound. Can you escape? Fang Yuan muttered. Swoosh, at the next moment, his figure appeared above the eagle hound. Myriad self-first style, strength path giant hand, the giant hand slammed down again. With a loud sound, the hairy men shuddered and the eagle hound's feathers stood on end. Then, the hairy men saw that ancient eagle hound being slammed down from the sky by Fang Yuan like a ball. Boom. It crashed onto the ground. Sword escape immortal goo combined with giant hand had an outstanding effect. Strength path giant hand speed was rather slow. If it was a long-range attack and slammed towards the eagle hounds, they would not even be able to cover half the distance before they escaped. But Fang Yuan went straight ahead. He used his speed to make up for this weakness of strength path giant hand. Of course, this tactic had its flaws, it could easily put Fang Yuan in a dangerous situation. Thus, Fang Yuan only used this tactic after activating Bloodstained Conqueror's robe, the immortal killer move. There was also a precondition. That was that Fang Yuan did not discover any wild immortal goo on these two ancient eagle hounds. If there were wild immortal goo, Fang Yuan would not use this tactic without probing what it was. Taichio was covered in giant grass, the ancient eagle hounds did not suffer much damage after being slammed to the ground. Even though ancient eagle hounds excelled in speed, they were all members of the ancient imperial family and had thick skin and flesh. Fang Yuan would not be able to kill them without using a dozen strength path giant hands. However, just as Fang Yuan was about to follow up with another attack, his expression suddenly changed. In his eyes, a picture of the future flashed. While he was charging down, a third ancient eagle hound suddenly appeared and attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was caught off guard and was hit by the wolf's claws, crashing to the ground. Blood spurted out of his 7 orifices, his bones shattered, his blood-stained conqueror's robe killer move was broken, even blood asset immortal goo was injured and could no longer be used. The scene flashed for a moment, but Fang Yuan believed it without a doubt. Because this was the immortal killer move he had activated in advance, 3 Breaths Future Vision, it originated from the Time Path investigative killer move in Hei Fan's True Inheritance. 3 Breaths Future Vision, using after immortal goo as the core, could allow goo immortals to see their own future. And this future was about time, it was within 3 breaths of time in the future. Fang Yuan did not panic, instead his eyes revealed a cold smile. As expected, Providence's arrangements were not so simple, there was actually an ambush. Although my blood-stained conqueror's robe is an immortal level defense, its core immortal goo is only rank 6 blood asset. Against an ancient desolate beast, it is still a bit weak. Since he knew about the ambush, the so-called ambush was naturally useless. Sword marks targeting death, Fang Yuan aimed at a certain location in the sky and suddenly shot out a sharp sword light. Just as the hairy Mangu immortals were puzzled, sword marks targeting death struck that ancient eagle hound that was hiding in ambush. Clang, a clear ringing sound rang out. The ancient eagle hound had intercepted the sword marks targeting death. The hairy man-gu immortals cried out in shock. There was actually a third ancient eagle hound. It is hard to imagine, if it sneak attacked any hairy man-gu immortal, it would probably succeed. Fang Yuan could actually sense it? Fang Yuan slightly raised his brows, he stared at the third ancient eagle hound that was completely unharmed, his eyes shining with bright light. To be able to block sword marks targeting death, this ancient eagle hound seems to have a wild immortal gu? The third ancient eagle hound had an immortal gu on it. If not for this, how could it block Fang Yuan's immortal killer move sword marks targeting death? Fang Yuan's heart was immediately filled with fervor. That was then, this was now. If it was before he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan would have to retreat when facing this group of eagles. But now that his strength had increased explosively, his mentality had changed. He planned to devour this group of eagle hounds in one bite. My sovereign immortal aperture is very big. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. As for the wild immortal gu on the ancient eagle hound, I will take it without hesitation. To be able to block sword marks targeting death, I want to see what kind of outstanding defensive immortal gu it is. In an instant, thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, he had already decided on a battle tactic. Blood path killer moves like Blood Torrent were not suitable to be used in front of the hairy man-gu immortals. These hairy man-gu immortals knew the dangers of blood path, they could communicate with jewel yellow skies. They were not like the gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven who had limited knowledge. Although Fang Yuan could use the immortal killer move in He Fan's true inheritance, he had to be careful. After all, he had not practiced it thoroughly, if he rashly used it, the activation might fail and result in a backlash. So, Fang Yuan clapped his hands, directly choosing the offensive move that he created and was most proficient in. Combination of enslavement and strength path, myriad self. At the next moment, a vast number of strength path phantoms filled the world. Ah! The hairy man-gu immortals were stunned. Sixth Hair also had a dumbfounded expression, but he was not surprised. He had already known about myriad self-killer move, this was information that was outdated. But soon, Sixth Hair's pupil shrunk, he blurted out, he disappeared. In his perception, Fang Yuan suddenly vanished. In the sky, there seemed to be only a dense number of strength path phantoms left. This was Fang Yuan using familiar face to disguise himself as an ordinary strength path phantom. He was mixed in with the myriad self-army. Charge! The myriad self-army shouted in unison, like a flood descending from the sky. It poured down on the third eagle hound. The eagle hound's eyes flashed with a bright light. Suddenly, the wings on its back flapped, and a dark wing shadow appeared behind the wings. Its speed increased, and it actually retreated. This response was a little out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Evidently, this eagle hound had a second wild immortal gu, that layer of wing shadow from earlier. That was its effect. There is actually a second wild immortal gu. Fang Yuan's eagerness intensified. He commanded the myriad self-army to continue charging at the ancient eagle hound. On the way, the strength path phantoms suddenly dispersed, like a blooming flower. They opened their mouths and pounced towards the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound let out a sharp cry and suddenly soared into the sky. It retreated again and again. Fang Yuan had already calculated its retreat route. The myriad self-army stretched out in a straight line, like a flood dragon opening its mouth. The dragon swung its tail. The strength path phantom behind pounced towards the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound flew backwards, suddenly turning its body to the right, opening its wings. His entire body drew a diagonal arc in the air, perfectly dodging the attack of the army of myriad self. The hairy man-gu immortals were very confused. Compared to eagle and hound, they were more willing to see Fang Yuan win. But this third ancient eagle hound seemed to be very crafty. Fang Yuan had surrounded it several times but was unable to succeed. The speed of the ancient eagle hound is even faster than these Fang Yuan. How can he catch up? 12th Hair watched intently, causing Fang Yuan to return empty-handed. He became more and more discouraged. On the other side, 6th Hair. His eyes flickered as he thought, Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainments. There seemed to be some improvement. Almost there. Although this ancient eagle hound was fast. However, he was still worried about the other lackeys, and only circled around the battlefield. He was about to be caught by Fang Yuan. The battle raged in the sky. Almost all the eagle and hounds flew up and fought with the army of myriad self. Fang Yuan's focus was on the third ancient eagle hound. There is something fishy about this ancient eagle hound. Fang Yuan found that the other eagle and hounds could be easily dealt with. As long as he used a small amount of strength path phantoms, he could restrain them. Only the third ancient eagle hound was rather crafty. It could see through the myriad self army's actual situation and knew when to advance and when to retreat. Finally, Fang Yuan's arrangements were done well. The myriad self army surrounded the third ancient eagle hound from all directions. It was actually surrounded. 12th Hare and the rest cheered in joy. The ancient eagle hound let out a sharp cry. It flapped its wings and scratched with its claws, directly destroying a large number of strength path phantoms. In just a few breaths of time, the ancient eagle hound showed signs of breaking through the encirclement. But this did not matter. Because Fang Yuan's true body was hidden among the strength path phantoms and was already close to the ancient eagle hound. When the distance was enough, he decisively used the sword path killer move Dark Assassination. The beauty of this killer move was that no immortal goo aura would erupt in advance. It was extremely concealed. The ancient eagle hound howled miserably as it was shot by Fang Yuan. A bloody hole appeared on its neck, and blood gushed out like a fountain. But in the blink of an eye, the blood decreased, the bloody hole disappeared, the injury healed, and eagle feathers grew all over its body. Almost at the same time, the ancient eagle hound was enraged. Its whole body was covered in a layer of shadow and its speed suddenly increased by several times. It attacked in a frenzy, filling the sky with wing and claw phantoms. Bam 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 bam, countless strength path phantoms could not resist and were destroyed by the ancient eagle hound. Even Fang Yuan's true body was grazed and sent flying. But with the blood-stained conqueror's robe, he would not suffer any injuries. How could this be? The goo worm aura on this ancient eagle hound's body suddenly appeared in a very chaotic manner. 12th Hare and the rest cried out in shock when they saw this. 6th Hare's eyes were wide open as he said in disbelief, "How can this be? There is actually an ancient eagle hound that can use an immortal killer move?" Such a strong effect and the complex aura of goo worms indicated that this ancient eagle hound had used an immortal killer move just now. This no doubt broke the common sense of the immortal world. A wild beast had such high intelligence and could use an immortal killer move? Wind whistled past Fang Yuan's ears as he was sent flying. Although he avoided the frontal attack and was only grazed, he was still sent flying far away. He looked at the ancient eagle hound, his eyes shining with brilliance. "So it was like this, no wonder I felt it was strange. This ancient eagle hound is actually a goo immortal." It was impossible for a wild beast to be so intelligent and be able to use an immortal killer move. 6th Hare did not realize it because he did not cultivate transformation path. Fang Yuan's understanding of transformation path was increasing day by day, and he immediately thought of the greatest possibility. A transformation path goo immortal who cultivated eagle hound transformation, but because he transformed too many times or for too long, he could not transform back and lost his rationality and memories, turning into a special ancient eagle hound. Just like refinement path goo refinement, when transformation path goo immortals transform into other forms, there was a considerable risk. In history, such cases were not rare. The following battle confirmed Fang Yuan's guess. To a certain extent, this ancient eagle hound still retained some of the battle instincts of a transformation path goo immortal. Thus, compared to ordinary ancient eagle hounds, it was more crafty and knew when to advance and when to retreat. But it was not a goo immortal after all. It did not have human intelligence and could not grasp opportunities or execute any battle tactics. In battle, it mainly used immortal goo. At the moment of life and death, its instincts would be stimulated and it would subconsciously use the immortal killer move that it was most familiar with when it was alive. Earlier, Fang Yuan had used Dark Assassination to attempt to pierce its head, but at the crucial moment, it dodged at an angle and could only hit its neck. Next, the wild shadow that burst out and sent Fang Yuan's true body flying was the use of an immortal killer move. The battle fell into a deadlock. If it were an ordinary eagle hound group, Fang Yuan would have already taken them down. But the ancient eagle hound situation was special. It was much more troublesome than ordinary ancient eagle hounds. Especially whenever Fang Yuan launched a sneak attack, the ancient eagle hound would always be able to avoid the fatal spots. This might be because this transformation path Gu Immortal was a veteran of countless battles, or had the protection of a unique immortal Gu, or even Providence's help. All in all, Fang Yuan's intention of ending the battle quickly was severely obstructed. The sky was in a mess, the sounds of banging were incessant, there were strength path phantoms being destroyed at every moment. But Fang Yuan could replenish them at any time, his myriad self-army was endless. Although the quality was not good, he had the absolute advantage in terms of quantity. From time to time, eagle groups covered in strength path phantoms fell from the sky, crashing on the ground. Upper hand. Fang Yuan, Elder, has been holding the upper hand even when facing a group of eagle hounds. With just one person's strength, he can actually reach such a level. Elder Fang Yuan's strength is actually so strong. The hairy man Gu Immortals had already retreated to the edge of the battlefield. Watching the battle, they had unknowingly started calling Fang Yuan Elder. 12th Hair's face was filled with shock and bitterness. He felt it even more deeply. Fang Yuan's arrangements and his smooth enslavement path attainment in commanding the myriad self-army made him feel that he was so small and insignificant at this moment. Indeed, although the enemy was somewhat troublesome, from start to finish, Fang Yuan had been holding the upper hand. The eagle hounds had never been able to reverse the situation. In that case, I will change my battle tactic. Fang Yuan's true body stopped attacking and suddenly retreated to the side. He began to concentrate and activate another immortal killer move. At this moment, he was already activating Bloodstained Conqueror's robe, Familiar Face, and 3 Breaths Future Vision. He floated in the air, activating goo worms and replenishing the myriad self-army from time to time. All of these affected his concentration. And this immortal killer move was rather complicated and he had not practiced it enough, thus he could only give up on attacking and stay in a stable environment, concentrating almost all of his concentration to activate it. The rank 7 Year Goo was first activated, followed by the supplementary Mortal Goo. Immortal killer move, Year Beast Summoning. Come out, my ancient Year Beast. Swish swish swish. In the air, a phantom image of the river of time appeared. The river water surged as a huge beast figure jumped out of the river. Hell. What is this? Such a big chicken. Seeing the ancient Year Beast suddenly enter the battlefield, the hairy man Gu Immortals were shocked. According to Hei Fan's true inheritance, Year Beasts have 12 forms. I am quite lucky to be able to summon a chicken Year Beast this time. Fang Yuan sized up this Year Beast as he evaluated it inwardly. This Year Beast was like a small mountain. Its wings were spread out, casting a huge shadow on the ground. It was valiant and full of vigor, its divine might was awe-inspiring. Its feathers were bright and dazzling, and its claws were as sharp as blades. It quickly looked around the battlefield before staring at Fang Yuan. No one was more attractive to it than Fang Yuan, because it could smell the scent of Year Goo from Fang Yuan's body. Year Goo, this was the food of Year Beasts. The higher the rank of the Year Goo, the more Year Beasts liked it. Immortal killer move Year Beast Summoning was created based on this principle. The creator was Hei Fan. He had already created this killer move long before refining Year's flow like water immortal Goo. These are yours. Fang Yuan smiled and suddenly waved his hand, scattering a large number of mortal Year Goo. The chicken Year Beast was overjoyed, it raised its neck and inhaled. Immediately, a huge air current formed, like a dragon sucking in water. In the blink of an eye, all the mortal Year Goo in the air were sucked into its stomach. Kill it and you will obtain even more. Fang Yuan stretched out his right index finger, pointing at the crucial ancient eagle hound. The chicken Year Beast's gaze immediately turned sharp, it turned its head at lightning speed and looked at its target. The ancient eagle hound's fur stood on end, revealing its sharp fangs. It felt a strong threat from the chicken Year Beast. Compared to the chicken Year Beast, the ancient eagle hound was quite small. Even if it stood up, it could not reach half the height of the chicken Year Beast. Whoosh whoosh, the chicken Year Beast flapped its wings and charged towards its target. Its explosive speed was even faster than the ancient eagle hound. Bam! The two fiercely collided. The chicken Year Beast only retreated 70 to 80 steps. Meanwhile, the ancient eagle hound was sent flying far away. The chicken Year Beast let out a long howl and chased after the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound was indeed cunning. After suffering a loss, it no longer clashed with the chicken Year Beast. Instead, it was a rooster Nyen that swam left and right. Fang Yuan watched for a while and felt relieved. This chicken-ear beast did not have any immortal goo, but its quality was much higher than the ancient eagle hound. Nian beasts, even in the river of time. It was also a rare and precious beast. Of course, if the ancient eagle hound used its immortal goo, the chicken-ear beast would fall into a disadvantage. It didn't matter if it happened once or twice, but if there were too many of them, the chicken-ear beast would be defeated. The side with the immortal goo would have a huge increase in battle strength. He Fan warned me in the True Legacy that the summoned Nian was not enslaved, and that he did not have enough control over it. If they encountered an enemy that was too strong, they would not fight head-on. Even if they fought. Sometimes, they would leave halfway and ask for more year goo from the goo immortal. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan knew that he did not have much time left. He did not choose to attack the ancient eagle hound together with the chicken-ear beast. Because the chicken-ear beast was not under his control, he could only barely communicate with it through the method left behind by He Fan, and it was hard for the two to cooperate. Fang Yuan's true body was hidden in the myriad self-army, quietly approaching a desolate beast eagle hound. The eagle hounds were still in the sky, fighting with the myriad self-army. From time to time, some eagle hounds would be struck down by Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. But soon, these eagle hounds would fly back into the sky. They continued to fight. Although there were many strength path phantoms against desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, their attack power was relatively weak. They could only be used to harass and exhaust them. Strength path giant hand. Suddenly, Fang Yuan made a move. The strength path giant hand appeared out of nowhere and slammed towards the head of an eagle hound. Fang Yuan's position was extremely good. The eagle hound was caught off guard and was hit by the palm, screaming miserably on the spot and fainting. The eagle hound started to fall. But Fang Yuan activated another giant hand and was already waiting below. The second Mahamudra grabbed the fainted eagle hound and carefully placed it on the ground. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's true body once again disappeared into the myriad self-army. But soon, he appeared in another area of the battlefield, using the strength path giant hand to attack and knock out another eagle hound. Next, he did the same thing, placing the second eagle hound on the ground together with the first. The hairy Mangu immortals were dumbfounded. Elder Fang Yuan seems to be, that's right, he is planning to capture this group of ancient eagle hounds alive. Truly, a skilled person is bold. The hairy Mangu immortals could not help but sigh. These eagle hound beasts that they viewed as life-threatening killers were, in Fang Yuan's eyes, a wealth that was voluntarily thrown into his lap. One by one, the eagle hounds were plotted against by Fang Yuan and fainted, piling up on top of each other. Soon, these fainted eagle hounds piled up into a mountain. The scene was quite spectacular. The ancient eagle hound howled angrily at this scene. But it was pinned down by the chicken-ear beast and could not help. The chicken-ear beast was also in a somewhat miserable state. Its body was riddled with injuries and it seemed to have the intention to retreat. After all, He Fan was a time path goo immortal. It was already quite amazing that he could create an immortal killer move with an effect similar to enslavement path. It seems that a killer move like your beast summoning is quite ideal for fighting with the wind. If I fight against the wind, the effect will not be as good. Fang Yuan noted it in his mind. Immortal killer moves were still used, they could gain a deeper understanding of them. Fang Yuan firmly held the initiative on the battlefield. He had been paying attention to the battle between the chicken-ear beast and the ancient eagle hound. Before the chicken-ear beast retreated, Fang Yuan dealt with the rest of the eagle hounds. 8 of the eagle hounds were knocked unconscious by the giant handprint, while the rest were killed. After all, giant hand was not a capturing method, it was not easy for Fang Yuan to use it to this extent. Die. Fang Yuan flew into the sky and charged forward, attacking the ancient eagle hound with the chicken-ear beast. After a few rounds, the effect was indeed not good. Fang Yuan ordered the chicken-ear beast to retreat and protect the unconscious eagle hounds. The chicken-ear beast's battle intent had already weakened, but after receiving Fang Yuan's order, it did not immediately move, instead retreating a distance and opening its mouth while looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan understood and threw a large amount of year goo at it. After the chicken-ear beast had its fill, it obediently turned around and landed on the ground. It started to defend. Fang Yuan and the ancient eagle hound fought again. But this time, the situation was different from before. The ancient eagle hound was anxious to save its unconscious companions, charging left and right. What a pity. A grand Gu immortal has fallen to such a state. He actually thought he was an eagle hound. Fang Yuan was currently fighting. Compared to before, he was much more relaxed. The ancient eagle hound was extremely fast and had immortal Gu. At the crucial moment, it could even activate its remaining battle instincts. It activated the immortal killer move from before. Fang Yuan changed his battle tactic. Earlier, he had charged forward and used Giant Hand, but it was too risky. The defensive effect of Bloodstained Conqueror's robe was not enough in front of this ancient eagle hound. Fang Yuan repeatedly used sword path killer moves to attack the ancient eagle hound from afar. But the ancient eagle hound's defensive method was excellent. It was unknown what immortal Gu it was. This transformation path Gu immortal must have felt that the eagle hound's defensive ability was rather low, so he specially strengthened this aspect. Fang Yuan could not attack for a long time, and the ancient eagle hound could not save him either. The chicken-ear beast was quite good at defending itself. The injuries on the ancient eagle hound's body slowly accumulated. It is really troublesome. Giant Hand is slow and cannot hit its target. Sword path killer moves can hit, but the effect is not good. Spitting out poison is simply a waste of immortal essence. The ancient eagle hound itself is extremely resistant to poison. Fang Yuan was helpless. It seemed that after this transformation path Gu immortal transformed into an ancient eagle hound, it had the intuition of a wild beast, and with its remaining battle instincts, it became even more difficult to deal with. Against it, Fang Yuan found himself at a loss of what to do. The strength of transformation path Gu immortals. It was because after the transformation succeeds, their physique would be extremely high. Just this ancient eagle hound's flying speed alone was comparable to sword escape for a short distance. Not to mention after using the immortal Gu. Right now, Fang Yuan could only choose a battle of attrition. When this ancient eagle hound's immortal essence was exhausted and it could not activate the immortal Gu, that would be his victory. Or, when its injuries accumulated to a certain extent, it would show a weakness. It would be caught by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt helpless, but the other spectators did not feel the same way. The hairy man Gu immortals were staring blankly. Strength. In the cruel competition of the Gu immortal world, the most important thing was the Gu immortal strength. The strength that Fang Yuan displayed shocked the hairy men. Even Sixth Hair was no exception. This guy, how did his battle strength increase so much in such a short period of time? He can actually summon a year beast. How did he master this method? He clearly only went out for a short period of time. Sixth Hair felt a heaviness in his heart. Fang Yuan's speed of improvement made him feel extremely stifled, almost to the point where he could not breathe. After fighting for a while, the ancient eagle hound suddenly soared into the sky. Trying to escape. Fang Yuan's heart thumped as he quickly chased after it. The ancient eagle hound's injuries had accumulated to a certain extent, be it its attack strength or flying speed, they had clearly fallen. Whether it was the Gu immortals' battle talent when they were alive or the wild beast's instinct to avoid danger, they both made it choose to retreat. As for those companions who had fainted, they could only be abandoned. Fang Yuan cursed inwardly. He had already expected this situation, but the timing was a bit earlier than Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu to chase, but the speed at which the distance was shrinking was very slow. The ancient eagle hound fled desperately. Its speed was astonishing. Immortal Killer Move. Passing back and forth, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use this killer move. Success. The ancient eagle hound returned to its previous position. Fang Yuan caught up and both sides fought fiercely again. After fighting for a few rounds, the ancient eagle hound escaped again. Fang Yuan could only chase again. Passing back and forth, success again. Both sides fought again. The hairy man Gu immortals watched from afar. But soon, the ancient eagle hound gave up on Fang Yuan and frantically flapped its wings, retreating for the third time, its attitude more resolute than before. Fang Yuan was helpless. He could not break the other party's eagle wings. Passing back and forth. Unfortunately, he failed the third time and immediately spat out a small mouthful of blood. In a few breaths of time, the ancient eagle hound had already flown to the horizon. Fang Yuan could only stop. The time is still too short, it is not enough for me to familiarize myself with past movement. Fang Yuan sighed. If he only used past movement alone, there was a 10% chance of success. But in actual combat, it was different. For example, Fang Yuan had to constantly activate Bloodstained Conqueror's robe, Familiar Face, Three Breaths Future Vision, and other immortal killer moves. These killer moves used a large number of goo worms and required a huge amount of mental energy. On this basis, activating an immortal killer move like past movement, which he had not familiarized himself with yet, only failed on the third try. It already showed that Fang Yuan's luck was very good. Although immortal killer moves had excellent effects, they expended too much mental energy. Moreover, in a life-and-death battle, one had to observe the opponent at all times, consider tactics, and react in time. Thus, in battle, immortal killer moves were not always better when used as many as possible. If too much of one's mind was involved, one might not react properly to the enemy's sneak attack or react in time, resulting in death. That would become a joke. In fact, such jokes had been happening all along the history of Goo Immortals. There were also many examples of extremely powerful killer moves directly causing the Goo Immortal to die on the spot due to failure in activation. If I can solve this problem, I'll be able to increase my combat power by another level. Besides practicing and modifying immortal killer moves to make them more concise, I can solve it from the wisdom path aspect. In the end, immortal killer moves were the combination of countless goo worms. Activating each goo worm would consume at least one thought of the Goo Immortal. To successfully activate an immortal killer move, the Goo Immortal would expend tens of thousands of thoughts. Wisdom Path was a path that specialized in solving this problem. Wisdom Path Goo Immortals were often able to use more or more complex immortal killer moves than Goo Immortals of other paths. The Wisdom Path inheritance I obtained was mainly Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Star True Inheritance. It was good at deductions, but not good at commanding goo worms to activate killer moves. But I am now a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, I can use this foundation to develop in this direction. I can make a breakthrough. After Fang Yuan chased away the ancient eagle hound, he reflected on himself on his way back and decided on the next development direction of Wisdom Path. He landed on the ground. Fang Yuan patted his abdomen and opened his immortal aperture's entrance. The entrance opened, revealing a portion of the sovereign immortal aperture scenery. Sixth Hair stared straight ahead, but how could he see anything from outside the door? All he saw was a world of ice and snow. It was a desolate scene. That was the Kokitahara of the blessed land of Paragon. Sixth Hair breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he focused on raising his battle strength and neglected the management of his immortal aperture. It is no wonder, after all, the sovereign immortal aperture undergoes a tribulation every 2 months. Sixth Hair did not know that Fang Yuan had already completely plundered Heifan Grotto Heaven. He thought that Fang Yuan was still a poor kid. Little did he know that the other places in sovereign blessed land were filled with verdant hills, limpid waters, dense forests, and abundant resources. Even so, this is genuine rank 7 battle strength. Sixth Hair looked at the chicken-ear beast as his eyes twitched. Fang Yuan is only rank 6. But there were already rank 7s occupying it. Adding another rank 7 battle strength. I will definitely report this to Lord Ing Wuxia and let him know. The chicken-ear beast clucked, it was very happy. Fang Yuan fed it a large number of year goo, it was very satisfied. Finally, it flapped its wings and jumped into the river of time, vanishing from sight. After placing the eagle hounds into his immortal aperture, including the falling star hound, and after dealing with the chicken-ear beast, Fang Yuan turned around and faced the hairy man Goo Immortals present. This mission, it should be counted as my success, right? I should be the one who did it, right? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, asking these hairy men in an inquiring tone. The hairy man Goo Immortals nodded, they had some reluctance, helplessness, and awkwardness on their faces. But that was the truth. Fang Yuan did not make a move. Their lives were in danger. 12th Hair opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but his lips moved a few times, but no words came out. He thought of his earlier performance, it was extremely shallow, he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He could not help but feel ashamed. 6th Hair observed his expression and laughed sinisterly, saying, Elder Fang Yuan, you are really amazing, you actually chased away a group of eagle hounds alone. If we did not see it with our own eyes, we would not believe it. If you had made a move earlier, you would not have been able to deal with the falling star hound. The hairy man-gu immortals heard this and their expressions changed, they felt even more complex emotions. I have my own difficulties, I do not want to explain them to you. First Supreme Elder knows a thing or two about this. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, he looked around at everyone before looking at 12th hair. Alright, that's enough. The matter has been resolved, let's return. Using the teleportation gu formation, the immortals easily returned to Xianxia blessed land. After hearing everyone's report, land spirit of Xianxia's attitude became much more relaxed. He was not too surprised by Fang Yuan's battle strength. Because he knew that Fang Yuan had once possessed Spring-Autumn Cicada, he had been reborn. Although it was rare for a rank 6 to have rank 7 battle strength, it was not hard to understand for Fang Yuan. With this relaxed attitude and the 1,000 contribution points from completing the Falling Star Hound mission, Fang Yuan successfully borrowed gu worms and could use Immortal Tribulation tempering aperture again. In the following days, Fang Yuan cultivated peacefully. He mainly used Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate his soul. He also practiced new killer moves such as past movement in private. In his free time, he took care of the newly obtained Falling Star Hound infant, as well as the Eagle Hounds. For these desolate beasts and an ancient eagle hound, it was just a change of environment. After adapting to it, they could live here peacefully. Living here was not a problem, this was a lack of intelligence, it was a simple-mindedness. As for the countless resources that were moved from Heifan Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan placed most of them in Mini Southern Border. Because Mini Southern Border's environment was close to Heifan Grotto Heaven. Even so, because the Dao marks couldn't compare to Heifan Grotto Heaven, there were still many resources that were declining and some were on the verge of destruction. Therefore, Fang Yuan had one more thing to worry about, and that was to quickly sell the resources that could not be kept alive. Other than trading with the land spirit of Xianxia, the focus was on jewel yellow skies. In a very short period of time, Fang Yuan had amassed a huge amount of immortal yuan stone. After using a portion of it, the celestial essence reserves that were slightly insufficient previously had now been replenished. They were no longer hidden dangers, but instead became one of Fang Yuan's strengths. So much green grape immortal essence. Even if I use an immortal killer move like triple sword wave for 100 times, I won't have to worry. Fang Yuan had never possessed so much green grape immortal essence. This made him think about the fourth earthly calamity. More confidence. Time flew by, and finally, it was time for Fang Yuan to undergo tribulation again. He left Xianxia blessed land and came to the northern ice plains. After choosing a location, he placed his immortal aperture and opened the entrance, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. This time, the duration of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth was dozens of times longer than before. The reason was that the resources in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had increased by hundreds or even thousands of times. A large amount of heaven and earth chi was expended. Next, Fang Yuan used the immortal tribulation tempering aperture again. Everything was done smoothly. After making preparations, Fang Yuan closed the blessed land's entrance and started to welcome the fourth earthly calamity. It was still in Kokitahara. Fang Yuan welcomed a sky full of flying frost. This is black-white flying salt tribulation? Fang Yuan was stunned as he recognized it. He was slightly surprised. This tribulation was not strong, in fact, it was easy to pass. In the sky, there was a long stretch of pale yellow clouds. Large amounts of salt fell slowly from the sky. The entire process was silent. The salt was like white snow, there was no wind at all. Large amounts of flying salt fell to the ground and melted the ice and snow into liquid. Among the ice and snow, there were some wild flowers that could withstand the cold, but after being melted by the flying salt, they were on the brink of death and died soon after. Are they trying to destroy my Kokitahara's ecology? Fang Yuan was slightly puzzled. For now, he did not take action and only watched from the sidelines. Even though there were some losses, most of his resources were gathered in Mini Southern Border. Kokitahara had always been the place Fang Yuan used to undergo tribulations. Fang Yuan could bear these losses in the past. Not to mention now, he had obtained Heifan Grotto Heaven's accumulation, he was extremely wealthy. After a while, One by one, snowmen appeared in the sky full of salt frost. This was the influence of reckless savage's will. As long as Fang Yuan killed these snowmen, he would be able to obtain reckless savage's true meaning, his transformation path and strength path attainment levels would soar. At this time, unlike the third time where Chu Du had a share, Fang Yuan had the resources to himself. Fang Yuan quickly took action. These snowmen had just appeared when they were melted by the flying salt. Providence's intention. It seemed to be manifested at this moment, that was to weaken Fang Yuan's gains from the earthly calamity as much as possible. Fang Yuan and Providence attacked first. Myriad self-activated again to exterminate these snowmen. Of course, there were other methods. Right now, only Fang Yuan could take action. As for other existences, be they goo immortals or desolate beasts, whoever killed the snowmen would obtain reckless savage's true meaning. Ways of reckless savage's true meaning were instilled into Fang Yuan's mind, rapidly raising his path attainment level. As for the profound white flying salt itself, it was a tribulation, Fang Yuan could not directly eliminate it. The fourth earthly calamity lasted for a long time. Even if the previous 3 calamities were added up, it was not even 10% of the fourth calamity. 3 days later, the profound white flying salt scale started to decrease. Is this a war of attrition? Fang Yuan frowned, feeling some doubts. Several days later, the profound white flying salt tribulation finally stopped. Fang Yuan looked at the frost salt on the ground, feeling even more doubts. According to his previous deductions, the fourth earthly calamity should be stronger, it would be more difficult to deal with. But the truth was, the profound white flying salt tribulation was not intense at all, it descended slowly, Fang Yuan did not feel any pressure at all. He even eliminated most of the snowmen, he did not waste much of reckless savage's true meaning, his gains were plentiful. Fang Yuan had a feeling that Providence was going to let him go. Earlier, I used some time path killer moves in Taichio to test Providence's deduction ability, to see how it would deal with me. But the result was the profound white flying salt tribulation. No matter what, the fourth earthly calamity is over. These salt flats can be preserved, after using self-will to cleanse them, they can be used as a special environment to be managed. This earthly calamity was unexpectedly easy. Fang Yuan did not even suffer any injuries. Fang Yuan stored his immortal aperture and was about to return to Langya Blessed Land. But at this time, heaven and earth changed, Fang Yuan fell into a battlefield killer move. Close to 10 goo immortals appeared, there was even a dragon-shaped beast with a grand aura, staring at Fang Yuan. Immemorial desolate beast, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom, he quickly realized, human tribulation. So it turns out that Heaven's will was intentionally delaying me and setting up this sure kill trap. The surrounding heaven and earth had turned into a frosty white color. Countless gray clouds the size of horse carriages floated around Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan did not feel any wind, these clouds were moving rapidly, surrounding Fang Yuan like a group of vicious sharks or a pack of hungry wolves. This is definitely an immortal battlefield killer move. I don't even know its origin. It seems to be mostly cloud path. Fang Yuan was on full alert. After the shock, his mind flashed like lightning as he rapidly analyzed the situation. Forget about the immortal battlefield killer move, there are actually 9 goo immortals and a dragon-shaped immemorial desolate beast. Fang Yuan looked at the 9 figures. These mysterious goo immortals were all covered in a layer of gray clouds, their faces were concealed and only their eyes were exposed. As for their goo immortal auras, they could not be concealed and leaked out. There was also that dragon-shaped beast, it was also covered in a thin layer of gray clouds, coiling in front of Fang Yuan. The majestic aura was terrifying to the extreme. In Fang Yuan's perception, it was like a towering mountain, while Fang Yuan himself was like an ant at the foot of the mountain. Fang Yuan's mind was shaken. This lineup was too strong. He was not their match. There was no need to even think about it. Strange. Why are there so many people ambushing me? Fang Yuan was shocked, but also had a huge doubt. The northern icy plain was uninhabited and had almost no resources. This was a desolate land created by reckless savage demon Venerable, the only wealth here was reckless savage's true meaning, which Chu Du had taken a liking to. Thus, goo immortals rarely came here. Furthermore, before every tribulation, Fang Yuan would go through jewel yellow skies, Xianxia sect, and even Chudu to gather some information. Those super forces of Northern Plains' righteous path did not make any big moves. Because of the Battle of He tribe's extermination, everyone was digesting their gains, trying to adapt to the new force structure. These righteous path forces were almost all in Northern Plains, their Gu immortals were stationed separately. Actually, it was very difficult for the Huangjin tribes to send out 3 or 4 Gu immortals at once, unless something big happened. As for the fiendish Dao and itinerant immortals, although they were free, they usually acted alone. Why would they suddenly gather together? Also, I have been holed up in Xianxia blessed land, avoiding the deductions of wisdom path Gu immortals. He also had dark limit and other methods to protect himself. It was impossible for his whereabouts to be calculated so clearly. Where did these Gu immortals come from? Is it Zhongzhou State? Earlier, to investigate the truth of the murder case at 88 Point Xinyang Tower, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects worked together and gathered a group of Gu immortals to explore Northern Plains. Now that the Celestial Court was doing everything possible to deal with the Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan, it was not surprising that they sent another team. But, Central Continent's Gu immortals, especially those from the 10 great ancient sects or Celestial Court, they were all open and aboveboard in style. How could he possibly hide like this? These Gu immortals were concealing their appearances, even the immemorial desolate beasts were the same. Only vague human figures could be seen. Maybe these are illusions created by the battlefield killer move? A guess flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. From when he stored his immortal aperture. While preparing to return, he was ambushed. After falling into the trap, he was now analyzing countermeasures. It was actually a short period of time, only a few moments. The sovereign immortal fetus was smart to begin with the help of wisdom path methods, Fang Yuan had already reacted. If it was truly such a terrifying enemy formation, Fang Yuan had no hope. However, he felt that there was a high chance that this was an illusion, because these Gu immortals' origins could not be explained. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. At the next moment, he activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu and charged towards the Gu immortals. The 9 Gu immortals did not react, they seemed to be in a daze. When Fang Yuan got close, he stopped. 3 breaths later, Bloodstained Conqueror's robe was activated, he pointed with his finger. Sword Light, Immortal Killer Move, Sword Marks Targeting Death. A rank 6 Gu immortal's figure moved. But a rank 7 female Gu immortal pressed on his shoulder. You can't take this move, let me. Saying so, she pointed with her finger, an ice mirror appeared in the air. Sword Marks Targeting Death sword light shot into the ice mirror, but it did not pierce through, it was deflected and its direction changed. It can actually change the direction of my immortal killer move. Fang Yuan's heart shook, he quickly controlled Sword Marks Targeting Death to return to its original path. His Sword Marks Targeting Death could be controlled at will after it was activated. But this killer move was very fast, it was not easy for Gu immortals to control. Sword Marks Targeting Death was finally able to return to its original path, but to think that a second ice mirror would appear in front of it. Fang Yuan could only watch helplessly as Sword Marks Targeting Death was deflected again. Next, a third, fourth, and so on ice mirrors appeared, they surrounded Sword Marks Targeting Death and made it spin in the air. Oh no! This Gu immortal's method counters my Sword Marks Targeting Death. Fang Yuan's heart sank, he was about to react. The second rank 7 Gu immortal suddenly took a step forward and growled, an ice spear instantly condensed in his hand. Next, he stretched his arm like a bow, after stretching it to the limit, he threw it at Fang Yuan. The ice spear flew in the air, piercing through the air and emitting a sharp sound that made one's heart palpitate. Cold air spread in all directions, the water vapor along the way was frozen, turning into specks of frost that floated in the air. It was a beautiful scene, but it was filled with killing intent. This is definitely an immortal killer move formed with a rank 7 Gu immortal as the core. Fang Yuan quickly retreated, wanting to dodge. But this ice spear could be controlled like Sword Marks Targeting Death. Fang Yuan could not dodge, he gritted his teeth, he knew that Bloodstained Conqueror's robe could not block this move, so he activated Strength Path Giant Hand. Giant Hand suddenly appeared, forming a palm wall that blocked in front of Fang Yuan. The ice spear pierced through the giant hand, before its momentum dissipated, it hit Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan was sent flying backwards, his body was covered in a thick layer of frost, even the blood he spat out was frozen into blood clots. Blood Acid Immortal Gu was also injured. If it continued, Blood Acid Immortal Gu might not be able to take the damage and be destroyed. But in this situation, how could Fang Yuan care about this? He could only activate Blood Acid Immortal Gu. He could barely maintain the bloodstained conqueror's robe. 2 of the rank 7 Gu immortals are not fake. What about the others? Fang Yuan swallowed a mouthful of blood. He clapped his hands, activating the killer move Myriad Self. In an instant, large numbers of strength path phantoms gushed out. In the blink of an eye, they filled the immortal's vision. These mysterious Gu immortals were clearly stunned. Next, the 3rd rank 7 Gu immortal smiled, saying loudly, "Let me." He raised his arms, puffing his cheeks as he blew. A whirlwind spun out of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it expanded into a huge tornado. The tornado was 100 feet tall, the 2 ends were large. The center was small and dark green in color. As it rotated, the wind was like blades, sweeping all the strength path phantoms along the way and easily shredding them into pieces. Soon, the Myriad Self army's size was reduced by more than half. Fang Yuan quickly urged again, replenishing the numbers. "Brother, let me help you," the 4th rank 7 Gu immortal said in a low and muffled voice. He stretched out his index finger. He pointed at the tornado. Instantly, a certain profound immortal killer move activated. The tornado turned into 2 into 4. In the blink of an eye. 4 huge tornadoes wreaked havoc in the battlefield. Their battle strength increased by 4 times. This. Fang Yuan's heart shook, he felt something amiss. The battle started, he had already suffered light injuries. Blood Acid Immortal Gu was injured, there was a danger of it being destroyed if it continued to be used. And in the enemy's formation. That immemorial desolate beast did not move, it was suppressing the battlefield. There were 4 rank 7 Gu immortals among the 9, each of them used an immortal killer move, they were either powerful or exquisite. Don't tell me, these are not illusions? Like he had fallen into an abyss, Fang Yuan's heart sank. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, intense winds blew, in a short period of time, the Myriad Self army was wiped out, even if Fang Yuan continued to replenish them. The strength path phantom's quality was too low, against a rank 7 killer move, numbers were useless. Myriad Self, which had always been successful, fell into an awkward situation for the first time, it could not change the situation for Fang Yuan. No, Myriad Self still has an advantage, at least in terms of immortal essence expenditure, I still have the advantage. But the enemy has numbers while I am alone, this advantage is negligible. What should I do? The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too huge, any tactics were useless. Actually, these mysterious Gu immortals did not cooperate. Every time they attacked, they would take turns. If not for this immortal battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan might have been able to escape. Unfortunately, the enemy had already made their arrangements, while Fang Yuan lacked space path methods, it was a problem for him to escape. Moreover, he had to face 4 rank 7 and 5 rank 6 Gu immortals, as well as that immemorial desolate beast, it was an insurmountable chasm, the situation was extremely perilous. Compared to his previous life, when he was besieged by righteous path Gu immortals, it was countless times more dangerous. After all, back then, there was no immemorial desolate beast to hold down the fort. Fang Yuan probed these Gu immortals, but against the immemorial desolate beast, he did not even have the intention to probe it. Fang Yuan relied on activating Myriad Self to struggle at death's door. One after another, Gu immortals attacked, the strength path phantoms were destroyed almost as soon as they formed. The Myriad Self army, which had always been aggressive, was unable to form any kind of scale. Am I going to die here today? An intense sense of danger of death shrouded Fang Yuan's mind. He could not ask for reinforcements, in this battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies. But he did not give up. Like a bolt of lightning flashed in his mind, he suddenly thought, no, I still have a chance of survival. This chance of survival did not lie in Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada had Providence wanted to eliminate Fang Yuan by all means possible. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada was courting death. This chance of survival was in the upper extreme heavenly eagle. If Fang Yuan had not obtained He Fan's true inheritance, he would definitely die at this moment. But it was different now, he still had a trace of hope. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was an immemorial desolate beast, but it was an infant now, so it only had desolate beast-level battle strength. But He Fan's true inheritance had a time path immortal killer move that could accelerate the upper extreme heavenly eagle's growth, allowing it to mature in a short period of time. This way, Fang Yuan would have rank 8 battle strength. Coincidentally, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was a space path immemorial desolate beast. It could enter grotto heavens and immemorial 9 heavens. Passing through this battlefield killer move had a high chance of success. Persevere. Persevere until the upper extreme heavenly eagle becomes rank 8. Fang Yuan thought of this and immediately changed his tactic. The time path immortal killer move had already been quietly activated in the sovereign immortal aperture. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was affected by the killer move. The time flow on its body increased by countless times, allowing it to grow rapidly. The upper extreme heavenly eagle cried out continuously, feeling extremely uncomfortable. On one hand, its body was growing rapidly, on the other hand, it was hungry. It needed to eat a lot of heavenly crystals every day to fill its stomach. Right now, a breath of time was equivalent to a day. Adding on the continuous growth of its body, how could it not be hungry? Of course, He Fan had also considered this situation. He had another immortal killer move to make up for this weakness. At the same time, the upper extreme heavenly eagle hid in the heavenly crystal eagle nest, crazily eating. By using both methods, it was able to maintain its growth. This method was a quick method. It had many weaknesses. The upper extreme heavenly eagle and Fang Yuan did not spend much time together, but when its strength suddenly increased, it would become wild and uncontrollable. Moreover, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's growth was too fast. It could not adapt or familiarize itself. It could only display less than 30% of its original strength. But Fang Yuan had no other choice. He was forced into a desperate situation. This was his only hope of escaping this predicament. He was like a drowning person, firmly grasping onto this only life-saving straw. Myriad Self was activated continuously. The killer move that was normally strong had now become Fang Yuan's last resort. His true body used familiar face to disguise himself, blending in with the strength path phantoms. The enemy Gu immortals could not discover him. Tornadoes wreaked havoc, during which the enemy Gu immortals attacked, layer after layer covering the battlefield. Their firepower was extremely abundant. Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms could only last for 1 or 2 breaths of time before they were destroyed. He had never used Myriad Self so frequently before. Thankfully, this Myriad Self was created by him. He was extremely familiar with it. It had become an instinct of his body. He had never failed before. But this way. His green grape immortal essence storage fell rapidly. In terms of immortal essence storage, Fang Yuan was at a complete disadvantage. He could not compare to the total of 9 enemy Gu immortals. This guy's hiding ability is quite amazing. An enemy Gu immortal sighed. Relax. As long as we have this battlefield killer move, Grey Cloud Battle Puppet, we won't have to worry about him escaping. Another Gu immortal said. Humph, rat-like thing, come out. The earlier you die, the earlier you can be free. The 4 rank 7 Gu immortals did not speak. The other 5 rank 6s purposely shouted loudly, trying to use words to shake Fang Yuan's fighting spirit. But how could Fang Yuan be so easily swayed? His will was tougher than steel. Even if he was in a hopeless situation, he would not give up until the very last moment. Since it was a delaying tactic, Fang Yuan decided that he would not reveal his true self unless it was absolutely necessary. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was constantly being matured, and it already had the aura of an ancient desolate beast. As for the celestial crystal eagle nest, more than half of it had been eaten. But this growth was far from enough. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was the key to this battle. The enemy has the advantage in numbers. It seems that they also have countless immortal killer moves. Their foundation is very deep. Once I take out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. If he failed to break through the encirclement, he would probably be targeted immediately. There was no second chance. I must succeed on the first try. As he was thinking, Fang Yuan suddenly heard someone chuckling beside him. Hee hee, I found you. This was the voice of a female Gu immortal. At that instant, Fang Yuan's hair stood on end. He used sword escape immortal goo without caring about exposing his true body. He soared to the sky. Almost at the same time, frost condensed at his original location, forming into a thick block of ice the size of a building. So fast. A rank 6 female goo immortal exclaimed in surprise. Her voice was the same as the voice that had whispered into Fang Yuan's ears earlier. Shui Er did well. Not bad. A rank 7 goo immortal commented. Thank you for your praise, grandmother. The female goo immortal was very happy. Even though Shui Er could not see through his disguise, every time he used a killer move and created those strength path phantoms, the killer move's aura would leak out. Even though he tried to conceal it. But it was useless. After a while, Shui Er found him. Good. Now, let's see where you can run to. Another rank 7 goo immortal shouted as he charged towards Fang Yuan. He was extremely fast. Soon, he reached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan recognized that this person was the one who threw the ice spear at him earlier. Die. The rank 7 goo immortal clenched his fists. In an instant, 2 more ice spears appeared in his hands as he attacked. Close combat goo immortal? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance as he quickly retreated. But when he used sword escape, his speed was inferior to the enemy. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He saw that his body was covered in a thin layer of gray clouds at some point in time. It was slowing down his speed. On the other side, the rank 7 goo immortal's speed seemed to have been boosted. If I let you retreat as you please, wouldn't I be too useless? The goo immortal controlling the battlefield killer move stood up straight. His palms were clasped in front of his chest as he observed the battle from afar. Fang Yuan was forced to close in on by the enemy. He had no choice but to face the enemy head-on. The rank 7 goo immortal wielding the 2 ice spears was very impressive. His battle techniques were extremely high. After a few rounds, Fang Yuan's left arm and abdomen were pierced. Blood Acid Immortal Goo was heavily injured again. A large number of remnant ice and snow Dao marks were engraved on Fang Yuan's injuries. He could not heal them. The cold frost energy spread to his limbs and bones, causing his speed to fall again. The weakness of the sovereign immortal body showed itself for the first time. Dao marks were not restricted. Fang Yuan could be easily injured. In the previous battles, Fang Yuan had been defending and evading. But at this moment, he could only face this weakness. Kill. The enemy's attacks were extremely fierce. He got closer again. The ice spear in his right hand pierced towards Fang Yuan's forehead, while the ice spear in his left hand was like a venomous snake, quietly approaching Fang Yuan's heart. Blood torrent. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his killer move. He made a strange turn and dodged the enemy's attack. Blood path. Far away, a rank 6 goo immortal shouted in shock. He is indeed an unforgivable scoundrel. He actually cultivates blood path. We have gotten rid of a scourge for the people. I had some suspicions about that defensive killer move earlier. As expected. The dual spear-wielding goo immortal's expression changed. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he pounced again. Giant hand. Fang Yuan slammed. The strength path giant hand flew out. At such a distance, the dual spear-wielding goo immortal had nowhere to dodge. But he had never thought of dodging. Forcefully resisting, the 2 spears broke through the giant hand. He created a huge hole and came out, continuing to chase after Fang Yuan. He could fight in close combat. His defensive methods were naturally outstanding. If not for this, why would he dare to take the risk? The 2 spears in his hands weaved into a dense forest of spear shadows, fully displaying the advantage of close combat goo immortals with extremely fast attack speed. Close combat goo immortals were few in number. They had been prevalent in ancient times, but were almost extinct now. However, once such a goo immortal got close, they would be a huge threat. Fang Yuan was in danger of dying at any moment. He had to pay close attention to his opponent's movements. If he was careless, he would die. Fang Yuan had many immortal killer moves, but once he got close, he could only dodge most of the time. Because he had no time to use any complicated immortal killer moves. If he did not react in time, he would die. Fang Yuan's rhythm was already broken. He barely managed to maintain it for a while before his opponent found a flaw and pierced his heart. It's over. At this moment, his opponent's expression relaxed a little. Man as before, Fang Yuan exploded. First, he used man as before immortal goo to heal his fatal injuries. Next, he used dark assassination to explode the enemy's head. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan obtained victory. He had been hiding man as before all this time because he was waiting for this opportunity. Gasps resounded, but the Gu immortals were shocked but not angry. At the next moment, Fang Yuan was astonished to see, the enemy's head was not made of flesh and blood, it was completely made of grey clouds. The grey clouds scattered and gathered again, the dual spear-wielding Gu immortal shook his newly formed head. He laughed loudly, not bad. You actually managed to explode my head, humph. Human Gu immortals are so crafty, if this was any other time I would be dead already. What a pity. This is the immortal battlefield of the grey cloud battle puppet. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He suffered a loss. He did not know the profundity of this battlefield killer move and made a wrong judgment. Grey cloud battle puppet, although this is the first time I've heard of it, it is truly a powerful battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, his whole body was covered in injuries. He had purposely kept man as before, to use it at the crucial moment. But his painstaking plan failed in front of the killer move Grey Cloud Battle Puppet. Of course, this was created by Lady Earth Mother. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal said in a proud tone. Fang Yuan took the chance to inspect his immortal aperture. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had already grown into an immemorial desolate beast. But, it was on the verge of death. The heavenly crystals had already been eaten, it was about to starve to death. Fang Yuan quickly dispelled the immortal killer move effect on it and tried to feed the upper extreme heavenly eagle other food. But the upper extreme heavenly eagle kept its mouth shut, not eating at all. Damn it. I was busy dealing with the enemy earlier, I could not care about the upper extreme heavenly eagle's situation. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. His final trace of hope was gone. In this battlefield killer move, the enemy was simply undying, Fang Yuan had no chance of winning. It was already difficult to deal with a rank 7 Gu immortal, not to mention that immemorial dragon-shaped desolate beast that had yet to move. What to do? Death was imminent. Young man, leave your name. You are an opponent worthy of respect. After my life ends, this battle with you will be remembered by my descendants as an honor. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal approached again. The atmosphere was solemn, the other Gu immortals did not stop him, they seemed to approve of the dual spear-wielding Gu immortal's words. Fang Yuan, however, showed a confident smile. My name is not important, what is important is my identity. I am Xianxia Blessed Land's Supreme Elder, a member of the variant human camp. With the current situation of the world, we variant humans should not fight among ourselves, right? Snowmen, rockmen, and hairy men should help each other, not fight among themselves. It would be better to kill our enemies. How did you know? The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal was surprised. He actually knows our identity. Quickly kill him. Human Gu immortals have always been crafty, don't listen to his lies. The distant Gu immortals shouted, they were almost shrieking. What Xianxia Blessed Land? Also, you are clearly a human, what hairy man are you? Do you think I am blind? The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal was furious, he attacked with his spear. Fang Yuan exposed their identities, but they did not believe Fang Yuan's words. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal charged towards Fang Yuan. Variant humans are so stubborn, or is it the influence of providence? Humph. Fang Yuan's gaze was grim as he looked at the dual spear-wielding Gu immortal charging towards him, but he did not dodge or retreat. Boom, at the next moment, he opened the entrance of the sovereign immortal aperture and let out an extremely huge beast. Ah! This is. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal felt a majestic aura instantly crushing his body and mind. His charge came to an abrupt halt, his fighting spirit crumbled in an instant. Because what Fang Yuan let out was none other than the immemorial level upper extreme heavenly eagle. The matured upper extreme heavenly eagle was huge, several times the size of the giant whale, even that immemorial dragon-shaped desolate beast was comparable to it. Immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle had terrifying battle strength at rank 8 level, shock. At once, the enemy immortals were shocked, they stared with tongue-tied expressions. They had never expected Fang Yuan to have such a trump card. The cards in this hand were too big, the dual spear-wielding Gu immortal was so shocked that his whole body was shaking. The atmosphere of the entire battlefield changed completely. Fang Yuan stood proudly on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's head, snorting coldly, "Why do you think I have been so fearless since the start of the battle? No matter how powerful your battlefield killer move is, can it stop my upper extreme Heavenly Eagle?" The enemy immortals heard this and their bodies shook. Upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. According to rumors, this eagle is a space path immemorial desolate beast. It can avoid the heavenly wind Shi wall and enter the immemorial 9 heavens. Not only that, it can also pass through space and enter grotto heavens. Our battlefield killer move cannot trap it. The immortals conversed hurriedly, they were slightly flustered. Fang Yuan revealed a confident smile, "Even if you use that dragon-shaped immemorial desolate beast, I have confidence in escaping. But what I said earlier is the truth. I do not need to deceive you. If I did, such a clumsy lie would be easily exposed. Why would I waste my effort?" The enemy immortals were silent. The mountain-like upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was the best proof of Fang Yuan's words. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal was the closest. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle filled his entire vision. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's eyes were slightly closed. However, the cold light that seeped out from the slits of his eyes still made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "Did you find out? Is it true?" The Gu immortals transmitted to each other. It was a little funny. Earlier, when Fang Yuan was ambushed and saw the terrifying lineup of these Gu immortals, he immediately suspected that this was an illusion. Now, Fang Yuan released the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The Gu immortals also had the same thought. "It's true." The rank 6 Gu immortal called Shui Er was the first to speak. Her tone could not conceal her fear. "Moreover, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's blood and chi is extremely strong. Don't look at its harmless and motionless appearance. Once we launch our attack, it will definitely be earth-shattering." Soon, the other rank 7 Gu immortals confirmed it. "This. How can a mere blessed land contain a primordial desolate beast? Although it's inconceivable, it's the hard truth. What do we do? The enemy can use an immemorial desolate beast. Do we also have to use an immemorial rock dragon?" In fact, the Grey Cloud Battle Puppet's killer move space had a Grey Cloud Dragon beast. It was just an empty shell. Although its aura was not fake, it could not display rank 8 battle strength. There were many reasons. Grey Cloud Battle Puppet did not have a rank 8 core immortal Gu. It was not suitable for rank 8 existences to use. On the other hand, the Snowman and Rockman Gu immortals' main bodies were deep underground. They could only form this Grey Cloud Battle Puppet battlefield killer move after injecting their Gu worms and immortal essence. They would gain battle strength that was not weaker than the main body. That was to say, the Grey Cloud Battle Puppet's battle strength came from the Gu immortals' control, the immortal essence and Gu worms hidden in the Grey Cloud Battle Puppet's body. Inside the battlefield killer move. Although it could form a Grey Cloud Battle Puppet corresponding to the immemorial rock dragon's main body, the immemorial rock dragon did not have the intelligence of a Gu immortal. It could not control it or use immortal Gu freely. Its battle strength could not be displayed. Thus, since the start of the battle, this rank 8 battle strength had not been used at all. But Fang Yuan was a cautious person. He did not dare to probe it. Of course, this was also normal. Just like earlier, the dual spear-wielding Gu immortal was intimidated and did not dare to attack the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The moment Fang Yuan let out the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, the situation underwent a complete change. The variant human Gu immortals only had rank 8 battle strength. They did not know Fang Yuan's actual strength. They thought they were weak. As for Fang Yuan, he did not know the details of the variant human Gu immortals. He did not know that the so-called immemorial dragon desolate beast was also just an empty shell. He also felt he was weak. Of course, in terms of the truth, Fang Yuan's judgment was correct. At this moment, Fang Yuan's heart was also very nervous. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was about to starve to death. He had used blood path methods to disguise it as having strong chi and blood. Once it was attacked, it would be exposed. But the other party did not dare to attack. Why? If they attacked and could not kill the other party, it would be terrible if the other party escaped. Even if the immemorial rock dragon was summoned from deep underground, the upper extreme heavenly eagle could not be stopped if it wanted to escape. Since Fang Yuan exposed the other party's identity, he also understood the other party's apprehension. That was their identity. Once the identity of the snowman and rockman was exposed in Northern Plains' immortal world, the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators would immediately join forces to hunt them down. Humans were strong, they had been fighting since the immemorial antiquity era. They would not allow such a large group of variant human super forces to exist. Thus, when the variant human Gu immortals attacked Fang Yuan, they had to conceal their identities to prevent being exposed. Thus, the variant human Gu immortals only dealt with Fang Yuan, but they sent out close to 10 Gu immortals, and even used an immemorial desolate beast to suppress the situation. This was to ensure that nothing went wrong. But such a foolproof plan, because of Fang Yuan's strength alone, many accidents occurred. In the end, even the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle appeared. If they had known this beforehand, the variant human Gu immortals would not have come out to ambush them. In the end, they ended up in this awkward situation where they could neither advance nor retreat. Fang Yuan waited for a while, but the variant human Gu immortals did not speak. He could only shake his head, smiling bitterly. All right, I have already said this, why don't you believe me? Are we really going to fight to the death? Of course, I definitely won't die. Why do you want us to believe you? You are a human. A rank 7 Gu immortal said hatefully. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief internally. Since the other party spoke, it meant he had fooled them. The opportunity had been obtained, it would depend on his performance now. Thus, Fang Yuan activated Familiar Face. The Immortal Killer move's aura spread out, the variant human Gu immortals quickly went on guard. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal retreated far away. Next, the variant human Gu immortals stared with wide eyes. They saw that Fang Yuan had turned into a hairy man. There were no flaws. I am a transformation path Gu immortal. I have inherited a portion of the human king's true inheritance. I will turn into a hairy man to deceive everyone. It is simply too easy. But why can't I do that? Fang Yuan spread his arms, returning to his original appearance from a hairy man. His expression was sincere and sincere. The variant human Gu immortals looked at him quietly. Fang Yuan continued to spout nonsense. That is because I am sincere to you. Since I've just understood your identity, then we can be considered to be on the same side. Even though I am a human Gu immortal, I am indeed a member of Xianxia sect. The origin of Xianxia blessed land is long hair ancestor. Now, under the leadership of land spirit of Xianxia sect has been created. I am one of the sect's supreme elders. If you believe me, activate the battlefield killer move. I will send a message. I will inform the sect of everything. The variant human Gu immortals looked at each other, nobody moved. Both sides were in a deadlock again. Fang Yuan did not dare to let them continue thinking nonsense. After all, Providence was affecting them. To counteract Providence's influence, Fang Yuan had to continue to speak and change their minds. Providence was not fake, it did not affect the variant human Gu immortals to a high degree. Variant humans' intelligence was second only to humans after all. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan had hope. Alright. Let me express my sincerity first. Fang Yuan sighed, opening his immortal aperture's entrance and keeping the upper extreme heavenly eagle inside. This action shocked the variant human Gu immortals. Be careful. Even though this immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle has been kept, it can rely on its own strength. It can pierce through space and attack at any time. Forget it, let's disperse this gray cloud battle puppet. Lord, do you think this gray cloud battle puppet killer move can trap the enemy? The other variant human Gu immortals could not answer. In their opinion, the truth was so. In the oppressive silence, Great Cloud Battle Puppet Killer move dissipated, Fang Yuan's vision returned to the clear world of Northern Plains. He resisted the urge to run, saying to these variant human Gu immortals, all right. We got to know each other after a fight. I will immediately inform Xianxia sect. I will stay here and wait for the sect to send Gu immortals. Fang Yuan was happy. Of course, he was faking it. But his acting skills, together with attitude Gu, were flawless. At least, these variant human Gu immortals could not see any flaws and treated it as the truth. Moreover, Fang Yuan did not run when he could, his actions proved the truth in his words. Then brother, please go underground and be our guest. This way please. The other gray clouds dissipated, leaving behind a living Rockman-gu immortal. It was the one who controlled Gray Cloud Battle Puppet Killer move. Ha ha ha, please. Fang Yuan followed this Rockman-gu immortal as they entered the depths of the icy plain. The truth proved that Providence's influence on Gu immortals was not outstanding. At least, Fang Yuan could use words to counteract this influence. Of course, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was the foundation. Precisely because of the immemorial desolate beast's existence, these variant human Gu immortals changed their minds. After all, Providence could not make these Gu immortals lose their rationality and challenge immemorial desolate beasts, it would be courting death. In the depths of the icy plain, there was a world of its own, there was quite a scenery. Fang Yuan was surrounded by several Gu immortals, he looked at the underground scenery absent-mindedly. The variant human Gu immortals were the same. Until Xianxia sect sent a group of hairy man Gu immortals here. Northern icy plain, deep underground. In the cave hall, stone benches and tables were arranged in a circle, thick vines were climbing the walls and grass was growing between the cracks of the rocks. 3 fires were burning fiercely in the center of the hall. It was said that this was a custom passed down from the olden antiquity era. When a variant human tribe had an esteemed guest, they would hold a banquet and set 3 fires. Snowmen, rockmen, hairy men, as well as Fang Yuan, many Gu immortals were gathered here. The light of the fire shone on everyone's faces, they were all smiling. All sorts of fruits were placed on the stone tables in front of everyone, and soon, Rockman attendants brought everyone a bowl of wine. This is my Rockman tribe's lip fish wine, have a taste. Shirzong stood up from his seat and raised his bowl. Shirzong was the first supreme elder of this Rockman tribe, he did not participate in the battle to exterminate Fang Yuan. His whole body was shining in all sorts of colors, his body was decorated with countless gold, silver and jewels, it was very beautiful. This was the Rockman tribe's custom. Rockmen were made of stone, and in their long lives, they would grow all sorts of gold, silver, bronze, and iron. Rockmen took pride in this, the higher their status, the more gold, silver, bronze, and iron they would have on their bodies, and the more extravagant they would be. Not just Shirzong, the other Rockman Gu immortals present were also like this. Since Shirzong called for it, the immortals responded and raised their bowls. Shirzong and the other immortals drank in large mouthfuls, the hairy men were the same, only Fang Yuan was sipping. After Shirzong finished drinking, he turned his bowl upside down, not even a drop of wine was left. Cheers resounded. The other Gu immortals also followed suit, turning their bowls upside down and drinking in one gulp, leaving nothing behind. The immortals laughed loudly, the calm atmosphere became somewhat joyous. Only Fang Yuan put down his bowl and drank only a little bit of the lip fish wine. The snowman and Rockman Gu immortals all turned a blind eye to this. On the contrary, among the hairy man Gu immortals, Sixth Hair criticized Fang Yuan, Elder Fang Yuan. What are you doing? Don't tell me you don't know this is very rude? The host has already drunk the wine in his bowl, as a guest, you should follow suit. There shouldn't be any residue at the bottom of the bowl. This was a sign of respect for the owner. Ah, I forgot that you're a human, not one of us. You don't know about this custom that has been passed down since ancient times. Sixth Hair was a spy planted in Xianxia sect by the Shadow sect, making use of every opportunity to find some trouble for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered, his gaze sweeping around as he said unhurriedly, how can I not know this custom? However, this lip fish wine is made from the saliva of the underground stone fish. I don't like to drink it. You. Sixth Hair's expression was gloomy, but his heart was filled with joy. Fang Yuan's words were tantamount to offending the other party, which was exactly what he wanted. When Fang Yuan sent a letter to Xianxia sect to inform the land spirit, he naturally didn't make things clear. He only gave a general idea. What Sixth Hair and the others did not know was that Fang Yuan had fought an intense battle with the snowman and the stoneman. In the end, he had brought out the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle to make them compromise. In fact, after Fang Yuan joined Xianxia sect, the land spirit of Xianxia had issued a mission to find the variant human allies living here. Since Fang Yuan found them, he had naturally completed this mission and would definitely be rewarded by Xianxia sect. As a member of the Shadow sect, Sixth Heir did not want to see Feng Yuan reap the benefits. Continue. Now that he spoke, he was trying to suppress Feng Yuan in every possible way. Haha, since Elder Feng Yuan doesn't like this wine, then let's change it. Come. Take out the ice wolf wine that I brewed myself. A snowman Gu Immortal laughed. The snowman had snow-white skin, icy blue eyes and a blue head. This snowman Gu Immortal had a strong body, his upper body was bare, and there was a dark blue tattoo on his chest. His blue hair was tied up, revealing his firm facial features. He had a capable face. This person's name was Bingzhua. He was the dual-spear Gu Immortal who caused Feng Yuan to fall into a bitter battle. Soon, a snowman servant served the wine. This was a wine bowl made of ice, the wine inside was almost frozen, emitting cold air. To speak the truth, I don't like lip fish wine, so I brewed this wine myself, please have a taste. Bingzhua said passionately. Feng Yuan glanced at it from the corner of his eyes, saying disdainfully, let me have a sip first, let's see if I like it. Please, please. Bingzhua smiled. Feng Yuan took a sip. At first, this wine was icy cold when it entered his mouth, but when it entered his throat, it became as hot as fire. The feeling of ice and fire at the same time made Feng Yuan's eyes shine. He blurted out, good wine. Ha ha ha. Bingzhua raised his head and laughed, since it is good wine, drink some more. Just as he finished speaking, the immortals saw Feng Yuan raise his bowl and drink it in one gulp. The immortals were slightly stunned, before bursting into loud cheers. Feng Yuan secretly glanced at Sixth Heir, smiling internally. He already knew Sixth Heir's intentions. Sixth Heir would not let anything happen to Feng Yuan. Because after Shadow Sect saved Spectral Soul's main body, their next target would be him, Feng Yuan. Because of this, Sixth Heir would not harm Feng Yuan's life. Thus, Sixth Heir would at most suppress Feng Yuan and delay his development. This would make it easier for Shadow Sect to make their moves in the future. Sixth Heir had already done this very well. He made the relationship between Feng Yuan and Xianxia sect cold. However, he would never have expected that Feng Yuan had an immemorial upper-grade heavenly eagle, and even used it to intimidate the snowmen and rockmen immortals. With immemorial battle strength, these variant human Gu immortals had to respect him. This was strength. In their hearts, no matter how Sixth Heir instigated or slandered them, Feng Yuan was much more important than all the other hairy man Gu immortals combined. In fact, variant human races had a very strong sense of worship towards strength. This was one of the characteristics of variant humans from the immemorial antiquity era, remote antiquity era, and olden antiquity era. Because be it during the era of hunting, when different races fought, or when they were massacred by humans, strong strength gave variant humans more living space and opportunities. In contrast, after humans became the overlords of the 5 regions, their status did not change, but their sense of worship towards strength had decreased. They were far inferior to these variant humans who were struggling at death's door in a corner of the world. Feng Yuan purposely made things difficult. In the eyes of these variant human Gu immortals, this was normal. Which expert did not have a temper? If Feng Yuan did not act, they would instead feel uneasy. Feng Yuan was well aware of the mentality of these variant human Gu immortals. Of course, he had another intention. That was to probe the other party's intentions. Right now, Feng Yuan was certain that he was safe. How can this be? Looking at the smiling variant human Gu immortals in front of him, he was greatly shocked. Next, the snowman and rockman Gu immortals surrounded Feng Yuan, ignoring the other hairy man Gu immortals. Elder Feng Yuan, a bowl for you. Elder Feng Yuan. You really have a good alcohol tolerance. Feng Yuan did not reject them, he drank them all. The hairy man Gu immortals looked at each other. Sixth Heir was extremely perplexed. What soup did this Feng Yuan feed them? They actually welcome him so much. If Feng Yuan turned into a hairy man, it might be logical. However, he had revealed his true form. He was a genuine pure-blooded human. Elder Feng Yuan, Shui Heir will pour you some wine. During the banquet, a beautiful snowman female Gu immortal personally walked towards Feng Yuan, taking over the role of an attendant. She poured a bowl of ice wolf wine for Feng Yuan. The other hairy man Gu immortal stared with wide eyes. Sixth hair almost shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Are you inhumans or not? This Fang Yuan is a human goo immortal." Human. The human who massacred variant humans and defeated and ostracized you. Shui, are you the snowman who discovered my true form? Fang Yuan sized up the female snowman immortal, asking directly with an arrogant expression. The snowman lowered her head, smiling shyly. Shui is only skilled in some investigative methods. Elder Feng Yuan, you are the true hero. 12th hair was drinking wine when he heard this. He spat out the wine in his mouth. 6th hair was furious, he almost cursed at the female goo immortal. What is the meaning of this? Hey. Why are you blushing? What do you mean by lowering your head shyly? You are even sneaking glances at Feng Yuan. Do you think I can't see that? Damn it. Are you still a snowman or not? Mind your identity. I am not worthy of the title of hero. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. He said perfunctorily. Even he himself was a little surprised. The attitude of these variant human goo immortals seemed to have changed greatly. Bingxue also walked over at this time, holding a bowl of wine. If Elder Feng Yuan is not a hero, who can be called a hero? Shui introduced at an appropriate time, this is Brother Bingxue. He is the #1 battle strength of our tribe. He is usually cold and aloof. He is very arrogant. Only when he is talking to you, Elder Feng Yuan, will he be so enthusiastic. Feng Yuan stood up, looking at the goo immortal in front of him, saying, if I am not wrong, you are the one who fought against me with 2 spears? Bingxue laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up. Elder Feng Yuan, you have a good eye. Feng Yuan did not say anything else, he downed the wine in 1 gulp. Bingxue was overjoyed, he raised his head and downed the wine in 1 gulp. Cheers resounded again. Shui clapped at the side. This is called a hero cherishing a hero. The hairy man goo immortals looked on, nobody paid attention to them. On the other side, the goo immortals' gazes were focused on Feng Yuan. 6th hair almost slammed the table. Bingxue's attitude made him even more unhappy. He screamed in his mind, what are you guys doing? Forget about that female goo immortal called Shui. Feng Yuan is quite handsome. Why are you here as a man? Look at your grinning face, it looks like you want to become sworn brothers with Feng Yuan. What are you trying to do? You are the #1 battle strength, the hero of the tribe? You are so close to a human goo immortal, are you trying to betray the tribe? Bingxue sighed, compared to Elder Feng Yuan, how can I be considered a hero? Elder Feng Yuan has an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle as his subordinate. If not for Elder Feng Yuan being one of us, we might have already caused the extermination of our tribe. What? Immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. At once, the hairy man goo immortals looked at each other. Elder Feng Yuan, did I hear wrongly? You actually have an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle? 6th hair could not take it anymore, he stood up and stared at Feng Yuan with a sharp gaze. Feng Yuan rubbed his nose, saying with some embarrassment, not long ago, I worked together with Chu Du to take down He Fan Grotto Heaven and obtain He Fan's true inheritance. This immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle was one of our gains. What? The hairy man goo immortals gasped in shock. On the other side, the snowman and rockman goo immortals also exchanged glances. 6th hair took a step back, looking at Feng Yuan in disbelief, before looking at the other goo immortals. At that moment, he finally understood, why these variant human goo immortals valued Feng Yuan so much. Immemorial desolate beast, rank 8 battle strength. Plop. 6th hair could not take this huge blow, he sat down on the stone stool again. I did not have time to tell you all about this. Come, our Xianxia sect will have a toast, this is a celebratory feast. Feng Yuan smiled as he raised his wine bowl. The hairy man goo immortals reacted and smiled brightly. Our Xianxia sect actually has rank 8 battle strength now. Elder Feng Yuan, you are truly unfathomable, you are too amazing. Elder Feng Yuan, I was wrong earlier, I failed to recognize Tian Ti Mountain. The hairy man goo immortals had expressions of I am convinced. This was the might of a rank 8 battle strength expert. 6th hair also raised his wine bowl, he was smiling on the surface but he was vomiting blood from anger. Feng Yuan looked at him and smiled, Elder 6th hair, why are your hands trembling? Sixth Hair smiled at him, as expected of a spy who had been lurking for many years. His expression showed no flaws, only his voice became hoarse. I am extremely excited. I am happy for you, Elder Feng Yuan, for Xianxia sect. Snow was falling quietly. There was no wind. There were endless snowy peaks, it was tranquil. A couple was leaning on each other, opening the window and looking at the snowy scenery. They were silent. There was a warm atmosphere in the air. The wife had a beautiful appearance, there was frost in her hair. She leaned on her husband's arm, saying with reminiscence, "It has been a long time since I have looked at the snowy scenery with you so quietly." Her husband was already showing signs of old age, but he was still energetic. He stretched out his wrinkled hand and patted the back of his wife's hand, saying slowly, "I am willing to stay with you and watch the snowflakes fall quietly. Do you still remember the first time we met?" His wife laughed lightly, a happy memory seemed to appear in front of her. "That was also a snowy day, you were still a hothead. You only wanted to become stronger, stronger and stronger." "I want to become stronger, isn't it so that I can be worthy of you? You said before, when I cultivate to rank 8, you will marry me." Hee hee. The old man smiled, his smile was a little crafty and proud. His wife's smile faded a little, she frowned slightly. "To speak the truth, I am regretting it. I would rather your cultivation level be lower." "If I want to be your husband, how can my cultivation level be low?" "Don't worry, as long as I succeed in refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, I will have confidence in passing this myriad tribulation. Even if the world is vast, I will be able to stay with you forever." Saying so, the old man's gaze turned sharp, he showed a strong aura that was different from normal people. His aura went from weak to strong, it continued to strengthen. As time passed, it spread out, causing the surrounding snowflakes to stop falling. They floated in front of him quietly. His wife slowly separated from him, she was no longer leaning on him, she looked at the snowy scenery quietly with determination in her eyes. "Let us begin." After a long while, the old man broke the silence. His wife only replied with one word, "Okay." Old ancestor Shuihu and Lady Wan Shou started to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. On this day, snowy mountain blessed land shone brightly. There was no concealment. Northern Plains Gu immortal world had yet to recover from the shock of He tribe's destruction, but it fell into a state of unrest again. Old ancestor Shui who started to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. This news was like a hurricane, engulfing everyone in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Phoenix celestial paradise. Such fanfare. It was as if he was afraid that no one would come and destroy it. That's the style of old man Shuihu. Prince's impatience smiled when he received the news. Lord, if old ancestor Shuihu refines a rank 8 immortal Gu, he would be like a tiger with wings. Gu immortal Yulan, who was beside Prince's impatience, said. If not for fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, he would still be number 1 in Northern Plains. It was okay. Our mission now. It was to detain Feng Yuan. There's news that the Celestial Court has confirmed that Feng Yuan is in the Northern Plains. Prince's impatience smiled, but his eyes were cold. He hated Feng Yuan to the bone. Why? This was because the original mission of the prince's impatience was to invade 88-point Xianxia Tower. In the end, his grand plan was ruined by Feng Yuan, causing his years of hard work to go down the drain before he could see any results. How could Prince's impatience not hate him? Baizu Grotto Heaven. Old ancestor Shuihu, after all these years, are you finally going to make a move? Heavenly Lord Baizu pondered for a while. He shook his head. After fighting with old ancestor Shuihu, Heavenly Lord Baizu understood how strong he was. With my strength alone, I am not old ancestor Shuihu's match. Moreover, if he wants to ruin his Gu refinement, we will definitely become enemies. But now, I have established Baizu tribe, this is the result of many years of planning and hard work, I cannot make a move easily. Unless Yao Huang and the others want to make a move against Shuihu, before they make a move, I will take down that He Fan Grotto Heaven first. Yao Huang Grotto Heaven. A huge cauldron was floating in front of Yao Huang. It was made from cauldron strength immortal Gu. There were countless immortal materials in the cauldron, flames were burning. It was melting these immortal materials, turning them into liquid and mixing them together. After hearing that old ancestor Shui who was refining Gu, the flames in the cauldron shook. the medicine sovereign sighed. He muttered to himself, "Old Shuaihu, it is not wise to compete with him. I might as well refine this resurrection from the dead immortal goo as well, that way, I will have a rank 8 immortal goo and solve my problem of lacking lifespan. Longevity heaven. Look at that soaring light, humph. Old ancestor Shuaihu is really refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. Even if he is a rank 8 goo immortal, he is too daring. He actually dares to covet giant sun ancestors immortal goo. Longevity heaven was giant sun immortals grotto heaven. The goo immortals living inside were the closest bloodline descendants to giant sun immortal. They naturally did not want fortune rivaling heaven goo to fall into the hands of outsiders. But, they could not move. Because of one person, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Elder Feng Yuan, please come in. This is our tribe's sacred land, Earth Mother Altar. Shishirchung politely led the way for Feng Yuan. Even though this Rockman Goo immortal was rank 6, he had the Grey Cloud Battle Puppet immortal battlefield killer move. He was the representative of the Rockman tribe's new generation of Goo immortals. Following him was the Snowman tribe's rank 6 female Goo immortal, Shuai. Right now, several days had passed since the banquet. The Snowmen and Rockmen living here were allied together. They hosted Feng Yuan and the Hairy Man Goo immortals warmly. According to Land Spirit of Langu's arrangement, 6th Hair and the rest were in charge of discussing the cooperation and alliance between the two sides. As for Feng Yuan, he was accompanied to look around, familiarizing himself with the lifestyle of these variant humans. Over these last days, Feng Yuan had a deep feeling about this. These snowmen and rockmen, even though they lived deep underground in the northern icy plain, were filled with a sense of danger. They were very strict and cruel towards their descendants. Precisely because of this, generations of powerful variant human Goo immortals were created. Compared to them, Heifan Grotto Heaven's Goo immortals were clearly lacking. Elder Feng Yuan, didn't you ask us yesterday why there is land and soil under the northern icy plain? Go in and take a look, you will know. The snowman chuckled. Feng Yuan nodded, his curiosity was piqued. When he entered Mother Earth altar and saw the 2 statues that were worshipped in the center, he was stunned. He was extremely shocked. Because he saw a human female immortal hugging the arm of a Rockman Goo immortal, the 2 were looking far away. They had a blissful expression, as if they were going to live together forever. This is our tribe's 27th generation First Supreme Elder Shermu, the one beside him is his wife, our tribe's most respected Lady Earth Mother. Of course. As you can see, Elder Feng Yuan, Lady Earth Mother is a pure human Goo immortal. Shishirchung introduced. It was hard to imagine. A human female immortal actually fell in love with a Rockman Goo immortal. They were even worshipped and respected to such an extent by the Rockman's descendants. Shui added, Lady Earth Mother is benevolent and benevolent, her love transcends races. It was because she felt that the Rockman had no land to live on. Not long after Lord Shermu's death, she took the initiative to commit suicide. She left behind her descendants, her Dao marks and blessed land were turned into this underground land, giving the Rockmen a foundation to live on. Feng Yuan stared fixedly at this pair of statues. His heart could not help but ripple. Because he recognized this Earth Mother, who was worshipped and respected by the Rockmen and Snowmen, he actually recognized her. Of course, Earth Mother and he were not of the same generation, there would not have been any interaction. Feng Yuan was able to recognize Mother Earth because he had soul-searched her from Heiqing. Because of Earth Mother. Hei tribe's missing Hei Fengyu, old ancestor Hei Fan's most beloved granddaughter. To think that Hei Fengyu's disappearance was due to her concealing her identity. She fell in love with a Rockman Goo immortal. This would definitely not be accepted by the tribe, and even more so by the human Goo immortals of Northern Plains. As for why she could be in love with the Rockman Goo immortal Shermu, there must be a secret in the past. Feng Yuan was expressionless, he only sighed in his heart. No matter what the truth of the past was, he had no intention of finding out. Everyone has their own path of life, their own love and hate, and their own enmity. Wasn't that so? Cher had been secretly observing Feng Yuan all this time. When she saw that Feng Yuan didn't show any signs of disgust or anger, she immediately nodded. Her whole heart rejoiced. Then, she looked at the sculptures of Shermu and Mother Earth in a daze and said intentionally or unintentionally, I won't hide it from Elder Feng Yuan. Love is boundless. Be it stone men or humans, they all have the possibility to coexist and have the right to love each other. Feng Yuan was stunned for a moment. A beautiful white figure appeared in front of him. Then, it disappeared again. 500 years in my past life. His gaze grew deep and serene. He began to understand. Why did the snowman and rockman tribes go immortals, after knowing that Feng Yuan was one of their own, act like this? She accepted him so easily. In a way, Feng Yuan could be said to have obtained Mother Earth's legacy. Actually, we had no choice but to fight you, Elder Feng Yuan. Elder Feng Yuan should be clear about the cause of the Northern Icy Plains history. This place was purely a piece of ice and frost previously. Lord Mother Earth's methods are marvelous, gathering the chi of the earth to condense this piece of land. Xianxia continued sincerely, however, when Gu immortals undergo tribulation in the Northern Icy Plain, the heaven and earth chi will be affected and they will be consumed. Every time the earth chi is weakened, the Northern Icy Plain will become more unstable, and the land that we have lived on will also decrease. Feng Yuan nodded. He had already learned of this reason during the banquet, now he had a deeper understanding of it. This is my fault. If I had known this, I would not have undergone tribulation in the Northern Icy Plain. Feng Yuan said sincerely. Xianxia and Cher smiled brightly. It is great that the misunderstanding has been resolved. Xianxia sighed. At this moment, Xianxia's expression changed. Then, Cher's expression also changed. What is it? Feng Yuan quickly asked. Snowy mountain-blessed land's light is soaring into the sky. There are reports that old ancestor Shui who is starting to refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Xianxia's tone was heavy. The rise of any human race was a nightmare for variant humans. Several days had already passed since Xianxia's hairy man Gu immortals came into contact with these snowman and rockman tribes and negotiated. The more they talked, the more agreeable they became. This was decided by the external situation. Humans were extremely powerful, the variant human tribes could only struggle at the corners of the world. They had a natural tendency to ally together. Even though Sixth Hair was a spy planted in Xianxia sect by Shadow sect, he did not object to the alliance between the two sides. Instead, he put in more effort. Firstly, Sixth Hair was well aware that it was impossible for him to make both sides fall out with his own strength. Secondly, Sixth Hair wanted to use this chance to show off his abilities and obtain more merits, to gain more trust from land spirit of Xianxia and raise his status. Thirdly, Shadow Sect's pursuit was spectral souls. Even though the demon Venerable was dead, his ambitions had already surpassed the limits of his race. As the two sides talked, they got to know more about each other. To gain their trust, Sixth Hair sold almost all of Feng Yuan's information. Thus, the Snowman and Rockman tribes knew that Feng Yuan had a special identity. Feng Yuan had once possessed Spring-Autumn Cicada, he was someone who had been reborn. He was also an otherworldly demon, he came from a world beyond the heavens. He was also the main culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Xianxia Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land. What was worth mentioning was that this last point made the variant human Gu immortals feel closer to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan destroyed 88-point Xianxia Tower, it greatly weakened Northern Plains human forces, it was a great thing for the variant human camp. In fact, when they heard about the collapse of 88-point Xianxia Tower, this tribe of snowmen and rockmen even held a banquet and celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights. In Earth Mother Altar, hearing Shui'er ask about the future, Feng Yuan was already mentally prepared, he smiled bitterly, even though I have Spring-Autumn Cicada, I have already lost this mystical Gu. After my rebirth, the world has changed a lot. You know it too. I was the one who destroyed 88-point Xianxia Tower, right? That's right. Elder Feng Yuan, you are truly amazing. Snow's eyes shone brightly. I am also very impressed by this, Xianxia also said. Feng Yuan rubbed his nose and sighed. He continued, I'm someone who's been reborn, so I know some secrets. Although I don't have a golden bloodline, the reason why I participated in the royal court struggle was to sneak into the 88-point Xianxia Tower and reap some benefits. My original plan was to come again and again. A thin stream flows a long way. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, and an accident happened. I could only adapt to the situation, and in the end, the 88-point Xianxia Tower collapsed. Shuai and Shishirqing wore smiles on their faces. Shishirqing said, Elder Fang Yuan's words are all true. Fang Yuan shook his head helplessly. Who wants to be chased by all the Gu immortals in the world? That was truly an accident. Shuai laughed. In Shuai's opinion, Elder Fang Yuan, you are a born hero. Destroying the 88-point Xianxia Tower might have been an accident, but if it were someone else, how could they do it? Fang Yuan said, precisely so. I had no choice but to hide in Xianxia blessed land. Later, some things happened, and I joined Xianxia sect. I gradually realized that the excellence of variant humans is not inferior to humans. In fact, their sincerity, trust, loyalty, and so on are much better than the deceitful humans. Even though the 5 regions are vast, the space for variant humans to live in is getting smaller and smaller. This is not right. All living beings have their own reasons for growing, they have their own providence. Variant humans and humans should coexist harmoniously. Fang Yuan said this without blushing. He even used the name of Providence, while Providence tried all ways to get rid of him. Fang Yuan had a sincere expression. It could not be any more sincere. Shuai's eyes turned red. Shishirqing sighed deeply. If only all the human Gu immortals in the world had Lord Fang Yuan's understanding and knowledge, how great would that be? His words had already elevated Elder Fang Yuan to Lord Fang Yuan's level. He even addressed him as Lord. It was because of Fang Yuan's words. For variant humans, this was too politically correct. It caused them to resonate with him and approve of him. After saying so much, Elder Fang Yuan, you still have not answered my question. Shuai was an intelligent Gu immortal, she was not easy to fool. I was just about to say. Fang Yuan coughed, the collapse of the 88-point Xianxia Tower was not my intention. In fact, it had never collapsed before my rebirth. Oh? So that's it. Shuai and Shishirqing looked at each other. The situation in Northern Plains has changed too much because of me. The 88-point Xianxia Tower collapsed, Ma Hongyan was captured, his secret of fortune rivaling heaven was exposed, and he was bought by old ancestor Shuai. In fact, before my rebirth, old ancestor Shuai did not want to refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Fang Yuan said. What he said was the truth. Shuai and Shishirqing chose to believe him. The former pouted, won't the result be hard to predict? If old ancestor Shuai really refines fortune rivaling heaven Gu, the strength of Northern Plains human Gu immortals will rise again. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved. He asked, are you going to stop him? Undoubtedly, this alliance of snowmen and rockmen had the ability to interfere in this matter. Because they had an immemorial rock dragon, this was a genuine rank 8 battle strength. And it was an extremely troublesome existence among rank 8 battle strength. The power of the primordial rock dragon would definitely be a great addition to the historical records. Of course not. Shishirqing shook his head, we will not interfere in this matter. That's right. We can live here peacefully, why would we expose ourselves and offend a rank 8 great expert? Moreover, this rank 8 great expert has snowy mountain blessed land, he has a large number of demonic path Gu immortal experts under him. Shuai shook her head. They were clear about the big picture. Even if they snatched fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu and used it for themselves, if their identities were exposed, they would be hunted down by all of Northern Plains Gu immortals. Under the pressure of the situation, not to mention fortune rivaling heaven Gu, even if there were a few more immemorial rock dragons, they would not be able to resist the human army. Fang Yuan nodded, he did not say anything, he had his own plans. These variant humans are extraordinary, I have seen all of them these days, they are all elites. Be it battle strength or insight, they are top-notch. Even among Northern Plains human Gu immortals, they are outstanding. Heifan Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals are far inferior compared to them. Thankfully, I have rank 8 battle strength. So what if he had the identity of an otherworldly demon, he had spring-autumn cicada, so what if he had been reborn, these identities and secrets were the foundation of rank 8 battle strength, they were Fang Yuan's glory and glory, they were not a source of trouble. With a bigger fist, who would dare to find trouble with him, rank 8 battle strength, with just a slight movement of his pinky finger, he could crush them like ants. Thus, not only did the snowmen and rockmen not dare to find trouble with Fang Yuan, they even expressed their friendliness and tried to rope him in. Any rank 8 battle strength was enough to attract others to their side. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8s would reign supreme. This was already the highest level of battle strength in the world. In fact, the entire situation of Northern Plains is the situation of the confrontation between rank 8 Gu immortals. The politics of the high martial arts world have always been the personal politics of the experts. Fang Yuan's heart was clear as a mirror. However, if they know that my immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle is already dead, I wonder what their expressions will be. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt it was quite funny. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was ripened by his time path killer move. It did not have enough heavenly crystals, it was starving to death. Fang Yuan used blood path methods to raise its chi and blood. He let it out and successfully intimidated the variant human immortals. He relied on deceit and bluffing to survive, opening up a new world. But the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle was like the final radiance of a setting sun. After being kept into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, it died almost at the next moment. As an immemorial desolate beast that was starved to death, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's life was indeed quite sullen. However, that might not be the case in its next life. The advantage of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was that it laid eggs after death. After hatching, it could live again. It was true that Fang Yuan lost the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle, but he also obtained the upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg and a huge corpse of an immemorial desolate beast. He could accept this result, because firstly, Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this upper extreme heavenly eagle. Because to command it, Fang Yuan had to disguise himself as a He tribe descendant. Secondly, after the upper extreme heavenly eagle was ripened, it had many disadvantages. How could a grand rank 8 battle strength be commanded by a rank 6 Gu immortal like Fang Yuan? Moreover, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was an extremely prideful beast. After it matured to rank 8 battle strength, it was certain that it would not listen, it might even rebel. Its strong pride and arrogance made it go against Fang Yuan, it was very likely. Thus, the upper extreme heavenly eagle starving to death was not a bad thing for Fang Yuan. As for the newly born egg, Fang Yuan could use the contents of He Fan's true inheritance to modify it, changing its memories and so on. After it hatches, it would listen to Fang Yuan himself. Old ancestor Shui who publicly refined fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, the light of the refinement path Gu formation shot into the sky, it shined for 7 days and 7 nights before fading away. This matter caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. But after the commotion, the Gu immortal world strangely calmed down. This was because Heavenly Lord Baizu, Yao Huang, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Prince's Impatience did not have any positive reactions. If these rank 8 Gu immortals did not say anything, the rank 6 and rank 7 Gu immortals could not do anything no matter how loudly they shouted. To be able to fight rank 8 existences with rank 7 cultivation level, in the 5 regions for thousands of years, Feng Jioge was the only one. Old ancestor Shui who was arrogant and domineering, but it had to be said that he was not a fool, his timing was very good. The variant humans in the northern icy plain also chose to ignore it. As for Fang Yuan himself, he did not want to get involved in this matter. This matter was too huge, it involved the rank 8 great expert old ancestor Shui who, even though his body was much sturdier now, if he got involved in this matter, he would definitely be torn to shreds. End of chapter 1152. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.